In Hualing Village, Yeoman County, Suzhou, in the afternoon, the smell of meat wafted out from the Wei family's kitchen, making nearby families stretch their necks to look. Smells so good. Wei's family is frying fish again. It smells so nice. How do they do it? I caught fish with old Wei yesterday, but I can't make it taste like that. You're only good at eating and talking. You can't make anything, so go eat your cornbread quietly. Go to, you're not much better either. They joked and scolded each other happily. The neighbors, smelling the meat, all felt hungry and kept scratching their heads. Most families here came from other places to escape hardship, but most had few people. Only Wei's family was large, with 3 capable sons. So Wei's family was among the best here, always having enough meat to eat. Not only the neighbors, but the little monkeys in Wei's yard also drooled over the smell. It was the afternoon rest time. Wei's grandson, Wei Daliang, had already brought his younger brother and sister to the kitchen. A big basin of small fish, golden and crispy, was steaming, and a few radish pieces were desperately swallowing their saliva. "Brother, go get it," little sister Wei Yao whispered to her older brother. Wei Daliang looked at his sister, patted his chest to show he would handle it, and tiptoed closer. He was not taller than the stove, which made it hard. He was thinking about whether to find something to stand on, but his chubby fingers already touched the wooden basin. "Brother!" Wei Yao suddenly shouted. Daliang was startled and squeezed the basin tightly, almost knocking it over. A few radish pieces covered their eyes. In the next moment, a pair of big hands caught the basin steadily, preventing it from falling to the ground. Only a few small fish fell on the floor, which the suddenly appearing man picked up and chewed. Wei Daliang's heart pounded in his chest. His dirty little hands covered his eyes, afraid of being scolded by his mother. But he didn't hear the expected scolding. He opened his hands slightly, squinted his eyes, and looked outside. "Third uncle." Wei Daliang immediately cheered and jumped up. Wei Yao and the second brother behind him also looked surprised and happy, running over with short legs. The man called third uncle by the radish pieces was dressed in rough cloth clothes, tall and strong. When he stood in the kitchen, his head nearly touched the beams. He had a beast skin belt around his waist and carried a large bough on his back. The man bent down and easily picked up Wei Daliang with one hand. Wei Yao and Wei Erling also ran to their third uncle's side, calling softly. Third uncle Wei Chi raised his thick, dark eyebrows and handed each of them a small dried fish. "Stealing food isn't clever. You're so silly." Wei Daliang was not happy. "I was about to catch it, but my sister suddenly shouted." Wei Yao snorted. "That's not true. I only warned you because you were about to tip over the basin." Wei Chi reached out and patted Wei Daliang's chubby bottom. "All right, just one is enough. If your grandma finds out, you'll get a scolding." Wei Daliang took the small dried fish, drooling as he started to chew. "Thanks, third uncle." Wei Yao suddenly blinked and tugged at Wei Chi's sleeve. "Third uncle, can I tell you something about the West Room?" Wei Chi was surprised and looked outside the yard. Wei Yao, small but clever, smiled and showed her tiny, gummy teeth. She knew that her third uncle liked the new auntie in the West Room. Wei Chi's eyes flickered with a smile. He handed his 6-year-old niece another small dried fish. "Go ahead, tell me." Wei Daliang's eyes widened. Wei Yao proudly took over. "You went out for 2 days. That Annie only talked to second Annie, and of course, me too. What did you talk about?" "I brought her food, and she said thank you. She even gave me a little flower." "A little flower? Where did it come from?" "Third uncle, you're so silly. It must be second auntie's. She picked it near the riverbank 2 days ago, when she was washing clothes." Wei Chi smiled and ruffled his niece's hair. "Thanks, Yao." Wei Yao happily ran away. Wei Chi looked outside the yard. Flowers. Wei mother woke up and went to the yard. She immediately saw a few extra wild chickens and rabbits in the chicken coop. Big sister He and second sister Lu also came out. "Mother, it looks like third brother has returned." Wei mother nodded and looked around, searching for her son's figure. The Wei family was quite wealthy in Hualing village. Wei mother was just over 50, with 4 sons and 2 daughters. The children called third uncle Wei Chi the third in line. The third and fourth sons were still unmarried. Oldest son Wei Yong married He, and second son Wei Yuan married Lu. The main household already had a son and a daughter, Wei Daliang and Wei Yaoyao. The second household also had a son, Wei Erlang, who was 3.5 years old. 2 daughters were already married, and 1 younger daughter, Wei Man, was still waiting to marry. She was yawning and coming out of the east room now. "Mother, don't look for him." Third brother came back, but left again shortly after. Wei mother was surprised. "What did he do?" Wei Man pouted, saying, "She went to pick flowers."
"What?
Picking flowers?" Wei's mother was surprised for a moment, but quickly understood. She frowned and said, "This troublesome girl. As soon as she sees someone pretty, she can't stay out of her way. I won't agree to this." The 2 daughters-in-law exchanged awkward glances. This story goes back to about half a month ago. Central China was hit by a disaster, and many refugees fled to Suzhou. Half a month ago, Wei's father and his third brother went hunting in the mountains and unexpectedly found 2 living people on the way, a woman and a young boy about 7 or 8 years old. Wei Laohan was kind-hearted. At first, he thought they were a mother and her child, and he helped them. But after they returned, he realized they were siblings. They had been separated from their family during the disaster. Originally, Wei's family just helped them out of kindness and gave them some money to leave. But recently, County has been quite unstable. The woman's brother was badly injured, and he was a bit slow and simple-minded. The woman was even more alone, with no relatives around. This woman's arrival at Wei's house was like a pack of wild wolves about to tear them apart. Over time, they stayed until now. And somehow, Wei's third son seemed to develop feelings for this delicate young lady. At first, Wei's mother didn't notice, but Wei Laohan saw the signs first. Wei's mother immediately frowned, pulled her son inside the house, and questioned him. Wei Chi always took responsibility for his actions. If he liked someone, he liked her. But unexpectedly, Wei's mother refused with a stern face. "Her skin and flesh. Only outsiders can't see that I can tell. She must be a noble lady in trouble. You and her not suitable." Wei Chi didn't care and said, "A girl in trouble suits me, a simple villager." Wei's mother was so angry she slapped him twice. "You little bean sprout, what do you see in her?" Wei Chi chuckled and dodged. "I like everything about her." Wei's mother was so angry she clenched her teeth, but felt helpless about her son. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted as Wei Chi swaggered back inside. He was holding a basket filled with colorful little flowers, red, pink, blue, yellow, arranged densely. Wei Man's eyes widened. "Third brother, give me." Wei Chi suddenly lifted the basket high. "Let big brother go pick some for you." Wei Man pouted, unhappy, and ran to find her mother. Wei's mother took off her shoe and reached behind her son, trying to hit him. "You mischievous kid. I'm so angry. I could just give up." Wei Chi didn't dodge, but instead picked a flower from the basket and placed it on his mother's head. Wei's mother was stunned, and her anger eased considerably. "Stop fooling around." Wei Chi smiled, showing his white teeth. "Mom, if you plan a happy event early, you can have grandchildren sooner." Wei's mother paused, and when she heard about grandchildren, her attitude softened noticeably. Upon reflection, she thought, just that skinny little body? Wei Chi glanced at the west room and said, "I will take care of her." Inside the west room, sunlight slanted through the window, shining on a woman leaning against the head of the bed. The woman supported her chin and looked out the window with a calm expression, but her attention was clearly not on the people outside. Her gaze drifted farther away, lost in thought until a knocking sound interrupted her. She slowly looked back and said, "Come in." It was Wei Chi who entered. After entering, Wei Chi looked around and then placed a flower basket on the table. "I heard from Yao Yao that you like flowers. I picked some on my way here just to pass the time." The bed lowered her eyes. her thick eyelashes casting a small shadow on her porcelain white face. My name is Yu Zhi. Wei Chi looked at her and nodded. Yes, I know. Are you Wei Chi? Yu Zhi suddenly asked. Wei Chi nodded, feeling a bit nervous for no reason. It's strange. He swore that in his 20 years, he had never felt like this before. Yu Zhi slowly stood up and walked to the table, picked up the flower basket, and brought it close to her nose to take a deep sniff. It's quite pretty, thank you. Wei Chi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. I'm glad you like it. Just don't lie in the future. Wei Chi was stunned. His dark eyes showed some confusion. What? Yu Zhi slightly pursed her lips. I heard everything just now. You picked the flowers intentionally, not just by chance. The man's wheat-colored skin suddenly felt a little hot. He coughed and said, cough. I was just gathering pigweed. Just a coincidence. Yu Zhi said nothing, just stared at him with her deer-like eyes, bright and expressive, as if she could speak.
Wei Chi surrendered.
All right, I picked them especially for you. Yu Zhi smiled. It was a gentle, feather-light smile that brushed past Wei Chi's heart. It was ticklish, a little numb. But that smile disappeared quickly, and he didn't have time to remember it. The flowers were given, the words spoken, and Wei Chi seemed to have no reason to stay any longer. But it was also heaven helping him. Suddenly, a mosquito flew past the man's face. Smack! A crisp slap sounded, and Yu Zhi was startled. She turned her head to look, and Wei Chi opened his palm. I'll burn some mugwort for you later. It was May, and at the foot of the mountain mosquitoes were gradually increasing. Burning mugwort can repel insects. Yu Zhi gently pursed her lips, looking especially calm and beautiful. Thank you. Wei Chi said, it's nothing. There's one more thing, your brother's illness. The doctor my eldest brother invited today should be able to come back soon. This sentence touched Yu Zhi's heart. Her eyelashes suddenly fluttered twice. Thinking of her brother.
Wei Chi.
The man who had already reached the door was startled and looked back at her. Yu Zhi softly said, I am willing to marry you. If your mother agrees, we can find time to have the wedding. Wei Chi looked at her steadily, his heartbeat quickening. In the afternoon, the Wei family members filled the main hall. Third brother, did she really say that? Wei Chi leaned against the wall, with his arms crossed. Why would I lie to you? The person asking was Wei Laohan, the head of the family.
Wei Mu snorted.
We are supporting her, and we also spend money to treat her brother's illness. Of course, she agreed. Wei Laohan was smoking a water pipe and looked at his wife with displeasure. You can't say it like that. She's clearly a delicate young lady. Marrying the third son is already a bit of a hardship for her.
Wei Chi choked.
Dad, your son isn't that bad, right? Wei Laohan didn't reply. Wei Yong suddenly looked at his younger brother. He looks okay, but he's definitely not from a noble family. As for his personality, third brother, you're not a good match for her. Wei Chi scoffed and ignored him. Suddenly, the eldest sister-in-law, he sure, said, but we all know third brother's character. He's capable too. What girl wouldn't want to marry him? In these chaotic times, a delicate young lady going out is hard. If she truly wants to live a good life with third brother, why not? Wei Chi looked at his eldest sister-in-law, feeling a bit better. Wei Mu said, I just worry she's not the type to settle down quietly. Second sister-in-law Lu Shi also said, she doesn't seem like that. I've talked to her a few times. She's gentle and obedient. Wei Man was about to speak when Wei Laohan interrupted everyone's discussion. That's enough. Second sister-in-law, go ask her again. If she truly agrees, then it's settled. Wei Chi's eyes lit up. Dad, I'll go up the mountain tomorrow. Wei Yong chuckled. Third brother is eager. Are you planning to hunt a wild boar to hold a feast? Wei Chi said, just see how it goes. Who knows? Wei Laohan said, if it really works out, that would be great. We can buy some good wine and sweets in town. We've been in Jinliang village for almost a year and haven't celebrated anything. It would be nice to have a lively event. The head of the family made the decision, and it was settled. Wei Chi turned his head to look at second sister-in-law. Lu Shi smiled and then went to the west room. Wei Yaoyao is quite a lively girl. She immediately ran after second aunt. De Lang and Erlang are boys, but third uncle grabbed their collars and told them not to get close. The two boys pouted. Miss, have you thought it through? Yu Zhi sat quietly by the bed, looking sensible and making people feel sad. Yes, I have thought it through. Lu Shi patted her hand. Our third son is very capable. If you follow him, you won't have a hard life.
Don't worry about that.
Although he seems careless sometimes, he's actually very thoughtful. Yu Zhi's eyes were drawn to a basket of flowers. She believed what was said. After fleeing for half a year, if it weren't for her brother, she might have wanted to die. In times of chaos, it was time to look at flowers and enjoy the scenery. She liked flowers, and Wei Chi was the first to notice this. That's fine, but father still wants to ask about your background. We don't want to make you feel wronged. Yu Zhi hesitated for a moment and said, My father is a successful scholar from Yongzhou in Jiangnan. He was a small official, rank 7th, but he has been demoted and is not important anymore. Lu Shi also knew that her family had had problems before, and there were only a few people left. Later, they got separated on the way to escape. She sighed. All right, from now on, just tell third uncle if you have anything. We should look forward, and maybe someday we can be together again. Yu Zhi replied, okay. Lu Shi looked at her and liked her very much. After chatting for a while, she left. In the yard, Wei Chi kept stretching his neck several times. When Lu Shi went out, she met his gaze. She smiled helplessly and walked over, nodding. It's settled. Wei Chi smiled. He turned around to go inside and get the big bow and crossbow that hadn't been used for a long time. His older brother was right. He wanted to go up the mountain to try his luck. Whether it was wild boars or big bugs, if he encountered them, it would just be bad luck. He was about to get married, and Wei Chi didn't want to be too poor or let her suffer. Wei Chi went into the mountains alone. The whole family was used to this. As old Wei said, this boy was born to be a mountain monkey, making a living in the mountains. He used to go hunting in the mountains when he was young. Sometimes he was lucky enough to encounter big animals, but as he got a little older, it became harder. Now, at his age, he could only raise chickens with his grandson in the back mountain. Since the marriage was settled, Wei's mother also started making arrangements. Even though she had been reluctant before, now that she was planning her own son's marriage, she couldn't help but smile widely. Early in the morning, every household in Hualing village had completed their preparations, and everyone was congratulating each other. Then, they went to invite the matchmaker to check the birth charts and pick an auspicious date. The matchmaker of Hualing village is Zhao Huanyang, who came here as a refugee a few years ago. In the first 2 years, she was still recovering, but now that life is getting better, she can't stop talking. She knows all the eligible young men in the area. She talks so much that she can even turn black into white. When Zhao Huanyang heard that Wei Chi's marriage was settled, she was so surprised her jaw almost dropped.
Whose daughter is she?
Wei's mother looked a bit embarrassed. His father saved the road earlier, and the third son took a liking to her. Zhao Huanyang suddenly understood. Oh, her. I remember her. I thought she had left. If I recall correctly, she's quite a beauty. No wonder the third son didn't like the match earlier. His standards are really high. Bah, he's not that great, just stubborn. He's lucky, that's all. Older sister, you can't say that. Your third son is talented, strong, and handsome. Many girls want to marry him. But he doesn't like anyone. Zhao Huanyang's words are true. Everyone knows the Wei family's good conditions. The boys are all outstanding, but only Wei Chi is of marriageable age. Wei Hai is 17, and the Wei family probably isn't in a hurry. Seeing that Wei Chi's chances are slim, Zhao Huanyang turned her attention to Wei Man. Are you paying attention to Man? Should I keep an eye on her? Wei's mother nodded. Yes, keep an eye on her. She's a headache. But right now, I need to handle the third son's matter first. Please, take care of it for me. She then gave Zhao Huanyang a string of copper coins and a handful of candies. Zhao Huanyang was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. Don't worry. Picking a good date, right? I'll send you a reply tomorrow. Good. Then we'll come to celebrate the wedding. After Wei's mother left the matchmaker, she hurried to the carpenter's shop. She ordered 2 large chests, a set of shelves, and 4 wooden basins of different sizes. She also bought a dressing table set, and finally, she went to the cotton merchant to buy 2 or 3 new quilts. Most of these items are bride's dowry, but Yu Zhi's situation is special. She can't rely on her family anymore. But if she doesn't do it, she feels like she can't get past that hurdle in her heart. Her husband wouldn't agree either, and they don't want a bride price. So, she decided to do it properly and honorably. Behind Hualing village is a mountain called Deguozi Mountain. It's a long range of mountains, mostly untouched deep in the wilderness. Even some hunters only dare to explore the nearby mountains, trying their luck. Let's have some more wild vegetable foraging and firewood gathering, but I only dare to stay near the foot and slopes of the mountain. Wei Chi stayed in the mountains overnight. When he came down, it was already early morning. The sky was faintly bright, and the woodcutter, who was gathering firewood, was still yawning and not fully awake. Suddenly, a large dark shadow appeared in his sight, startling him. When he looked closer, he realized it was a person. But that person was carrying— oh my goodness! He was actually carrying a large wild boar. The woodcutter widened his eyes. You. Wei Chi paused and looked at him. He was from a nearby village, but Wei Chi didn't recognize him. What's wrong? Do you want to buy it? Wei Chi had caught a wild boar weighing about 200 jin, very big, but he carried it effortlessly, without any sign of strain. The woodcutter swallowed hard and shook his head. He couldn't afford to buy it. He was just tempted. Such a big wild boar. Did this young man manage it alone? Seeing that he wasn't interested in buying, Wei Chi continued down the mountain. After passing this area and crossing a hill, he reached Foda town outside Hualing village, where he could find some wealthy buyers for wild boars. But he couldn't sell the whole boar. He planned to sell half and keep the other half for a banquet. This big fellow was not easy to handle, and Wei Chi had put in some effort. When he appeared at the Foda town market carrying this large wild boar, many people gasped in surprise and took a sharp breath. Wow, it's a wild boar. Wei Chi didn't hesitate and straightforwardly said, "It died last night. I'm selling half, about 100 jin, for 30 taels of silver. Who wants to take it?" People gathered around to watch the scene. Such a big wild boar, truly impressive. Young man, why are you only selling half? The whole one would be more valuable. A middle-aged man squeezed out of the crowd. I'll offer 66 taels. Will you sell the whole thing? Wei Chi shook his head without hesitation. Only selling half. I have a celebration to prepare. Everyone chuckled, understanding now. So, how will you split it? Wei Chi drew a knife from his waist. You decide. The middle-aged man nodded and took out 30 taels. Here. Keep the head for me. The rest, you decide how to divide. Wei Chi nodded, took the money, and started dividing the meat. The wild boar's meat was thick and tough, but in his hands, it was soft like tofu. With a few quick cuts, he chopped off the head. Everyone kept their distance, watching the blood and foam fly. Please weigh it. Wei Chi's aim was precise, and he didn't even need the scale. The wealthy man's servant stepped forward to weigh the meat, then nodded. Sir, it's accurate. Good. Happy cooperation. My surname is Ding. Next time you have that tough guy, come find me.
Okay, Wei Chi replied happily.
He sold the wild boar so quickly and felt very pleased. Then Wei Chi found a well, spent a penny to buy a bucket of water, washed himself, and strode towards the cloth shop and the wine shop. Now he had some silver, and he was feeling generous. When he entered the cloth shop, the shopkeeper was initially cold, but as soon as Wei Chi generously paid, he became friendly and approached him with a smile. Honored guest, are you buying cloth? Red cloth, for a celebration. The shopkeeper smiled brightly. Look over here, this one has embroidered mandarin ducks on it, better than ordinary red cloth. Wei Chi looked over. Indeed, the mandarin ducks were playing in the water. His ears suddenly felt a little warm. Just this one, 20 feet long. Got it. Wei Chi looked at the bright red cloth, feeling very happy. Then his eyes suddenly caught sight of a few pairs of embroidered shoes on the counter. Shopkeeper, how much are these shoes? Good eye, honored guest. These are handmade by the seamstress, called bed shoes. Usually not worn outside because the soles are soft, meant for indoor wear, the shopkeeper said with meaningful glances at him. Farmers wouldn't buy such embroidered shoes. Rough cloth shoes are enough. But wearing these in the bedroom would be quite special. Wei Chi liked them immediately. He imagined Yu Zhi, who was fair and small, unable to do farm work, and thought these shoes would suit her. I want a pair. Sure. What size do you need? The shopkeeper beamed.
Size.
This question stumped Wei Chi, but soon he remembered the day he saved Yu Zhi. He had looked at her feet. They were about the same length as his palm. He gestured instinctively, just the size. 20 feet of red cloth, embroidered shoes, a few jars of good wine for the celebration, peanut candies. Wei Chi bought a lot in the town all at once. He spent 30 taels of silver, 10 taels quickly gone. An ordinary farmer's family only earns this much in a year. If Wei's mother saw, she would definitely scold him again. Wei Chi didn't mind. He carried his things back home. These were precious items, kept far away from the stinky wild boar meat. The farther, the better. Wei Chi decided to take a bullock cart and was back in Hualing village in just over an hour. Third brother is back. Wei Hai, just returned from the fields, saw Wei Chi on the cart from afar and shouted. Wei's mother and Wei Man ran out to greet him. Third brother has been gone so long. He must have caught something good. Wild boar meat. It's wild boar meat. Wei Chi just arrived at the gate of the courtyard when Wei Hai rushed over. Wei Chi quickly grabbed his collar and said, You can eat raw meat? Be careful not to hurt my things. What things? Are they so precious? Wei Man also came over and immediately saw a red cloth in another basket.
Mom.
Third brother tore the red cloth. Wei Man shouted, and Wei mother came over. Let me see, let me see. Third brother must have sold wild boar meat. Only half is left now. Old Wei also came out. Wow, it's a fat one. How much did you sell it for? 30 taels. Wei mother's face changed when she heard this. A whole pig should bring 60 taels. Why didn't you sell the whole thing? Wei Chi was unconcerned. What about the wedding? How will we handle it? Wei mother was so angry her eyes darkened. Are you stupid? Do you think this meat is so good? Life has just become a little more stable. Every family saves on meat. They use over 100 pounds of meat to host a celebration. Aren't they being taken advantage of? Old Wei chuckled. All right, it's rare to have a celebration. Don't say too much. Since it's the third brother who hunted it, he decides what to do. Wei Chi raised an eyebrow and nodded. Wei Man looked at the red cloth. How much did third brother spend on these flowers? About 10 taels, a few jars of wine, 10 pounds of sugar, a pair of shoes, and some red cloth. Wei mother's chest started to hurt again. Not only Wei mother, but He Sure and Lu Sure were also surprised. These things shouldn't cost that much. If it's only 10 taels, the third brother must have bought the best. Wei Chi didn't look at them and went straight into the house. I'm going inside. Mother and sister-in-law watched the wild boar meat. Seeing him head straight to the west room, Wei Man stopped him. She's sleeping. Wei Chi asked, How do you know? Wei Man replied, I just know. Besides, you're now engaged. You can't see her before the wedding. Give me those things, and I'll give them to her later. Wei Chi looked deeply at the west room and suddenly took out a silk flower like magic. Here, this is for you. I've given the rest to mother. Wei Man's eyes lit up. She took the silk flower and smiled. Third brother, you're quite thoughtful. Humph. Wei Chi bought small gifts for the whole family. His sister got a silk flower, his mother a piece of cotton cloth, his father, younger brother, and eldest brother all received cloth shoes. As for the two sisters-in-law, he didn't buy anything because it wouldn't be right for his brother-in-law to buy gifts for his wife. He gave the remaining money to Wei mother and asked her to handle it. Mother Wei sighed. You child, you seem careless but are quite thoughtful. All right, just buy it. These red cloths are just right. I'll tear some to make a bridal veil and wedding dress. As soon as she finished speaking, Wei Yaoyao suddenly ran over. Grandma. Aunt, you said not to make a wedding dress. She wants the red cloth to be made into ordinary clothes. Wei Chi's eyes lit up. She's not asleep. Wei Yao Yao. No, I was talking to Aunt Yu inside the room. She heard everything. Wei Man shyly turned her head away. Yu Zhi understood what Lu Shi meant. This girl is quite frugal. She probably thinks the wedding dress won't be worn many times. Mother Wei, even if we're poor, we shouldn't be unable to afford clothes. It's not about 1 or 2 pieces. Wei Chi turned and headed towards the west room. I'll talk to her. Mother Wei didn't stop him. She knew she couldn't anyway. In the west room, there was a new embroidery basket on Yu Zhi's table. She didn't know who had given it to her. She was sorting through embroidery patterns when suddenly she heard a whistle. She turned her head and saw Wei Chi standing by the window, smiling at her with a grin. Yu Zhi slightly turned her body away, not looking at him. Is something the matter? Wei Chi. Do you know how to embroider? Started learning when I was 10. That's impressive. So I'll ask my mother to give you the red cloth. You can make the wedding dress yourself? Yu Zhi tilted her head. Didn't we agree not to make it? Wei Chi. My mother said we're not short of 1 or 2 pieces of clothing at home. I can earn money.
Yu Zhi didn't speak.
She had heard that a wild boar was worth over 60 taels. Wei Chi was indeed quite capable. Is that okay? Yu Zhi snapped back to herself. What's okay? Can you make it yourself? Isn't it said that the bride should embroider her own wedding dress? Yu Zhi pressed her lips. Then just bring it here.
Wei Chi smiled.
Hey, why don't you turn around? Yu Zhi. Man was right. Wei Chi recalled what Man had said in the yard. All right, anyway, he felt quite happy just watching her back. I have a little thing for you. I left it here. When I leave, you can take it. Mother was right. Those things didn't cost more than 10 taels. He also bought something else. After Wei Chi finished speaking, he left. Yu Zhi had already turned around, intending to refuse, but when she looked back, she saw no one. Only a wooden box sitting on the windowsill. She took it and opened it. Inside was a silver hairpin. She froze, stunned. It was a very simple silver hairpin, probably something she wouldn't have seen on her dressing table before. But the top of the hairpin wasn't a normal flower, it was a small fish, quite unique in appearance. Yu Zhi looked at the small fish for a long time. In the end, she accepted the hairpin, placing it along with the box at the back of the cabinet. Zhao Huanyang was quite reliable in her work and sent news that same afternoon. She said that the 15th day of next month was an auspicious day. June is good. Having the wedding then won't interfere with the busy farming months in July and August. We've also matched the zodiac signs, so everything's perfect. In the countryside, wedding plans need to consider farming seasons and preparations are simpler. Today is May 20th, less than a month before the wedding. Mother Wei was quite pleased and handed her a handful of peanut candies. Zhao Huanyang sniffed the smell of meat from the Wei family and smiled happily. You're too kind. I'll be sure to come and join your celebration on time. From that day on, Yu Zhi stayed at home, sewing her wedding dress. She really didn't want to spend so much fabric on it, but since the Wei family insisted, she didn't argue. She started learning embroidery, accounting, flower arranging, and was familiar with music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. When she touched the red fabric, she knew its value. It wasn't as luxurious as silk brocade, but it was definitely the best material in this small town. Upon closer look, there was a pattern. Mandarin ducks playing in the water. Yu Zhi's face turned red, and she bit her lower lip. She thought it was a bit tacky, but the pattern couldn't be removed, so she could only embroider lotus flowers to match the occasion. She silently embroidered in her room when suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the door. Yu Zhi knew it was Yao Yao, Wei Chi's little niece. She also knew about the Wei family situation. Maybe because she had a brother, she liked Wang and Yao Yao very much.
Come in.
Wei Yao Yao peeked into the room nervously. Annie, these are the flowers for today. Since that day, Wei Chi had been bringing her flowers every day, trying different ways to do so. Yesterday was pear blossoms. Today it's gardenia. Are the gardenias blooming? Yu Zhi liked gardenias very much and sniffed them deeply. Yes, they're all blooming now. Do you like gardenias? They smell nice. Wei Yao climbed onto the calm, a traditional bed, sitting across from her. Although she was the only one in the room, Yu Zhi knew De Wang and Wang were hiding behind the wall. Annie, this morning, father and mother were talking about fixing the new house. It seems they want to expand the east room. Yu Zhi was a bit surprised. Was it for her and Wei Chi? My mother said the land behind the east house hasn't been opened yet, and Uncle Sand immediately promised to do it. If everything goes well, it can be finished in less than a month. You can have your wedding then. Yu Zhi pursed her lips. And what else? Wei Yao scratched her head, trying hard to remember. She thought of something else.
Oh.
And the matter of setting up the banquet. Wei Dalong suddenly jumped up, imitating his third uncle by leaning on the windowsill and speaking. But because he was short, only a small tuft of hair peeked out. Dad means to hold a flowing banquet, saying our family hasn't celebrated in a long time. Auntie, what is a flowing line? Yu Zhi whispered. It's like one table finishes, then another starts, with waves of people coming. A flowing banquet is considered the highest form of rural hospitality. All three of them exclaimed in awe, imagining how many delicious foods there would be. The Wei family definitely planned to hold a flowing banquet. That morning, after Wei Lao Han slammed the table, his sister-in-law, he secretly went to see Wei's mother. Mother, do we have enough money to hold a flowing banquet? Wei's mother sighed. Your father is happy, third brother is happy. If we don't do it, what then? But I'm thinking, we only have so much meat. If we hold a flowing banquet, we need to think about how to divide it. It was hot that day. Last time, the three women of the Wei family quickly cured the meat. Now, the entire backyard was hanging strips of pork to dry, seen by everyone in the village, all eager for the feast. He sighed. All right, I was thinking to save where we can, but third brother's wedding is a big event. She looked down, her eyes full of worry. Wei's mother didn't notice her mood and said, Yes, I just hope they can live happily together. These wild boar meats were obvious, but recently Wei Yuan had been going up the mountain every day. After the wild boars caused trouble, they usually wouldn't appear for a while. But mountain chickens and rabbits were common. Whatever it was, Wei Chi never went home empty-handed. Behind the Wei house was a big pig pen, but they didn't raise pigs. These animals were kept temporarily. They raised them for a while, then sent them away when they were ready to eat. Wei Chi spent his days running up the mountain. Wei Yong, Wei Hai, and Wei Lao Han were busy with farm work. When the Wei family first moved to Hualing village, they bought nearly 15 acres of land. Now, the four of them were tending the land, and during busy times, they hired 2 more workers. Recently, Yu Zhi had been talking a lot with Yao and was getting to know her better. She asked a question she'd been curious about. Yao, what about your second uncle? She had met everyone in the Wei family, except Wei Chi's second brother. Yao's face suddenly looked sad. Realizing that the second brother wasn't there, she whispered, Second uncle went to the battlefield 3 years ago and hasn't come back. Yu Zhi's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately stopped asking questions. I am glad I didn't ask this question when Erling was around, nor did I ever ask Lu Shi. 3 years ago, it was the most intense time for the court's wars, with soldiers being conscripted everywhere and people suffering greatly. No wonder. Yu Zhi fell silent and focused on embroidery. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Third uncle is back. Wei Yao ran out. Yu Zhi was used to this. Men left early and returned late every day. Wei Chi had caught 2 wild chickens today and casually threw them into the backyard. He also habitually looked toward the west room. Wei Yao stepped forward to take credit. Today I picked some gardenia flowers for Auntie. She likes them a lot. Wei Chi noted this and smiled as he ruffled his niece's hair.
Thank you, Yao.
Third uncle, you should find someone later. You smell really bad. Wei Yao understood well. Wei Chi raised his arm to smell himself, frowned, and said, Okay. He went to the backyard to wash up and change clothes. Wei Mu in the kitchen came out. Third brother, do you think these meats are too obvious here? Wei Chi didn't look up. No one dares steal from our house. I'm not talking about people. Are there any weasels around here? Wei Chi paused and thought. Haven't seen any. I'll keep an eye out. Wei Mu wasn't worried about that. She knew her son's abilities well. Wei Chi was probably a bit tired today. He rarely went to the West Room to bother Yu Zhi. After washing, he ate a big bowl of wild vegetable porridge and went back to his room to sleep. Soon he fell into a deep sleep. But Wei Chi was always alert. Just as the clock struck midnight, Wei Chi suddenly opened his eyes and rushed out. In the backyard, shadows flashed past in the night. His bow and arrow were nearby. He shot quickly, and a mournful cry sounded. Almost everyone in the Wei family was awakened, but one creature headed toward the West Room. It wasn't a weasel, but a raccoon. These animals are active at night, fierce and carnivorous. Wei Chi had forgotten about it. His face changed. Faster than his mind, he rushed over and leapt out of the window. The raccoon had already jumped onto the rafters, baring its teeth and hissing. Yu Zhi was tightly curled under the quilt, trembling. In the next moment, a pair of strong hands pulled her into a safe embrace. The raccoon let out a terrible scream and fell from the rafters. Yu Zhi was still trembling. She had never seen such a scene, but the arms holding her were solid and strong, giving her some sense of safety. Don't be afraid, it's over now. Yu, everything's fine. Yu Zhi suddenly shivered again. She knew who was holding her. But he. What did he call her? Yu Zhi felt as if Wei Chi was about to choke her to death. When the man suddenly entered, she was covered in a quilt. Wei Chi was polite and didn't do anything inappropriate. Instead, he protected her with his body and arms.
But
his strength was really great. His firm, strong arms felt like cast iron, making it hard for her to breathe.
Wanky, let me go.
Yu Zhi mumbled from inside the quilt, her voice trembling and her tone a bit anxious. Wei Chi suddenly realized and quickly loosened his grip. Yu Zhi quickly pulled back the quilt, revealing her messy hair. She unexpectedly made eye contact with Wei Chi for a moment. The little fox was long gone, but Wei Chi was still stunned. Yu Zhi was gasping for air, her face flushed red. Suddenly, the bedding slipped off her, and Wei Chi's eyes flashed with a hint of pure white. He abruptly turned away, his narrow eyes squinting slightly. His weak-colored ears showed a faint, barely noticeable redness. Yu Zhi, slow to react, also pulled up the quilt. Wei Chi. I'll go out first. You and Man can sleep now. I'll clean up the room for you. After saying this, he hurriedly took away the little fox, leaving behind a pool of blood in the room. The entire Wei family was awake. That little fox was fierce. Everyone had seen it on the way here. Naturally, they were worried. But when they arrived in the yard, they only saw the bodies of 2 or 3 foxes. Following the footprints, they saw that the creature had run into the West Room. Wei Mother's face changed, and she quickly ran over. At the same time, Wei Chi came out of the West Room. The Wei family members. Wei Chi casually threw the fox corpse in his hand aside and looked at his younger sister. Man, tonight you and you sleep together. She's scared. I'll also clean the West Room. Wei Man choked. What did you call her? Before she finished speaking, Yu Zhi had already put on her clothes and come out. Wei Man wisely closed her mouth. All right then. Yu Zhi looked at the girl about her age. She was Wei Chi's younger sister, but they hadn't spoken before. Come with me, Wei Man said, glancing at Yu Zhi. Thank you. Yu Zhi whispered softly. The men in the yard were very polite and didn't look at Yu Zhi. Only the women could see clearly that her hair was a bit messy. Even after combing it, it still looked a little wild. Strangely, although she was frightened, her cheeks weren't pale but red instead. Wei Mother's sharp eyes immediately noticed this. She looked at her son again and understood everything clearly. Yu Zhi lowered his head, feeling a bit shy as he followed Wei Man back to the room. Wei Chi turned around casually to get some mugwort and other things, but in the next moment, he was stopped by Wei's mother. What were you just doing? Nothing much. I was saving someone. Wei's mother asked, Did you see anything when you went in? Wei Chi paused, blushing. No, nothing.
Don't talk nonsense.
Wei's mother snorted. All right, I warn you, no trouble before marriage, no matter how good-looking you are. Wei Chi's neck stiffened, clearly a bit angry. Mother, what do you think of me? He turned and walked away. Wei's mother sighed in relief. She knew very well that Yu Zhi was very good-looking, but young people often have impulsive moments. Yu Zhi followed Wei Man back to her room. Wei Man lightly pouted. My room doesn't have flowers, so it doesn't smell nice. At first, her words sounded a bit sharp, but Yu Zhi knew that the Wei family was kind and caring, so she just smiled and said, It's okay. Wei Man choked a little, feeling that this obedient girl was a bit dull, then turned to lie on the bed. Yu Zhi carefully lay down outside. Just now, that raccoon didn't hurt you, right? Wei Man suddenly asked. No, it didn't. Wei Man said, That's good. My third brother treats you like his own eye. He'd protect you immediately. Yu Zhi was surprised, her face turning a little red, unsure how to respond. Before she could reply, Wei Man suddenly turned over and started talking again. I heard my third brother call you Yu. Is that your nickname? It was better not to mention it, but now that she did, Yu Zhi's face grew even hotter. No, he just made it up randomly. Wei Man chuckled suddenly. Third brother really likes you. Yu Zhi didn't know how to answer that, so she stayed silent. Wei Man probably found it boring too, and soon the room fell quiet. It quickly became dawn. Wei Chi got up at dawn, as he had for many years. He stood by the water basin, brushing his teeth loudly, his gaze unconsciously drifting southeast. Wei Yong had already woken up, yawned, and came out. He saw his younger brother's unremarkable, lazy appearance. Feeling playful, Wei Yong deliberately took a detour behind Wei Chi and suddenly lifted his foot to kick him. Unfortunately, Wei Chi noticed and dodged sideways, causing Wei Yong to kick a bucket instead. Wei's mother's voice rang out. Who's making trouble so early in the morning? Wei Chi chuckled happily, while Wei Yong clenched his teeth and glared at him, giving him several hard nudges. Mother, it was Big Brother who kicked, Wei Yong said. Wei's mother muttered a few words, but the brothers didn't hear clearly. Wei Yong whispered, Just keep scolding me all the time. Why did you get up so early?
I didn't sleep well last night.
Wei Chi finished rinsing his mouth and said indifferently, I always get up this early. Wei Yong smiled, seeing that he wouldn't admit it, so he didn't say more. Let's go. There's a lot to do here these days. I'll help you later. Just focus on your own work. Wei Yong casually dealt with a few words and went to the field. At this moment, Wei Man's room door finally opened. Yu Zhi had already woken up. She had a few chats with Wei Man in the morning. Wei Man admired Yu Zhi's skin and asked how she maintained it. She thought Yu Zhi would say it was natural, but surprisingly, Yu Zhi shared 2 or 3 simple daily tips, which immediately interested Wei Man. She was busy tinkering in her room. Yu Zhi also came out, ready to go back to her room. Wei Chi had been waiting for this moment. He quickly stepped forward to stop her. Yu Zhi was stunned, looked at him in surprise, then quickly lowered her eyes. I've cleaned the room and burned some incense. Thank you. Wei Chi was a head taller than her. When he lowered his eyes, he could only see a fluffy head. But then, inexplicably, the image of that white figure from last night appeared in his mind. Wei Chi pursed his lips and looked away. Actually, his older brother was right. He really didn't sleep well last night. It was spring planting season. After the new year, farming families couldn't stop working. In March and April, they were busy with spring plowing. In May, it was the grain maturity festival. Before long, it was June. The lotus flowers in the village were about to bloom, still in bud. Frogs started jumping higher, and in the summer evenings, their croaking by the pond almost sounded like a continuous chorus. The weather grew hotter and more humid. Wei's small yard was gradually expanded during this hot season. Wei's family was hardworking. Wei's mother, along with 2 daughters-in-law and her daughter, planned the wedding. The men of Wei's family were busy working in the fields and came back to build the house afterward. The men had tanned darker and looked stronger. When Wei's family divided the land years ago, they did it hastily, but the location was good, facing south and sitting north. The new Wei family house was still a courtyard layout, with the main gate facing south. Inside, there was a large vegetable garden, lush and green at this time of year. In the center was the main hall, with the parents' main room to the north, a large courtyard on the west, and a second room on the east. Behind, there was a large new plot of land, with the northeast courtyard reserved for Wei Chi and Yu Zhi's third-room house. The northwest corner had 3 rooms for Man, Wei Hai, and Yu Yantai. The large south-facing yard was turned into a chicken coop, duck pen, and doghouse. To the west, there was another open space, now casually built into a simple mule shed and cattle pen. The main kitchen was placed on the east side, and the entire courtyard looked neat and orderly. Yu Zhi temporarily moved to the northwest corner, living in Yu Yantai's house. Yu Yantai is 6 years old, a month younger than Miao Miao, but since being rescued by the Wei family, he spends more time sleeping and less time awake, appearing dazed when awake. The Wei family renovated and left a room for Yantai. Most of Yu Zhi's time was spent sewing wedding dresses and caring for her younger brother. Before long, the wedding day arrived. The Wei family had early on hung red lanterns and put up double happiness symbols, making the whole place look joyful and festive. Wei Chi returned early today, and behind the yard, about 10 wild chickens were gathered, waiting for their fate the next morning. The wedding preparations started yesterday, and most people from Hualing village were expected to come. The bride was in her own yard, and her 2 sisters-in-law often visited her room to chat and cheer her up. That evening, He Shi and Lu Shi came again, both smiling warmly. They chatted with Yu Zhi about family matters for a while, then quietly slipped a small booklet into her hand. Yu Zhi's face instantly turned red. She knew what the booklet was, usually prepared by her family before her wedding. Now, she felt a bit embarrassed because her sisters-in-law had given it to her. He Shi and Lu Shi had never done this before. After giving her the booklet, they hurriedly left. "Sister, rest early today. You have more to do tomorrow." "Yes, okay," Yu Zhi replied obediently. After they left, Yu Zhi opened the booklet and glanced at it. Just one look, and she quickly closed it again. Her cheeks felt hot and red, and she took a long time to calm down. Things weren't much better for Wei Chi either. Wei Yong and Wei Hai teased him for a long time, even during his bath. "Third brother, you've been washing so long today. How long did it take you to clean yourself?" "Haha, exactly, your skin's all wrinkled now. Come out quickly." Wei Chi.
Get lost.
Wei Hai and Wei Yong laughed loudly outside. June 15th, an auspicious day for marriage. Before the hour of Mao, Yu Zhi woke up. She was a bit nervous and couldn't sleep. The Wei family's rooster was very diligent, crowing loudly before dawn. She got up slowly and started washing. Soon, everyone in the yard was outside. Mrs. Wei looked very happy and said with joy, "Eldest and second sisters-in-law, go help her, and Mon too. The bride's mother will arrive soon." The bride's mother was there to help with her makeup, but by the time Mrs. He, Mrs. Liu, and Mon entered the room, Yu Zhi was almost finished. Mrs. Wei, being a guest, praised her highly, saying, "Look at this bride's skin. It's as smooth as an egg. Very moist and soft." The 2 sisters-in-law and Mon all felt jealous, especially Wei Mon. She was about Yu Zhi's age, but often had pimples on her face. She had previously asked Yu Zhi for her skincare tips. "Miss, am I getting my face done?" Yu Zhi nodded and said, "Thank you very much." Getting her face done meant removing tiny hairs with a fine string, tidying her hairline, and once finished, Mrs. Wei looked into the mirror and praised, "I think you might not even need powder. Just some eyebrows and lipstick will do." Mrs. He and Mrs. Liu watched and couldn't help but marvel, such a beautiful flower raised in the south of the river. Wei Mon couldn't help but say, "Third brother is really lucky."
What was that saying?
Flowers placed in. Mrs. He quickly covered her little niece's mouth, saying, "Niece, today is a happy day." Wei Mon snorted and said nothing more. Meanwhile, the bride was getting her makeup done, and the groom changed into a bright red wedding robe, looking very festive. When he came out, some of the aunts helping with cooking teased, "Third brother looks really handsome today. Didn't notice it usually." Third brother. So handsome. Wei Chi grinned and, after leaving the courtyard, brought out a grand mule cart, decorated with a big red flower on its chest. Yu Zhi's situation was special. She didn't have a traditional wedding procession. She initially just wanted to bow to heaven and earth simply, but Wei Chi insisted on taking her around the village once. At worst, they could just go back. Everyone agreed, and Yu Zhi didn't insist further. New bride is coming out now. Before leaving, Yu Zhi covered her head with a red veil and, supported by Mrs. He and Mrs. Liu, stepped out of the house. As she stepped out, suddenly, a loud sound of footsteps came from nearby. Wei Yao Yao was leading Yu Yen Tai over. Third aunt, Yen Tai is awake. Yu Yen Tai had woken up the day before, but he remained the same, silent and unresponsive. Wei Chi hadn't told Yu Zhi about this, probably wanting to surprise her. Yu Yen Tai walked to his sister and handed her a piece of candy in her palm. Tears welled up in Yu Zhi's eyes instantly. The auspicious time has arrived. The bride is about to leave. Yu Zhi finally calms her emotions and continues to walk forward. The tall man has been waiting by the mule cart. Tears fall from Yu Zhi's cheeks onto her clothes. Wei Chi watches her without blinking. Guided by the matchmaker, he gently takes her hand. Yu Zhi is surprised. This is the first time she feels Wei Chi's palm. His hand is large, with a thin layer of calluses on the palm, dry but warm, giving her a sense of safety. She has imagined countless times what it would be like to ride in a wedding sedan, but never expected it to be like this. Still, her heart suddenly feels peaceful. She bends down and slowly sits inside. Joyful music begins to play happily. All the villagers in Hualing village are congratulating her. Wei Chi smiles and bows to everyone. He then mounts the mule. The Wei family also starts inviting everyone into the yard. "Come in and sit down. Everyone sit first." The joyful music fades away. Yu Zhi sits steadily in the cart, feeling it is very smooth all the way. Hualing village is not big. It was built by outsiders who fled here a few years ago. Over the years, neighbors have gotten along well. On the road, children are shouting and asking for candy. Is sitting uncomfortable? When there are fewer people, Wei Chi suddenly turns to speak to her. Yu Zhi is startled. And no, it's not uncomfortable. Wei Chi smiles and continues riding the mule. Since arriving in Hualing village, Yu Zhi hasn't gone out. She doesn't know how big the village is. She estimates that the mule cart has been circling for almost half an hour before stopping again at the Wei family courtyard. The bride is back. Everyone rushes to the door. Guided by the joyful music and the matchmaker, Yu Zhi gets off the mule again, crosses the fire basin, and officially enters the courtyard to pay her respects. First, bow to heaven and earth. The two of them bow together to heaven and earth. Second, bow to the elders. They turn to bow to Wei Lao and Wei Mu. Wei Lao smiles happily, full of joy. Wei Mu's eyes are red. She can't help but wipe her tears with a handkerchief. Married couple, bow to each other. Finally, Yu Zhi and Wei Chi face each other and bow. As Yu Zhi lowers her head, she sees through the gap in her veil that Wei Chi is wearing black cloth shoes, much larger than her feet. Yu Zhi doesn't know how she suddenly had this strange thought. Send her into the bridal chamber. The bride is surrounded and taken into the bridal room. Some men want to follow and make trouble, but the elders stop them. Ba third brother is so stingy. We'll make him drink until he's out cold later. Everyone laughs and heads to the wine table. All the women from the Wei family gathered to see the wedding bed. Zhao Huanyang and another joyful woman smiled happily, holding Yu Zhi's hand as they sat on the new bed. Some peanuts and longan were sprinkled on top, symbolizing good wishes. Lift the veil. Wei Chi scratched his head, suddenly smiling foolishly. Since entering, his eyes had been fixed on Yu Zhi without blinking. Only when he heard the joyful woman's words did he come back to himself, take the wedding scale, and nervously lift Yu Zhi's veil amid everyone's laughter. After entering the room, Yu Zhi sat quietly by the bed. Suddenly, a breeze blew in front of her, and her eyes brightened. She instinctively looked up and met the man's deep, dark eyes. Wei Chi seemed stunned. The bride quickly lowered her head, her cheeks flushing with a rosy glow. Everyone was momentarily amazed by her beauty, but soon recovered. What's the groom waiting for? Drink the wedding wine. Wei Chi finally came to his senses, coughed awkwardly, and then sat beside Yu Zhi. Such a perfect match. Come, drink the wedding wine. The wine was served by the eldest and second brothers and Yao Yao. The three children, sweet-talking, brought over a plate and smiled brightly, saying, wishing uncle and auntie a long and happy marriage. Wei Chi patted their heads and magically produced 3 red envelopes, which they happily accepted. The wedding wine was served in a pair of halved gourd bottles, connected by a red ribbon. The bride and groom each held one half and drank together. At first, Yu Zhi thought this wedding was just a simple ceremony, but she realized the Wei family had prepared everything very carefully, more so than most farming families. She had no complaints and took a sip with her eyes lowered. She could feel his intense gaze on her, even without looking. She kept her head down, avoiding eye contact. After drinking, the wedding wine was served in a pair of halved gourd bottles, connected by a red ribbon. The bride and groom each held one half and drank together. At first, Yu Zhi thought this wedding was just as Wei Chi leaned forward slightly, bringing him closer to the bride. Hey, the groom isn't even dark yet. What are you doing? The joyful woman waved her handkerchief and laughed. Everyone chuckled, and Yu Zhi's face turned even redder. Wei Chi quickly and hurriedly stood up. I'm going out first. Everyone come eat some wine. Oh, he's just worried the bride will be tired from entertaining us and is sending us away. The third brother really is caring. Zhao Huanyang teased a few words. Wei Chi also smiled. Wei Chi leaned forward slightly, bringing him closer to the bride. Hey, the groom isn't even dark yet. The inkstone was still there, quietly sitting beside Yu Zhi, not speaking or causing trouble. Wei's mother stepped forward, took Yu Zhi's hand, and patted it gently. Good child, rest for a while. We'll eat something later. Yao Yao said, I'll bring food to third aunt. Yu Zhi smiled softly. Thank you, Yao Yao. All right, we should also go out now. You just rest well. After everyone left, the new room finally became quiet. Yao Yao pulled the inkstone to go outside, but the inkstone looked up. The inkstone was still there, quietly sitting beside Yu Zhi, not speaking or causing trouble. Wei's mother stepped forward. From then on, she really had nothing to do. Yu Zhi wasn't hungry. She had eaten a bowl of eggs before leaving in the morning. She was just a little tired, feeling sleepy, and the noise outside seemed to fade away. She unexpectedly fell asleep. When she woke up again, it was almost dark outside. There was no sound outside anymore. It seemed Wei's family was tidying up the yard. Third brother, it's almost done. We'll finish cleaning up the rest. You can rest now. Wei's mother spoke. Wei Chi glanced involuntarily at the new house. From then on, she really had nothing to do. Yu Zhi wasn't hungry. She had eaten a bowl of eggs before leaving in the morning. She was hearing the noise. Yu Zhi immediately sat up, pulled her bedding to cover herself, and sat quietly on the edge of the bed. The sound of footsteps outside paused briefly, as if deliberately giving her time. After a moment, a voice called out, I'm coming in. Yu Zhi nervously responded with a soft "em." The man gently pushed open the door. As he entered, Wei Chi saw a small figure waiting for him, and his heart softened instantly. The bride looked nervous.
Wei Chi smiled.
After closing the door, he went to the table. Yu Zhi finally noticed that he was holding a bowl of food. Yao Yao said she brought you food earlier, but you were sleeping. You must be hungry now. Eat a little. Yu Zhi wanted to say she wasn't hungry, but her stomach let out a loud growl. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red, and a faint smile appeared in Wei Chi's eyes. Yu Zhi stood up and went to the table. The food was plentiful. Wei Chi didn't seem to mind and sat beside her to eat. Yu Zhi had no choice but to pick up her chopsticks and eat little by little. She ate very politely, almost silently. In the past, Yu Zhi rarely ate at Wei's big table. This was the first time Wei Chi saw her eat. His gaze stayed fixed, as if his eyes had become deep and thoughtful. "I've finished eating." Yu Zhi's appetite was small. A little bowl of rice was enough. Wei Chi glanced at the barely touched food and said, "Just this much? Eat some more. I'm full. That's all I usually eat." Wei Chi seemed to sigh softly, picked up his chopsticks, and quickly finished the remaining food. Yu Zhi was a bit surprised, but before she could say anything, the man had already finished eating. She silently swallowed the words she wanted to say. "Washed up and ready for bed?" Yu Zhi nodded nervously. The courtyard of the third house was newly built. When it was constructed, Wei Chi thoughtfully separated 2 rooms in the corner, a bathroom and a latrine. The bathroom was for washing up, with a brand new washstand and some wooden basins. Yu Zhi went in first. As a girl, she was meticulous, rinsing her mouth, washing her face, hands, and feet. When she came out, about 15 minutes had passed. She thought Wei Chi would wait inside, but just as she turned around, she saw the man leaning against the doorframe of the bathroom, arms crossed, watching her. He had probably been standing there for a long time. Yu Zhi's expression grew a little unnatural. "All done? You go wash now." Wei Chi nodded and moved aside to let her pass. When it was his turn, it was much simpler. He casually brushed his teeth, rinsed his face with the same water, and used whatever was left from her wash basin. Although there were no flowers in the room, Wei Chi could still smell a faint fragrance. He couldn't help but quicken his movements, feeling both excited and nervous, like a cat scratching at his heart. When Wei Chi returned, Yu Zhi was already lying down. On the wide, soft bed, a bright red wedding quilt was slightly puffed up. She turned her back to the man, showing only half her head. Wei Chi chuckled softly, blew out all the candles except for the dragon and phoenix candles, and slowly sat on the bed. Yu Zhi kept her eyes tightly closed, but her eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. She could hear the man's movements beside her. Suddenly, a warm hand covered her shoulder, and warm breath brushed her ear, making her feel even hotter. She kept her eyes closed tightly, then felt herself being laid flat. The man's tall body pressed down like a mountain. Both let out muffled sounds. Wei Chi's dark eyes seemed to burn with a flickering flame, growing brighter and brighter. In June, the nights were not too hot. The bedding on the bed was specially made, neither too thin nor too thick. The bright red wedding blanket was decorated with a pair of mandarin ducks, just like the pattern Wei Chi bought in town earlier. The wedding dress was cut from dozens of feet of fabric, and after making the dress, there was still quite a bit left. The older sister-in-law's idea was for Yu Zhi to make some close-fitting little clothes for herself. That was a thoughtful suggestion. Yu Zhi had already turned 21 a few years ago, at the age when girls start to grow taller and develop. Small clothes for girls are more important than outerwear. She took some free time to sew a few. Wei Chi didn't think about this use when he bought the fabric. When he saw it, his eyes nearly popped out with anger. The contrast of white and red was very striking. The man's throat made a rough sound, and the lantern with dragon and phoenix motifs swayed slightly. The wedding blanket kept rising and falling like gentle waves. In the early morning, the first rooster crowed. Yu Zhi slowly woke up. She was sleeping inside, and when she opened her eyes, she saw the newly repaired wall of the house. She blinked a few times slowly, then realized where she was and what time it was now. Her cheeks felt warm because a strong arm was holding her tightly from behind. The man's firm chest was pressed against her back, and his steady breathing was still in her ear. Yu Zhi felt a bit hot from being held so tightly and wanted to move forward. But suddenly, as the person behind her woke up, she was pulled back again. An involuntary gasp escaped her lips. The wedding blanket was pulled over her head, and she closed her eyes again. Finally, when someone in the courtyard got up, Wei Chi was satisfied and got up. Yu Zhi's cheeks were pink and chubby, and she didn't want to pay him any attention. Wei Chi moved quickly and said, "I'll go out first and bring in some hot water." Yu Zhi turned her face away and ignored him, clearly still upset. Wei Chi smiled and turned to leave. Once he was gone, Yu Zhi suddenly reached out and angrily hit the spot where he had just been sleeping. Her whole body was sore, and it was clear she couldn't resist much. But today, as the bride, she had to serve tea, so she had to get up.
She slowly got up and dressed.
She habitually tidied up the bed, which still had a small cushion on it, something every bride uses on her wedding night. But as Yu Zhi looked over, she suddenly froze in place. Wei Chi had gone to the kitchen to fetch a bucket of hot water. When he opened the door, he saw his little wife standing foolishly by the bed, staring at something. "Yu, the hot water is here," Wei Chi called out. But she didn't respond. Wei Chi found it strange and walked over quickly. He saw Yu Zhi staring blankly at the cushion on the bed, with a look like she was about to cry. Something was clearly bothering her. Yu Zhi's face turned pale as she looked at Wei Chi. I don't know what happened. She had nothing. Although she had been fleeing all night, her brothers and father protected her well at first. Even after losing contact with her parents later, she was quickly rescued by the Wei family. She truly had nothing. Seeing tears welling in her eyes, Wei Chi hurriedly held her in his arms. "It's okay, Yu, it's okay. I understand." A look of pity flashed in Wei Chi's eyes. Today, the world is in chaos, and in these troubled times, lives are fragile. A woman's skirt should not be a reason for blame. Not to mention, he suddenly leaned close and whispered in Yu Zhi's ear. She was stunned and looked up in disbelief. "You didn't go in?" Wei Chi smiled helplessly and patted her head. "That's right. I didn't succeed." She was too scared, and he felt a bit sorry for her. If he ignored it, he would definitely hurt her. So now, the mattress is perfectly clean and nothing unusual. Wei Chi took a large cloth and threw it into the bamboo basket under the bed.
All right, stop thinking about it.
Time to wash up and have breakfast? Yu Zhi pressed her lips tightly and cast a deep glance at the bamboo basket again. She suspected Wei Chi was lying to her. Last night, she had been in such a state. How could it not have happened? If it had happened, how terrifying would that be? While washing up, Yu Zhi kept thinking about this, but she was shy and lacked the courage to ask Wei Chi directly, so she silently swallowed her doubts. On their first day of marriage, she changed her hairstyle. She gathered her bangs and styled her hair up, revealing a smooth forehead. Her eldest sister had taught her this when she got married before. Although no one paid much attention, Yu Zhi still didn't want to break the rules. But just as she came out, Wei Chi's gaze fixed on her without blinking. Annoyed by his stare, Yu Zhi felt a little angry, then heard him softly laugh. "You look very nice." Yu Zhi slightly pursed her lips, knowing he was just being polite. In the main hall, everyone from the Wei family had gathered. Old Wei and Wei's mother sat on stools, their faces glowing with happiness. The others stood on either side.
Yu Zhi politely poured tea.
"Father, mother, please have some tea." All right. Old Wei and Wei's mother both smiled and took a sip of tea. Wei's mother then handed Yu Zhi a bracelet. "It's not very valuable, don't dislike it." It was a silver bracelet with a pattern of crabapple blossoms, decorated with a few tiny gold beads. Tears welled up in Yu Zhi's eyes. "I like it very much." "Thank you, mother." Wei's mother smiled happily. Next, he and Lu presented gifts. He gave a scarf, and Lu gave a small pouch. "We don't have much valuable to give, just some useful items. Sorry for the modest gift." "Thank you, eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law. I like it very much. I will wear it often." Then, it was the younger generation's turn to change how they addressed each other. Man and Wei Hai called her third sister-in-law together. Yu Zhi smiled and asked Wei Chi to bring her box. She had asked him to bring it when they left. Wei Chi wanted to open it early to see, but Yu Zhi gave him a stern look. Wei Man's eyes lit up immediately. Wei's mother hurriedly said, "Why did you prepare gifts for them? We can't use these." Yu Zhi brought a bundle, probably containing some gold and silver jewelry, but the Wei family was honest and had never opened it without permission. "It's the right thing to do, mother," Yu Zhi insisted with a smile. She opened the box, revealing a wolf hair brush and an ink stone. "I heard fourth brother is studying, so I'm giving you these." Wei Chi was very excited. Brushes and ink. These were very expensive. Thank you, third sister-in-law. This pair of hairpins is for Man, Yu Zhi continued. Wei Man had never seen such hairpins before, but she could tell from the craftsmanship and gold threads that they were valuable. Instantly, she had no more objections to her new sister-in-law. Thank you, third sister-in-law. That's too precious. Wei's mother couldn't help but say. She felt awkward, not used to seeing such fine things in this remote village. It's okay, mother. Giving gifts isn't about how expensive they are, but about the thought. I don't have many things, but we're family now, so no need to be formal. Wei's mother's eyes reddened, and she sighed several times. Here are some silver ingots for big brother, second brother, and Yao Yao. I'll string them with red cords tomorrow so they can wear them on their wrists or necks for protection. Yu Yantai also had one of these silver ingots. She had seen 3 before, but didn't expect to have one now. They didn't dare to accept it, so they looked at their parents. He and Lu also felt a bit uncomfortable. They only gave needlework, but Yu Zhi gave a silver ingot right away. It was almost too much. Just take it, Yu Zhi said with a smile.
That
really is too much trouble for you, sister-in-law. The 3 children shouted together. Thank you, third aunt. Yu Zhi gently patted their heads. All right, let's eat. From now on, we're family. Yu, sit here. Yu Zhi sighed and glanced at the man beside her. He had suddenly given her a nickname that didn't make sense that day. Now, the whole family was calling her that. But it was just a name and she didn't mind. Wei Chi sat with her at the east side of the square table. Their breakfast was simple, porridge and buns common in rural families. The millet porridge was fragrant and sweet, with a hint of pumpkin aroma. Yu Zhi usually ate 1 bun and a bowl of porridge to feel full. Today was her first time eating with the Wei family. Wei's mother looked worried and said, Shall you eat more? Have another bun. Your appetite is really small. Before she could speak, Wei Chi reached out and handed her another bun. She blushed and softly said thank you. Yu Yantai also rarely stayed awake this early and looked much more energetic. He was a boy, and Dalong took extra care of him. Little brother, eat. When she called him little brother, everyone was surprised. Sure was the first to react. Isn't that a generation gap? Yu Yantai was Yu Zhi's younger brother. According to family rules, he should call him uncle. Yu Zhi quickly said, He's just a kid. No need to be so formal. Just call him by his name. Wei Laohan also said, I think so too. The kids in the family are about the same age, just call whatever. Wei Yaoyao looked up at Yu Yantai, feeling a bit unhappy. She still thought of him as her younger brother, but now he suddenly seemed like her uncle. She didn't care. Third brother, don't go up the mountain today. Come back later and spend time with your wife, Wei Laohan said.
Wei Chi at Ponde Laoli. Okay.
Wei Mu snorted. He's just waiting for you to say that. Wei Yong also smiled. There's not much work in the fields this month, so it's okay. Next month will be busy. During July and August, farmers were busy with double harvests, which was tiring. After breakfast, Wei Chi didn't chat much and took Yu Zhi back to their room. Yu Zhi wanted to sit in the main hall a little longer, but she hadn't slept well last night. Once back in the room, she couldn't help but yawn softly. Wei Chi took the initiative to make her bed. Sleep now, get some rest.
And you?
What are you doing? I'm watching you sleep. Yu Zhi looked away. Go help your older brother. Wei Chi smiled. My older brother and father said, I don't need to. I'll stay with you. Yu Zhi said, I don't need you to stay with me. He was a grown man and staying at home all day with her. What was that about? Wei Chi sighed. Just today, okay? Today is our first day of marriage. In the court, they say officials get 3 days off for their wedding. I'll go back to the fields tomorrow. In July and August, farmers were busy with double harvests, which was exhausting. After breakfast, Wei Chi didn't stay long and left with Yu Zhi. She wanted to sit in the main hall a bit longer, but she hadn't slept well last night. Back in their room, she couldn't help but yawn again. Wei Chi took the initiative to make her bed. Sleep now, rest up. And you? What will you do? I'll watch you sleep. Yu Zhi looked away. Go help your older brother.
Wei Chi, my.
My older brother and father already said, I don't need to. I'll stay with you. Yu Zhi said, I don't need you to stay with me. He was a grown man and spending all day at home with her. What was that about? Suddenly, she really wanted to reach out and pinch her face. During the daytime, Yu Zhi still felt a bit shy and uncomfortable staying inside the room with him. So she thought for a moment and said, I want Yantai to come over. Having a younger brother here was better than just the two of them being silent. Wei Chi nodded and said, All right, I'll go bring him here. He probably noticed she was a little shy, so after sending Yu Yantai over, he said, I'll go return the tables and chairs to the neighbors. I'll be back later. Yesterday, they hosted a banquet with flowing water, borrowing many things from others. Yu Zhi heaved a sigh of relief. Okay, be careful on your way. Wei Chi smiled, patted Yu Yantai's head, then turned and left. As soon as he left, De Lang, Erlang, and Yao Yao came over. Auntie, are you tired? We want to keep you company too, they said sweetly. Yu Zhi smiled and said, I'm not tired. Just come in.
He okay.
Wei Yao Yao was the first to rush to Yu Zhi's side, smiling and saying, Auntie, Mother said this silver bracelet is too precious for us to wear on our wrists. Can you help us make a string to wear around our necks? Yu Zhi nodded happily. Sure, just like Yantai's? Wei Yao Yao's little secret was exposed, and she shyly nodded. All right, I'll start making it later and give it to you tomorrow, okay? Thank you, Auntie. De Lang, are you inside? Suddenly, the voices of Lu, and he came from outside. They came together and said, Hurry out, don't disturb Auntie's rest. Yu Zhi quickly replied, It's okay, sister-in-law and second sister-in-law. Just let them play here. Wei Chi has gone out, and I'm alone. The two sisters-in-law seemed a bit embarrassed. All right, then. Please help us watch these little ones, third sister-in-law. We're going to wash clothes at the riverbank.
Okay.
After the sisters-in-law left, Yu Zhi thought for a moment. Now that she was married to Wei Chi and officially a member of the Wei family, she couldn't just stay inside all day. But Wei Mu hadn't mentioned anything about it yet. She planned to discuss it with Wei Chi tonight. Yantai had been waking up more often these days, thanks to the doctor the Wei family had initially hired. Seeing how thin and pitiful Yantai looked, Yu Zhi couldn't help but feel a bit sad. But she quickly composed herself, took out a few pieces of snacks, and gave each of her brothers and nephews one piece. Eat up. Yantai obediently took his, and the other three children all said thank you in unison. These were peach crisps bought earlier by the third uncle. They had finished their breakfast. She didn't expect Annie still had some left. Annie-san, do you not like eating peach cookies? Wei Daliang whispered. Yu Zhi shook her head. No, why do you ask? Because the peach cookies that Uncle San bought before were finished very quickly. You still have so many here. We thought you didn't like them. Yu Zhi was surprised. Did Uncle San give you a few packs? We three only have one pack in total. Yu Zhi. Wei Chi gave her 3 full packs. She said thoughtfully, if you want to eat, just come over, and I will get some for you.
Wow.
Annie-san, you're so kind. You're the best, Auntie-san. Wei Yao Yao poked him. Brother, you really can't speak well. We're just one Auntie-san. Of course she's the best, the #1 in the world. That's exactly what I mean. Yu Zhi was amused by the innocent words of the children. Just then, footsteps sounded outside. The door opened, and Wei Chi returned. Uncle San. The children saw their uncle come back and immediately ran over. Wei Chi didn't seem to expect them to be here and glanced instinctively at Yu Zhi. Seeing her holding a bunch of red threads, he understood. Are you here to play with Auntie-san?
Yes.
Auntie-san is so nice. She even gave us peach cookies to eat. Wei Chi looked at Yu Zhi again and smiled. Okay, Uncle Sam will buy more tomorrow when he goes to town.
Yay.
Yao Yao. Uncle San, we're going home first. Brother Yantai, will you come with us? Yu Yantai didn't respond much to most things yet, but was obediently pulled along by Yao Yao. Daliang didn't want to leave, and was tugged by Yao Yao's annoyed pull on his sleeve. Only then did Wei Daliang realize what was happening. When Wei Chi returned, the little ones had already left. Yu Zhi turned slightly, trying not to meet his eyes. Why did you come back so soon? Wei Chi strode to the bed and sat opposite her. Just next door, after returning the chairs and tables, I just said hello and came back. Yu Zhi nodded and continued to focus on the threads. Did they ask you to braid the strings?
Yes.
Your gift was too valuable. Sister-in-law and second sister-in-law probably don't want them to carry it around. Yu Zhi was confused. What's the problem? Silver coins are meant for children to wear. Wei Chi smiled at her innocence. In this world, if you string a coin, someone will fight over it, not to mention silver. Yu Zhi lowered her eyes and said nothing. Wei Chi carefully looked at her expression, then suddenly leaned forward, reached out, and ruffled her hair. I mean no harm. Your family treasures your gifts very much. They're just too expensive. Don't overthink it. Yu Zhi was startled by his sudden closeness, and her face instantly turned red.
I didn't think much about it.
Wei Chi stared at his young wife, suddenly wanting to reach out and pinch her cheek. He did so, and Yu Zhi was surprised. What are you doing? Wei Chi smirked mischievously. I'm just checking what your face is made of. Why does it turn so easily red? Yu Zhi suddenly slapped his hand away, seeming a bit upset. Wei Chi quickly apologized with a smile. Sorry, Yu, it's my fault. I'm just joking now. Yu Zhi had never seen a man like this. She was raised in a quiet household, only interacting with her father and older brother. Her brother was handsome and graceful, always acting with proper manners, and definitely not as carefree as Wei Chi, so she didn't like him much. But if you asked if she hated him, actually, she didn't. Wei Chi kept looking at her. She was blushing from her cheeks to her neck, looking like a ripe peach on a tree. Thinking about last night's scenes, the man couldn't help but feel dry-mouthed, his throat moving up and down. He wanted to get closer to his wife again, but suddenly Yu Zhi softly spoke. Today, my eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law went to the riverbank to wash clothes.
Do you think?
Maybe I should help with the chores at home? Wei Chi was surprised, not expecting her to ask this.
Can you do what? Cook or wash clothes?
Yu Zhi paused. Wei Chi's eyes flashed with a smile. Or feed the chickens and ducks, or chop pig grass. Yu Zhi. She didn't know how to do any of that. Wei Chi finally found a chance to pat her head. It's okay. Mother was prepared for this. You don't have to do anything. Yu Zhi was confused, but I can't do nothing either. Her sister-in-law and second sister-in-law must be feeling unbalanced. Wei Chi said, I'll help you do it. Suddenly, the man leaned back on the kong, a traditional bed, relaxed and lazy, with a hint of mischievousness, but his words warmed Yu Zhi's heart. That won't do. I don't know how to do farm work, but I did go to school for a few years. If my parents don't mind, I can teach De Wang and the others to read and recognize characters. Okay? Wei Chi paused, then suddenly smiled. If my parents hear this, they'll be so happy. You're even asking me if it's okay.
Yu Zhi understood his meaning. Really?
Of course. Let's tell my parents at lunch. Yu Zhi thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. One more thing. How much money did the family spend on treating the inkstone for illness? I asked my sister-in-law before, but she wouldn't tell me. Wei Chi. Why so distant? Isn't that also my younger brother? Then I should know how much money was spent, right? Yu Zhi insisted. Wei Chi helplessly said, I don't know the exact amount either. It was all given by mother. Together, it might be around 4 or 5 taels. There aren't many good doctors nearby. I mean, when things are slow, we can take the inkstone to the county town to see a doctor. 4 or 5 taels. Yu Zhi pursed her lips. I still have a hairpin here. You can sell it just to help with household expenses. When she asked earlier, Wei Chi hadn't reacted much, but now hearing this, he suddenly got a bit angry. What are you doing? Calculating expenses? It's not about calculating expenses, just. Yu Zhi wanted to explain, but Wei Chi wouldn't listen. You just spent more than this on the hairpin for Man. Or, do you not trust me? Are you afraid that after marrying me, you'll have a hard life? What kind of twisted logic is that? Yu Zhi was shocked and widened her eyes. How did you come to that conclusion?
Wei Chi snorted.
You better keep your jewelry safe. Your man isn't so useless that he can't support you. Yu Zhi lowered her eyes and said nothing, unable to argue with him. They fell silent for a moment. Yu Zhi gave up and softly said, I just think these jewelry pieces are useless anyway. It's good to exchange them. Besides. Wei Chi looked over. Besides what? Yu Zhi gently bit her lip. Besides, you already gave me one. I can just wear that. Wei Chi's lips curled quickly, clearly pleased by her words. But he deliberately kept a serious face. 2 hairpins are nothing. Later, you'll wear 10. Yu Zhi. Am I a hedgehog? The two looked at each other and suddenly burst out laughing. After laughing, Yu Zhi quickly lowered her eyes, but Wei Chi was dazzled by her fleeting beauty. He couldn't hold back anymore and stepped forward to hold Yu Zhi's face. Yu Zhi was surprised and unintentionally bumped her nose against his high nose. Smile again, Wei Chi said. Yu Zhi refused, trying to turn her face away, but the man's strength was strong, and his palm could fully hold her face. Be good. Yu Zhi, I won't. Wei Chi suddenly reached out. Are you sure? He made a move to tickle her armpit. Yu Zhi was startled and jumped like a frightened little rabbit. You dare? Wei Chi had never seen her so lively before. It was like opening a hidden channel, and he showed a satisfied smile. If you smile, I won't tease you. Yu Zhi couldn't laugh at this moment, but she didn't think the man was joking. She had to hold back a fake, awkward smile, which felt a little forced. Wei Chi also smiled, then suddenly stepped forward and, while she wasn't paying attention, kissed her red cheek quickly. This smile doesn't count. I'll punish you tonight. After saying that, he seemed worried she might be upset, so he immediately stood up and headed outside. I'm going out first. You rest for a while. Yu Zhi. During lunch, the Wei family gathered again and Wei Chi explained Yu Zhi's intentions. Old Wei and Wei's mother were very surprised. Really? Yu Zhi felt a bit shy. I haven't attended a proper school, but our family previously hired a female teacher for early lessons, so I should have a basic understanding. Old Wei said, Third daughter-in-law, you're too modest. With your level, you're probably better than all of us. If you're willing, we'd be happy to have you. Lu and he were also very happy. Studying in the village earned quite a bit of money, and now there was someone in the family who could do it for free, saving a lot of money. Yu Zhi said if my parents don't mind, I'd be happy to do it. It's also a way I can help the family. Wei's mother looked at her meaningfully, then cast a thoughtful glance at Wei Chi. Old Wei pounded the table and said, All right, it's settled then. Big brother, go to the town tomorrow and buy some brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Let's start tomorrow. Yu Zhi nodded in agreement. Wei Chi said, I'll go instead. Old Wei thought for a moment and agreed, all right then. Just buy everything we need. Recently, the family held a celebration, which cost quite a bit. Wei Chi said, I'll go up the mountain tomorrow. Everyone in the family knew that the third brother was going to the mountain again to find good things, but Yu Zhi didn't react because she had no idea what kind of environment Wei Chi faced every day on the mountain. In the afternoon, the little children in the family gathered around Yu Zhi again. Before her wedding, Yu Zhi rarely went out and stayed at home all the time. Now she was willing to spend more time outside. Third aunt, look. Our new courtyard is so grand. There's even a small garden here. The garden that Yao Yao mentioned was actually just a corner of the yard. Lu liked to tend to flowers and plants. In this season, jasmine and gardenia were blooming beautifully. Yu Zhi looked at the flowers and, perhaps thinking of something, smiled. It's very beautiful. If you like it, I can pick some for you. Behind her, Wei Chi suddenly appeared out of nowhere, standing very close behind her. Yu Zhi quickly moved away from him and said, This was grown with hard work by second sister-in-law. You can't pick it casually. I'll go up the mountain and pick some for you. Thinking about his habit of giving flowers every day, Yu Zhi smiled and said, No need. There are flowers in the garden at home. I can come over whenever I want to see them. After saying that, she turned and went to where He Shi and Lu Shi were hanging clothes, which she could help with. Wei Chi didn't follow her. Suddenly, Wei Dalong came over and tugged at his third uncle's sleeve. Third uncle. Third aunt doesn't seem to be paying attention to you. Did you make her angry? Yao Yao also looked nervously at her third uncle.
Could it be?
Third aunt doesn't like third uncle? Wei Chi said, you don't understand. Third aunt is just shy. Wei Dalong and Yao Yao widened their eyes. Wei Man suddenly walked over and sneered, third brother, just comfort yourself.
Wei Chi frowned.
I won't buy you snacks when we go to town tomorrow. Wei Man's face changed. You're so stingy. I'll go find third sister-in-law. Before Wei Chi could say anything, Wei Man had already run over to Yu Zhi. She was opening and closing her mouth as if saying something, and Yu Zhi looked at Wei Chi in surprise. Wei Chi smiled at her and shrugged. Yu Zhi hummed softly and then went back to her room. Yu Zhi was very serious about everything she did. Since she had promised her parents, she even made a detailed plan in the afternoon. The family didn't have many sheets of paper or brushes, so Yu Zhi used them sparingly. She wrote a large, dense sheet of paper from noon until evening, not going anywhere. Only when Wei Chi returned to his room in the evening did she finish her plan. Wei Chi glanced at it and asked, "What are you writing?" Yu Zhi signaled him to look for himself. Wei Chi smiled and said, "I don't like reading. Read it to me." Suddenly, Yu Zhi remembered something and asked, "You can recognize characters, right?"
Wei Chi chuckled.
"I went to school for a few years when I was young. I guess I've learned some. Let me see a few characters you've written."
Wei Chi hesitated. Why not?
"You've learned to recognize characters, haven't you?" Wei Chi scratched his head. "I'm just worried you'll laugh at my bad handwriting." "It doesn't matter if you laugh or not. You'll know once you write," Yu Zhi said firmly. Wei Chi, eager to please his wife, nodded and agreed, "Okay, I'll write." He took the brush from Yu Zhi and wrote 2 characters on a piece of paper she handed him. To be precise, it was just one, fish. "How is it?" Wei Chi finished and proudly admired his work for a moment. Yu Zhi looked at it and then fell silent. Wei Chi looked at his wife's expression, initially feeling a little hopeful. But after a while, he seemed to realize something and said, "Is it really that ugly?" Yu Zhi finally spoke. "Do you know what it means to be like a chicken's claw?" "What chicken's claw? Do you want to eat chicken claws?" Yu Zhi, "Forget it. It's fine. Don't write those 2 characters next time." Yu Zhi put away the paper. Wei Chi pouted. "I know, you just think my handwriting is ugly. It's the truth, not dislike. Back then, my family was poor, and I didn't have much money for school. I'm not really talented either," Wei Chi said, clearly not convinced. Yu Zhi was silent for a moment, then said, "Would you like to practice calligraphy? With Daliang and the others?" Wei Chi raised an eyebrow. "I don't have time for that. I need to go up the mountain and work in the fields." Yu Zhi sighed. "Suit yourself." After saying that, she turned to wash up. In the bathroom, the man had already prepared hot water for her. Yu Zhi usually took her time brushing her teeth, rinsing her mouth, washing her face, and applying some face cream afterward. Her previous routines were even more complicated, but over time, she no longer paid so much attention to these details. Today, Wei Chi wasn't watching her closely, so Yu Zhi felt a bit more relaxed. But when she returned to her room, she understood why. The man was still looking at that piece of paper, apparently unaware of what he was staring at. When he noticed Yu Zhi approaching, he casually looked away. I have to get up early tomorrow to go up the mountain, so I might leave very early." Yu Zhi nodded and carefully stored the paper away. She caught sight of the paper with the words Yu written on it, and saw that another fish character had been added, as if Wei Chi had quietly practiced again. She pretended not to notice and casually put the papers away. "Go to sleep." Yu Zhi climbed onto the Kong bed first, and Wei Chi responded with a hum. After the man finished washing, the room was already dark. Since it wasn't their wedding night, and the dragon and phoenix candles were gone, Yu Zhi felt much more relaxed.
And
she remembered her mother had told her that such things weren't needed every day, so Yu Zhi felt at ease and prepared to sleep. But just as she closed her eyes, a strong figure suddenly pressed close beside her. A thick arm reached out from her waist, startling her. She opened her eyes wide and was pulled into the embrace of that mountain-like body.
You.
Yu Zhi was so surprised she couldn't hide her shock. "Why are you? Again?" The man above her was casual. "Practicing calligraphy is boring. Doing something more interesting." Yu Zhi's face instantly turned bright red. How can you compare studying and practicing calligraphy to this? Which one? The man asked knowingly. As he spoke, his tone was calm, but his actions showed he was not at ease. He was restless, and his breathing was noticeably quick. What he said this morning was actually true. Last night, he didn't fully succeed. Her face turned pale. She was too small and delicate. Wei Chi was genuinely afraid of hurting her, so he had to hold back. But this feeling still made him addicted. He panted in Yu Zhi's ear, "Be good, just like yesterday." "I won't." Yu Zhi tightly closed her eyes, refusing to listen to his words. Neither of them wanted to discuss practicing calligraphy anymore. The moonlight shone on Wei's small courtyard, and the third courtyard was hidden in a quiet corner, covering up some sounds that shouldn't be heard. This time, Yu Zhi was not as confused as last night. She clearly sensed that Wei Chi didn't lie. After it was over, the man was panting behind her, his lips still hot on her white back. "I need to go to the bathhouse." Yu Zhi blushed and said. After a while, Wei Chi got up. "I'll fetch water." "Wait a moment." He was very thoughtful. Since he was willing to serve, Yu Zhi didn't want to force herself. She lazily lay on the bed, and soon Wei Chi returned. Knowing she was delicate and liked cleanliness, Wei Chi cleaned her very carefully. Even though Yu Zhi shyly refused twice, she was really too exhausted and could only blush and hide under the quilt. Finally, she managed to close her eyes and sleep. Before falling into dreams, she felt a kiss on her forehead. "Sleep well, and rest more tomorrow." It was already 3/4 past midnight. Yu Zhi thought she probably wouldn't wake early tomorrow. She didn't reply to Wei Chi and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Wei Chi left early before dawn. Before leaving, he tiptoed to tuck Yu Zhi's quilt, then turned and went out, heading to the cellar to fetch his big tool. Wei's two sisters-in-law took turns cooking, and recently, it was Lu's turn. Seeing that big bow, she knew third brother was going out to get the big tool again. "Third brother, be careful."
Wei Chi smiled.
"Second sister-in-law, don't worry. I was born to do this." Lu also smiled. "That's true. You're very capable." "Second sister-in-law, when Yu wakes up later, could you help her boil 2 eggs? Lu was momentarily stunned but nodded with a smile. Wei Chi nodded politely, and then left. Liu went to get the egg jar. There aren't many eggs at home, and except during festivals, few people can eat 2 at once. Most of the male chickens in the house were raised by my third brother, so I have no right to comment. I just follow the instructions." Yu Zhi woke up. It was already 9:45 a.m. She felt a bit embarrassed. It's all Wei Chi's fault. The man beside her was already gone, and the quilt was cold. She didn't know how long he had been out. Yu Zhi tidied herself up quickly and hurried to the courtyard. "Are you up?" Liu asked with a smile as she went to the kitchen. By this time, her eldest brother had already gone to work, and her parents had finished breakfast. Her second sister-in-law was reheating her own meal on the stove. Yu Zhi felt very embarrassed. "Second sister-in-law, you're so kind to trouble yourself." Oh, it's no trouble. Come and eat," Liu said with a smile. "Later, you'll still need to teach the children to read and write, right?" Yu Zhi nodded and ate in the kitchen. This was something she would never have done before, but she didn't have the face to go to the main hall. However, Wei Mu just came out and looked at her. "Come inside and eat." "It's okay, mother."
Come in. I have something to talk to you about.
"Your father isn't here." Since Wei Mu said that, Yu Zhi had no choice but to nod. Liu smiled at her and handed her a steamed bun. Yu Zhi carried 2 buns and went to the main hall. The Wei family's main hall was usually used for meals or important discussions. There was a large round table and a Kong, heated bed. Wei Mu liked to do needlework here. "Sit and eat. I thought you might be tired yesterday, so I didn't keep you. This year, let's have a good talk between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law." Yu Zhi nodded obediently, sat at the table, and ate slowly, listening carefully. "Honestly, when you first came to my house, I didn't think much of you. You might not know, but my father-in-law, your grandfather, was once a captain in Suizhou Daxian. Our family used to have some wealth.
Yu Zhi was surprised.
So the Wei family was from a military background? Of course, Daxian is a small place, and being a captain isn't that impressive. After the war, your grandfather quickly died in battle. The court gave a condolence payment, and that was that. But later, as you know, there was war and drought in Suizhou. We had no choice but to move the whole family. Yu Zhi nodded and said, I understand. Mrs. Wei, there's no special meaning behind what I say. I just want to say that the third son is honest. When his grandfather was young, he took good care of all 3 grandchildren and made sure they studied a bit. Originally, my husband picked you all up and planned to give you some money to leave once your brother woke up. But now, the world outside is really chaotic. I didn't bring this up until the third son said he liked you and wanted to marry you. Yu Zhi lowered her eyes and said, Mother, I know what you're saying. I know the Wei family is good, and I am grateful for your kindness.
No, I didn't mean it that way.
I just want to ask if you're truly willing to marry the third son. I may not have much ability, but I've seen some unhappy marriages. You come from a good family and are beautiful. If the world were better, your parents probably wouldn't agree for you to marry down. Even though our family isn't wealthy anymore, even if we were, we might not be qualified. I'm just worried that you're marrying him out of gratitude and not because you want to, and that life might not go smoothly. Yu Zhi bit her lip and said, No, Mother, it's not like that. I am willing.
Really?
Don't blame me for thinking this way. I didn't want to talk about this marriage, but as a mother, I want to support my son's wishes.
Yu Zhi nodded and said yes.
Really? Wei Chi is very good. This was the truth. When she was fleeing, Yu Zhi had already seen the harsh reality. She saw many of her former friends being taken away and suffering terrible fates. Meeting the Wei family was already her greatest luck.
And
that man was not so bad either. Mrs. Wei smiled. Good, hearing you say that makes me feel at ease. Come on, eat quickly. Look at how thin you are. Eat more. In the future, at home, don't hold back. I'm not so unreasonable. Yu Zhi felt a little touched and continued to eat small bites. Mrs. Wei also talked about their family situation. Our eldest and third sons are visible to you. The fourth one is in school now, but he's only half-trained. If you have time, you could teach him some lessons. We don't have much work at home. The fields don't require women to do much, just cooking and laundry, small chores. Luckily, I am still healthy. Your 2 sisters-in-law and Man can manage. You don't need to worry about extra burdens. Yu Zhi nodded. I'll start teaching Deepening and the others soon. Mrs. Wei smiled, patting her thigh. Good. I'll go call those naughty kids. After speaking, he got up and went to the yard. Yu Zhi ate the remaining breakfast quickly and also took his bowl and plate to the kitchen. In the main room, De Lang, Lang, and Yao Yao were all sitting in a row, studying seriously. Wei Man lazily walked in after a while, saying, I'm not studying. I just want to listen to how you teach. Yu Zhi smiled and said, all right. The family had some books, mostly simple ones like the 1,000-character classic and the 3-character classic, good for beginners. Yu Zhi said, we'll start learning from the 1,000-character classic. 1 sentence at a time. Today in the morning, we'll read and memorize, and in the afternoon, we'll go outside to the sandy area to start writing. Paper and ink were expensive, so the children practiced writing by drawing on the ground with sticks. Heaven and earth are dark yellow. The universe is vast and ancient. Heaven and earth are dark yellow. The universe is vast and ancient. The sound of reading aloud came from the main room, confident and lively, with some head shaking. Wei Man tilted her head and watched for a while but found it boring, so she left. Just then, he sure came back from washing clothes, smiling and asking, Little sister-in-law, why aren't you studying anymore? Wei Man snorted. I'm not studying. I've already learned this. I'm not stupid. It's so boring. When Man was young, she had tried studying for a few days, but unlike Heisher and Luz, who really couldn't read, she just found it dull. So both women were curious and leaned at the door to watch. What are they reciting? Can't understand a word. While they were listening, Wei Chi had just come down from the mountain. He was covered in dust and dirt, patting himself off. He didn't have much, but the bamboo basket at his waist was sealed shut. On his way down, Wei Chi met the same woodcutter as last time. The man smiled and asked, "Wei Hunter, no harvest today?" Wei Chi smiled and said, "Yes, I did." He patted the bamboo basket and was about to head to the town. The woodcutter didn't understand. "What's inside? What is it?" If he looked closer, he might find out because the shopkeeper of Tongren Hall in town had only glanced at it and was so scared he almost stepped back. "Alive? You should have told me." His face turned pale. Wei Chi smiled and said, "Isn't a live one worth more? You really are my real father. This little dragon is alive, and it's you. How much for it?" 10 taels. 15.
You.
Wei Chi grinned. "Married now, poor." The other man laughed. "Haha, no wonder. All right, just take it as your wedding gift. Since it's alive, it's worth more. This is Zhao from Tong. He waved his hand to signal the apprentice to take the money. Wei Chi handed over the entire bamboo basket. Zhao carefully said, "Many people are looking for this, but you have the skill." Zhao happily gave Wei 15 taels of silver, and Wei smiled as he took it.
Goodbye.
"All right, remember to bring me more of these good things next time." Wei nodded and was about to turn away when he suddenly remembered something. He turned back and said, I want to buy a few more things from you." Zhao asked, "What? Medicine?" Wei cleared his throat twice and replied, "Not really." When Wei Chi left Tong Rintang, he felt a bit warm on his head. But he shamelessly kept the item in his pocket, remained calm, and headed to other shops in the town. Next, he needed to buy some household items like salt and sugar. At the sugar shop, Wei bought some milk candies. These were more expensive than peanut candies. Wei looked around and thought he had earned some money today, but he still couldn't control his big spending habits. He was happy and left early in the morning, before noon, and returned to Hualing village. Everyone in the village knew Wei Chi and greeted him with smiles. "Wei-san, going to the town again?" "Yes, I traded some fresh meat for mountain goods." "Old Sand is quite capable. Where's your wife? Didn't bring her out to meet people?" Hualing village isn't big, and everyone knows each other well. Usually, when someone gets a new wife, they like to take her out to meet people and socialize. Wei Chi smiled and said, "I'll bring her next time. She's a bit weak." Old Sand is quite caring. Wei Chi strode toward his house. Just as he reached the yard gate, he heard a clear voice reading aloud. He paused and couldn't help but listen. He saw He Sure working in the vegetable garden. Seeing Wei Chi, she immediately asked, "Third brother is back?" Wei Chi glanced at the main room and lowered his voice. "They've started." He Sure, seeing his reaction, also lowered her voice. "Yes, they've started. I'll go see. I bought some things for the eldest sister-in-law today." He Sure happily took the items. "This pork looks fresh. I'll cook it for us this afternoon." Inside the main room, Yu Zhi saw that everyone was almost finished studying, so he closed his book. "All right, that's enough for today. After dinner, we'll learn how to write these characters." "Thank you, third aunt." Third aunt's voice sounds so nice. "Thank you, third aunt." All three children spoke sweetly, and Yu Zhi smiled softly. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye. She quickly turned her head and saw Wei Chi, who had returned unexpectedly, leaning against the door of the main hall, watching her with a faint smile. Yu Zhi was momentarily stunned. "Everyone go outside and rest for a while." "Okay." "Hey, third uncle, you're back." "Good. Did you study hard today?" "Yes." "Don't believe it?" "Ask third aunt." Yu Zhi calmly packed up her things. Wei Chi looked at his wife. "You did well. Here's some candy. Go play now." "Wow, wow, wow. Thank you, third uncle." The children hurriedly ran outside, while Yao Yao still held the inkstone and followed. Wei Chi walked over to Yu Zhi. "Are you tired?" Yu Zhi shook her head. "This little thing doesn't tire me." Wei Chi said, "Thank you for your hard work, wife. Here, have some candy." Yu Zhi replied that I don't want any. He always treats her like a child, coaxing her. "I bought this especially for you. It's called milk candy, or something like that." Yu Zhi looked down at the 3 small candies in his palm. They were square-shaped. She couldn't remember the last time she ate candy. After hesitating for a moment, she reached out to take it. But just as she did, Wei Chi suddenly withdrew, smiling mischievously. I'll peel it for you. Open your mouth. Yu Zhi blushed and pretended to be angry. Then I won't eat it.
You eat.
Wei Chi said, okay. You eat. I'll watch you eat. Yu Zhi ignored him. Just then, Wei's mother arrived. Wei Chi quickly slipped the 3 candies into Yu Zhi's palm. What are you doing? It's time to eat, Wei's mother said. Wei Chi replied, coming now. He smiled at Yu Zhi before she turned to leave. Old Wei and Wei Yong also returned, sitting at the table. Old Wei asked, did you find anything good today? Wei Chi, holding his bowl of rice, suddenly glanced at Yu Zhi, but said nothing. Old Wei cleared his throat and understood. How much did you sell? 15. The whole family paused, all smiling happily. Yu Zhi finally looked at Wei Chi. 15 taels?
Yes.
What was it? Wei Chi didn't want to say at first, but seeing his wife ask, he helplessly scooped a piece of meat onto her plate. Little dragon. Yu Zhi didn't know what a little dragon was. She reacted for a moment, then gradually realized. Her face suddenly turned pale. Wei Chi said, don't be scared. That thing is afraid of me. Yu Zhi silently lowered her head and continued eating, but just thinking about that soft, squishy thing made her feel uneasy all over. Old Wei changed the subject. Third sister-in-law, I heard you've started teaching the children to read. You've worked hard. Father, I'm not tired. Hime asked quickly. Third brother's wife, how are they learning? Do they have talent? Wei's mother said, it's only the first day.
It's too soon to tell anything.
Hime shrank her neck, afraid to ask more. Yu Zhi smiled slightly. They're doing okay. They're learning quickly and are very serious. Hime finally smiled, and Lu's wife looked at her son with relief. After dinner, the 3 children said together, Third aunt, we're going to shaping. Yu Zhi nodded. All right, I'll come soon. Wei Chi asked, will you continue in the afternoon? Yu Zhi replied, yes, in the morning we mainly read and memorize. In the afternoon, we learn to write. Wei Chi wanted to go back to his room with his wife, but hearing this, he gave up the idea. Old Wei saw his grandson and daughter-in-law practicing writing with sticks in the yard and suddenly sighed. Eldest son, how are those piglets from the 2 families I contacted? We still need to raise pigs. Diversify our work so the children can go to school. Wei Yong hurriedly said, Father, I've made arrangements. I'll go see them the day after tomorrow. Wei Chi asked, Dad, we don't have space to raise pigs anymore. Should we buy a few more acres of land? Yes, that's necessary. You don't need to worry about this. I'll go talk to the village chief tomorrow.
All right.
Wei Chi turned his head and looked again at the yard. Yu Zhi was wearing a rough cloth dress, but her every move was very gentle. When she squatted, she would even pull at her skirt. It was hard to imagine how beautiful she would look in fine silk and satin. Until after dinner, Yu Zhi finished her teaching for the day. The children, tired from learning, didn't even brush their skin and obediently went back to their rooms with their mother to sleep. Yu Zhi was also a little tired. She returned to her room, planning to soak her feet. But as soon as she sat down, a pair of big hands covered her shoulders. Yu Zhi was startled and turned around cautiously. What are you doing? Wei Chi looked helpless. Are you so afraid of me? I just want to give your shoulders a massage. Yu Zhi wasn't really afraid of him, but the first 2 nights, he was too restless. So when Wei Chi approached, she thought he was going to. Yu Zhi looked away and said, I'm not tired. No need to massage. Wei Chi said, how could you not be tired? When 4th brother came back, he kept talking about how tiring reading is. I see you writing and drawing all afternoon. Your shoulders must be sore. He kept talking, and Yu Zhi felt a bit helpless. She had no choice but to agree. However, when the man reached out, she suddenly remembered something and stepped back. Have you washed? Wei Chi was surprised but then understood. Yes, I washed. I washed right after coming back and changed my clothes.
Don't worry, wife.
He usually didn't like to talk about where the silver came from, but 15 taels wasn't a small amount. If his wife asked, he couldn't hide it. Yu Zhi still felt uneasy. How did you catch that snake?
Wei Chi hesitated briefly.
Lucky, I found it.
What could he say?
He couldn't tell his wife he went into a snake den. If he did, Fish probably wouldn't let him touch her tonight.
Yu Zhi didn't seem convinced.
Wei Chi smiled and asked, Do you know what the mountain behind us is called? Yu Zhi replied, Isn't it called Baoping Mountain? Baoping Mountain is the one outside. I went further inside to Qiu Long Mountain. It's full of good things. Catching a snake isn't a big deal. Yu Zhi's eyes widened. She knew that mountain range. Her father said it was where the dragon veins of the Great Zhou were. Could Wei Chi really have gone so deep? But then again, last time he brought back a big wild boar. He probably didn't meet it just while wandering in the back mountain. I really washed well, don't worry. Yu Zhi lightly wrinkled her nose, a habitual gesture, but to Wei Chi, it looked adorable.
All right.
Yu Zhi agreed, and Wei Chi happily stepped forward. Is this it, wife? Isn't it sour? A little. Be gentle. Yu Zhi was lying on the bed, letting Wei Chi give her a good massage. Surprisingly, his technique was quite good. She felt very comfortable and soon started to feel sleepy. But this man was mischievous. Seeing her fall asleep, he liked to keep climbing higher. His big hand didn't just stay on her shoulder. It moved downward. Yu Zhi felt herself being rubbed and pinched, and before long, she woke up again. When she opened her eyes, she reacted immediately. Smack! Wei Chi's arm was slapped crisply. He quickly withdrew his hand, grinning. Yu Zhi couldn't understand how this man's stamina was so strong. She was really exhausted and wanted to sleep early. I'm so tired today. I want to sleep soon. Wei Chi hesitated, looking a bit troubled. Fish, I bought something from a doctor in town today.
What thing?
Wei Chi hesitated for a moment and then took it out of his pocket. Here it is. Yu Zhi turned her head to look and saw that it was still in a box. It looked quite delicate, but when she saw what was inside, she suddenly froze, her cheeks turning red.
Wei Chi.
Wei Chi immediately jumped up, knowing she was about to get angry. He dodged quickly, but in the next moment, he hugged Yu Zhi from the other side and, without explanation, gently bit her ear. Don't be mad, Yu. Only the two of us know. I want to try something with you. I can't help it, you're too young, and it makes me feel bad. Yu Zhi was from a proper family and had never seen such a thing. Even if she had heard of it, it was only in inappropriate songs or stories, and she would cover her eyes and ears. Who knew this person? And to say such things. She closed her eyes and hit his chest hard a few times, feeling the solid muscle. Wei Chi kept whispering in her ear and down her neck. If you don't make trouble today, we can talk about it tomorrow. Yu Zhi. Do you want to thank me? Wei Chi smiled again, holding her tighter and moving the object away. This thing wasn't cheap, and he didn't want to drop it. Sweetheart, I'll go pour water and wash your feet. Wei Chi changed the subject. At this, Yu Zhi kicked him lightly. Wei Chi didn't get angry. He seemed to enjoy it, even reaching out to grab her ankle. Yu Zhi quickly pulled her foot back and turned away, ignoring him completely. Wei Chi was afraid she was truly angry, so he touched his nose and went to the bathroom. Not long after, he returned with a basin of water. Sweetheart, let's soak your feet. Yu Zhi, having learned her lesson, refused to give him any chance to touch her again. Go look at the inkstone. Come back later. Wei Chi smiled and said, All right, take your time. Yu Zhi didn't even bother to lift her eyelids and comfortably soaked her feet before slipping into bed. It had been a long time since she had done so many things, and she actually fell asleep very quickly. She didn't even notice when Wei Chi returned. Wei Chi poured out the water in his room, tidied up a bit, then kissed her cheek and forced himself to sleep. Early the next morning, the whole family gathered. Wei Yong said, Dad, starting today, we need to harvest the wheat in the fields. I have to hurry, so I won't be back for lunch. The early rice planted in early spring was ready for harvest, and the spring wheat was also at the right time. When Wei's family settled here, they had divided over 10 acres of land.
Doing this work was not easy.
Old Wei said, I'll go find the village chief today and talk about the pig pen location first, then come find you.
All right.
Wei Chi. Dad, should I go to the fields with my older brother or with you? You and your brother are just going to buy land, no need for company. But tomorrow we're going to see piglets, and then you can go together. Okay. The whole family has their own tasks. After eating, Yu Zhi begins today's lessons. Before leaving, Wei Chi quietly said to Yu Zhi, "Don't get too tired. Take it slow, there's plenty of time. Also, I've talked with Dad. Once we buy the pigs and start raising them, I'll definitely take the inkstone to the county town." Yu Zhi nodded.
Got it.
You go ahead and do your work. Mrs. He saw this scene and whispered to Mrs. Liu, "I think the third brother's eyes are glued to his sister-in-law. He can't look away." Mrs. Liu also looked over, seeming to think of something. A hint of sadness flashed across her face, but it quickly disappeared. She smiled and continued sewing her shoe sole. All three children excitedly ran over to Yu Zhi. "Third aunt, what are we learning today?" Yu Zhi said, "We're continuing with a 1,000-character classic. But before we start today's lesson, I need to check your work from yesterday. Let's go, write it out first, so I can see." It's almost July and the weather is getting hotter. Afternoon, the sun in the fields is already quite intense. After Wei brothers went to the fields, many people around them smiled and stretched their necks to watch. This is a good harvest year. The crops are growing well. With so much land, can we harvest it all? Wei Yong chuckled, "Take your time. Let's work a little every day."
Ha, we're young men.
Even if we want to work hard, our strength isn't enough. That's true. Everyone looked at Wei Yong and Wei Chi with envy, especially Wei Chi, who looked slightly taller and sturdier than Wei Yong. He was truly admired for his strength. Before Wei's third brother got married, many villagers wanted to marry their daughters to him. If he became their son-in-law, they'd be overjoyed even in their dreams. But unfortunately, he wasn't interested, and the villagers just smiled and got back to work. The brothers started working from different directions. Both were used to farm work since childhood. They didn't complain about hardship or fatigue and soon buried themselves in work for over an hour. As the sun grew hotter, Wei Yong's shirt was soaked with sweat. He raised his head and wiped his sweat. "Third brother, go drink some water." Wei Chi's wheat-colored arms were also covered in sweat. He nodded and walked over to the shade of a nearby tree. After a short rest, suddenly, a scholar-like man appeared from a distance, leading a mule. "Big brother Wei, third brother." Wei Chi and Wei Yong looked over and recognized him as the son of the Zheng family from the neighboring Qingye village, named Zhou Qing. Wei Yong smiled and asked, "Did he come back from town?" Qingye village is larger than Hualing village, so the village chief also holds multiple roles, including being the local leader. The Zhou family runs a tung oil shop in Fotu town, and life is quite comfortable for them. "Yes, just arrived back." Zhou Qing responded and took a small box from his bag. "Third brother Wei, this is what Mengman mentioned last time she wanted. Could you please help deliver it to her?" Wei Yong and Wei Chi were both surprised. "Mengman?" Zhou Qing looked a bit shy. "Yes, we met by chance."
She said she wanted to buy some oil.
Wei Chi hesitated for a moment and took the box. "How much?" "I'll pay you." "No, no need." Mengman already gave her money. Wei Yong gave him a meaningful look. Zhou Qing also looked a bit embarrassed. "Then I'll go now." The Wei brothers nodded. Wei Yong leaned in and asked, "What is it?" Wei Chi replied, "I don't know. Better not open it." "TSK, this kid probably has feelings for Mengman, huh?" "Maybe. Let's talk about it when we get back." During busy farming times, the noon meal was skipped. Soon, many women appeared along the field ridges, almost everyone carrying a basket, coming to deliver food to their husbands. Mrs. He also arrived. "Husband, third brother, come eat." Wei Yong couldn't wait and ran over happily. Wei Chi also smiled and went along.
"Thanks, sister-in-law."
"Don't mention it. Hurry up and eat. Farming all morning really wears you out." They had 2 big bowls of rice, with eggs and cured meat thoughtfully added by their mother, so fragrant. The 2 brothers started eating eagerly. Wei Chi was perceptive and deliberately kept some distance from his older brother and sister-in-law, squatting beside a large tree stump to eat. Looking around, the scene was full of affectionate couples chatting and laughing. Wei Chi silently closed his ears, but couldn't help but glance toward home. He wondered when Fish would send him food. He'd find it worth all the tiredness. Wei Chi smiled and continued eating, quickly finishing his meal. Wei Yong was almost done too. He happily cleared the dishes. All right, I'm leaving now. Hey, take this back to Mengman. We just met Zhou Qing, and he gave it to us. Wei Yong said. Zhou Qing? The one from the Zheng family? He was a bit surprised. Yes, I said it was for Man, but I don't know what happened. All right. I understand. After He left, Wei Yong and Wei Chi continued working. Soon after, He returned and gave the things to Man. When Wei Man heard this, she happily ran over. He still remembers. Wei's mother peeked out from the kitchen. What's going on? Wei Man blushed. It's nothing. I went inside the room. This girl is so secretive. He entered the kitchen and quietly told her about what happened earlier. Wei's mother was surprised. Zhou Qing? Yes, De Yong said Zhou Qing gave it to him. Mom, how does my sister-in-law know Zhou Qing? Wei's mother thought for a moment. I don't know either. This girl is usually very thoughtful. I'll ask her. He nodded with a smile. My sister-in-law is also 15 this year. Maybe she'll soon find someone suitable. Yu Zhi was still teaching the children the 1,000-character classic in the main hall, unaware of what was happening outside. After Wei's mother finished speaking, Wei Man's eyes widened. Mom, where are you thinking? I didn't do anything. Their family doesn't sell tung oil. I just asked him to bring back a bottle. What do you want tung oil for? Wei Man blushed. I asked third sister-in-law before. Tung oil can remove scars and has medicinal value. Wei's mother was stunned and understood. When her daughter was fleeing a few years ago, she fell on the road and got a scar on her neck. She tried some medicine, but it didn't work. Now she understood the reason. Wei's mother felt guilty. Why didn't you tell me? I'll think of a way for you. Wei Man said, it's just an old scar. Nothing special. But third sister-in-law said tung oil might work, so I'll give it a try. Then I'll ask third sister-in-law later. But it probably isn't used like that directly, right? It shouldn't be. Shall we go ask her together later? Wei's mother smiled. At this moment, Yu Zhi was still teaching the children to read, so the mother and daughter didn't go. When they finished, Wei Chi and Wei Yong also returned. Both men, sweaty all over, with sweat stains on their backs that had dried and turned faintly white. As Wei Chi entered the courtyard, Yu Zhi closed her book and came out of the main hall. They looked at each other in the yard. Seeing Wei Chi like that, Yu Zhi was also momentarily stunned. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Zhi walked over to him. Wei Chi's eyes had never left her since he saw her. Now that she approached him willingly, his heart warmed. Drink some water and wash up. Are you hot? In an instant, Wei Chi felt all the heat and exhaustion disappear. He grinned and asked, not bad. How about you? Yu Zhi pursed her lips and said, I'm not working outside, so I don't feel hot at all. You should go now. Wei Chi wanted to step forward a few more steps, but he could smell his own sweat and felt shy. So he scratched his head and turned to wash himself first. He poured a bucket of water over himself, changed into fresh clothes, and Lu Shi had already prepared the meal. She steamed rice and stir-fried garlic sprouts with cured meat. The whole family's eyes widened in surprise. Busy farming is great. We get to eat meat every day, De Wang said naively. Wei Yong chuckled and scolded his son. You little rascal, try working in the fields tomorrow, and see if you still say that. He sure also smiled and said, you little troublemaker, only thinking about eating meat. You don't understand your dad's hard work. At the dining table, he sure kept putting meat on Dage's plate. Yu Zhi saw this, thought for a moment, and also took the initiative to put a piece of meat on Wei Chi's plate. Unexpectedly, her action made everyone pause in surprise. Yu Zhi quickly placed the meat in his bowl, then withdrew her head, silently chewing the rice grains in her bowl slowly and carefully, not lifting her head again. Wei Chi came back to himself and smiled, then bit into the meat with a big bite. His helpless look made Wei Mu almost unable to watch. After eating, Wei Man still remembered about tongue oil and quietly asked Yu Zhi beside her. Wei Mu also came over. Yu Zhi didn't expect that what she casually mentioned would catch Man's attention, so she said seriously, "It can't be used directly. You need to find some medicinal herbs." Wei Man asked eagerly, "What herbs? Tell me quickly."
Gotukola, gals, samleng, sikun lovag.
Grind these into powder, then mix with tongue oil. Apply lightly, not too much each time, and keep at it for 3 months to start. Wei Man's eyes widened. You know so much? Yu Zhi smiled and said, "I used to like reading these books when I was at home with nothing to do." She was actually being modest. In fact, Yu Zhi was very interested in medical books. She had read all the books in the family's library and remembered quite a few. Unfortunately, she had never tried any of it. Thinking of this, Yu Zhi said, Man, I only saw these in medical books. You should start using them slowly. If you feel uncomfortable, stop immediately." Wei Man nodded eagerly. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, third sister-in-law. What are you talking about?" Wei Chi suddenly came over after finishing his dishes. Yu Zhi immediately stopped speaking and Wei Man snorted, "It's none of third brother's business." Wei Chi pouted and said, "I don't care about you." Wei Man turned her head and ignored him, but she smiled at Yu Zhi. Yu Zhi also responded with a small smile. Wei Chi watched this with a warm feeling in his chest, but Yu Zhi paid no attention to him and turned back to her room. Outside, she usually behaved politely. It was getting dark. Everyone lost interest in talking, and the men working in the fields were so tired they could fall asleep immediately. Yu Zhi thought her older brother was like this, and Wei Chi should be the same. But unexpectedly, after they washed up and got into bed, Wei Chi suddenly hugged her from behind. Yu Zhi was surprised. "Aren't you tired?" "Working on the farm is tiring, but this kind of thing isn't," he said. Yu Zhi was speechless. The man quickly turned off the lamp and, holding Yu Zhi, got onto the bed. Looking at the dark ceiling, Yu Zhi took a deep breath. She remembered that her father only visited her mother on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, and her older brother and sister-in-law didn't visit every day either. Was it different for ordinary people? The room was small, so they had to sleep together, but this kind of thing. It seemed that if she didn't stop him, Wei Chi would be interested in doing it every day. Autumn rain fell continuously, and suddenly it rained at night, which meant tomorrow's farm work would be even harder. But inside the house, the sound of water was almost as loud as the rain outside. Wei Chi realized today that the things he bought at the clinic didn't need to be used because just one finger was enough. Yu couldn't stand it. His rough palm pressed against hers. The rain continued into the late night, and the room seemed damp and wet. Wei Chi went to the bathhouse to get hot water. When he returned, both their cheeks were a little hot. Yu Zhi bit her lip like a kitten, not wanting to look at him, but Wei Chi gently helped her clean up. He was shirtless, lit a dim yellow oil lamp, and then took out a clean quilt and a small porcelain bottle from a wooden box. While changing the bedding, Yu Zhi sat at the corner of the bed, looking a bit upset. She said quietly, "Also a small quilt for tomorrow." When her period came before, her mother had sewn one for her. At first, Wei Chi didn't realize what she meant. When he understood, he smiled and, with a long arm, pulled her into the quilt, then moved underneath her. What are you doing?" Yu Zhi was afraid of his kneeling action between her legs. Wei Chi took out the small porcelain bottle and said seriously, "Let me see, applying medicine." Yu Zhi closed her eyes tightly, her cheeks red as a ripe apple. Finally, Wei Chi leaned forward and, like a teasing gesture, kissed her. "Sleep now, I won't bother you." Yu Zhi rubbed her eyes. She was already very sleepy. As soon as she closed her eyes, she fell into a deep sleep. Wei Chi was not sleepy at this moment. He stared at the person for a long time. After taking care of her, a fire in his heart couldn't seem to go out. The next morning, Yu Zhi woke up groggily and saw Wei Chi quietly doing something. "What's wrong?" she softly asked like a kitten. "Didn't we say we wouldn't go up the mountain today?" Wei Chi seemed surprised that she woke so early and quickly turned around. Nothing. I'm going to wash my pants." Wash his pants. So early in the morning? Yu Zhi looked at him blankly, not understanding why. Go back to sleep. Wei Chi's back looked a bit hurried as he hurried away. He was a healthy, normal man, newly married, and getting up early to wash his pants was something he didn't want anyone to know. Yu Zhi slowly responded with a hum and curled up in the warm bed. It was still morning and the weather was cool. She drifted back to sleep for a little while. Outside, everyone had already gotten up. Wei Mu's voice came in. What are you doing so early? Wei Chi mumbled a few words, and Yu Zhi fully woke up. She got up, washed up, and skillfully styled her hair into a bun, then went out. Everyone thought Wei Chi was a bit strange that morning, but at the dining table, they forgot about it. Old Wei said, "Later, the eldest and third son, and I will go to see the village chief. Once we talk enough about the land, we'll decide. Today, aren't we also going to Qingye village to see the piglets?" Wei Chi and Wei Yong both responded vaguely. Wei Mu suddenly said, "I'm going too." "Why are you going?" Wei Mu looked at her daughter. "I'm going to check out the Zhou family." Wei Man paused, suspicious, and looked up. "Why are you checking on the Zhou family?" "You know why," Wei Mu replied. Wei Man. Old Wei asked, "What are you all talking about? What's so secret?" Wei Man pouted. "Mother is always idle. Dad, you should control her." "I don't want to get married." Wei Mu said. "What? You don't want to marry and you want me to support you for a lifetime? What's wrong with that? Many people want to marry into our family. Am I stupid? I want to get married too. Do I have better conditions than our family?" As soon as Wei Man finished speaking, Wei Chi suddenly coughed twice. Yu Zhi looked at him curiously. Wei Man said, "Humph. Third brother, don't make faces."
I'm not talking about you.
"I'm talking about fourth brother." Wei Hai nearly choked. Man, don't talk nonsense. "I'm early." Yu Zhi understood and looked at Wei Chi. "Did many people want to marry you before?" When this question was asked, the whole family was silent for a moment. Wei Chi offered food to his wife. "No problem." Wei's mother and old Wei quickly changed the subject. "Eat up, third sister-in-law. Have another bun." Yu Zhi blinked slowly. Actually, she just wanted to ask a question, with no other meaning. But why was everyone so nervous? After breakfast, Wei Chi quietly approached Wei Man. "What are you talking about?" Wei Man replied, "Humph, if you have the ability, just keep hiding third sister-in-law. Whenever she goes out, she always finds out." "Find out what? What am I afraid of?" Wei Man said, "You know very well." Wei Chi's forehead suddenly throbbed. He wanted to hit her head, but Wei Man quickly ran away. Yu Zhi was completely unaware. She went to teach De Lang and others first. Wei Chi looked deeply at his wife, then left the house with his parents. The village chief of Hualing village was named Niu. He loved cattle very much, so everyone called him Old Niu Head. But Chief Niu was honest and kind-hearted, or he wouldn't have been chosen as village chief. Yesterday, Old Wei had already found someone and marked a spot. Today, he was taking his son and wife to see it. If everything was fine, they would buy the land. Chief Niu took some people to the foot of the mountain. "This is it. 6 acres of land. You can build whatever you want. I think at first, you probably won't raise that many animals. That's for sure. Take it slow. 6 acres is enough. We can even raise mountain pigs." The two old men laughed happily. Wei Chi and Wei Yong also agreed. The deal was settled. 6 acres of land for 10 taels of silver. Next, they planned to go to Qingye village to see piglets. Qingye village had a butcher named Hu, but his health seemed to be declining in recent years. His family only had a daughter, no son. They had a son-in-law who was a bit weak physically and couldn't handle the work. In a few years, he probably wouldn't be able to do the pig slaughtering anymore. Raising pigs was still fine, so Wei's family wanted to buy some piglets to raise. The two villages were close. It wouldn't be fair to compete directly. Luckily, Hu's business was in Xiushui town and Hualing village was near Fota town, so there was no interference. Wei's mother was going to Qingye village today partly because of Hu's sister, Hu Shi, who was married to Zhou Lijing. This connection made it easier to establish a relationship. If the business went well, she wanted to thank Zhou's family in person. By the way, Wei's mother also wanted to see Zhou Qing. The group turned to head to Qingye village. Wei Chi was the most noticeable person walking on the road. He was tall and strong, but his expression seemed uninterested in everything. Despite that, many women on the road kept looking at him. Wei Yong whispered with a smile, "This morning, Man's words were right. No one gave gifts when you got married." Wei Chi calmly replied, "I didn't have much contact with her, so there's no gift to give." Wei Yong pouted and said nothing more. Now, his older brother couldn't even beat his younger brother, so he simply chose not to cause trouble. Today, Yu Zhi still took his role as a teacher seriously. Here's family went to the riverbank as usual to wash clothes and gather pig grass. Lu's family was busy in the kitchen preparing 3 meals a day. By noon, the weather suddenly changed. Raindrops as big as beans started falling. Lu and Yu Zhi looked outside with concern. His family had already brought a basin back.
Ah.
This annoying rain started suddenly. "It's really," Lu said, "sister-in-law, come inside and change your clothes. These clothes are already washed for nothing." So annoying. Yu Zhi also asked with concern and glanced at the sky, wondering if Wei Chi and the others had brought umbrellas. "Is Brother Wei at home?" Suddenly, a clear voice came from the door. The 3 sisters-in-law all turned around at once. They saw a woman wearing a straw hat standing at the door, dressed in simple but neat coarse cloth clothes. His family was stunned for a moment. Recognizing her, she said, "Xiaonyang? What's wrong?" The woman, named Xiaonyang, stood at the Wei family's door and suddenly fixed her gaze on Yu Zhi, ignoring his family. She said, "The crops in the field are about to be flooded. Everyone is rushing to harvest. I helped your family with some cutting." His family patted her thigh and said, "All right, thank you. Big brother should have a plan." Xiaonyang nodded. "Yes, I just came to remind you. I'll go now." "Okay, take your time on the way." Xiaonyang kept looking at Yu Zhi, who also looked at her with some curiosity. But her eyes only showed curiosity. She was mostly observing. After she left, Yu Zhi asked, "Who is she?" "Lu," and he looked at each other. He awkwardly smiled and said, "She's a young widow from the village, surnamed Ge, called Ge Xiaonyang." Yu Zhi nodded softly, but noticed a trace of unease on her 2 sister-in-laws' faces. Suddenly, Yu Zhi remembered Man's words in the morning. Combining that with Xiaonyang's gaze just now, he suddenly understood. In the Wei family's old residence, there used to be many women. He was very clear about the subtle hostility in that look. But Yu Zhi only smiled and turned back to the main hall. After a while, Wei Chi and Wei Yong returned first. They needed to harvest the crops quickly, so they grabbed their tools and went to the fields. After the heavy rain, they still had to dry the rice grains, so they couldn't rest for a moment. Wei Chi glanced at the main hall but didn't bother to speak to his wife. Hio sure wanted to tell him about the afternoon plans, but unfortunately, the 2 brothers had already disappeared. At dinner time, his parents returned, and the rain had stopped. The 2 brothers looked very messy, like mud figures. "Hurry up and wash. It's time to eat." They responded and turned back to their own courtyard. In the damp afternoon, unable to practice calligraphy, Yu Zhi naturally went back to his room early, giving the 3 little ones a half-day break. Wei Chi cleaned himself up and returned to his room. Yu Zhi was leaning on the Kong table reading a book. "What's that you're reading?" Wei Chi asked, leaning in. Yu Zhi tilted his head. "The Book of Songs." "What's it about?" Yu Zhi still didn't look at him. "Haven't you read it?" "I have, but I forgot." "Read it to me." Yu Zhi ignored him. Wei Chi didn't notice anything unusual. He changed clothes openly in front of his wife, muscles on his arms still glistening with water, sliding down his waist and abdomen in a defined shape. Yu Zhi caught a quick glance and suddenly understood something. Such a man must indeed be quite attractive. He couldn't quite say how he felt. Was he bothered? Not really, but considering Wei Chi's behavior the past 2 nights, he deliberately looked at him several times with the corner of his eye. Wei Chi noticed. Suddenly, he smiled and leaned in. "What's wrong? Have you realized your man has a good figure? Want a touch?" Yu Zhi made a face in disgust. "Today, someone came to the house. Do you know who?" "Who?" A woman named Xiaonyang. The eldest and second sisters-in-law seemed to be hiding something. She kept staring at me. What do you think she's looking at? Wei Chi was stunned upon hearing this. His brow furrowed immediately. Wei Chi looked deeply into his wife's eyes, as if taking a deep breath. Yu Zhi saw his expression and found it amusing. Knowing full well that the man was probably racking his brains right now, she deliberately teased him further. I heard she's a widow, but she looks quite young. She should be quite pitiful. Why hasn't she remarried? Wei Chi blurted out. How would I know? But in the next moment, he suddenly understood the smile in Yu Yu's eyes. Wei Chi instantly felt discouraged. He suddenly moved in front of her, kneeling on one knee on the Kong, his large body blocking her. Wife, are you teasing me? Yu Zhi lowered her eyes. I don't understand what you're saying. Wei Chi suddenly leaned forward and lightly bit her lip, honestly confessing. She used to bother me a lot, but there's a line between men and women. I didn't speak much with her, really.
If you don't believe me, go ask.
Yu Zhi didn't doubt anything and naturally didn't ask questions. She just found it funny to see Wei Chi so nervous. Why don't you like her? Because she's not very pretty?
No.
Wei Chi quickly denied. He scratched the back of his head. I can't really explain it. I just don't have that feeling. Honestly, before meeting her, Wei Chi spent every day climbing mountains, digging bird nests and snake holes. Other young men his age might have been thinking about girls, but he wasn't. The only time he thought about marriage was when he saw her.
Who could he talk to about this?
Wei Chi didn't say anything. As a grown man, he couldn't say such cheesy things. Outside, Wei Mu's voice came in. Dinner time. Come out, everyone. Yu Zhi quickly pushed him. Mom's calling. Hurry up and get dressed. Wei Chi refused to get up and kept circling around her. He pressed his forehead to her forehead, his voice a little hoarse. Really, wife? Okay, I didn't say anything. You get up now. Compared to this, Yu Zhi cared more about their silly behavior during the day. Everyone knew what newlyweds do in the house. If the whole family was waiting for them to eat, she would be embarrassed. Wei Chi hesitated, and Yu Zhi had no choice but to pinch his waist. It was hard and firm. Hurry up. Wei Chi grabbed her hand and rubbed it several times before reluctantly getting up. Yu Zhi went out first and tidied her hair. Wei Chi felt uncomfortable inside. He thought about it and felt like she didn't seem to mind much. It was as if she was just teasing him. Wei Chi felt a tightness in his chest. During dinner, he didn't talk much, just kept eating and thinking. Yu Zhi was still calm and relaxed. Even old Wei couldn't stand it anymore and looked at him with dislike several times. Yu Zhi remained indifferent. After finishing, she went back to her room to rest. After her daughter-in-law left, old Wei tapped his bowl and chopsticks. Be more polite. What kind of manners are those? Wei Man replied. Exactly. Wei Chi snorted. Wei Man, you're really getting mischievous. Next time, no more sweets. Dad, look, third brother is being mean to me. Wei Chi, that's what you caused. You deserve it. What did I do? Wei Chi ignored her and went to clean up the dishes. Dad, don't worry. She doesn't care. Old Wei and Wei Mu exchanged glances. What was wrong with this stubborn son? Yu Zhi had no idea Wei Chi was so petty. After washing up, she rested. Between half-sleep and wakefulness, suddenly there was a loud noise. Wei Chi lying down. Yu Zhi didn't open her eyes or pay attention to him. She was really tired. But after a while, she sensed something was wrong. On their only night together, they didn't do anything serious, and he was restless. Unlike today, when he didn't touch her at all. Yu Zhi snapped back to reality and said, Lower your breathing. You're disturbing me. The man beside her suddenly turned over, deliberately moved closer, and let out a breath.
Yu Zhi.
She moved inward, and Wei Chi followed from behind. When she was pressed against the wall, she finally gave up and said, What are you doing? Wei Chi didn't reply, just reached out and pinched her in front of her, not hard, but enough to make her softly cry out. In the next moment, Yu Zhi felt a lightness on her body, and Wei Chi scooped her into his arms. He was lying flat and surprisingly held her close to his chest. The man, with thick eyebrows and dark eyes, looked seriously at her face, holding her gently. I am your man. Yu Zhi was confused. And then, I am your man. Why don't you care about that girl Xiao? Yu Zhi. So, the problem was this. She was speechless. There's nothing to care about. Didn't you say you had nothing to do with her? Wei Chi choked and frowned. It's like that, but… Yu Zhi looked at him, wanting to hear some explanation. Wei Chi looked at her helplessly. You, stop teasing me. Yu Zhi chuckled softly. I've never teased you. Wei Chi took her hand and placed it on his chest. But I feel uncomfortable, like a cat scratch. Feel it. Yu Zhi touched his firm chest. I didn't scratch you. Then you care about me. Yu Zhi sighed lightly, meeting his hopeful eyes, and finally said as he wished, Yes, I care about you. As soon as she finished, Wei Chi suddenly sat up and scooped her into his arms. Yu Zhi sat on his lap, pressed down by him. Really? Yu Zhi, yes, really. I don't care about that girl Xiao, which means I trust you. Not that I don't care about you. Besides, that was before we were married. Am I that petty? Wei Chi finally heard what he wanted to hear and smiled foolishly. He leaned in and suddenly kissed her. With a pop sound. Yu Zhi was so kissed, she blushed slightly. You're so good. He kissed her again. Yu Zhi pushed him away.
All right, I'm tired.
But Wei Chi seemed energized. It's still early. Shall we try again? Yu Zhi looked up at the sky, regretting only that she had accidentally hurt herself. Suddenly, she missed the peaceful moment just now. But her strength was no match for her thighs. It was late at night, quiet and still. She blinked with tears in her eyes, breathing softly, exhausted all over. The man leaned in and bit her cheek gently, whispering, You, I will always treat you well. After the autumn rain ended, the busy farming season continued. The wheat and grains in the fields needed to be harvested and taken to the drying yard. After drying, they could be stored. At this time, every family in the village would send someone to watch over the drying yard, fearing birds might ruin the grain. Wei Hai also returned home, taking a 3-day break from farm work to help with chores. Yesterday, Wei Lao Han brought back piglets, which were raised in the backyard. Wei's mother went early in the morning to prepare pig feed. After the 3 brothers went to the fields, the sisters-in-law also stayed busy. He sure asked, Mom, after we finish harvesting, will we immediately build a pigsty? Wei's mother nodded. Yes. While speaking, she chopped soybean meal, bran, and pig grass together, mixing them evenly. Raising pigs isn't easy. Later, you 2 sisters-in-law might have to go there to feed the pigs with me. Lu Shi was about to speak when He Shi excitedly said, I'll go, Mom. I'll help you. Wei's mother looked at both of them and nodded. All right, then the second daughter-in-law can stay at home. Lu Shi smiled gently, okay. He Shi was straightforward and liked to run outside. Lu Shi was softer and suited to stay at home. Yu Zhi couldn't join the conversation. She didn't know how to do farm work, so she focused on teaching the children. Actually, she had told Wei's mother the truth that day. She was grateful she married into the Wei family. If not, her future might have been to marry someone else. But whom she married wasn't up to her. In the countryside, many mothers-in-law were cruel and liked to torment their daughters-in-law. No matter if you were a delicate young lady, if she didn't like you, she'd hit you until you could work. Yu Zhi only spoke and didn't have to face these hardships. However, during class today, the 4 little ones seemed distracted, constantly looking toward the backyard. No wonder, several piglets were squealing behind the house, attracting the children's curiosity, including Yu Yantai. Yu Zhi noticed that Yantai seemed to be in a better mood today, which made her feel a little excited. Do you want to go see the piglets? She asked. The children's eyes sparkled. Third aunt. Can we? Yu Zhi nodded with a smile. Yes, I want to go see too. Let's go.
Yay.
Everyone cheered and ran out of the main hall into the backyard. Grandma, we want to see the piglets. Wei Mu was bumped into by a few playful piglets.
Careful. Slow down.
Where are they? Wei Yao looked around excitedly. Wei Mu sighed. They're always so eager to play instead of studying. Yu Zhi also came over, holding her inkstone. Mom, I promised. I want to see too. Wei Mu smiled. All right, come here. Yesterday, they brought back 4 chubby piglets, happily eating in the pen at the back. The Wei family is very clean, so even the pig pen is spotless and smells fine. Grandma, can I touch one? Dalong and Yao Yao both reached out. Wei Mu said, no, you can't. Even though these piglets are small, they eat fiercely. If one bumps into you, you wouldn't be able to handle it. Hearing this, they gave up the idea. But suddenly, Yu Yantai ran over and squatted in front of the piglets, looking curious. Wei Mu was surprised and looked at Yu Zhi. Well, Yu Zhi also stared wide-eyed. These siblings are so funny. They're used to living in a wealthy house and have never seen piglets before. They're so curious. Wei Mu didn't bother to stop them and said with a smile, you can look, but don't go in. Stay back. Yu Zhi nodded obediently. They all gathered around the pig pen, staring at the piglets as if they were watching something amazing. If others saw this, they would find it both amusing and strange. At noon, Wei Chi and Wei Yong still hadn't come back for lunch. Second sister-in-law went to deliver the food. When she returned, Lu's face was a little red from the sun. She's so annoying. Seeing how hot it was, Yu Zhi didn't let the children practice calligraphy and decided to wait until the afternoon when the sun set. Cold mornings and hot afternoons, autumn harvest and winter storage. Extra days make a year, and the rhythm of the seasons adjusts. Yu Zhi continued teaching them to recite. The 3 children repeated after her. Suddenly, Yu Yantai spoke up. Clouds rise and bring rain. Dew turns to frost. Gold is born in beautiful waters. Jade comes from Kunlun. The sword is called Juek, and the pearl is known as Night Light. There was a moment of silence inside the house. Dalong, Erliang, and Yao Yao all turned around at the same time. Yu Yantai, though still a bit dazed, instinctively spoke the words fluently, reciting something he had memorized countless times as a child. Yao Yao exclaimed, Wow! Yantai, you're so amazing! Yu Zhi's vision blurred a little. Yantai, do you recognize your older sister? Yu Zhi quickly walked to Yu Yantai's front, half squatted down, holding Yu Zhi's hand with a blushing face. Yu Yantai's pure eyes were very clear, and he blinked slowly at her. Sister. Yu Zhi finally couldn't hold back her emotions, and a few tears fell softly. The other 3 children were stunned, feeling unsure and not daring to approach or disturb. At this moment, the working men returned home. Wei Chi, with sharp ears, heard crying sounds from the main hall and almost dropped his sickle. He hurried over in 2 steps. Wife. Yu Zhi didn't expect Wei Chi to come back suddenly. She immediately turned around, wiped her tears, and Wei Chi was surprised, asking what's wrong. Wei Yao Yao reacted fastest, quickly ran to Wei Chi and whispered something. Wei Chi relaxed his expression and strode toward the half-squatting Yu Zhi. He helped her up with one hand and held Yu Yantai with the other. Aren't these good things? Why are you crying? Yu Zhi turned sideways, seeming reluctant to be seen by him. Wei Chi rubbed Yu Yantai's head and asked, Yantai, do you recognize me? Yu Yantai pursed his lips, looked at him, said nothing, then turned to look at Yu Zhi again. Wei Yao Yao also ran over. Yantai, what about me? Yu Yantai stared at her for a long time, but didn't speak. It seemed that Yantai's earlier words were just an illusion. Wei's mother and others also came to the door to look. Wei Chi blocked everyone's view to wipe tears from his wife. Tomorrow, I'll take him to see the doctor in town. Yu Zhi finally responded. I'll go too. Wei Chi's eyes widened slightly, thought for a moment, and agreed with her. All right, I'll take you. Then he lowered his voice to comfort her. Don't cry anymore. Yu Zhi wiped her tears. It's nothing, I was just a bit excited. Wei Chi reached out and pinched her face. I understand. Don't worry, I'm here. Yantai will definitely get better. At the dining table, Wei Chi announced this decision. But the busy farming season hadn't ended yet. After Yu Zhi recovered, she whispered, There's no rush to go. Can we ask a doctor to take a look first? Maybe in a few days? Old Wei spoke. It's not urgent. I've already arranged someone for the pig pen, and I can help at the grain drying yard tomorrow. Let third brother take you there. Wei's mother said, that works. After paying the taxes, we won't run out of food. We can sell some in town. Third brother, this is your task. Okay, Wei Chi agreed without hesitation. Then I'll go up the mountain later to see if there's any harvest and go together. All right, take it easy. Wei Man suddenly said, Mother, I also want to go to town. What are you causing trouble for? You're not allowed to go. Fourth brother goes instead.
Why?
Mother Wei glanced at her and said, now that you are a young lady, running out all the time isn't proper. No, and besides, are you going to help your third brother or what? Wei Man was not happy and looked at Yu Zhi as if she wanted to say something, but when she saw her third brother's look, she didn't dare. Yu Zhi lowered her eyes and ate quietly, feeling grateful inside. In the afternoon, Wei Chi went up the mountain again. When he returned, he was carrying 2 wild chickens and a wild rabbit. They looked very fat and healthy. The children practicing calligraphy in the yard ran over, curious and excited. Third uncle, why do you always come back with something? This rabbit is so big and fat.
Can I touch it?
The children are like that, wanting to touch everything they see. Just like the children, Yu Zhi was also curious about the little pig she saw earlier. Wei Chi saw her looking over, but didn't look at her. He smiled and said, all right, if you like, I'll catch one for each of you tomorrow to raise. The children almost jumped with joy. Third uncle, you're so kind. Wei Chi also smiled. When he turned to look for his wife, he saw that Yu Zhi had already gone inside the house. He was surprised and followed her. Yu Zhi leaned sadly against the head of the bed. Wei Chi walked over smiling and asked, what's wrong? Are you still worried about the inkstone? Yu Zhi shook her head. Wei Chi sighed and suddenly opened the basket he had brought. He had been hiding it behind his back and hadn't taken it out until now. He handed it over like a treasure. I'll catch one for Yao Yao next time. For now, I brought you back a rabbit. Yu Zhi was surprised and leaned in to look. In the next moment, her big eyes widened. It's a fox. Wei Chi laughed loudly. It's a white fox cub, lucky me. I found it by chance. White fox cubs are rare. This one looked like it had been abandoned, which is probably why Wei Chi found it. It wasn't very big. Once skinned, it wouldn't sell for much silver, and it seemed a bit cruel. The first thing Wei Chi thought when he saw it was to bring it home to his wife to play with. Yu Zhi smiled happily, showing 2 shallow dimples. She wanted to reach out and touch it but was a little afraid. Wei Chi encouraged her. It won't bite, and it's gentle and small. If you raise it, it will recognize you as its owner. Yu Zhi was delighted. She finally reached out and touched the little fox. The fox curled up in the basket and shivered, forming a ball. So adorable. Yu Zhi was finally very happy, full of joy. How do I raise it? What does it eat? Foxes are also omnivores and eat everything. I feed it fresh meat and vegetables. Soon I will build a big cage for it and later, we can keep it in our yard. When we were repairing the house, the small courtyard on the third side was already there. It's a private space for the young couple, perfect for raising a fox. Yu Zhi holds the basket tightly, smiling more than ever before. Wei Chi is momentarily stunned. Then he starts to regret. If catching a fox could make his wife so happy, he would have gone into the mountains earlier. Why am I so stupid? Yu Zhi has no idea what Wei Chi is thinking. She is still looking at the fox, very excited. Wei Chi, yeah. Let's give it a name? Naming? Wei Chi's mind moves. Yes, we should give it a name. How about Little White? All the animals in the village have simple names. The yellow dog is called Big Yellow, the black dog is called, so this white fox, Little White, sounds just right. But just as he finishes speaking, Yu Zhi wrinkles her nose in dislike. Old-fashioned. Old-fashioned? Why does it sound outdated? Wei Chi doesn't understand and feels puzzled. Then what should we call it? Yu Zhi looks down at the fox for a while, then says, let's call it
Pearl.
Pearl? Yes, Pearl. Wei Chi knows what pearls are. He leans over to look at the fox in the basket. It's as white as a pearl, but the name sounds too fancy. In his heart, Pearl isn't just a fox. What's wrong? Is that okay? Yu Zhi asks. Wei Chi can't refuse her, so he smiles naturally. Sure, whatever you say. Yu Zhi smiles back. Then you go make the cage.
Wei Chi feels helpless. Yes, ma'am.
But just as he turns around, Yu Zhi suddenly says, "Wait. Turn around." Wei Chi doesn't understand. What?
Come here.
Wei Chi leans forward. Suddenly, a gentle, soft kiss with the scent of gardenia flowers lands on his cheek, fleeting like a dragonfly touching water.
Yu Zhi's cheeks turn red.
She lowers her head as if nothing happened. You go make the cage. Wei Chi is stunned, forgetting everything about cages. He makes a gasp and, for a moment, he feels like he might forget how to breathe altogether. After Wei Mu finishes cooking dinner, she looks toward the third courtyard. What's taking so long? Come out already. Man, go check. Wei man. Mother, I don't want to go, so I won't be scolded by my third brother. It's not appropriate for Lu Shi or he sure to go either. Wei Mu coughs softly. All right, I'll go call them. Just as Wei Mu reaches the courtyard gate, Yu Zhi comes out. Mother, what are you doing? Dinner is ready. Yes, okay. Yu Zhi's words drew attention, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Wei Chi followed out casually, still relaxed. Seeing Wei's mother, Wei Chi paused for a moment. What's that? Wei's mother asked curiously, noticing what he was holding. Wei Chi smugly lifted his chin. Pearls. Wei's mother widened her eyes. What is it? Wei Chi didn't answer, and quickly ran to the main hall. Everyone thought Wei Chi had dug up a basket of pearls on the mountain, and almost got excited enough to shout, but Wei Chi reluctantly brought out the pearls. Suddenly, the room sighed. So it's just a little fox cub. Only the 3 cubs and Wei man screamed, third brother/uncle. I want one too. Wei Chi, if I meet more, I'll catch some for you. These are just for fish. Then give me a hug. Not now, let your third sister-in-law raise it until it's used to us. That's so stingy. Yu Zhi blushed as she sipped her soup, while old Wei chuckled. Looks like you're out of luck. This white fox isn't easy to find. You're just lucky, kid. Wei Chi glanced at his wife beside him and said boldly, That's right. It's fate with fish, otherwise, how would I get such a good thing? His words made it unclear whether he was talking about the fox or himself. The Wei family couldn't bear to watch. Yu Zhi pretended not to understand and silently bit her tongue on her chopsticks. After dinner, Wei Chi suddenly appeared with a pile of bamboo and wood, ready to make a cage for the pearl. He loved to take good care of this fox. He needed to build a cage with a platform inside where she could eat. Wei Chi was very skilled at woodworking, so this was no problem for him. The sound of sawing wood echoed in the yard. Wei Chi sat on a small stool, stretching his long legs. He always worked carefully, focusing intently on his task. Everyone in the Wei family knew that when third brother was working, no one could disturb him. If you tried to talk to him, he wouldn't reply. But now, unexpectedly, Wei Chi kept stopping and glancing toward the bathhouse. In the quiet night, besides the wind, there was a faint sound of water, which made Wei Chi feel uneasy.
Yu Zhi was taking a bath.
She was very careful when she bathed, using plenty of hot water. Wei Chi had already brought in 3 large buckets for her. When they built the house, they thoughtfully separated the bathing area at the back, and there was also a large bath bucket that Wei Chi personally made for her before their wedding. Yu Zhi's skin is delicate and tender. The heavy wooden boards are carefully sanded, with no splinters. The newly made wooden basin still smells of wood, and Yu Zhi feels quite comfortable inside. After washing her hair and body thoroughly, she slowly gets out of the bathtub. The sound of water rushing is soothing and calming. Wei Chi momentarily drifts into thought, noticing that his bamboo weaving has become misaligned.
Wei Chi?
Yu Zhi's hesitant voice comes from inside the bathhouse. Wei Chi quickly stands up from the stool. I'm here. He walks quickly to the door of the bathhouse. Yu Zhi softly asks, Sorry to trouble you, could you please pass me a cloth? She's confused. Before bathing, she only brought her clothes in, and her cloth was left outside. Okay. His voice is a bit deep. The wooden door is pushed open, and a tall figure enters. Yu Zhi peeks out from behind the wooden screen. Thank you. Wei Chi's throat tightens, and his gaze remains fixed on her. Her fair, round shoulders are exposed, her face is tinged with a pink glow, and her skin looks like peeled lychee. Dewy water droplets are trembling and dripping. Because Wei Chi's intense gaze is too obvious, Yu Zhi quickly takes the cloth and then hurriedly retreats behind the screen. Wei Chi hesitates for a moment, wanting to step forward confidently. "You're not allowed to come in," Yu Zhi quickly says, seeming to sense his intention. "Wei Chi, that I'll help you." "No, no need." Even though they have shared intimate moments before, she refuses to be openly in front of him. Yu Zhi can't do that, and she definitely won't. Plus, his gaze is too straightforward. She's not stupid. She doesn't want his help. Seeing her shy, Wei Chi gives up and awkwardly touches his nose. "I'll go back outside and finish making the cage." "Hurry up," Yu Zhi urges. Wei Chi sighs inwardly and turns to leave the courtyard. This time, he focuses solely on his work. In less than half an hour, he finishes a large, elegant cage. He thoughtfully lines the inside with soft cloth and some dry straw before carefully placing the pearl inside the cage. "Little one, from now on this will be your home." Wei Chi doesn't have much emotional attachment to animals. He is naturally a hunter, but after marrying, whenever he sees small rabbits, foxes, or squirrels, he feels a hint of Yu Zhi's shadow. They are shy, with clear and innocent eyes. Pearl doesn't seem very interested in him. Wei Chi teases it for a while, but it looks droopy. "Unkind little thing, don't look at me like that. Do you know who brought you back?"
Squeak.
That's the sound of a fox cub, with a hint of disdain.
Wei Chi laughed happily.
The small creature truly resembled its owner, which made Wei Chi feel even more fond of it. He carefully looked after the little thing and quickly ran to the bathhouse. When it was his turn to wash, a faint floral scent lingered in the bathhouse. His throat tightened, and a warm feeling rushed down to his lower abdomen. After Wei Chi could no longer wait and returned to his room, Yu Zhi was still awake, leaning by the bed, drying her hair. "I'll help you." Yu Zhi lifted her eyelids to look at him, but he didn't seem to want to help, only burning with impatience. "No need." Wei Chi sighed. "If you dry it like that, you won't be able to sleep for an hour." Yu Zhi lowered her gaze. She was drying slowly, but she didn't want Wei Chi's rough hands to mess it up. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, Wei Chi took a few steps forward. "Don't worry, I'll be gentle." Seeing his serious expression, Yu Zhi relented. Her arms were starting to feel sore anyway. She leaned closer to Wei Chi, who had a faint smile in his eyes. He took a cloth and carefully helped her dry her hair. Wei Chi was gentle, not rough at all. His touch was just right, and Yu Zhi felt herself getting sleepy. She liked when someone helped her with her hair, but only in the past. This familiar feeling made her unconsciously lean against his chest. Wei Chi paused, his throat moving up and down.
You?
Yu Zhi, sleepy and confused, responded with a soft "emin." After drying her hair, Wei Chi leaned in and kissed her briefly. "We're going out tomorrow, so I won't bother you tonight." Yu Zhi didn't hear him clearly and soon fell asleep in Wei Chi's arms. The next morning, before dawn, the entire Wei family courtyard was busy. They were going to Fo to town, along with Wei Hai and others. Wei Hai had packed everything, including Yu Yantai supplies, which they needed to pay taxes with today, and some items to sell later. Wei Chi also moved some mountain goods he had collected into the cart, filling a mule cart completely, ready to leave. Wei Man ran over with a few children. Third sister-in-law. Third sister-in-law. Yu Zhi turned around. Wei Man whispered to her, "Can you help me carry some things?" Yu Zhi smiled and nodded. "Sure, what do you need?" Wei Man, wary of Wei Chi, whispered something into Yu Zhi's ear. Yu Zhi smiled and said, "Okay." Third aunt, I want some too." The children looked eager. Wei Mu walked out and said, "A whole day of shopping. Always buying. The children didn't dare speak. Wei Mu approached Yu Zhi with a smile and handed her a small pouch of money. "There are some household needs. The third son is careless, so I might trouble you. Mother said this feels distant. If you want to buy something, I will note it down. Cloth, perhaps. It's time to prepare for autumn clothes. With so many people at home, 3 bolts of rough cloth and 2 bolts of cotton cloth should be enough. You can choose yourself, it's always safe. Also, buy 2 pairs of cloth shoes for your 2 sisters-in-law. This is a task for women. Yu Zhi carefully noted everything. Okay, I've remembered. Mother, don't worry. And the remaining money. You can spend as you like. Wei Mu patted her hand. Yu Zhi felt warm inside and put the money pouch into her sleeve. Let's go. Wei Chi made a move to pull her, but Yu Zhi looked down and didn't reach out. It was just a ride. No need to be so delicate. Wei Chi looked at his empty palm, smiled slightly, and then turned around to diligently drive the cart ahead. It takes about half an hour to go from Hualing Village to Foda Town. It's not far, but the road is rough. They chose to settle here because Hualing Village is hidden, easy to defend and hard to attack, and the environment is quite good. But this also means the village roads are bumpy. Usually Wei Chi walks or whips the mule to ride. Today is different. He's never driven a cart so carefully before, moving slowly and steadily. Even Wei Hai couldn't help but look at his older brother several times. Yu Zhi was unaware. She sat on the mule cart, holding Pearl in her arms, with her younger brother sitting beside her, feeling very relaxed. Wei Hai smiled and said, "That white fox is quite clever. It's so quick to get close to family, and it seems to like third sister-in-law." Yu Zhi looked down and asked, "Really?" "I just think it's very well behaved. It doesn't resist being held, so Yu Zhi always brings it out when she leaves home." Wei Hai nodded. "It's true. Not all foxes are like that. Some can even bite." Yu Zhi was momentarily surprised. Wei Chi quickly said, "It's gentle by nature. I can tell." Yu Zhi touched Pearl and said, "I also think we're meant to be. I'll take good care of it." Wei Hai smiled. Third sister-in-law is beautiful and kind-hearted. It's a blessing for it. Yu Zhi's cheeks slightly reddened. If anyone else said that, Wei Chi would definitely remind him, but Wei Hai is simple-minded. He praised Yu Zhi, and Yu Zhi didn't think there was any hidden meaning, so she didn't mind at all. "I heard you read a lot. How far have you gotten?" Yu Zhi unexpectedly started a conversation, which surprised Wei Hai a little. "Not much. Just a bit more diligent." "Diligence is good. Heaven rewards hard work. I heard that Yingzhou court exams are about to resume. Do you want to try?" Wei Hai sat up straight, looking very serious. "If it's true, I definitely want to try it." After saying that, he also shared some updates about his studies with Yu Zhi. To his surprise, Yu Zhi already knew about it, which made Wei Hai very happy and even more admiring of third sister-in-law. While they discussed studying, Wei Chi couldn't say a word. But he didn't interrupt. He just carefully drove the mule cart to make Yu Zhi more comfortable and able to enjoy the chat. Of course, they also had a pleasant conversation. The mule cart smoothly arrived at Foda Town. The town was lively and quiet in a way that was very different from Hualing Village. Yu Zhi's eyes didn't know where to look anymore. She kept glancing from one side to the other. The inkstone was rare, and her eyes showed some curiosity about other things. "We've arrived." Today wasn't a market day, so there weren't many people in town. The mule cart easily stopped at the door of Tongren Hall. Wei Chi reached out and took down the inkstone. Wei Dao said, "Third brother, I'm going to the grain shop. I'll come back later to pick you up." "No need. When you're done, just wait at the town entrance. Third sister-in-law, and I want to look around a bit. Should I carry anything for you?" "Not much. I can carry it myself."
Wei Hai smiled.
"All right, I understand. Third brother and third sister-in-law, take your time." Yu Zhi smiled at him, and Wei Chi turned his head to look at her deeply. The main reason for coming to town today was to get the inkstone checked. But Yu Zhi saw that he was also carrying some wild game, and she was curious. "Where are you going to sell these?" Wei Chi smiled slightly. "They take them. Wild game from the mountains isn't just for eating. Many are good ingredients for medicine." Dr. Zhao had collected quite a few from Wei Chi. Seeing Wei Chi, Dr. Zhao immediately smiled. "Anything good today? Last time you brought me." He stopped mid-sentence because Yu Zhi had already come in. When old Zhao saw Yu Zhi, he paused for a moment, then immediately looked like he was thinking, "You're really lucky." Wei Chi didn't need to look. He already understood what he wanted to say. "This is Dr. Zhao. This is my wife, Yu Zhi. Yu Zhi quickly greeted politely. Dr. Zhao chuckled. Not bad, not bad. Wei Chi is really lucky. Wei Chi handed over the items from his basket. Take a look. Do you want to buy? Old Zhao looked down and smiled. Yes, I'll buy it. Good stuff. Name your price. Old price, just give what you think is fair. But later, this is my wife's younger brother, called Yantai. Please take a look. What's wrong with the kid? Wei Chi spoke briefly and clearly, explaining the conclusion the village doctor had previously given, then added a bit about the recent situation with the inkstone. Zhao the doctor understood immediately. All right, I'll take a look. Yu Zhi watched nervously as Zhao the doctor checked the pulse. Neither she nor Wei Chi made any noise to disturb him. After a moment, Zhao the doctor withdrew his hand. The child isn't seriously ill. He had a bruise on his head from a fall earlier, but it hasn't fully gone away. I'll prescribe a few more doses of medicine for him to take. Wei Chi said. A doctor before also said that, but he didn't know when it would heal or be sure. Zhao the doctor replied, that's normal. Bruises vary from person to person. But from your description, it seems the child's condition is improving, which means there's hope. Yu Zhi said, but now, he's having trouble speaking. Let me see his tongue. Open your mouth, child. The inkstone cooperated well. It did whatever was asked. After examining carefully, Zhao the doctor said, his tongue looks fine. It seems he's silent because of emotional worries. Yu Zhi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Emotional worries. She understood what that meant. Her eyelids drooped slightly, showing she was a bit disappointed. Wei Chi asked, can emotional worries be cured? Zhao, the doctor, glared at him. Of course, emotional issues need emotional medicine. I don't have that ability. Then he looked at Yu Zhi. Thank you, doctor. All right, who wants to come and get the medicine? Wei Chi said, I'll do it. Yu Zhi took the inkstone and waited obediently at the front. In the backyard, Zhao the doctor quietly asked, are your wife and brother-in-law refugees? They used to be wealthy, right? Can you tell? Wei Chi asked. Obviously. Wei Chi thought for a moment, then said, later, you can also check my wife's pulse. I'm worried about her too. Zhao the doctor smiled. All right. Back at the front, Wei Chi told Yu Zhi what had happened. Yu Zhi was a bit surprised. I don't think there's much wrong with me. Let's see first. Seeing that Wei Chi insisted, she had no choice but to agree. Zhao the doctor took some gauze, placed it on his wrist, and began to carefully check his pulse. Wei Chi watched without blinking. After a while, Zhao the doctor loosened his grip and said, young lady, your health is fine overall, but your energy and blood are a bit weak. I'll prescribe some tonic medicine. Just as Yu Zhi was about to speak, Wei Chi quickly said, yes, prescribe it. It must be prescribed. Yu Zhi was silent. Zhao the doctor smiled. All right, then you and I will come again. Wei Chi blinked, suddenly remembered something, and hurried to the backyard. Doctor, what's wrong with my wife? Zhao the doctor was momentarily stunned. What's wrong? Don't you have something private to tell me? Dr. Zhao chuckled. You're so nervous. But, yes, there is something. Last time, you asked me about the matters inside the room. She's indeed a bit weak. When it comes to childbirth, it's better to let nature take its course. You understand what I mean, right? When Wei Chi came out, Yu Zhi had already been waiting outside with the inkstone for a while. What's wrong? Why so long? Yu Zhi asked. Wei Chi replied, nothing much, just searching for some medicinal herbs with a strong smell. Yu Zhi looked down at the medicine in Wei Chi's hand, clearly feeling a bit shy. She really disliked taking medicine. Her unwilling expression didn't escape the man in front of her. Wei Chi reached out and patted her head, saying, later, I'll buy you some candied fruit. Yu Zhi opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she swallowed her words again. Doctor, please do the math. All right, I'll count it. Dr. Zhao started to use the abacus, saying as he moved the beads, the brother and sister each take 2 doses a day. Once the child's medicine is finished, bring him back for me to check. Wei Chi agreed quickly, okay. Just as Dr. Zhao was about to finish calculating, an apprentice suddenly entered the backyard. Master. The key part of this medical book is blurry, I can't recognize what it is. Dr. Zhao was alarmed. Let me see. His brows furrowed into a chan shape as he held the medical book carefully, valuing it greatly. Oh, dear, this is the most important part. How did it get damaged? Yu Zhi looked at the sound of the conversation and immediately saw the name on the old medical book. Is this Nanjing? Dr. Zhao paused, surprised. Yes, do you know it? Yu Zhi nodded. It's an old medical book, said to be left by Bien Quebec. Dr. Zhao's eyes lit up. Girl, you know this? Yu Zhi felt a bit shy. I saw it at home before. Have you read it?
Just glanced at it.
Then look, do you still remember this part? Dr. Zhao asked excitedly. I'll take a look. He quickly handed the book over, saying respectfully, please, girl. Yu Zhi carefully examined it and smiled. I remember, this is the 27 difficulties about the relationship between the 5 organs and the 7 orifices. I think I have some impression. I'll write it down for you. Dr. Zhao's expression was no longer surprise, but something deeper. He immediately handed over paper and a brush, bowing respectfully. At the same time, his gaze at Yu Zhi became more meaningful. Wei Chi couldn't understand what they were saying as they spoke about difficult topics. He had no choice but to stretch his neck and look closer. Yu Zhi's handwriting was very beautiful, delicate, small, and pleasing to the eye. At first, he couldn't tell much, but after seeing more of her writing, Wei Chi suddenly understood what like a chicken's claw meant that day. His mood became a bit complicated. Here, take a look, Yu Zhi finished quickly. Her skill was so good it didn't seem like just skimming. Zhao Longzhong took the paper and looked at it, his eyes shining brightly. Excellent. Miss, I have a small request. Zhao's voice rose a little, startling Wei Chi. You mean? Zhao, miss, you're very modest. This isn't just skimming, it's memorization. May I ask, do you have medical books at home like the Huangdi Neijing or Treatise on Cold Damage and Miscellaneous Diseases? Have you read and remembered them? When Zhao said this, Yu Zhi understood his meaning. Actually, she remembered all those books. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to give Man a prescription just by opening her mouth.
But,
seeing her hesitate, Zhao quickly said, your consultation fee is waived. And for your younger brother, I have a gift. If you can copy one book, I will give you 20 taels of silver, and I will provide all the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Wei Chi's eyes widened. Yu Zhi, it's not about the money. She hesitated because, in this chaotic world, she didn't want to stand out too much. Seeing his wife hesitate, Wei Chi helped her decline. Zhao looked a bit disappointed. I was being too forceful. Miss, you don't know, I've spent a lot of effort searching for these medical books, but they're mostly incomplete copies. My studies have been stuck for a long time. Yu Zhi thought to herself, yes, her grandfather said that medical books are precious. They can cure diseases and save lives. She had read them thoroughly, but she couldn't practice medicine. Those who do practice medicine wanting to read medical books, isn't that normal? I want to help you, Yu Zhi suddenly said with determination. Zhao's face lit up with surprise. Really? Practicing medicine and saving people is a very virtuous thing. I can't do much, just write some characters. If a doctor can use my writing to help the common people, it would be a good deed. Zhao was very happy.
Thank you, miss.
Why are you just standing there? Go get some paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones. Zhao turned and ordered the apprentice who was nearby. The apprentice quickly realized and hurried to the backyard. Soon, he brought back a new set of writing supplies. Please accept this, Miss Yu. Wei Chi reached out and took it for her. Master Zhao smiled happily. The consultation fee is free.
I will still charge for these wild meats.
Also, here are 10 taels of silver as a deposit. Please accept it, young lady. Yu Zhi was about to say something, but Wei Chi interrupted her bluntly. Yu Zhi. Wei Chi, all right, let's go.
Wait.
May I ask, young lady Yu, when will the medical books be ready? Wei Chi clicked his tongue. Don't rush her. No, I was just asking. Yu Zhi looked at Wei Chi helplessly, then respectfully said to Master Zhao, I will do it as soon as possible. I can divide the books into volumes. Once I finish one volume, Wei Chi will bring it to you. Master Zhao was very happy again and bowed with his hands. Thank you. Thank you. Yu Zhi and Wei Chi then left. The three of them exited the clinic. Wei Chi looked down at the things in his arms. My wife is so capable. She just took out 20 taels of silver. Maybe even more. Studying really pays off.
Yu Zhi, you just realized that now?
Wei Chi smiled and leaned in. But, are you tired? You have to teach De Wang and the others and copy medical books. Wei Chi didn't care about money. He just felt sorry for his wife. Yu Zhi shook her head. No, I'm free anyway. Reflecting on things is also good exercise for my mind. Wei Chi scratched his head, not understanding why the brain needed exercise. But whatever his wife said was right. After leaving the clinic, they headed to the fabric shop. Mother said she wanted to buy fabric for clothes for the family, and eldest and second sisters-in-law also needed shoes. Additionally, Man asked her to buy scented powder and rouge from the perfume shop. There were many places to visit. Wei Chi walked behind Yu Zhi, holding the inkstone and carrying the basket, willingly helping carry everything. It was easy for him. Inside the fabric shop, 5 bolts of cloth cost nearly 1 tael and 8 coins, and 2 pairs of shoes cost 4 coins. Yu Zhi finally realized how hard it was to earn money and how easy it was to spend it. Just as she was about to pay, Wei Chi said, "Aren't you going to buy something for yourself?" Yu Zhi, "No need, I don't lack anything." She was telling the truth, but Wei Chi was unhappy. Everyone at home has what they need. Aren't you being reasonable? Pick one. Yu Zhi, wasn't the red cloth you bought earlier enough? I haven't used it all. That's different. That was for your wedding dress. The leftover can be cut into small clothes. Today, I want to buy a light-colored one. Yu Zhi's face turned red. She immediately tried to cover his mouth. Lower your voice. Wei Chi was caught by his soft wife's hand, but he grinned. No one's around, don't worry. Yu Zhi blushed and withdrew her hand, knowing how tricky he was, and casually pointed to a bolt of cloth. This one. She chose a light blue fabric with small flowers. Wei Chi looked at it twice and smiled, lowering his voice. It looks nice. This color would look good as a bag too, and it would suit you. Yu Zhi finally couldn't bear it anymore. She raised her hand and pinched his arm. After buying the fabric, the next stop was the perfume shop. Yu Zhi promised Man she would buy some girls' items. Wei Chi didn't follow her this time. Instead, he went to the neighboring candy and snack shops. He bought treats and sweets for the family's little pets, and also replenished the cooking supplies, oil, salt, and sugar. When Wei Chi returned after a long walk around the town, Yu Zhi was still not finished shopping. The detail and care girls put into shopping surprised him. But Wei Chi was very patient and waited by the door. Yu Zhi was actually being approached by the shopkeeper's wife. Probably because she rarely saw such a beautiful young woman in the small town, the shopkeeper thought Yu Zhi's background was special and started to promote her items. However, Yu Zhi wasn't interested in most of what was recommended. She mainly wanted to buy things for Man. In the end, she chose 2 boxes of rouge that Man liked. The shopkeeper's wife looked a little disappointed when Yu Zhi didn't pick her suggestions. But Yu Zhi did buy something. She bought a box of face cream. The shopkeeper's wife smiled again, saying, "Miss, your skin is so good. You should use something finer. This face cream has jasmine extract. It smells wonderful and works well." Yu Zhi took a sniff and smiled. "All right, I'll take this one." The girl's rouge and face powder weren't cheap, and she had just spent a silver coin or 2. As Yu Zhi turned to leave, she saw Wei Chi at the door, leaning against the frame and smiling at her. She didn't know how long he had been watching. Her lips pressed into a slight smile, and she walked over to him. "Finished shopping?" Wei Chi asked. Let's go," she replied. Wei Chi didn't know much about women's things and didn't ask further. He took Yu Zhi and the inkstone and left together. Inside the powder shop, a few women who had been impressed by Yu Zhi earlier were still looking at her. Some even tried to imitate her manner and speech. Some married women kept their eyes on the man beside her. In short, whenever they walked together, people kept stealing glances. Wei Chi saw this but ignored it. Only if some men looked at his wife with ill intentions would he give them a stern look. The men would immediately back off. At the town's entrance, Wei Hai was already waiting. "Third brother, third sister-in-law. Wei Hai greeted them with a smile. How long have you been waiting? Wei Chi asked. Wei Haishao said, not long now, third brother. The taxes are paid, and the rest of the money from selling grain is here. Take a look. Wei Chi didn't look and directly took the money. You're hungry, right? Let's go eat. Third brother, shall we eat in town? Of course, aren't you hungry? Wei Chi casually pointed to a noodle shop. Let's go there. It was almost noon and not eating was starting to feel uncomfortable. Wei Haishao smiled, all right. Wei Chi took his wife to a quiet corner to sit down. Wei Haishao sat across from them with an inkstone. Sweetheart, what do you want to eat? Yu Zhi replied, anything is fine. Wei Chi smiled. 5 big bowls of shredded meat noodles. Third brother, I want to eat tripe noodles. TSK, too complicated. Change to a bowl of tripe noodles. Yu Zhi was surprised. You're ordering so much? Wei Chi said, your man is almost starving. I can finish it all. Yu Zhi glanced at his big frame and said nothing. The noodles cooked quickly, and the waiter soon brought over 2 or 3 bowls. Please enjoy your meal. The rest will be ready soon. Just as Yu Zhi reached out, Wei Chi helped bring the bowl to her. And the inkstone. Be careful, it's hot. Yu Zhi said thank you. Wei Chi smiled and took a pair of chopsticks, starting to eat. This man seemed unafraid of the heat. Yu Zhi had to on her noodles for a while before eating, but by then, Wei Chi had already eaten half a bowl. Yu Zhi silently looked away. The soup noodles were quite tasty, probably made with bone broth. The shredded meat was cut evenly, with some pickled vegetables, half an egg, and a few fresh green vegetables. Yu Zhi was starting to feel hungry. But her appetite was small. She had only eaten half a bowl, and was already full. When she looked again, Wei Chi had finished 2 bowls. Yu Zhi quietly put down her chopsticks. Wei Chi said, are you full? Want to eat more? Yu Zhi shook her head. I can't eat anymore. You shouldn't have ordered large bowls for me. Wei Chi tooted, and brought her bowl over. Large bowls only cost a little more. It's worth it. He then finished the few bites she left. Yu Zhi didn't say anything, and just watched him eat quietly. Wei Chi suddenly realized he thought she might dislike his eating manners. Hesitating, he slowed down. But Yu Zhi suddenly poured him a glass of water, and handed it over.
Wei Chi smiled.
They didn't speak, but their expressions seemed perfectly in sync. Wei Haishao sat across, quietly slurping his noodles, occasionally glancing up. Suddenly, he wondered if, in a couple of years, he might also have a wife. After finishing the meal and buying everything they needed, they prepared to go home. Yu Zhi still sat behind the mule cart with her inkstone, but this time, Wei Hai was the one driving the cart. Wei Chi sat in front of her like a mountain, and Yu Zhi didn't need to look up to feel his intense gaze. Probably noticing her discomfort, Wei Chi leaned against the corner to rest his eyes after a while. Whether he slept or not was unclear. The inkstone also looked a bit sleepy, leaning on her brother-in-law's broad arm and dozing off. Yu Zhi supported her chin, watching the scenery pass by, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, with a loud clang, the cart jolted sharply. Yu Zhi lost her balance and was about to hit her head on the wooden board. In the next moment, a large hand suddenly reached out and steadied her head. Surprised, Yu Zhi turned to see a pair of dark, narrow eyes. Third brother, I didn't see the hole.
Sorry.
Still shaken, Wei Chi had already jumped down from the cart. I'm coming, it's okay. Wei Hai also looked startled and guilt-ridden as he looked at Yu Zhi. Third sister-in-law, are you alright? Yu Zhi slowly shook her head. I'm fine. Wei Chi said, go to the back, I'll drive the cart. Wei Hai nodded. Yu Zhi, a bit slow to realize, noticed how bumpy the village road was and remembered the morning's journey, as if she suddenly understood something. She looked deeply at Wei Chi's back. Oh, third brother is back. Are you going to the town to sell grain? As the mule cart entered the village, many elders at the entrance were chatting and sunbathing. Since they left early, they hadn't met any neighbors, but now they naturally exchanged greetings. Wei Chi slowed the cart and smiled in response. Someone with sharp eyes called out, is that the new wife? Wow, she's really pretty. Yu Zhi looked at Wei Chi in confusion. Wei Chi explained, "This is Uncle Chongxing and Uncle Chang'an." Yu Zhi immediately called out to them, "Uncle Chongxing, Uncle Chang'an." Besides a few male elders, there were some women whose eyes were quite bold, almost eager to see if they could find something interesting from Yu Zhi. Although Yu Zhi didn't dislike being looked at this way, she also didn't like it. Wei Chi glanced at them indifferently, and those women awkwardly looked away. Uncles, aunties, we're heading back now. My parents are still waiting. All right, go back and take care. The mule cart continued forward and soon stopped at Wei's house. "Third uncle, third and is back." Dalong's voice was the first to be heard. As soon as they heard the mule cart, a few children ran excitedly to the door, jumping around. Wei's mother and he sure also came out, saying, "They really are lively little monkeys, can't sit still." She complained with her mouth, but smiled on her face. In a blink, Wei Hai stopped the mule cart, and Wei Chi took Yu Zhi into the courtyard. "Mother, you're back. Was everything smooth?"
Wei Chi nodded.
"Yes, everything went well. Come on, let's go inside." The whole family entered the main room. Lu Shi brought 2 large bowls of tea and handed one to Yu Zhi, who smiled and thanked her. Wei's mother immediately looked at the basket. "What did you buy?" The most noticeable items were the fabrics, colorful and varied. Wei Man immediately spotted a pink one. "Is this for me?" Yu Zhi nodded with a smile. "The remaining sky blue ones are for the eldest and second sisters-in-law." "Mother, I chose the juju bread for you." Yu Zhi's chosen colors were pretty and suitable for everyone in the family. Clearly, everyone was happy, including Wei's mother. Although she said the colors were a bit flashy, she clearly loved them and couldn't put them down. Wei Chi said, "You said these colors are good for autumn and winter, warm and festive." Wei's mother smiled, her eyes squinting. "That's true." Yu Zhi glanced at Wei Chi, her eyes slightly raised, wanting to laugh. She hadn't said that herself. "These are shoes for the eldest and second sisters-in-law. I picked them. I don't know if you like them." Yu Zhi then handed the shoes over. Though they were darker, they were well-made, delicate with patterns. Lu Shi and He Shi were naturally very pleased.
"Oh,
your taste is really unmatched. How could we not like them?" Yu Zhi smiled. "That's good." Wei's mother asked, "Are the seasonings all replenished? How much did we spend in total?" Wei Chi seemed to be waiting for her to ask and proudly said, "No money spent. Actually, we earned some."
"What?"
Seeing the family's puzzled looks, Wei Chi explained about Dr. Zhao from Tongren Hall. Everyone was surprised and widened their eyes. 20 taels for a book. Wei Chi said, "Yes, this time the doctor didn't charge us. He provided all the writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones." Everyone gasped and looked at Yu Zhi. "Little fish, can you remember everything?" Yu Zhi looked a bit nervous under their gaze. "Maybe. I think so, but it's been a long time. I can't be sure. Luckily, I have some fragments of the old copies. I look at them and can recall a little." Wei's mother's mind was racing. 20 taels for 1 book, 60 taels for 3. That's equivalent to 2 or 3 years' income for many families. My goodness. No wonder they say reading makes money. It's true. Third sister-in-law, from now on, you don't need to do anything else. Just write medical books. Old Wei also regained his senses. "Oh, you really are someone who cares about money, Yu. This copying of books isn't easy either, is it?" Yu Zhi hadn't spoken yet, but Wei Chi spoke first. "It's definitely not easy. It's not just copying. She's writing from memory." Wei Hai also said, "Brother, this is called dictation. Third sister-in-law is really impressive. I find it hard to copy an article, but she can write books." Wei Hai was shocked when he first heard about this, and his eyes looked at Yu Zhi with admiration. "Yu, don't work too hard or push yourself too much," Old Wei said. Yu Zhi nodded. "Yes, thank you, Dad. I'll do my best. If I really can't finish, I'll tell you honestly." Suddenly, Wei Man turned to Wei Dao and asked, "Fourth brother, when will you also start writing books to make money for our family?" Wei Hai looked embarrassed. I don't have that skill." Yu Zhi said, "Fourth brother reads very well. In the future, Passing exams and gaining fame is more important than making money. This comment touched Wei Mu's heart. She smiled and said, "All right, let's eat first." Wei Chi said, "We've already eaten in town." "Mom, I'll go up the mountain this afternoon." "Wife, go back to your room and rest." Wei Mu replied, "All right, do as you like." Wei Chi was always restless, and Yu Zhi had already gotten used to it. She planned to go back to her room to study the medical book carefully, since she had promised Dr. Zhao to take it seriously. Suddenly, Wei Man came over to her, wanting to go with her. Yu Zhi smiled and agreed. He sure asked little sister-in-law, "What are you whispering about with third sister-in-law?" Lu Sure smiled softly. It seems she asked third sister-in-law to buy something. "I'm not very clear about it." He sure stopped talking. "Third sister-in-law, this color looks so nice." Wei Man was eager to find Yu Zhi, mainly to try out the rouge and lip balm. The girls Yu Zhi completely understood. She was sitting in front of her mirror, looking at herself from all angles, very satisfied. Wei Man said, "Why can't I buy a color like this myself? I definitely wouldn't like this color if I saw it alone." Yu Zhi replied, "Lip balm and rouge need to match the person. Different skin tones require different matching. You can't just follow trends. You need to choose what suits you." Wei Man suddenly realized. She felt a little shy. "Third sister-in-law, am I darker than you?" Yu Zhi paused for a moment. "No, you're not. But I'm not as fair as you. My mother said I was born looking like a little black monkey." She was so hopeless at the time. Yu Zhi carefully examined Wei Man before saying, "In the capital, there is a boss lady at a cosmetic shop. Her skin tone is similar to yours. It's not really black, just not very white. But her skin is even and her features are good, so you shouldn't lack confidence. That lady knows how to dress herself well. She doesn't need to use whitening products, just keep her skin even. Choosing the right blush and lipstick makes her look bright and elegant." Wei Man was surprised to hear this for the first time and froze. "Thank you, third sister-in-law." Yu Zhi smiled. "It's nothing." Wei Man looked at herself and then at her, sighing. "You don't need any makeup or powder to look good. Our third brother is truly lucky from his past life." Yu Zhi couldn't help but purse her lips. She found this little sister-in-law quite interesting. At first, she thought she was difficult to get along with, but later she realized she was just honest and straightforward. Wei Man felt shy about bothering her too long. After packing up, she was about to leave. Just then, another voice came from the gate. "Is Sister Wei here?" Both Yu Zhi and Wei Man were surprised. Wei Man pouted. "Here we go again." Yu Zhi also snapped out of her surprise. It was the same young woman's voice. "Mrs. He went to the door. Young lady you. I caught some fish today and brought a few over for your family." The young woman was dressed like a fisher girl today, holding out a basket with a few big bass still flopping inside. Mrs. He hesitated, unsure whether to take it, but the young woman simply set it down on the ground. "Take it and eat. We can't finish it at home anyway." Mrs. He said, "Oh, young lady, come back." Wei's mother and Lu's mother were attracted by the noise and came out. Yu Zhi naturally heard everything. She suddenly became curious and asked, Man, what is your brother to you?" Wei Man snorted. "You just remembered to ask now?" Yu Zhi asked purely out of curiosity, with no other meaning. Wei Man clearly understood this and didn't mind. She smiled and leaned in to say, "This young lady Gu Xiaonyang is quite bold. She likes mountain and river adventures. I don't know which time she almost got into danger, but my brother saved her. Since then, she's been coming to our house often. My third brother, don't look at how he treats you now. He used to be a big fool. He didn't realize her feelings for over a month. In the end, my mother couldn't stand it and asked him about her. Gu Xiaonyang was generous and admitted it. When my mother came back and asked my brother, he didn't want to talk about it. Yu Zhi asked, "What did your third brother say back then?" Wei Man smiled, even more happily. "My brother is so funny. At first, he couldn't even remember her name and thought she was surnamed. It was so amusing. My third brother's words were something like, 'No interest, don't want to marry,' nothing else to say. Later, My mother asked if he disliked her because she was a widow. My brother didn't even lift his head and replied with a phrase that surprised me a lot. A phrase? Yes. He said seriously, nonsense. Wei Man imitated Wei Chi's expression, and Yu Zhi could imagine Wei Chi's look. Her eyes couldn't help but smile. That phrase is quite appropriate. After Wei Man finished laughing, she suddenly looked a bit worried. Third sister-in-law, please don't tell my brother I told you this.
Why?
Are you afraid of him? Wei Man, a little. When my third brother gets angry, he's quite scary. Yu Zhi became more curious. What is he like?
Well,
I don't really know how to describe it. Anyway, he's not someone to mess with. Forget it, I won't say more. If I talk too much, it might ruin your marriage, and that would be bad. Yu Zhi smiled. It won't. She wasn't that petty. Wei Man smiled. Then I'm leaving. After Wei Man left, Yu Zhi calmed down and started reading her medical books. Gradually, a medicinal smell drifted into the yard. She finally remembered she was boiling medicine. In the next moment, Lu Shi came in. Younger sister-in-law, are you here? Yu Zhi hurried to open the door. Second sister-in-law. Lu Shi was outside holding medicine and smiled. Third sister-in-law, time to take your medicine. Yu Zhi was very grateful. I almost forgot. Sorry to trouble you. It's nothing. Before third brother left, he specifically asked me to keep it here. When it cools down later, you can drink it.
okay.
Yu Zhi thought for a moment and suddenly turned around, handing her a handkerchief. Second sister-in-law, please accept this. I haven't used it. Lu Shi was surprised. What are you doing? Take it back quickly. It's just medicine. I usually prepare the medicine at home, so this won't do. Second sister-in-law, listen to me. If I don't give this to you, I'll feel bad. The medicine for Yen Tai might take a long time to finish, and I don't want to trouble you every day. Please accept it. Also, this handkerchief is just a personal item, not worth much. But if you accept it, it shows you value my sincerity. We won't be strangers anymore.
Lu Shi, this.
Just accept it. It really doesn't matter. Yu Zhi smiled and handed the handkerchief to Lu Shi. After thinking for a moment, Lu Shi finally accepted it. All right, I'll treat this as a simple gift from third sister-in-law. Exactly. Laish smiled as she left, reminding Yu Zhi to remember to drink the medicine before she went. After seeing her off, Yu Zhi walked to the table and hesitated while looking at the dark, thick medicinal liquid. She then turned back and continued reading her medical book. Until evening, Wei Chi still hadn't returned. The rain started to fall again, and at dinner, Yu Zhi ate a few bites casually. She still hadn't drunk the medicine. It was just left on the table. She didn't know how much time had passed before she heard Wei Chi's footsteps outside the door. Only then did she realize how late it was, and she felt a little guilty for no reason. She immediately stood up and went to the table, pretending to be about to drink the medicine. As soon as Wei Chi entered, he saw this scene. The man was wearing a raincoat with a hood, but he didn't come inside right away. Did you just drink it? Yu Zhi replied, yes.
Wei Chi understood.
He smiled as he took off his raincoat and coat, then walked in and sighed. Do I need to coax you to drink the medicine? You're more childish than a little inkstone. Yu Zhi looked up and glared at him. Who said I need coaxing? I just had a bit of a fever this afternoon. I was waiting for it to cool down before drinking. Wei Chi smiled but didn't say anything, not exposing her. All right, then drink it. He sat down boldly and watched her drink. Yu Zhi frowned, her delicate brows knitting as she sipped little by little, looking very distressed. Wei Chi sighed, pinch your nose and take a big breath. I don't want to. Yu Zhi firmly refused. Wei Chi had seen enough of such fussiness and said, fine, I'll feed you. He took the medicine from Yu Zhi's hand and fed her spoonful by spoonful, much faster than she could. Her whole face scrunched up. Okay, I can drink it myself. She pouted and finally endured the bitterness, taking a deep breath to finish the medicine. Just after she finished, Wei Chi shoved a candy into her mouth. Be good. Yu Zhi pursed her lips, and the bitterness in her mouth finally faded, replaced by a faint sweetness. But after eating the candy, She paused and looked up at Wei Chi's back. She seemed to become a little more delicate again, only like this when she was with her mother in the past. Since the family's troubles, she had endured so much hardship that none of it was less bitter than a small bowl of medicine. Yu Zhi couldn't quite understand herself. Wei Chi was soaked by the rain and turned to go to the bathhouse. When he returned, Yu Zhi had already slipped into bed and was lying down. Wei Chi's return was late, and he didn't know what had happened during the day. As soon as he got into bed, he hurriedly went to hold his wife. Yu Zhi hadn't yet figured out what just happened and didn't feel like talking. Wei Chi was momentarily stunned, thinking she disliked him, and said, "I took a shower." Yu Zhi replied, "No. What's going on then?" Wei Chi hugged her, and the warmth in the bed quickly rose. Yu Zhi suddenly remembered a scene from this morning and asked, "Did you not sleep on the car during the day?" Wei Chi paused. "Why do you ask? I almost bumped into something then. Why did you suddenly catch me?" Wei Chi didn't expect her to bring this up and leaned forward to nibble her ear. "How could I let my wife bump into something?" "You underestimate your husband." Yu Zhi pursed her lips and suddenly realized what was happening. It was Wei Chi's reassurance that gradually helped her regain some of her old personality. She suddenly reached out and hugged Wei Chi's waist. The man shivered and looked up at her in surprise. His sturdy body held Yu Zhi tightly, his eyes seeming to ask and explore. This was Yu Zhi's first time taking the initiative, more like a silent invitation. Wei Chi's gaze grew hotter, and an unspoken fire rose from his lower abdomen. "Wife, I want to try. If I keep holding back, I'll go crazy." Yu Zhi trembled slightly, still a bit scared. But she slowly closed her eyes and silently agreed. Her eyelashes fluttered like wings. Wei Chi took a deep breath and immediately leaned down to continue. Outside, the light rain continued all night. Inside, the bright red wedding quilt had not been changed since the wedding, and the pair of mandarin ducks embroidered on it sparked many thoughts. 2 shoes, one big and one small, were crooked under the bed. The smaller one was bought by Wei Chi before marriage. She rarely wore it, only at home, delicate and small. Now it was lying beside the bed, surrounded by Wei Chi's large shoes. A small dress hung on the side of the bed, a thin red string swinging gently with a small piece of cloth. The room's temperature kept rising, becoming increasingly hot. Several times, Yu Zhi felt like she had become a stranded fish, eager to reach the shore and breathe deeply. The red wedding quilt seemed to turn into real water, rising and falling. Until late at night, the noise finally subsided. The next day, dawn was breaking, already July, but because Flower Bell Village was at the foot of the mountain, it wasn't too hot. In the early morning, there was even a slight coolness. Yu Zhi was still sleeping soundly, her face flushed, lips slightly swollen but shiny, with a hint of grievance. Her thick, curled eyelashes remained still, showing she was sleeping deeply. Wei Chi lay on his side, watching her in the dim morning light. The more he looked, the more beautiful she seemed. The curve of her lips made it hard for him to hold back. He couldn't help but lean over and kiss her cheek. Finally, he reluctantly got up. He gently closed the door and went to the yard. "Good morning, big brother." Wei Yong was brushing his teeth in the yard. Hearing his third brother greet him, he turned his head in surprise. Wei Chi was unaware and casually went to touch the eggs in the chicken coop. Wei Yong spat out his water. "Did you take the wrong medicine?" Wei Chi ignored him and went straight to the kitchen. "Second sister-in-law, you." When he entered, he saw that today the person cooking was He Sure. "Oh, it's the big sister-in-law." He Sure smiled. "Yes, someone else is cooking today." "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I want to boil 2 eggs for you." He Sure said, "Then give them to me." "It's no big deal." Wei Chi. "All right, thank you, sister-in-law." Today, Lu Sure stopped cooking but was busy with other chores. The family's piglet started squealing, and Wei Chi also needed to prepare breakfast for Pearl. He Sure looked down at the perch from yesterday, thought for a moment, and caught one to kill. When everyone woke up and started eating, the family smelled the delicious aroma of stewed fish. Wei Mu was surprised and went to the kitchen. "Why are you stewing fish in the morning?" He sure said, Mom, I was thinking we need to go to the fields today. Better to have a good breakfast.
Wei Mu frowned.
She wanted to say something but saw Wei Yong busy with chores and swallowed her words, then turned and left. He sure felt a bit awkward but finally relaxed a little. Wei Chi thought it was about time and went to call Yu Zhi. But when he entered the house, Yu Zhi was already dressing. Wei Chi strode over and smiled. This morning's fish soup. I asked sister-in-law to boil an extra egg for you. Yu Zhi's gaze drifted again, as if recalling when they first got married. Don't do that. It makes me seem like I'm always an exception. Why not? I just want you to eat too. Yu Zhi. What's wrong, wife?
Why don't you look at me?
Yu Zhi's face turned even redder.
How could he ask that?
Yu Zhi really didn't know how to face him now. It was too frightening. Too frightening. Seeing her face flush with discomfort, Wei Chi suddenly stepped forward and reached to touch her forehead. Yu Zhi instinctively blocked him, and Wei Chi was stunned. He became very nervous. Does it still hurt? Are you hurt? No, not really. Wei Chi didn't believe him. Let me see. Yu Zhi said, Don't talk nonsense. She immediately pushed Wei Chi away and turned to leave. In broad daylight, what nonsense was he talking? Wei Chi couldn't stop her, but he was clearly still worried. Breakfast didn't taste as good anymore. Everyone in the family was sitting in the main hall. Seeing the stewed fish, Old Wei was surprised. Where did this fish come from? Why did you stew it so early in the morning? Wei's mother glanced at He Shi and said, It was brought by Xiaonyang yesterday. Wei Chi paused, frowned, and looked uneasy. The table suddenly fell silent for a moment. Wei's mother said, Just eat it. I will visit the Ge family later. Since the mother spoke, everyone stopped talking. Wei Chi didn't eat the fish. He kept glancing at Yu Zhi, feeling relieved only after seeing she seemed fine. After breakfast, Old Wei went to the pig farm, and the three brothers went to the fields. After finishing their work, they planned to help their father. Since the brothers were leaving, Wei Chi didn't want to stay bothering his wife. Yu Zhi didn't give him a chance either. After eating, he went back to his room. Third brother has left. Wei Chi responded with a yes. The house became quiet. He sure was washing dishes in the kitchen when Wei's mother suddenly approached. Oldest daughter-in-law. Yes. Wei's mother said, It was busy this morning, so I didn't say anything, but what you did wasn't appropriate. He sure was surprised. Mother, what did I do? You know very well. I didn't stew the base yesterday because I planned to return it to Xiaonyang today. If you stew it, fine, but why did you do it early in the morning? Our family isn't that careless. You care about your husband, but this isn't right. He sure lowered her eyes. Mother, I didn't know you didn't plan to eat that fish. I thought I didn't have time yesterday. As for caring about Dayong, I do, but these days it's busy with farm work. I thought Dad, third brother, and fourth brother could use some extra food. You didn't hold back when second sister-in-law cooked, so why didn't she get extra? Did we eat less meat at lunch or dinner? Doing it so early in the morning was deliberate. Anyway, I didn't give specific instructions about the fish. Forget it. Go cut 2 sausages from the beam for me. I will return this favor later. He sure pressed her lips. Okay, I understand. Outside the kitchen, Liu Shi, who was feeding piglets, overheard the conversation, but chose to ignore it. After finishing her chores, she turned and left. Yu Zhi was completely unaware. She was busy preparing her lesson plans for the day. Dalong, Erlong, and Yao Yao Yen Tai were already sitting neatly, waiting for her. On the ridge, Wei Chi suddenly asked, Did Xiaonyang come to our house yesterday? I didn't know. Wei Yong was also surprised. I didn't know either. Your eldest sister-in-law and them didn't say anything. Maybe they forgot. Wei Yong looked at his brother and saw his brow furrowed, sighing. About Xiaonyang, it's a bit inappropriate. Maybe you should go talk to her. Wei Chi was momentarily stunned, frowning more deeply. I have nothing to do with her. Why would I go find someone to talk to? Am I crazy? Yes. I didn't think it through. Should I ask your sister-in-law to talk to her? Wei Chi seemed a bit annoyed. Let mother go. I'll talk to her later.
All right.
Without needing Wei Chi to say anything, Wei's mother was already packing her things to go to the Ge family. At this moment, Ge Xiaoxiang was watering the vegetable garden when she heard someone calling outside, and she looked a bit surprised. "Auntie, why are you here?" Wei's mother stood outside the yard, smiling. "Yesterday you sent fish to my family. Naturally, there's a return. Try the preserved sausage from the new year." Xiaoxiang was stunned. "Auntie, I didn't send fish for that." "Xiaoxiang," Wei's mother interrupted her. "We're neighbors. You gave me something, so it's only right to return the favor. Don't you think?" Xiaoxiang pursed her lips and said, "Am I making things difficult for you, Auntie?" Wei's mother sighed and made things clear. "Xiaoxiang, you're a good girl. I've thought that for a long time. But about this marriage, it really depends on fate. My third son has never disliked you. He's straightforward, and he didn't understand before, but now he does. Still."
Sigh.
"Anyway, you two aren't meant for each other. It's not your fault. Do you understand?" Xiaoxiang also sighed. "I know. I don't mean anything else. The last few times I visited, I was deliberately avoiding third brother. I just... Forget it, Auntie. I won't go anymore. It's not that. I'm not saying we won't have contact. I just wanted to ask what you think. If you're okay with it, then whatever happens next happens. I still like you." "Yes, I understand." "Thank you, Auntie. Don't worry, I get it. Actually, I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't mean anything else. Anyway, I won't pay much attention to third brother from now on." Wei's mother didn't say much more. She sighed, then after chatting with Xiaoxiang for a while, she left. After they left, Xiaoxiang silently took the preserved sausage into the house. Xiaoxiang's home was not far from Zhao Huahuan's. Not long after Wei's mother left, Zhao Huahuan peeked out from inside the house. "Back from Xiaoxiang?" Wei's mother paused, then smiled and came out. "Let's talk openly. I know about Xiaoxiang." Wei's mother was a bit nervous. "Don't talk nonsense. Am I that kind of person? I rely on this for my livelihood. Why spread others' gossip for no reason? Besides, many people admire Xiaoxiang. Am I just talking nonsense? Do I really want to stop doing business someday? Who has shown interest in Xiaoxiang?" Zhao Huanyang chuckled, "Quite a few. There are only 2 in our village, and some from the neighboring village. Xiaoxiang has a tough life. She married in but lost her husband within a few days. She's considered a widow, but she's hardworking and young, so she won't have trouble finding another husband. Do you think she would really stay a widow forever because of that dead man? That's true. You should take good care of her." Of course. The two didn't mention Wei Chi's name, which made Wei's mother quite pleased with Zhao Huanyang's character. However, Zhao Huanyang said, "Recently, a few families have started asking about Man. I thought I'd check with you." "Who?" When it came to her own family, Wei's mother became interested. Zhao Huanyang leaned in and told her a few things. Wei's mother listened carefully and, before leaving, asked about the other family's background. When Wei's mother returned home, it was lunchtime. Yu Zhi and the children were resting, while Man and Yu Zhi were chatting in the yard. Wei's mother said, "Perfect timing, both of you are here." She smiled and walked over. Wei Man asked, "What's wrong, mother? Is there something?" Wei's mother looked at her daughter, but said nothing. Instead, she smiled at Yu Zhi and said, "Third sister-in-law, we're family. I won't hide anything. You know about Xiaoxiang, right? She doesn't mean anything special. I went to her house this morning to return a favor. Before, she and her husband didn't have any other issues. Please don't take it to heart." Yu Zhi was surprised, seeming not to expect Wei's mother to go out early for this matter. She quickly said, "Mother, I didn't think much of it." Wei Man said, "Exactly. In my opinion, third sister-in-law still isn't at the point where she should be jealous of third brother." Wei's mother glared at her daughter. Yu Zhi smiled and said, "No, I do care about Wei Chi, but this isn't a big deal. Wei Chi told me, and you really don't need to worry, mother." Wei's mother relaxed and said, "Good, I'm relieved. But Xiaoxiang probably won't cause trouble again." Yu Zhi smiled, "Okay." Although she didn't mind, her heart felt warm. She hadn't expected Wei's family to care about this, and her mother-in-law to stand up for her. When she was young, She saw many wealthy families where men secretly went out to flirt, and even the in-laws would help cover it up. It was nothing new to her. So, Yu Zhi was genuinely touched. Let's talk about your matter. Zhao Huanyang told me that now 2 families are asking about you. I plan to slowly introduce you to them, and wanted to say hello first. Wei Manman's face darkened. Mother, do you really want to marry me off? What are you saying? You will get married sooner or later. If we don't introduce you now, who knows who they might marry you to later? Wei Manman pouted. Yu Zhi didn't speak. She knew she wouldn't have a say in her younger sister's marriage.
It was mealtime.
Lu Shi had planned to deliver the food but was surprised when Wei Chi and Wei Hai returned. The whole family was shocked. What happened? Wei Yong smiled. Nothing much. The work in the fields is done, so we can rest for a couple of days before planting late rice. Late rice planting happens in August, and farmers always have endless work every month. Wei Mu said, all right, rest for the afternoon. First, let's eat. Why rest? We still need to go to the pig farm this afternoon. I'll go later. 4th brother is going back to the county school, and 3rd brother said he would go to see him off, Wei Yong explained. Already so soon? Wei Mu hurriedly looked at Wei Hai. Wei Hai replied, a classmate from the neighboring village said everyone has already left. I want to go early too. Okay, this is important. Mother will pack your things. Wei Mu didn't think twice, and immediately started packing for her youngest son. He sure said, then I'll set the table quickly, and we can eat. Wei Chi also came in last, with his sleeves rolled up to reveal strong, firm forearms. As soon as he entered the yard, his gaze swept around and fixed on Yu Zhi. Yu Zhi hesitated for a moment. Before she could take a step, Wei Chi strode over to her. Here. Yu Zhi looked down and saw Wei Chi holding a basket filled with something wrapped in fresh lotus leaves. What is it? Curious, Yu Zhi looked closer. When she opened the lotus leaves, she saw bright, juicy, red peaches inside. They looked crisp and sweet. Yu Zhi looked at the peaches, feeling happy inside. But then she wondered and asked, You were busy in the fields this morning. Did you pick these especially for me? Wei Chi was still watching her closely, never blinking. Yes. Yu Zhi's heart warmed. She deliberately said, They look very sour. Wei Chi replied seriously, They're not sour. At this time of year, peaches in the deep mountains have no sourness at all. He had chosen them carefully. Yu Zhi smiled. All right, I'll try one. Just as she reached out to take one, De Lang Wei ran over. Wow, peaches. 3rd uncle brought back peaches. Several children ran over excitedly, shouting, 3rd uncle, can I eat? Since the children were all there, Wei Chi was not stingy. Eat if you want. Dalong was so happy he reached out and took 2 pieces. Wei Yaorao said, Brother, that's too much. Why did you take 2? I gave 1 to the inkstone. Hearing this, Yao Yao stopped protesting and said, Thank you, 3rd uncle and 3rd aunt. Yu Zhi had already withdrawn her hand and smiled, saying, You're welcome. Go ahead and eat. After all the children finished taking their portions, Wei Chi secretly leaned close and said, I kept some in my pocket just for you. Eat it in the room. Yu Zhi replied. She wasn't that stingy. Meal's ready. Wei Mu called out, and the 2 of them went to the main hall. Wei Lao Han also returned at noon, and the whole family gathered together. They heard that Wei Hai was leaving in the afternoon. Wei Lao Han asked, should the 3rd son go to see him off? Wei Chi nodded, I'll go. Wei Lao Han said, that's good. Going to the county town isn't much different from going to the small town. Take your time, no rush. Don't worry, Dad. I'm not a little kid. Wei Lao Han glared at him. You're not a kid, but you're not exactly easy to watch either. He could guess Wei Chi's plans even with his toes. This restless kid would want to climb mountains and explore strange caves after returning from the county. Wei Chi really thought so, but no one said anything. At noon, they cooked a dish of garlic sprouts stir-fried with cured pork. The cured pork was half fat, half lean, translucent, and shiny. If cooked well, the slices would be golden around the edges, greasy, but not heavy. However, he sure probably used too much oil, making the pork slices less dry. Wei Yong took a few bites and suddenly said, "Your cooking isn't good. You wasted that piece of cured pork." He sure was stunned, her face falling instantly. "Not tasty?" "It's not tasty. Why did you add so much oil? The cured pork already releases oil." He sure's face turned red. "Isn't it good to have more oil?" "It's not tasty. It's not as fragrant as what second sister-in-law makes." This was the first time Wei Yong openly criticized her in front of the whole family. He sure's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling a bit awkward. Wei Lao Han looked at his eldest son and daughter-in-law. No one spoke at the table. He then frowned, tapping the table with his chopsticks. "Work hard for a couple of days. You can eat meat, but don't be so picky." Wei Yong said, "Dad, I just tell it like it is. The dish just isn't good. Enough. Your wife works so hard every day, and you're still picking at her. If you don't like it, don't eat." Wei Yong was scolded by his father, and had nothing to say. He felt a bit wronged as Mrs. He lowered her eyes. After finishing the meal, she said nothing more. After lunch, Mrs. He went straight back to her room. Wei Yong also returned to his room. "What's wrong with you? Why do you always get so worked up after I say a few words?" Wei Yong probably noticed she was upset and asked a couple of questions as he went into the room. Mrs. He turned aside to pick up her clothes on the bed, but ignored him. Wei Yong sensed something was wrong and took a few steps forward. "What's going on with your temper now?" He didn't say more, but as he got closer, he saw tears falling from Mrs. He's eyes. She turned her head and looked at him fiercely, as if she was very wronged. Wei Yong was surprised. "Why are you crying? What's wrong with my temper? I've never been like this. Did I do something wrong? My cooking isn't good, but I didn't mean for everyone to eat more oil and fat. What did I do wrong? And you, why are you giving me a cold look at the dinner table?" Wei Yong was confused. "When did I give you a cold look? I just said something casually. When I saw you upset, I stopped talking. It's just that Dad still supports you and scolds me. What are you unhappy about?" Mrs. He didn't speak, just wiped her tears with red eyes. She knew very well that her father-in-law's words were just to avoid making the dinner table too awkward. But her mother-in-law said nothing, which also suggested she felt the same. Plus, yesterday's fish stew incident made Mrs. He feel extremely embarrassed. She bit her lip, not knowing how to speak. "Since you all think my cooking is bad, then let second brother's wife do it from now on. I'll do other chores for her. Would that be okay?" Wei Yong said, "That's Mom's arrangement. Don't talk to me about it. Besides, I didn't say much. Just about the cured meat. You can ask third brother if you don't believe me." Hearing this, Mrs. He couldn't hold back anymore. "I won't go. If you want to go, then you go." Her emotions seemed to be breaking down. Mao Yao and Daliang also ran in.
"Mom."
"What's wrong?" Wei Yong didn't want to argue in front of the children, so he immediately turned around. "You really have eaten too much salt and are bored. Daliang, Mao Yao, go out with Dad." Mrs. He turned away to wipe her tears, silently. Fortunately, the third household had its own yard now. Even if the couple argued, it didn't disturb the others. In the afternoon, Wei Chi was going to the county town. He went back to his room to take a shower and change clothes. Yu Zhi also returned to her room, planning to rest for a while before continuing to teach the children in the afternoon. As soon as she entered the room, she asked, "Is the trip to the county town far? When do you think you'll be back?" Wei Chi quickly washed himself with 2 buckets of water and was changing into clean clothes. When he heard his wife's clearly anxious tone, he smiled but didn't reply, instead saying, "Yu, eat a peach." He had specifically left a peach for his wife, placed on the table. Yu Zhi walked straight over and asked, "I'm asking you a question. What's with the peach talk?" Wei Chi smiled, even more happily. "Are you worried about me?" Yu Zhi blushed. "Be serious. I'm asking you a question. It's not far, but I'll leave this afternoon. I'll be back by tomorrow morning at the latest." "Tomorrow morning?" Yu Zhi paused. She guessed it wasn't close, but didn't expect Wei Chi wouldn't come back tonight. Her expression clearly pleased Wei Chi suddenly. The man leaned forward, hugged her waist, and, while she wasn't paying attention, laid her on the bed. When Yu Zhi came to her senses, Wei Chi had already lifted her calves onto his shoulders. She widened her eyes. What are you doing?
She tried to pull back.
But her strength was no match for Wei Chi. Don't be afraid. I just want to look. He had been worried for a long time, afraid he might have hurt her last night, and really wanted to see for himself. Yu Zhi couldn't resist him and finally, half pushed and half allowed him to take her. She kept her eyes tightly closed, feeling too shy to watch. Is it enough now? The man didn't move for a while, but his hot breath made her feel his presence. Yu Zhi's small hands clenched the bed sheet, then relaxed, then clenched again. Wei Chi finally sat up and released her. Yu Zhi immediately pulled her skirt down. Her cheeks were red. The color was almost the same as the ripe peaches in the mountains. Wei Chi couldn't quite describe his feelings at this moment. He just let out a long sigh. I'll buy medicine for you when I come back. No need. Yu Zhi immediately refused. She was just a little uncomfortable. It's necessary, the man insisted seriously. Her skin was very beautiful, like a shiny flower, but now was obviously a bit red and swollen. Wei Chi felt heartache and a strange, slightly proud feeling grew in his heart. He stepped forward, hugged her again, and kissed her gently, his tone clearly reluctant. Wait for me at home. I'll try to come back early. Yu Zhi's face was still hot, and she didn't really want to pay attention to him now. She forced out a Wei Chi hesitated, but couldn't bear to let go until her fourth brother's voice came from outside. Only then did he reluctantly release her. All right, I'm leaving. If anything happens, just tell Mom directly.
Got it.
I'm not a child anymore. Wei Chi suddenly reached out and pinched her little finger, smiling. Then remember to eat your fruit. This gesture, this tone. Yu Zhi almost wanted to push him away. Before Wei Chi got angry, he laughed loudly twice and turned to leave. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving. Wei Hai got into the car and waved goodbye. Wei Lao Han and Wei Mu stood at the gate of the courtyard. All right, go ahead. Take your time on the road. The county school was busy, and the county town was far away. It might be 2 months before she could come back again. Wei Mu watched until the mule cart disappeared completely at the village entrance before turning back. In the afternoon, Wei Lao Han and Wei Yong also went to the pig farm. The house finally became quiet. Yu Zhi was still practicing calligraphy with the children on the sandy ground. Lu Shi was busy all the time, running around and occasionally bringing tea to Yu Zhi. Yu Zhi quickly refused. In the main room, Wei Mu was talking with He Shi. Did you just argue with the eldest? He Shi lowered her eyes still a bit red. When Wei Hai left, she didn't come out, so Wei Mu guessed. Mom, did I really do something wrong? I didn't know the meat would taste so bad when fried. Wei Mu sighed. It's a small matter. Why make such a fuss? Maybe because I also scolded you yesterday, and you felt upset. He Shi didn't speak. She knew her mother-in-law could see through everything, so she simply said nothing. Wei Mu said, actually, whether it's stewing fish or frying meat, it's all small matters. Your feelings are fine. If I didn't know your true heart, I might not have said these 2 words. But do you know why I was angry? He Shi pursed her lips and shook her head. Your actions were too obvious. Wei Mu felt a bit disappointed. As the eldest daughter-in-law, no one knew her better. She had no bad intentions, but sometimes she was too forceful in her attempts to influence her family. It had already reached a point where others felt uncomfortable. Wei Mu, you and the second daughter-in-law take turns cooking. Everyone eats the same.
What's so different about how they eat?
Can I not serve a fair share? Or do you always think I am unfair, and when the second daughter-in-law cooked before, I let the eldest suffer?
No, Mom.
I never thought that way. He Shi hurriedly said. I really didn't think much about it. I just felt tired lately, and wanted everyone to eat better. If you think I'm selfish, I accept it. But I truly didn't mean to complain. Wei Mu naturally knew she wouldn't go that far, or she wouldn't have spoken so lightly. Looking at Mr. She felt truly upset. Mother Wei thought for a moment and said, all right, let's put this matter aside. Don't mention it anymore. You shouldn't worry too much. Big brother cares more about his work than about women. He just says what he thinks. It's not serious enough to ruin the marriage. You 2 arguing this morning probably got seen by Yao Yao, right? That little girl just asked me about it. Mrs. He lowered her eyes and said, I understand, Mother. I'll be more careful next time. Yes, go on with your work. Mrs. He turned and left. Mother Wei sighed as she watched her go. She held back her feelings and didn't say anything. But her gaze fell on Lu, who was hanging clothes in the yard, and she couldn't help but think about her second son, who was still somewhere unknown. Mother Wei reached out and wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. Today, after finishing their studies, Yu Zhi released the young animals from school. Third wife, take a break and come have some water. Yu Zhi smiled and responded, then went to the main hall. Meanwhile, on a mountain trail, a mule cart was rushing forward quickly. Hey, third brother, can you slow down a bit? Wei Chi felt like his bottom was about to split. He remembered that yesterday, when third sister-in-law was on the cart, third brother wasn't so rough. Hold on, you're a man. We're taking the small path. I need to dig out a few snake dens. Wei Chi was surprised. Third brother, are you planning to catch little dragons again? Yes. He had finally gone to the county town, and he couldn't miss such a good chance to make money. He didn't need anything else along the way. Digging out a few small dragons in the county town could earn him 20 or 30 taels of silver. Many wealthy men liked to swallow snake gallbladders. They said it was good for strengthening yang energy. Middle-aged men especially liked it. Earning some money would also help buy nice things for you. All right. Third brother, take it easy. I don't dare to go catch them. Who told you to go? Just wait for me on the cart. Don't shout. Anyway, I will definitely take you to the county town today.
Wei Chi gật in.
Thanks, third brother. As the sky gradually darkened, Yu Zhi was unaware of where Wei Chi was now. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. Yu Zhi first checked her inkstone, and after her brother fell asleep, she slowly carried Pearl back home. Pearl had been more lively these days, but only around Yu Zhi. She was still a bit afraid of the others in the family and only trusted Yu Zhi. She was very precious to her. Every night, she would carry the cage into her room, but usually Wei Chi did this. Today, she had to do it herself. The room was dark and empty, lacking the tall, strong man, making the space feel much larger. Yu Zhi still felt a bit cold and planned to turn off the light and curl up in bed. Suddenly, outside the door, Lu Shi's voice came. Third sister-in-law, are you asleep? Yu Zhi was surprised for a moment. Not yet. Second sister-in-law, just a moment. She quickly got off the bed to open the door. Lu Shi smiled and said, Third brother said he wants to talk with you tonight. It's still early, do you think you can sleep? Yu Zhi hurriedly invited her in. I'm bored and can't sleep. Please come in, second sister-in-law. Since Yu Zhi married Wei Chi, Lu Shi hadn't come to the new house. She had visited a few times before, but only when their mother asked her to help buy things or tidy up the house for third brother and third sister-in-law. After Lu Shi entered, she looked around and smiled, saying, This place is very different from before. The biggest difference is whether someone lives here or not. Yu Zhi liked flowers. There were flowers on the table and windowsill inside the house, giving off a faint fragrance and looking very delicate. Yu Zhi smiled and asked her to sit down. I'm just messing around. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well do something. Lu Shi said, That's good. Life is just about taking things slowly. She explained, I didn't come for anything special today. I just wanted to ask about the handkerchief you gave me last time. I think the pattern on it is very beautiful. I tried to embroider it myself, but I just couldn't do it well. Yu Zhi quickly said, Let me see. Lu Shi handed over the handkerchief. After looking at it briefly, Yu Zhi said, Second sister-in-law, give me the needle and thread. Lu Shi hurriedly handed them over. Start from here. And then like this. That's it. Lu Shi's eyes widened. Oh, I see. I've learned it now. Yu Zhi smiled and handed it back to her. Third sister-in-law, your embroidery skills are really good. You could even do some embroidery work to earn money. Before Yu Zhi could reply, Lu Shi suddenly laughed and said, I was so silly. Third sister-in-law, you're well-educated and literate, so you don't need to do these small jobs anymore. Yu Zhi smiled and said, That was just a lucky mistake. Doing embroidery is also good. That's why there are professional embroiderers. As long as it's for earning a living, there's no difference in status. Lu Shi seemed moved by her words and silently clenched the handkerchief in her hand. Yu Zhi was good at reading people's expressions and asked cautiously, "What's wrong?" "Second sister-in-law, are you thinking of doing some embroidery to sell?" Mrs. Lu didn't expect her to be so clever. She quickly said, No, with my skills, no one would want them anyway.
But
She seemed to make up her mind and said, "I want to make some pickled vegetables and sauces to sell at the market, but I don't know if anyone will buy them." Yu Zhi was surprised for a moment, then brightened her eyes. "That's a good idea. Second sister-in-law's small dishes are very tasty." Mrs. Lu was both surprised and happy. "Really? What are you joking for?" "If you don't believe me, ask Mother. The small dishes we eat with porridge every morning are made by second sister-in-law, right? They are really delicious, not worse than some big shops." Mrs. Lu's eyes shone with hope.
then,
"I'll ask. If Mother agrees, I'll try." Yu Zhi smiled and said, "Yes, Mother will definitely agree." Yu Zhi probably understood Mrs. Lu's thoughts and worries. If it was just a small matter, she would naturally encourage and support her. Besides, Yu Zhi thought she was right. "Third sister-in-law, you rest now. I'll go first." Mrs. Lu suddenly became very energetic, as if she had endless strength. It was as if her mother agreed, she could stay up all night making 2 jars of pickled vegetables. Yu Zhi nodded with a smile. "All right, second sister-in-law, go ahead." After Mrs. Lu left, Yu Zhi was no longer afraid. She tidied up and then lay back on the kong, a traditional bed. She knew that her second sister-in-law coming to talk to her tonight was probably arranged by Wei Chi in advance. Yu Zhi turned over, thought about that tall figure, then curled herself into a small ball and quickly fell asleep. Making pickled vegetables? Early the next morning, Mrs. Lu went to talk to Mother Wei about it. "Yes, I've been thinking that I don't really need to do farm work, and the household chores aren't too much. I want to make some pickled vegetables and sauces in my spare time, maybe sell a little to earn some money. What do you think, Mother?" Mother Wei was sitting on the kong in the main room, her movements slowing as she stopped. "It's good that you have this idea, but what about second brother?" Second brother is now 3 years old. He's usually well-behaved and sensible. Most of the time, I stay at home making these things. I only go out for a short while each day, and I've asked Mother and big sister-in-law for help. Mother Wei sighed. "Your idea is good. All right, if you've decided, go ahead. Your small dishes are quite flavorful." Mrs. Lu's face showed a hint of happiness. She wiped her hands on her apron, looking a bit shy. "And Father is still planning to open a pig farm. If big sister-in-law goes with Mother, I can definitely handle the household chores well." Mother Wei smiled and nodded. "All right, go ahead. You should tell the boss what you need, and he will buy it for you." When Lu Shi came out of the main room, she looked very happy. He sure was washing dishes and asked curiously. Lu Shi didn't hide anything. "Big sister-in-law, I am going to sell pickled vegetables." He sure was surprised. "What? Selling pickled vegetables? That's so sudden." Lu Shi said, "It's not a big deal. I've thought about it for a long time. Now that the busy farming season is almost over, I dare to bring it up." He sure asked, "Our family isn't short of money. Why do you want to go through all that trouble?" Lu Shi smiled but didn't explain much. "I just can't sit still. It's not really about the money." After saying that, she went back to her own yard. He sure looked at her back and pursed her lips. "Mother!" De Lang's voice called out. He sure snapped back to reality. "Coming." Always calling for money, just like a beggar. Beyond Fo Head Town, there is a county city called Yong'an County, which is still somewhat busy within Suzhou's territory. In recent years, the war has mostly stopped. People are resting and recovering, and the market is gradually becoming lively again. The county school was only restored last year. Wei Hai was among the first students. Wei Chi kept his word and sent Wei Hai to the school gate before dawn. Wei Hai got out of the carriage and looked back. "Third brother. Thank you. Be careful on your way back." Wei Chi waved his hand, seeming annoyed by the fuss. Wei Hai smiled and said, "Third brother, I'm going in now." Wei Chi nodded. He didn't say much, but waited until his brother's figure disappeared completely at the school gate before turning around and leaving. Wei Chi's harvest on the mountain wasn't small. He looked at the neatly packed bamboo baskets behind him and decided to go to the market without hesitation. The market in Yong'an County was crowded with people, all busy shopping. Wei Chi didn't join the crowd but found a quiet corner. He didn't shout or sell loudly, but simply threw a decapitated roe deer to the front and waited patiently. Someone knowledgeable would come over. "Oh my, look. Is that a hunter? That's a roe deer." "Really? It just looks dead. Let's go see." People in the county were crazier about wild game than those in the town. Before long, a group gathered around Wei Chi. "Big hunter, how much for this roe deer?" Wei Chi looked up and said, 10 taels, take it." 10 taels. Ordinary folks couldn't usually afford that much money. "Can I pay in parts?" Wei Chi shook his head. He didn't want to split the money today. The town was crowded, and it was troublesome to bargain. He preferred to find a serious buyer. "Anyone selling roe deer?" Suddenly, 2 or 3 officers approached from nearby. Wei Chi's expression suddenly darkened. "Who's selling the roe deer?" The 2 or 3 officers stepped forward, and the surrounding villagers immediately backed away. Without Wei Chi needing to speak, others pointed at him. "This hunter is selling it." The officers are officials connected to both the government and the people, and they have authority. So, the villagers looked a bit afraid. But Wei Chi remained calm, exchanging a glance with the officer in front. The officer was probably in his 20s, but looked older than Wei Chi. He wore official clothes and carried a sword. After glancing at Wei Chi, he crouched down to look at the roe deer. Not bad, good quality. How much do you want for it?" 10 taels. Wei Chi kept his price the same. 8 taels. "I'll buy it." The villagers around stretched their necks, thinking they were here to buy roe deer. They had thought it was troublemakers coming. Wei Chi shook his head. "Not for sale. This roe deer is big. 10 taels isn't expensive." Hiss. Someone took a cold breath. This hunter was quite skilled, and he wouldn't sell the face of the officials. The officer didn't get angry. He just smiled. "What else is in your basket?" Wei Chi looked inside and said, "Little dragon, but it's poisonous. Can't be released."
Wow.
The villagers all stepped back. "Poisonous snake." The officer also changed his expression. "You have this ability? Are you trying to trick us?" "Why would I trick you? If you don't believe, come closer and see." Wei Chi brought the basket forward. The officer was brave enough to go over and take a look. His face immediately changed. "Brother, my name is Ma. I'm an officer here. Call me Ma Air. Want to find a place to drink? I'll buy all your things." Wei Chi looked him over again and said, "No drinking. I live far away. If you buy everything, I'll give you a lower price."
Ma Air smiled.
"All right, then give me a total price. 2 little dragons, 1 roe deer. All together, 35 taels. I sell the little dragons for 15 taels each in town, so I'm not overcharging. Plus, I have a mountain chicken here, just give it to you."
Ma Air nodded.
"Fair enough. But I want to check the little dragons." Wei Chi didn't hesitate. He opened the basket and took one out. The poisonous snake in Wei Chi's hand looked very tame, but everyone around was so scared they couldn't speak. "Oh my goodness. Is this still a person?" Even Ma Air, who looked tough, didn't dare step forward now. He just smiled. "Brother, I admire you. May I ask your surname?" "Wei Chi, Brother Wei. I'll remember you." "All right, I'll buy it." After Ma Air finished speaking, he turned to ask his other 2 brothers for money. These officers still had some wealth, so they pooled their money together. They actually gathered enough and handed it to Wei Chi. Wei Chi nodded and asked, "Okay, where should I put the things?"
"Just carry them with me."
Ma Air's brother dared to catch roe deer and mountain chickens, but he didn't dare to take the little dragon. Wei Chi smiled and said, "I've also given you the basket. It's sealed tight, so don't worry." Ma Air looked embarrassed and reached out to take it. "Let's go." Wei Chi collected the money, packed up, and left. The villagers around seemed to have watched a big show, watching Wei Chi's back with wide eyes, standing on tiptoe. "That hunter is really impressive." Our nearby mountains are full of hidden talents. I'm so jealous. He earned over 30 taels in just a moment. Stop dreaming. Do you have that skill? You just if you saw a snake. Wei Chi ignored their chatter, walked out of the market confidently, and felt quite happy inside. He had more money now, hee. There are more shops in the market than in the town. Wei Chi planned to look around, but he was so hungry that his stomach was growling. He found a small stall and sat down openly, ready to treat himself. Waiter, 3 bowls of shredded meat noodles, please. In Hualing village, Yu Zhi woke up several times last night. By the time his elder sister-in-law said breakfast was ready, he had already finished writing a scroll of scriptures. The breakfast table in the main hall was quite quiet today. Without the 2 big men, everything felt more relaxed. Old Wei suddenly spoke. Third brother should be back today. Yu Zhi was sipping rice porridge and nodded. He said it should be today. It probably is. Old Wei looked at Lu Shi and said, I heard your mother say you want to make some pickled vegetables and sauces to sell. Old Wei was the head of the family. He mentioned this at the table to let everyone know. Lu Shi was a bit surprised and nodded. Yes, that's what I plan. Old Wei said firmly, that's a good idea. The family supports you. Lu Shi was a bit stunned. Dad, if you need anything today, just tell the eldest brother. Over the next few days, he'll help you prepare jars for the sauces and pickles. Wei Yong responded, okay, I understand, Dad. Old Wei looked at his second daughter-in-law and said, you can go ahead and do it without worry. There's not much work at home, and your mother and I are still healthy. Heir Liang is a bit older now, so that's not a problem. Whether we make money or not isn't important. Just do what you want. Louis' eyes turned red, and her nose felt sore. Thank you, father. Old Wei nodded happily. Erling looked at his mother obediently, seeming confused about why she was crying. After breakfast, Yu Zhi prepared to continue teaching Daliang and the others. Wei Yong also wanted to go back to work in the fields. He suddenly pulled Wei Yong into the house and whispered, don't you find it strange? What's strange? Why did second sister-in-law suddenly want to sell pickled vegetables? Wei Yong replied, there's nothing strange about that. If she wants to go, she can. Besides, her skills are good. After saying this, Wei Yong quickly looked at his wife. He was worried she might overthink or get upset, but he sure didn't seem to care about that now. Instead, she said, but right now the most important thing is the pig farm. Mother already promised me that once the farm is ready, I will go with her to manage it. It would be good if second sister-in-law stayed at home for now. Wei Yong said, you're overthinking. Second sister-in-law is just selling pickled vegetables nearby. It won't take much time. Last winter, didn't someone want to buy her pickled vegetables? It was just busy then. The pig farm is close by, and it won't take long. Can you really spend all day at the pig farm? He sure nodded. That's true. All right, I don't think it's a big deal. I need to go to the fields now. You do your work. Wei Yong hurriedly grabbed his and went to the fields. He sure sighed and continued her chores. Today's class had 4 children sitting together. Daliang and Yao Yao were older than Erlang and learned faster. Erlang was still too young to understand fully, just able to read and follow along. As for the inkstone, since that day, he hadn't recited again. Most of the time, he stayed quiet and didn't speak. But today, after Yu Zhi finished reading aloud, the children were about to follow and read, when suddenly, the inkstone spoke. Older sister. Yu Zhi thought she had heard wrong and didn't turn around immediately. But Yao Yao was excited. Third aunt. The inkstone is talking to you now. After Yao Yao finished, Yu Zhi finally snapped back to herself. She happily walked to the inkstone and held her brother's hand. Yentai, do you recognize me? Big sister. Yentai called again. Yu Zhi was very excited, and her eyes started to turn a little red. Ah, Yentai, good boy. Yu Zhi quickly asked her brother some questions, but it seemed he couldn't answer them all. His eyes looked clearer now, able to recognize Yu Zhi and curious about his surroundings. Yao Yao excitedly ran to the inkstone, asking Inkstone, do you recognize me? Yu Inkstone looked at her for a while and nodded.
Yao.
Yao Yao laughed happily, yay. The inkstone recognizes me. De Lang was not willing to be outdone. What about me? Inkstone, who am I? The Inkstone looked confused, and Delang felt disappointed. Yu Zhi wiped her tears and said, "It's okay, we will take it slow." Delang nodded, "Yes, take it slow. Maybe it's because Yao Yao's name is easy to remember. I haven't told you my full name yet, Inkstone. My name is Zichen, Wei Zichen. Call me Xiao Chen." The Inkstone looked at him for a while and slowly said, "Xiao Chen." Delang smiled happily. The Inkstone remembers me now. The little kids all gathered around the Inkstone, chattering excitedly. Wei Mu, not knowing what had happened, asked outside, but Yu Zhi hadn't had time to reply. Outside, Wei Man called out again, "Third brother is back." Yu Zhi was surprised and quickly wiped her tears. It was almost dark, and judging by the time, Wei Chi should indeed be home. The whole family gathered at the courtyard gate. Wei Yong had just returned from the fields and was helping Wei Chi tie up the mule cart. Wei Mu smiled and said, "You must be exhausted. Come inside and rest." Wei Chi replied, "It's okay, not too tired." "How's the county town? Did the fourth brother go to school?" "Yes, he went. Same as usual." Wei Chi was unloading things from the cart, but couldn't help glancing around. Wei Mu saw his gaze and knew what he was looking at, sighing helplessly. "He's in the main hall." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Zhi came out, leading the Inkstone. "You're back?" Yu Zhi approached Wei Chi. He hadn't seen his wife all day and missed her very much. But upon closer look, he saw her eyes were red again. He hurriedly asked, "Wife, what happened?" Yu Zhi quickly said, "Nothing, just now the Inkstone called me sister." Wei Chi was stunned, looked down at the little boy she was holding, and the Inkstone also looked at him, with eyes that seemed different from before. "Yao, do you recognize me?" Wei Chi squatted down and looked into the little boy's eyes. Yao pursed her lips and looked up at her sister. Yu Zhi smiled, patted him gently, as if encouraging him. Yao slowly said 2 words, "Sister, husband."
Wei Chi laughed heartily.
"Good boy, very smart. I didn't raise you in vain." He laughed and tousled Yao's head, who didn't dodge but looked up at him. The Wei family members saw this, and all smiled. That's a good thing. It seems that Dr. Zhao really has some skill. Yu Zhi felt grateful and quietly said to Wei Chi, "I've finished copying 1 scroll. Please find time in the next few days to deliver it to Dr. Zhao, and also mention the Inkstone." Wei Chi softly replied, "Don't worry, I will arrange it." When Wei Chi returned home, dinner was more filling than usual. Whenever Wei Chi went into the mountains, he never returned empty-handed. On the way back, he caught 2 wild chickens. Wei's mother was happy and immediately killed one to stew for dinner. During the season, mushroom and chicken stew was especially fragrant. The golden chicken soup bubbled around the edges of the clay pot. The rich broth soaked into the mushrooms. The chicken was tender, and the aroma was very tempting. The whole family gathered around to drink the chicken soup and eat the chicken. Yu Zhi liked to dip rice in the soup. The Inkstone was surrounded by everyone. He still seemed a bit unfamiliar and hadn't fully understood the current situation. He looked confusedly at his sister, and the rules for eating had become very strict. He was clearly a young noble from a wealthy family, not a little boy rolling in mud in the village anymore. He sure looked at him several times and couldn't help but say to Delang, "Be a bit more refined. Look at your little brother." Delang was chewing chicken claws, not lifting his head, with oil all around his mouth, not listening to his mother. Wei's mother said, "He's just a little kid." "I think my Delang's eating looks quite lucky." Yu Zhi quickly agreed and turned to his brother, smiling as he helped him pick a piece of chicken. The Inkstone lowered his eyes and obediently ate. Yu Zhi looked away and noticed he also had an extra piece of chicken in his bowl. He glanced at Wei Chi out of the corner of his eye, feeling warm inside. After dinner, Yu Zhi took the Inkstone back to his room. The brother and sister must have had a lot to talk about. Wei Chi had been in the mountains all day and night and didn't want to disturb him. He first fetched 2 buckets of water and then went to the bathhouse to wash himself. Yu Zhi was not in his own courtyard but took the Inkstone to Wei Chi's room, which was built when the new house was constructed, right next to Wei Hai's. The brother and sister talked for quite a while inside, until Wei Chi was about to go out and find someone. Finally, Yu Zhi came out of the Inkstone's room. Wei Chi had been waiting at the door and eagerly pulled him over. Finished talking? Yu Zhi nodded gently. Is he completely well? Wei Chi asked. Yu Zhi replied, his mind should be clear now, but he still doesn't talk much. It'll take time. He still used this excuse, and Wei Chi said, yes, take it slow. Things are getting better, after all. Yu Zhi nodded obediently and returned to her room with him. Wei Chi was thinking about his wife. He was scratching his head, lost in thought. Actually, according to his pace, he should have arrived home only in the evening, but because he missed her, he hurried here earlier. Now, as soon as he entered the house, he couldn't help but want to hold her. However, Wei Chi was not impulsive. He noticed Yu Zhi's emotional fluctuations today and was worried she wasn't in the mood. So, he didn't plan to do anything. But unexpectedly this time, she didn't wait for him. She was the one who hugged him first. Wei Chi was stunned, standing like a wooden block. Thank you, Wei Chi. Yu Zhi buried her head in his chest. Her thank you was sincere. If it weren't for the generosity and care of the Wei family towards the Yantai wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Wei Chi's throat moved as he swallowed hard. He couldn't resist and wrapped his arms around her waist. Are you really thanking me? Yu Zhi felt the tense muscles of the man and, anticipating what might happen next, nervously grabbed his back and softly nodded. In the next moment, she felt a lightness all over her body as the man lifted her horizontally and they rolled onto the Kong bed. Wei Chi's muscles seemed full of strength. He might not be eloquent or good at words to comfort his wife, but he had endless energy and could easily take good care of her. Yu Zhi was held tightly, and the discomfort from the night before had completely disappeared. Still, she couldn't help but ask, slow down a bit. Wei Chi's hot lips kissed her soft face a few times. His voice was hoarse, almost trembling. Okay. The room was still dark, so dark that you couldn't see her fingers. Yu Zhi was originally very afraid of the dark, but now she suddenly felt that some light in the room was not so bad. At least, this way, he wouldn't be so reckless. She suddenly missed the night of their wedding night. The night. Wei Chi really didn't lie to her. The night was quiet, but the sounds inside the room were not small. Yu Zhi bit her lip, slightly turning her head to see some reflections through the window. The man looked like a tireless hunting leopard. Her cheeks were burning. After just a glance, she quickly closed her eyes. Yu Zhi had poor night vision, feeling like a lost and helpless little animal, unaware that the hunter's dark eyes shone brightly in the night, firmly locking onto her, not missing any expression on her face. She didn't know how much time had passed, but Yu Zhi couldn't hold on anymore and lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes again, it was already dawn. Her body had been cleaned, and her inner garment was dry. She opened her eyes suddenly and felt as if her whole body had been crushed, sore and aching. There was a large hand firmly holding her waist. Her head was pressed against Wei Chi's chin, and the man was still asleep. His Adam's apple was right in front of her eyes. Yu Zhi was stunned for a moment and pursed her lips to push him. She couldn't move him at all. She simply couldn't push him away. So she lifted her foot to kick him, applying a little force, and only then did the man on top make a vague sound. Wife, let me sleep a little longer. I'm too tired. He had been traveling all night and hadn't slept for almost a day and a night. So today, he was even later than Yu Zhi to wake up. Of course, it was also because he had enjoyed himself last night and was too excited to fall asleep for a while. Yu Zhi felt helpless. She wasn't against him sleeping, but could he please not press on her? It was really too heavy. Wei Chi seemed to notice and suddenly rolled over, bringing his large hand with him to lift her up and press her against his chest. He was lying flat and relaxed, with Yu Zhi's face turned to the side and her hair being gently stroked. Yu Zhi's cheeks were pink and soft. She always thought this was a way to lull a child to sleep, but she couldn't resist his tall and strong figure, so she just went along with it. It wasn't even the hour of the dragon yet, and the yard was quiet. Yu Zhi closed her eyes and dozed off again. She vaguely seemed to have had 2 more dreams. When she opened her eyes again, Wei Chi was already dressed neatly. "You, do you want to eat egg custard this morning?" Yu Zhi looked at him and rolled her eyes. After he put on his clothes, he seemed to become more normal. "I'll eat whatever is at home. You don't need to bother." Wei Chi smiled. "All right, then I'll go get some hot water for you." Yu Zhi still ignored him and turned her face away, quietly starting to put on her little clothes. The bedding and mats must have been cleaned last night. There were no traces left in the quilt. Yu Zhi snorted softly, and the redness on her face gradually faded. The others in the yard also began to get up one after another, and she silently quickened her pace. At the breakfast table, Old Wei said, "Starting today, we'll go to the pig farm for repairs. I've contacted several experienced carpenters and bricklayers to come and take a look. We'll estimate the amount of blue bricks and tiles needed, and if it's enough, we can decide." Wei's mother nodded. "Have you checked the dates?" Digging the foundation was a big event, and usually people would check the auspicious days. Old Wei nodded. "Yes, I've checked." "Don't worry." Wei's mother said, "Good. After breakfast, I'll go with you and help tidy up that area." He sure immediately said, "Mother, can I go too?" Wei's mother looked at her. "All right, if you want to go, then go." He sure was happy. Wei Chi glanced at Yu Zhi and asked, "Do you want to go too?" Yu Zhi shook her head. "Dalong and the others still have classes. Today, I also need to finish organizing the first volume of medical books." Wei Chi nodded. After breakfast, everyone went their own way. Yu Zhi continued teaching Dalong and the others. Only Lu's family and she were at home, and the yard became quiet again. Lu prepared to pickle vegetables. She carefully washed the jars, making sure they were spotless, with no oil or dirt. After cleaning, she let them dry naturally in the breeze. This was a delicate task. Late summer fruits were abundant: cucumbers, radishes, green beans, all suitable for pickling, along with the wild mustard greens covering the hills. No matter how they pickled mustard greens, they always tasted good. The leaves could be made into sour pickles or snow vegetables, and the mustard knots into salted vegetables. They were truly versatile. Yesterday, Lu went up the mountain to gather a lot of mustard greens. Now the yard was filled with green. She was busy moving around, while the children's reading voices occasionally came from inside the main room. Lu's eyes showed a gentle smile. She didn't mind working hard. She wanted to save money, so she could confidently tell her mother-in-law that she planned to send Erlang to school. School costs a lot of money, so she needed to start preparing now. Yen Tai was still studying with the children today, but his eyes were clear, and he could recite the 1,000-character classic by heart. He was in a different stage from Dalong and the others. Yu Zhi smiled. "Yen Tai can go look at other books." Yen Tai obediently nodded and picked up another book. Yao Yao turned her head to look, but she still didn't recognize the two characters on the cover. Yu Zhi looked at them with a smile. "All right, next, review what you learned before." Then, suddenly, outside the yard gate, Lu's cry of pain interrupted her words. Everyone was stunned. Erlang was the first to run outside. "Mother." Yu Zhi immediately put down her book and followed quickly. Lu sat on a stone bench in the yard, holding her waist, her face pale. "Mother, what happened?" Erlang ran nervously to her side. Lu quickly said, "It's nothing, Erlang. Mother's fine." "Second sister-in-law? Second aunt. What's wrong?" Lu looked at Yu Zhi and apologized. "I really overestimated myself. I thought I could move that big jar inside, but it was so heavy I twisted my waist." Yu Zhi's face changed. "Then, second sister-in-law, you must lie down quickly. A waist injury is no small matter. I'll go find a doctor for you." No, Lu hurriedly said. "It's an old problem. We have some ointment at home, but I might need third sister-in-law to help me apply it." Yu Zhi immediately nodded. "Okay, no problem." She supported Lu's shirt and quickly entered the house, soon finding the medicated plaster. "Second sister-in-law, bear with it. Is this it?" "Yes." Lu sure gritted her teeth as Yu Zhi gently helped her apply the plaster. "You're so kind, third sister-in-law." "You're welcome. But second sister-in-law, do you really not need to see a doctor?" Lu sure shook her head. "It's okay, I really don't need to." "But..." Yu Zhi asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Shi looked a bit embarrassed. "I cooked lunch earlier. I was supposed to deliver it to our parents, but now." Yu Zhi glanced at the kitchen. "It's fine, second sister-in-law. Rest here, I'll go." Lu Shi hesitated. "Maybe I should send a message to have third brother come back." "No need," Yu Zhi said helplessly. "It's just a small matter. I'll go." Dalong immediately said, "Third aunt, I'll go with you. I'll help carry." Yao Yao added, "Me too. I know where the pig farm is." For lunch, they had braised pork with crispy rice. Lu Shi started cooking at 10 a.m., and now the bottom of the pot had formed a thick layer of crispy rice, while the rice on top was soft. Before the new year, they sliced the cured pork evenly and neatly laid it over the rice. When steamed, it released a fragrant oil, with a smoky and porky aroma. The salted vegetables in a rustic ceramic bowl were ready, and the green cucumbers from the garden, cold and crunchy, tasted sour and refreshing. Finally, some boiled greens were placed on top of the crispy rice, making a fragrant dish with both meat and vegetables, tempting anyone to eat. Unfortunately, Lu Shi had planned to prepare the cucumber salad and boiled greens before delivering the meal, but she had twisted her waist now. So, she had to ask Yu Zhi to help. Lu Shi wanted to persist a bit longer, but was stopped by Yu Zhi. "Second sister-in-law, just rest well. I'll do it." Lu Shi opened her eyes wide, and the other children looked at her in surprise. Yu Zhi asked curiously, "Is it difficult?" Lu Shi replied, "No, but it's probably not hard, but is it right for the third sister-in-law to do this?" Yu Zhi smiled. "All I need to do is boil some greens and prepare the salad, right? Just tell me what ingredients to add." Lu Shi said, "All right. Just a small spoon of salt, 2 big spoons of vinegar, 1 spoon of soy sauce, and 1.5 spoons of chili oil." Yu Zhi nodded. "Got it. I'll remember." Then she immediately headed to the kitchen. A few little ones couldn't help but follow, moving faster than their thoughts. They were very curious and had to see Auntie cooking. Yu Zhi briefly looked at the stove, frowned slightly at her delicate nose. She wasn't that delicate. Second sister-in-law was overreacting. The little ones lined up at the door, not even as tall as the stove, but they watched eagerly as Auntie busily cooked. Wei Wang's eyes widened. "Is this okay?" Wei Yaoyao's eyes were even bigger. "I don't know either." Second brother said seriously, "Auntie is doing everything right." As for the inkstone, he looked at his older sister with a complicated expression. He seemed eager to help but was limited in ability. He probably couldn't tell salt from sugar. But Yu Zhi was confident. She worked at the stove and was very satisfied with the final result. Done. The little ones immediately clapped for Yu Zhi. "Auntie is so amazing." Yu Zhi also felt proud. "I've finished cooking. Let's go deliver the food together."
Yay!
De Wang, Yao Yao, and Yantai all went along, while second brother stayed behind to watch the house and keep his mother company. That day, Wei Laohan decided to build a pig farm located just outside Hualing village at the foot of Baoping Mountain. It covered 6 acres, and they had already started bringing materials to build the wall. People passing by couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Wei Laohan didn't hide it, building a pig farm. That's a big project. Some villagers also raised pigs, but usually only 1 or 2. Having more than 2 was considered a big household. From Wei's stance, it looked like they planned to raise dozens, or even hundreds. That would mean more business for butchers and meat shops, right? Wei's family was hardworking. In the morning, they all worked hard themselves. Wei Chi was skilled at everything: hunting, farming, carpentry, bricklaying. Nothing he couldn't do. Wei Yong was similar. The 3 men and the craftsmen worked together to build the wall. Wei's mother and his wife tidied up nearby. Before long, it was noon. They had been busy all morning, and everyone was hungry. Wei Yong kept looking down the village road, hoping the family would bring hot food. Wei Chi, although not watching constantly, also kept saying he was hungry. Wei's mother looked back several times. "What's wrong with second sister-in-law? Why is she so slow today?" Wei Laohan said, "Maybe she's too busy. Let's wait a bit longer." Suddenly, Wei Yong's eyes widened. "Is that?" On the village road, De Wang, a lively little boy, rushed to the front. Third uncle. Third uncle. Wei Chi, with sharp ears, turned his head to look. Mother Wei also heard it. Why are you calling the third brother? As soon as Mother Wei finished speaking, Wei Chi, who had been resting on a tree stump, suddenly jumped up. He stood up quickly. A small figure appeared on the village path. At first, it was just a shadow, but as it got closer, the figure became clearer. Yu Zhi was carrying a large basket with some difficulty, wearing a small straw hat. The basket was a bit heavy, so she switched hands. Eventually, tired, she held it with both hands and walked slowly toward them. Her straw hat was a little too big and tilted to one side. She couldn't lift her hands to adjust it, making her look like a clumsy little cat. Wei Chi's pupils suddenly shrank. For a moment, his throat tightened, and he thought he was seeing things. Third brother? Wei Yong was also surprised and called out to remind his brother. Wei Chi finally snapped out of his shock and hurried over to Yu Zhi. He took big steps, walking faster and faster. Yu, why are you here? Yu Zhi had been looking down at her feet. The straw hat blocked most of her view. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her. She looked up in surprise and saw Wei Chi standing right in front of her. He reached out and took her basket. Yu Zhi was a little tired and panting. Second sister-in-law's waist was injured, so I came to bring food. Big brother Yao Yao and Yantai were also nearby. Wei Chi's shock was now beyond words. He had been wondering when Yu would bring him food. He didn't expect it to happen so soon. But he didn't feel proud. He felt a little sorry. You must be exhausted, Wei Chi said, removing her straw hat. Yu Zhi's face was red from the sun. Her black hair was wet with sweat and stuck to her temples, looking a bit disheveled. The Wei family also came over. Little fish, it's you. Why are you here? Wei Chi handed the food to them and said simply, Second sister-in-law's waist is hurt. Mother Wei exclaimed, Is it serious? Should I go back and check? Old Wei said, Go ahead, hurry back. Will you come with me, little fish? Yu Zhi was about to speak, but Wei Chi answered for her. No, I will send her back later. He held tightly to his wife, not letting go. Yu Zhi looked at him helplessly. Okay, then you eat first. I'll just grab a few bites. The men, hungry and starving, didn't bother to say much. They found a corner and squatted down to eat. Wei Chi took Yu Zhi to a tree. There was a big stone, cleaned thoroughly. Sit down and rest a bit. Yu Zhi was indeed a little tired and didn't refuse. Wei Chi was squatting in front of her, eating heartily. While eating, he kept watching her. Yu Zhi fanned herself, her face still slightly red, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze. Why are you looking at me? She asked. You're pretty. I find your eating more enjoyable to watch. Yu Zhi glared at him, glancing nervously toward her father-in-law and older brother, worried they might overhear. Wei Chi just smiled at her. The smell of cured meat and rice was tempting. Wei Chi ate happily, but Yu Zhi suddenly asked, You eat vegetables too? Do you think the cold cucumber salad is tasty? De Leng and Yao Yao heard this, and both smiled quietly. Wei Chi hadn't tried it yet. Wei Yong spoke first, second sister-in-law. This cucumber salad is a bit salty today. Dad, what about yours? Old Wei also tasted it. It seems a little. Yu Zhi paused, looking at Wei Chi. Is it salty? Wei Chi realized late and suddenly turned to look at Yao Yao, who was desperately signaling to him. Wei Chi was a bit surprised. He tentatively took a bite, meeting Yu Zhi's expectant gaze. That's nonsense. How could it be salty? Not at all salty. He said this and suddenly shoveled a big mouthful into his mouth. Yu Zhi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Over there, the two men from Old Wei's family were stunned. Third brother Yu. Wei Chi turned around and quickly signaled to them. Old Wei finally realized. Cough cough, a little salt is good, it adds flavor. Wei Yong reacted even slower, taking a moment to understand, and being straightforward, he widened his eyes and asked, Third sister-in-law, did you make this dish? Wei Chi glared at him. Yu Zhi smiled confidently and said, Yes, I made it. Second sister-in-law hurt her waist, so I made this. I hope it's not too bad. No way. Wei Chi hurriedly said. Wei Yong also smiled. No, it's pretty good. Thank you, third sister-in-law. Everyone was polite, especially Wei Chi. He didn't eat the cured meat anymore, and only ate this dish. Yu Zhi couldn't help but smile slightly, and whispered to Wei Chi, "Don't force yourself, it's not necessary." Wei Chi felt his heart tighten. What I said is sincere. You cooked for him, so how could that not be genuine? Although Yu Zhi thought he was exaggerating, her heart still felt sweet. After eating, Yu Zhi was about to carry her basket and leave. "No rush, I'll take you back." Yu Zhi was surprised. "Is that okay? Don't you still have work to finish?" "Not much left. Dad and them can handle it. You wait here for me." He didn't say what he talked to Old Wei about, but soon he returned. "Let's go, Yu." Yu Zhi nodded, and Wei Chi easily lifted the basket with one hand. De Lang and Yao Yao also followed along, and suddenly a group of people appeared on the ridge. Wei Chi led the way at the front, with others following behind, attracting many glances. Most of all, people were looking at Yu Zhi. She walked along the ridge, truly a beautiful sight. But since Wei Chi was with her, those trying to peek at her eyes were disappointed. As Yu Zhi walked, she suddenly realized this wasn't the way back and asked curiously, "Where are we going?" Wei Chi saw fewer people around and turned to her, holding her hand. "I'm taking you to the river to play. Do you want to go?" Yu Zhi's eyes widened. Before she could speak, Yao Yao and De Lang excitedly jumped up and down. "Yes, we want to go. Third uncle, take us to catch loaches and dip our baskets." Wei Chi smiled at Yu Zhi, who also looked a bit hopeful but worried. "I'm here, don't be afraid." Yu Zhi couldn't help but feel excited and nodded. "What about the inkstone? Do you want to go?" Yu Yentai's eyes also lit up, and she nodded along with her sister. The back mountain of Hualing Village is at the foot of Baoping Mountain, but the terrain isn't very high. To really go into the mountain, they'd have to walk quite a long way. Most villagers usually gather wild vegetables or wash clothes nearby. But Wei Chi knew the mountain well. His route was rarely traveled by others. When Yu Zhi was in Jiangnan before, she rarely climbed mountains. When she first escaped, her family had ox carts or horse carts. Later, her health worsened, and she rarely got off the cart. Then, after an incident, Wei's family rescued her, nursed her injuries, and she seldom went out. All in all, today was her first time climbing a mountain and going out to play. She was very excited. Wei Chi kept watching her out of the corner of his eye. Although he saw she was tired, he wanted to carry her, but her health was fragile, and sometimes she needed gentle exercise. So, Wei Chi mostly encouraged and guided her, slowing down his pace. Yu Zhi didn't want him to carry her, and tried her best to keep up. Near the back mountain, by a peach grove, the peaches Wei Chi picked last time were here. When everyone finally reached their destination, Yu Zhi's face was red, and she was panting heavily. "Take a break." Wei Chi handed her a water bottle filled with mountain spring water, fresh and sweet. Yao Yao and De Lang had pulled her up the mountain, as her health was quite poor. The brother and sister contrasted sharply with the children raised in the mountains, which made Yentai feel a bit ashamed. "Yentai, you should drink too." Yao Yao kindly handed him a water bottle. Thank you." Yentai still found it hard to speak clearly, but he was beginning to be willing to talk. Yu Zhi paused for a moment before finally looking up. A gentle breeze blew through, instantly cooling the hot surroundings. The clear stream water washed away all her fatigue, and she couldn't help but stand up and look into the distance. Wei Chi asked, "Is the scenery nice?" Yu Zhi nodded blankly. "It's really beautiful." Wei Chi smiled. "Keep practicing. I'll often take you up the mountain. This is just one of many places even more beautiful." "Really?" Yu Zhi turned to look at him. "Of course." Wei Chi reached out his hand, and Yu Zhi naturally held his large palm. Wei Chi led her toward the small creek. They moved slowly, while a few little ones already couldn't wait to run ahead. Especially De Lang, who looked like a typical little monkey. Usually, he was disciplined at home. If not, he'd probably be rolling in the mud every day. "De Lang, slow down," Yu Zhi called out when she saw him jump into the creek. Wei Chi chuckled. "It's okay. The water's shallow. They're used to wild play." Yu Zhi glared at him. As an uncle, You should be more careful. Wei Chi assured her. Don't worry. I was even more mischievous when I was a kid. Yu Zhi glanced at Wei Chi, imagining what he must have looked like as a child, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Wei Chi looked curious. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Wei Chi didn't believe her and pretended to tickle her. Yu Zhi was startled and blushed, glaring at him. You dare? Wei Chi lowered his voice. There's no one here. What's there to be afraid of? Yu Zhi quickly looked at the three little ones, who were splashing water in the river, ignoring them. Wei Chi then hugged Yu Zhi, who was frightened and quickly said, I wasn't laughing at anything. Just thinking you must have been covered in dirt as a kid, always being chased and scolded by your mother. Wei Chi was stunned and asked in surprise, How do you know that? Yu Zhi replied, Is it hard to guess? Now De Lang was almost the same, but Wei Chi was even more mischievous. Wei Chi suddenly burst into laughter. I guessed half right. My mom couldn't catch me when I was little. Whenever she tried to hit me, I'd climb a tree. No one in the family could climb faster than me. Seeing his proud expression, Yu Zhi felt a bit helpless. Let me go. Wei Chi was reminded by her and realized he was still holding her gently in his arms. There was no way he could let go. This was a rare opportunity. Wei quickly lowered his head and bit Yu Zhi's mouth. Yu Zhi opened her eyes wide. Third uncle, third aunt, come quick and see the little turtle. Yao Yao suddenly turned around, and the two of them quickly separated. Yu Zhi's cheeks turned red as she glared at him. Wei's quick actions blocked her. Okay, we're coming. Yao Yao looked at them strangely. Third aunt's face was so red. A small mountain stream winds down from somewhere unknown, like a silver ribbon weaving through lush mountain forests and rocks. The water and stones make a tinkling sound, and the stream flows loudly. The afternoon sunlight sparkles on the water, making it look like it's covered in silver sugar. A gentle breeze blows by the stream. The water is very clear, and you can see moss-covered pebbles at the bottom. Yao Yao said the little turtle was just climbing on the exposed pebbles, and you can also see small fish fry nearby. Yu Zhi was very curious about the scenery in front of her. She squatted by the stream, holding her face in her hands to watch. Wei was already in the water, standing in the middle of the stream, washing his face. The man was very lively. Water splashed onto Yu Zhi's face, making her look over. Under the sunlight, Wei's figure seemed taller, with long legs and arms. The stream only reached halfway up his calves. He had rolled up his pants, revealing strong, lean calves full of masculine strength. Yu Zhi looked away after a glance. Wei, lost in thought, forgot about her and smiled. Want to come play? I don't want to. She couldn't take off her shoes in front of everyone. There's definitely no one here. Yu Zhi pursed her lips and didn't answer. It was indeed empty around, not a single shadow. But, third aunt, come down and splash in the water. It's so fun. The water isn't cold at all. It was just past noon, and the sun made the stream warm and cozy. Yao Yao was happily splashing around in the water. Yu Zhi was starting to feel a little tempted. Wei smiled and stood up to pull her. Come on, don't worry. I'll hold you, and you won't slip. Yu Zhi finally stood up. No, I can do it myself. She lifted her skirt, curiously took off her shoes and socks, and slowly took her first step under Wei's watch. The stream flowed gently over her feet, and she couldn't help but smile. Wei stretched out his hands to her. Walk slowly. Yu Zhi took a deep breath, feeling a bit braver. She had been in the river before, but never barefoot. Her feet touched the mossy, slippery stones. She softly called Wei, and Wei immediately grabbed one of her hands. Don't be afraid. A warm and steady feeling came from the gentle palm, giving a sense of safety. Yu Zhi fully relaxed and smiled more deeply. Third aunt, catch some small fish. Yao Yao and De Lang, with the inkstone, had already started catching fish fry. Yu Zhi was still a bit afraid. She was just walking back and forth in the river, like a little duck learning to swim. That already made her very excited. It was just crossing a simple small creek, but Yu Zhi's expression seemed as if she had crossed the Jialing River. Wei Chi looked at her with affection and said, Sit on that big rock over there and rest. I'll go pick some bayberries for you. Bayberries?
Where are they?
There are a few bayberry trees over there. They should be ripe. You wait here patiently for me. Yu Zhi obediently agreed. She liked eating bayberries very much, but she hadn't told Wei Chi the secret. The big rock was warm and cozy. After sitting down, Yu Zhi called Yao Yao, "Are you coming over?" Yao Yao replied, "Not yet, third aunt." Wei Chi said, "They won't come out of the water until they're cold." Yu Zhi raised her eyebrows and looked at the inkstone, which also had a smile on its face. She felt much more at ease. Life is unpredictable. During the escape, she thought the sky was falling and never imagined she could live such a peaceful life now. Yu Zhi lowered her head and suddenly saw a patch of water plants by the creek. Bright green, swaying in the water. Yu Zhi got playful and deliberately nudged with her foot. The water plants floated on her foot, making her feel tingly and numb. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wei Chi had already returned with a lotus leaf full of bayberries. Seeing this scene, he suddenly froze. His eyes shrank sharply. Fish, fish. He quickly threw away the bayberries in his hand and ran over. Before Yu Zhi knew what was happening, Wei Chi had scooped her up in his arms. Then she saw a small snake swimming out from the water plants. Her face turned deathly pale instantly. Wei Chi acted quickly and skillfully reached out, grabbing the water snake and tossing it far into the woods. Yao Yao and the others saw this scene too, and were a bit stunned with fear.
Snake. Snake.
Yu Zhi curled up in Wei Chi's arms, clutching his neck tightly, trembling as she asked, "It's okay now, fish fish. I threw it far away. There are water plants there. Snakes like water plants," Wei Chi reassured her. He secretly regretted his carelessness. Yao Yao and the others had already come ashore and ran worriedly to Yu Zhi. "Third aunt, are you okay?"
I'm fine, Yao Yao.
"Don't go into the water either." Yu Zhi slowly lifted her head from Wei Chi's neck, her face still pale. Wei Chi gently set her down and carefully put on her shoes and socks. "Don't worry, I have some realgar powder. I'll apply it to you. Only snakes in the mountains hide." Yu Zhi nodded slowly. She was frightened, but seeing Wei Chi's tightly pressed lips, it seemed he was also scared.
I'm fine.
She comforted him in the end. She really wasn't that useless. Wei Chi finished putting on her shoes and socks, then smiled. "Well, do you want to eat some yangmei bayberries?" Yu Zhi turned to look at him. What a pity. Those yangmei looked very good. Big, round, and a deep purple red. "It's okay, there are still many on the tree. I'll go pick more. These can be for the birds by the water." Yu Zhi nodded. "Third uncle, I'll help you pick." Everyone stopped playing in the water and followed Wei Chi to the yangmei tree.
Wow.
So many. Unexpectedly, there was a hidden patch of yangmei forest. The berries on it were so heavy they almost bent the branches. Yu Zhi asked curiously, "Why isn't anyone picking them?" Wei Chi said, "Eating too many can hurt your teeth. Besides pregnant women, few people like them." "I love to eat them," Yu Zhi whispered. Wei Chi turned to look at her. "Really?" "Yes, yes. In the south, such big ones are rare. They have to be transported back by official boats." Wei Chi immediately rolled up his sleeves. "Then wait for me. I'll pick a basket for you." Yu Zhi smiled. Okay, Wei Chi was very quick. Picking fruit was as easy as picking flowers. He picked from the tree, and some berries fell to the ground, which Yu Zhi then collected. The children found a new fun activity, picking berries. Soon the basket was nearly half full. "Auntie, let's go wash and eat them." "Good." Yao Yao ran to the creek to wash some berries and brought them back. They were crystal clear. Yu Zhi couldn't help but taste one. She gently on it, and the juicy, sweet and sour flavor spread through her lips and teeth. "Delicious," Yu Zhi said with a smile. The three children's eyes also lit up.
So tasty.
So sweet. Wei Chi had finished his task too. After coming down from the tree, he strode over. "How is it?" "Third uncle, you should try some." Wei Chi reached out to grab one, but Yu Zhi offered him one herself. Surprised, Wei Chi opened his mouth and ate it. "Is it sweet?" Yu Zhi asked with a smile. Wei Chi looked into her smiling eyes. He forgot the taste of the yangmei, but his heart felt it was truly sweet. Today in the mountains was a big harvest. Yao Yao caught a small turtle. De Lang caught 2. Yen Tai gathered a bucket of small fish fry. Yu Zhi gathered a handful of wildflowers, a basket of yangmei, and 3 very beautiful pebbles. Feeling satisfied, she followed Wei Chi down the mountain. After a whole day of playing and having fun, Yu Zhi was completely exhausted now, and her steps became slow. Wei Chi suddenly squatted in front of her and kindly said, "Come up." Yu Zhi didn't insist. Her legs were really sore. But she still felt a bit awkward in front of the children. Why was she even less capable than Yao Yao? She pouted and poked Wei Chi's arm. "Next time, take me out more."
Wei Chi smiled.
"Sure, whatever you say." Could he refuse to follow her wishes? After a day of playing in the mountains, at dusk, Wei Chi took Yu Zhi and the children back home. The chimneys of each household in the mountain village were emitting white smoke, signaling dinner time. The Wei family had all returned home. Wei's mother and Mrs. He were preparing dinner. A few days ago, Wei Chi had been frequently going into the mountains, and behind the yard, there were several mountain chickens. Due to busy work, they ate meat every day, and today they slaughtered 3 more chickens. They were starting to get tired of stewed chicken, so Wei's mother suggested grilling chicken directly in the backyard. This method was great. Once the children smelled the delicious aroma, they immediately ran over, drooling over the chicken. Wei's mother saw them returning and smiled. "Had enough fun?" Yao Yao said, "Grandma Uncle took us to the river today. Look, I have a little turtle." Dalong added, "And my crab." "Grandma, find us a basin to keep them in." Wei's mother laughed helplessly. "You kids just cause trouble every day. You have to take care of them yourselves." "Don't worry, Grandma. We'll take care of them ourselves." "Did Yen Tai catch anything?" Wei's mother asked. Yen Tai obediently carried over a bucket and said, "Little fish." After he finished, everyone was surprised and laughed, all looking at Yu Zhi. Yu Zhi also couldn't help but glance at Wei Chi, puzzled about why he named her that in the first place. Wei Chi just smiled. The fragrant aroma of roasted chicken was irresistible. The neighbors nearby couldn't help but lean over to look, but unfortunately, the roasted chicken wasn't for them, as there wasn't enough for everyone in the Wei family. The chicken was golden and crispy on the outside. When bitten, it was hot and juicy, with tender, flavorful meat. They roasted 3 chickens, and the drumsticks were all given to the children. Yu Zhi preferred chicken wings, but today she held her face and looked at the roasted chicken with a bit of worry. Wei's mother asked, "What's wrong? Why isn't the 3rd daughter-in-law eating?" Yu Zhi shyly held her cheeks and didn't speak. Wei Chi smiled and said, "You ate too many yangmei." "Yangmei?" Everyone thought of the yangmei brought back by the 3rd brother and laughed. "That stuff can hurt your teeth if you eat too much, so we don't dare to eat too much." Wei Chi said, "I advised her, but she didn't listen." Yu Zhi quietly glared at him. Wei Mu smiled and said, "Drink some soup first, then slowly eat again later." Yu Zhi nodded and said, "Thank you, mother." Wei Chi suddenly picked up Yu Zhi's bowl and served her some soup. "Eat less rice soaked in soup for now. I'll save the roasted chicken for later, and you can eat it then." Yu Zhi blushed and said, "I know, I'll do it myself." Wei Chi said, "It's not a big deal." Suddenly, Wei Man said, "If you like eating yangmei, you can boil it into juice and add some sugar." Yu Zhi's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. She had liked drinking all kinds of sweet drinks before, but didn't know how to make them. "Third aunt, my mother makes really tasty sweet drinks," Lang suddenly whispered. Yu Zhi was a bit surprised. Was she talking about the 2nd sister-in-law? "Yes, the 2nd sister-in-law's cooking skills are truly impressive," Wei Mu said. Everyone agreed with this. Yu Zhi patted Lang's head and said, "Thank you, Lang." Lu Shi was still resting in bed today because of a back injury, so Yu Zhi didn't want to bother her now. Wei Laohan also asked, "How's the 2nd sister-in-law's back?" Wei Mu replied, "She said it's nothing serious. She put on some ointment and is resting. I sent her some food." Wei Laohan nodded and said, "Let her rest for a few days. Don't rush making pickles." "Yes, I'll tell her later." Yu Zhi felt really uncomfortable and could only eat half a bowl of soup with rice before she couldn't eat anymore. Wei Chi sighed softly. When he was clearing the dishes, he slipped into the kitchen. Wei Mu asked what he was doing but didn't say anything and just fiddled around on his own. Wei Mu was too tired to ask more and turned around to leave, feeling better when she didn't see it. Yu Zhi then turned to Lu Shi's room. Second sister-in-law. Lu Shi had just finished eating and was leaning on the bed, looking a bit weak. Third sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law, are you feeling better? Lu Shi smiled and said, much better. Sorry for bothering you at noon. It's nothing. We're family. I went out to play today. It was quite fun. Lu Shi also smiled. I heard about it. Second sister-in-law, is your back pain an old problem? Can I take a look? Lu Shi hesitated for a moment. Yes. It's an old problem. It hurts a little when the weather changes, or I get tired. Yu Zhi already had her own idea but wanted to see for herself before making a decision. My mother used to have this problem too. My father found someone to make her a medicinal wine, and after using it, she got much better. I remember the recipe for that wine. I'll check with second sister-in-law. Maybe she's like my mother and can be cured. Liu Shi was stunned for a moment. Really? Then you should check. Yu Zhi, yes, I might need to press on it. Be patient and tell me if it hurts anywhere. Okay. Thank you, little sister-in-law. Wei Chi fiddled in the kitchen for a while and cooked a bowl of brown sugar and eggs. I don't know how he made it, but it looked messy. Wei's mother didn't bother to watch him, but Wei Man saw it and said with a sneer, what's this? Third sister-in-law definitely won't like to drink it. You don't understand anything. What kind of person is your third sister-in-law? She went to second sister-in-law's room. I don't know what she's doing there. Wei Chi was momentarily stunned and didn't go over. After thinking for a bit, he simply took the eggs back to his room and then sent Yao Yao to check on the situation. Yao Yao, who was responsible, quickly returned and reported what was happening with third uncle. After hearing this, Wei Chi thought for a moment and decided not to bother them. He just placed the brown sugar eggs on the table and went to chop wood in the backyard. Yu Zhi stayed in Liu Shi's room for nearly 2/4 of an hour, with second brother and Yao Yao always nearby to keep her company. When it was over, Yu Zhi finally relaxed and said, third sister-in-law, don't worry. I think it's similar to my mother's condition. If Wei Chi goes to town tomorrow, I'll have him get a prescription from Dr. Zhao. You can use it often at home, and this injury will definitely heal. Liu Shi was truly at a loss for how to thank her. Third sister-in-law, you've been so kind. It's nothing. It's not a big deal. You should rest now. I'm going back to my room. Liu Shi nodded. She wanted to send someone but felt powerless, so she asked second brother to do it. Yao Yao and second brother went to the door, and the girl whispered, third aunt. I just saw third uncle cooking something delicious for you. Yu Zhi was surprised. Where's third uncle? He seems to have gone back to the backyard to work again. Yu Zhi patted Yao Yao's head. Thank you, Yao Yao. Yao Yao smiled sweetly. You're welcome. Yu Zhi didn't go to the backyard but returned to her room first. As soon as she entered, she saw the bowl on the table. She walked over and looked at it. She could tell what it was, but the presentation was really not impressive. But Yu Zhi was hungry now, and her toothache had improved. She sat down and took a tentative spoonful. It was a bowl of brown sugar and eggs, with some sesame, crushed peanuts, and walnuts mixed in, a bit of a mishmash. However, the food was sweet and fragrant, and Yu Zhi couldn't help but smile. She drank half a bowl in one go. Wei Chi worked continuously without stopping for even a moment. Today, he was busy with something, and the wood and bamboo shavings were scattered all over the place. By the time he finished, the moon had quietly risen into the branches. Wei Chi suddenly snapped out of his focus, looked back, and saw that candles had been lit inside his house. He stood up, tidied up the messy floor, then went to wash his hands at the water basin. He thought for a moment, but didn't rush to take a bath. Instead, he stepped back into the house. When Wei Chi saw an empty bowl on the table, his fatigue from working disappeared instantly. Yu Zhi wasn't in the bedroom, so he strode to the bathroom door. Yu Zhi had just finished washing and was about to walk out from behind the curtain. Her face was clean and white, and after applying face powder, she smelled nice. Wei Chi wanted to lean in and give her a kiss. But he was covered in dust and didn't dare get too close, so he just smiled at Yu Zhi. Yu Zhi's eyes also sparkled as she looked at him deeply. What have you been doing again? She truly admired this man's strength, as if he never knew tiredness, working at the pig farm, climbing mountains, picking fruit, and still having enough energy to work afterward. Compared to him, she felt really exhausted. Just making a little thing. I'll show you later. Wei Chi followed her back to the room, unable to resist glancing at the bowl again. Is it tasty? Yu Zhi knew he would ask and deliberately said, it's okay, a bit sweet. She thought Wei Chi might be upset, but he didn't seem to care at all. Next time, I'll put less sugar. Now it was Yu Zhi's turn to be silent. She lowered her head and whispered, no, it's really good. I was joking.
Wei Chi smiled happily.
Really? Wei Chi. Hee. Alright, I'll go wash first. Yu Zhi nodded. She was a little tired. Wei Chi went to the bathroom, quickly washed himself clean, tidied up the things Yu Zhi hadn't arranged, and only then returned to the room. When he came back, Yu Zhi was already lying down. The quilt was slightly raised in a small mound. Wei Chi's expression softened as he turned off the light and then got into bed. He reached out with a big hand and pulled his wife into his arms. Yu Zhi hummed softly, today I'm tired. If you're not making trouble, I'll give you a massage. Wei Chi's voice was a little hoarse. Yu Zhi hiked up a mountain today and walked quite a bit. Her calves were very sore and swollen. By the afternoon, she started to feel a little better. Now that she's lying down, the discomfort has worsened. She was too tired and didn't have the energy to massage her legs herself. Hearing Wei Chi say this, she suddenly had an idea. Really? Are you joking? Does it hurt?
My calves
are sore and swollen. Wei Chi sat up again, moved to the foot of the bed, and placed her legs on his thighs. He gently massaged them, not too hard or too soft. Be gentle. Yu Zhi was afraid of pain, but Wei Chi's touch was not gentle enough. I am being gentle, Wei Chi said helplessly. If you don't massage it properly, it won't help, she replied. Okay, he said. But she was not only afraid of pain, but also ticklish. When he pressed on several spots, she couldn't help but pull her legs back and giggle. Wei Chi's face was full of patience and love. He gently grabbed her ankles and pressed on some important points. He learned these points himself because he often went into the mountains and his calves were often tense. Does it feel better? Yu Zhi checked and said, yes. Much better. Thank you. Wei Chi looked expressionless and suddenly reached out to tickle her foot. Yu Zhi reacted strongly and immediately turned her head to glare at him. You're so polite with your man, Wei Chi teased. Yu Zhi shot him a sharp look and quickly withdrew her legs, ignoring him. Wei Chi smiled, leaned in, and kissed her face. Go to sleep. He blew out the lamp, held Yu Zhi in his arms, and didn't do anything extra. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Yu Zhi instinctively reached out to check beside her. It was already empty. She opened her eyes, and Wei Chi was just putting on his clothes. It's still early. Sleep a little longer. Yu Zhi rubbed her eyes. I'm not sleeping anymore. Are you going to town today?
Yes.
Can you leave a bit later? I wanted to tell you 2 things, but forgot. Sure, go ahead. Yu Zhi quickly dressed and then turned to the cabinet to give him the first volume of her medical books she had organized over the past few days. The first thing is for you to give this to Dr. Zhao. It's the first volume of the Huangdi Neijing. Okay, what kind of book is it, the Huangdi Neijing? Wei Chi nodded. Oh, got it. I'll remember. And the second thing, I want to make some medicinal wine for second sister-in-law. I'll write the recipe for you later. Wei Chi was surprised. Medicinal wine? Yu Zhi nodded. Yes, for treating bruises and injuries. Second sister-in-law got hurt, and this wine works very well. You can use it too. Wei Chi thought for a moment. All right, I'll leave after breakfast. No rush, take your time writing it. Yu Zhi okay. He family happened to call for breakfast, so Yu Zhi tidied up and went to the main hall. Today, Lu family could barely get out of bed. Yu Zhi mentioned the medicinal wine, And Wei's mother was quite surprised. Third daughter-in-law, is that medicinal wine really effective? Yu Zhi. It can be used for bruises and injuries, even old wounds. Wei's mother was pleased. That's great. His father also has some old injuries. Can he use it if his knees hurt?
Yes.
Yu Zhi looked at her father-in-law and asked, does it hurt when the weather is cold? Or when he climbs stairs? Wei Lao Han quickly nodded. Then that's good. Use the medicinal wine before bed to massage. Warm it up and press firmly. If you keep using it, you'll see improvement. Wei's mother and Wei Lao Han were very excited. That's wonderful. Little fish, you're really a blessing for our family. He family hurriedly asked, can the eldest also use it? Sometimes he complains about shoulder pain after working too much. Just as Yu Zhi was about to reply, Wei Yong looked unhappy. Why should I use that stuff? I'm still young. Rest for a couple of days and I'll be fine. He family pursed her lips. If it works, why not try it? Yu Zhi, it's okay to use, but use it sparingly. After all, it's medicine. Wei Yong, exactly. Big brother still needs to be careful. If the pain in one place lasts a long time, it can turn into a chronic injury, like second sister-in-law's. Wei Yong smiled. Oh, it's just occasional. The whole family was very happy, reminding Wei Chi to go shopping today and get the medicine. Wei Chi's ears were almost calloused from listening, but he nodded. Got it. I will complete the task. After breakfast, Wei Chi was about to leave. He put everything Yu Zhi gave him into his pocket and whispered to his wife before leaving. This stuff is valuable and worth a lot. I'll keep it close and I won't go digging in the mountains anymore. Yu Zhi, but it's not that serious. Wei Chi. How could it not be? A medical book costs 20 taels, and this prescription is worth at least a few dozen taels. Yu Zhi smiled. The value of this prescription might be more. My mother had a doctor prepare it, so it could be worth hundreds of taels. Doctor? Wei Chi quickly caught the main point in her words. Yu Zhi was momentarily stunned, and her smile faded slightly. It's just a retired doctor who returned home, practicing medicine in Jiangnan. Wei Chi nodded without much thought. All right, then it's even more precious. I'll definitely carry it carefully. I'm leaving now. Yu Zhi, take your time on the road. Wei Chi didn't drive today. He rode his mule. The trip would take at most 3 hours round trip. After seeing his figure disappear completely, Yu Zhi turned back to the room. Third aunt, do you want to continue learning the 1,000-character classic today? A few children ran over and politely stood in front of Yu Zhi, asking. Photo town. Wei Chi rode his mule and arrived at the town in less than half an hour. He headed straight to Tongren Hall, where Dr. Zhao was already waiting for him. Brother Wei, I've been waiting for you. Today, Dr. Zhao didn't greet him at the front, but took him directly to the backyard. Wei Chi was surprised and asked, why didn't you talk to me about business earlier in the backyard? Dr. Zhao hesitated and smiled awkwardly. Oh, I forgot, he said. Wei Chi didn't expose him and said, forget it. The things from our mountain can't handle such a big gift. Here, take it. Dr. Zhao had clearly washed his hands of the matter. When Wei Chi took out a scroll of manuscript from his pocket and handed it over with great care and respect, he said, Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm not tired. My wife is the one working hard, Wei Chi replied. Yes, Miss Yu has indeed worked hard, Dr. Zhao said. Wei Chi said, my wife said this is the first volume of the Golden Classic. I'll give it to you first. Golden? Dr. Zhao reacted and smiled. It's probably the Huangdi Neijing. Wei Chi thought for a moment and said, that should be it. But I want to ask, how many volumes are in this Neijing? It's so thick, and this is only the first volume? Yes, the Huangdi Neijing has 18 volumes. The Suan and Ling Shu each have 9 volumes, Dr. Zhao replied with a full smile, carefully flipping through the manuscript. I want to bind it. Miss Yu's handwriting is really beautiful. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a cold, heavy gaze above his head. He looked up, surprised. What are you talking about? Wei Chi's face darkened. So thick, for just 1 volume? A book with 18 volumes? Dr. Zhao nodded, yes. Wei Chi raised his voice slightly. And you only gave my wife 20 taels for so much? That's quite a deal.
I'm done talking about this.
Dr. Zhao suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Brother Wei, brother. I was just speaking casually. I thought miss you would copy the Nanjing first. My mistake. We can negotiate the price. How much do you think is fair?
Wei Chi snorted.
It wasn't about the money. But wasn't copying books easy for his wife? Didn't it tire her hands? 20 taels could be earned back easily by fetching some things from the mountain. Just do as you see fit. I've said my part. Wei Chi narrowed his eyes, his imposing presence making him look truly formidable when he was not smiling. Dr. Zhao immediately smiled and said, all right, no problem. He took back the manuscripts and turned around to give Wei Chi 10 taels of silver. Brother, I didn't mean it seriously before. I never wanted to take advantage. I know medical books are precious, and I truly mean it. Wei Chi was still not happy. Copying books is too troublesome. Hunting is faster for money. But he couldn't refuse his wife, so he accepted.
There's one more thing, Wei Chi suddenly said.
I have a recipe. Help me get the herbs, Wei Chi said, handing over the recipe for the medicinal wine. Zhao the doctor looked a bit surprised. What's this recipe? That's not your concern. Just follow it, Wei Chi replied. He was cautious because his wife always made good things. She could write recipes and make medicinal wine, so there was no need to tell everyone. Zhao the doctor was smart and didn't ask more. He smiled and agreed. Wei Chi reasoned that the cost of the medicinal wine recipe was paid as usual. After leaving Tongren Hall, he had several big bags of herbs. He hung them on the mule. Then he went shopping. Earlier, Wei Chi still had some silver on him in the county town. He thought happily he could buy candy and snacks for his wife. Today was the big market day in Foda town. The streets were quite busy. After leaving the candy shop, Wei Chi suddenly heard some noise. Someone at the tea house nearby was shouting about the war in the north. Wei Chi paused and looked over. The great Zhou dynasty had been experiencing ongoing wars for 6 years. Only in the past 2 years had Suzhou been somewhat peaceful. But people didn't like hearing about war. They gathered around to listen. It seemed a merchant caravan was returning. They said the war in the north was almost over, and the barbarians were being driven away. People cheered loudly. Suddenly, someone asked, will the soldiers who went to fight be able to go home now?
Yeah.
When will they come back? Having experienced a major conscription in Suzhou, many families had sons fighting on the battlefield. When they heard about returning home, the crowd became excited. Someone said, I don't know either. Maybe ask the officials at the town's yamen. Then that person led his camel away from the crowd. Camels came from the northern frontier, bordering Suzhou. Wei Chi thought for a moment, then turned to buy 2 liang of wine from a nearby inn and headed to the county office. Yu Zhi's study plan, the first phase, was completed. At the end, she smiled and announced a scary news. Tomorrow, we will test your learning. Get ready for the exam. An exam? The children instantly became nervous. De Lang was about to stutter. Third and what? What will we be tested on? During this period of studying the 1,000-character essay, I will be rewarded if I do well, and of course, I will be punished if I do poorly. Wei Yaoyao nervously swallowed her saliva. Erlang was also holding his hand. Yu Zhi smiled and said, all right, don't be nervous. Go play. The 3 of them had no mood to play. After Yu Zhi left, Wei Yaoyao suddenly had an idea and ran to the inkstone. Inkstone, good inkstone, can you help us? Dalong also reacted. Yes, Inkstone, please help us just this once. Yu Yantai was a bit surprised. He wanted to help, but he couldn't support cheating. He was sweating nervously. Help with what? Just review. Yu Yantai relaxed. That's okay. Yu Zhi went to the courtyard. Mrs. He and Wei's mother went to the pig farm. Lu's wife was bored and busy in the yard. Second sister-in-law, why are you working on the ground? Yu Zhi asked in surprise. Lu's wife smiled. It's nothing. I rested all day. I'm not that delicate, just a little pain. I don't do heavy work. Yu Zhi looked at the mustard greens in the yard and didn't think the work was easy. Wei Chi will buy the medicinal wine today. Later, I'll help second sister-in-law apply the medicine. Thanks a lot, Lu's wife said with a smile. Thinking of the cold cucumber salad from that day, Yu Zhi suddenly asked, second sister-in-law, how do you make pickled vegetables? Or cooking? I want to learn. Lu's wife widened her eyes. You want to learn how to cook? Yu Zhi felt a bit shy and said, it's simple, I don't know the complicated stuff. Learning is a skill, right? What if in the future, some emergency happens and I don't know how to cook? I'd just wait to starve. Lu's wife smiled. Probably you won't have that chance, but if you want to learn, it's fine. Today I'm making pancakes. Why don't you start by kneading the dough? Yu Zhi nodded happily. Okay. I'll learn how to knead the dough. Kneading dough sounds hard, but it's not really simple either. Whether the dough is for pancakes or noodles, the requirements are totally different. Yu Zhi looked at the dough and thought she was doing okay, but when she actually tried to knead it herself, she found the dough was very stubborn at first. She was a bit discouraged. This is a bit difficult. Lu's wife kept smiling beside her and carefully pointed out, it's like this at first. Add a little water. Knead until the dough doesn't stick to your hands, then let it rest. Yu Zhi listened carefully and took notes. Okay. In this world, there's nothing more difficult or easy than anything else. Is writing and reading harder than cooking or kneading dough? Yu Zhi didn't think so. She felt that kneading dough was really hard, so she kept focusing on fighting with the dough. She ignored the noise outside the courtyard gate, but Lu sure heard it and turned to look out. Little sister-in-law, third brother is back. Yu Zhi heard it but didn't stop. He just came back, so what? Wei Chi rode his mule quickly and arrived home before Wei Mu and the others. Second sister-in-law, where's Yu? Wei Chi asked as soon as he entered. Lu Shi nodded towards the kitchen and smiled without speaking. Wei Chi found it strange and went over. Just as he reached the door of the kitchen, Wei Chi froze. He only paused for a moment, then smiled and stepped forward. Wife, what delicious food are you making today? Yu Zhi looked at him with her pretty almond-shaped eyes. What do you want to eat? Wei Chi's smile grew wider. I want to eat buns, is that okay? Yu Zhi pouted. Sure, you can make them. She really stopped her work and signaled Wei Chi to come. Wei Chi, whether intentionally joking or not, rolled up his sleeves and went to wash his hands. Your wife told me to do it, so I definitely want to try, he said with a smile. Yu Zhi opened her eyes wide, not believing he could really make it, and she moved to the side, not willing to lose. Okay, I'll watch you make it. If you can't do it, you're not allowed to leave, she challenged. Wei Chi scooped some water, washed his hands, and then happily went to the stove. Second sister-in-law, is the filling ready? Lu Shi looked at them with a smile. We didn't prepare the filling for buns. We were going to make pancakes. Wei Chi looked at Yu Zhi. Why are you looking at me? Just make pancakes. As long as you make them, it's fine. Wei Chi laughed loudly. All right, is there a reward for doing well? You're still a kid. Do you want a reward? Wei Chi said, Of course I do. You have to admit I'm good. Yu Zhi didn't believe him and casually said, if there's a reward, then hurry up and make it. If they kept delaying, their parents would be back soon. Wei Chi curled his lips. Okay, time to make pancakes. In the yard, the 4 children were originally practicing calligraphy on the sand table. When they saw their third uncle in the kitchen cooking, they curiously ran over. What was going on? Their third uncle and aunt were in the kitchen, but their second aunt came out instead. Lu Shi didn't go in to interfere, but just watched with a smile. Wei Chi's big hands kneaded and worked the dough a few times, quickly kneading Yu Zhi's unready dough into shape. Yu Zhi's eyes widened. Then he went to let the dough rise. While waiting, Wei Chi finished making the oil pastry Lu Shi hadn't made yet and chopped some green onions, wild vegetables, and carrot pieces. Yu Zhi stood to the side, curious and watching everything. The kitchen wasn't big, and Wei Chi, being tall, felt a bit cramped inside, but he was quite agile. The dough rose quickly, soft and white. I cut it into pieces, and Wei Chi pressed down with his big hand. The pieces turned into flat pancakes. Then I rolled, brushed some oil, and it started to look quite good. Yu Zhi was no longer shocked, but became very interested. Wei Chi glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and cleared his throat. You can heat the pan and brush in some oil now. Yu Zhi opened her mouth but didn't say anything. The 4 children at the door clapped happily. Third uncle is so amazing. It's not done yet. Only after it's finished is it really good. Yu Zhi pressed her lips together. All right, I admit you're impressive. Wei Chi smiled. What reward do you want? Suddenly, Yu Zhi gave him a cute, slightly annoyed look. I don't know. You decide for yourself. After saying that, she pushed past Wei Chi and didn't watch him continue making pancakes. Third uncle. Is third aunt angry? Yao Yao asked softly, eyes wide. Wei Chi chuckled. No, she's not angry. He skillfully pressed out another pancake. Once I finish making these, she won't be mad anymore. During dinner, Old Wei and Wei's mother returned. As soon as they entered the yard, they smelled a delicious aroma. Are we having pancakes today? Did you add pork fat bits? Smells so good. Mother, your nose is really sharp. Guess who made them? Said Wei Man. Wei Chi was sleeping when he was making the pancakes, and after waking up and hearing about it, he was quite disappointed. Now, she couldn't help but tell everyone. Wei's mother said, What do you mean? Wasn't your second sister-in-law the one who made them? Wei Man laughed. Of course not. Lu Shi came out of the kitchen, smiling. It was third brother. Who made them? Wei's mother and Old Wei both exclaimed at the same time, their surprised expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. Their loud voices made Yu Zhi and Wei Chi inside the house hear clearly. Wei Chi was sitting by the Kong bed, and Yu Zhi was reading a book. He smiled. Come on, try the pancakes I made. He had just gone back to his room, trying to comfort his wife. Yu Zhi also heard her parents' surprised voices outside and felt a little regretful. You did it on purpose. If you can do it, just say so. Why are you teasing me? Wei Chi quickly replied, It's not fair. You didn't ask if I could do it. You just told me to do it right away. Isn't it because you were sure I couldn't make pancakes? Yu Zhi was speechless. It was indeed like that. She was careless. She truly didn't expect Wei Chi to be so thoughtful. Usually, the carefree hunter also cooked pancakes. She made a simple, foolish mistake, judging by appearances. Yu Zhi pressed her lips together. Dad and Mom will definitely say something about me. What are they going to say? Thank you all for coming so quickly. Who can invite me to make pastries? They must be delicious. Yu Zhi looked at him speechlessly. How good are your pastries? Bragging again. Look, you don't believe me? Just try one and you'll see for yourself. Yu Zhi suddenly stood up. Just try one? Who can't get along with food? After saying that, Yu Zhi was about to walk outside, but unexpectedly, Wei Chi grabbed her arm. Why are you stopping me? Yu Zhi asked, confused. Wei Chi looked at her annoyed face deeply and asked again, You promised a reward. I've decided what I want. Seeing his gaze, Yu Zhi suddenly felt something was wrong. Sure enough, Wei Chi leaned in close and whispered something only they could hear. In the next moment, Yu Zhi's cheeks turned bright red. She wanted to say something but couldn't, so she angrily punched Wei Chi. Wei Chi smiled and took the punch. Yu Zhi turned and walked away. Watching her back, Wei Chi scratched his head, suddenly feeling a bit excited for the evening. The third brother's pastries surprised the whole family. But those pastries really looked quite good, crispy and fragrant, with crumbs falling when bitten. Lu Shi cooked a big pot of wild vegetable and pork liver soup, which paired perfectly with the crispy pastries, making a delicious meal. Wei Chi kept glancing at Yu Zhi, but didn't ask anything. Still, everyone could tell what he was thinking if they weren't blind. Yu Zhi stayed silent, pretending not to see. But she ate half a pastry more than usual.
Wei Chi smiled happily.
After dinner, Old Wei stayed in the main room to talk with everyone about the pig farm progress. Next month is the beginning of autumn. This year, we won't be able to catch up with the pigs. Next month, Old 3 and I will contact some families who raise pigs, more piglets in autumn and winter.
Wei Chi nodded. Got it, Dad.
You tell me what to do. Big brother, just take good care of the fields. No need to worry too much at home. Wei Yong also cheerfully said, okay. Wei Mother added, there's one more thing. When autumn begins, your fourth brother might not come back. If he doesn't, send him some warm clothes. Wei Chi said, I'll handle that, Mom. Don't worry. Good. Winter wheat needs planting now. Big brother, work a little harder. After this busy season, you can rest well through the winter. Got it, don't worry, Mom and Dad. Everyone finished talking. Then Wei Chi suddenly thought and said, Dad, today I met a merchant caravan in town. They said they came from the northern border. I asked a few questions. They said the barbarians there were driven away. Everyone's expression suddenly became very excited. Driven away? So, they said the army was returning home? Don't worry, Dad. I asked around, but the merchants aren't very clear either. I went back to the officials to see if there was any news. Mrs. Liu's breathing grew hurried. Third brother. Wei Chi knew what she wanted to say and quickly said, Second sister-in-law, don't worry. I will pay close attention. As soon as I hear anything from second brother, I will bring the news back immediately. Mrs. Liu's eyes instantly turned red, and Wei's mother also looked a bit emotional. The main room was silent for a moment. Old Wei said, let's find out more first. Everyone rest now. Wei Chi and Yu Zhi returned to their room. Yu Zhi had been in the main room earlier and overheard the conversation. She couldn't help but ask, the news from the northern border. If you find out anything, can you tell me too? Wei Chi paused and asked, are you asking about your family? Yes. Although I know the hope might be slim. Wei Chi stepped in front of her, reached out, and gently touched her face. All right, I understand. Don't worry. Yu Zhi nodded. After washing up and lying on the bed, Yu Zhi suddenly remembered what he said during the day. But since he mentioned the northern border before sleep, he probably forgot about it. Yu Zhi turned over, trying to fall asleep. Wei Chi initially didn't move, but after a while, he leaned close to Yu Zhi's ear again. Yu. Yu Zhi ignored him. Wei Chi wasn't discouraged and moved a little closer. His tall figure made it hard to ignore him when he leaned in, so Yu Zhi opened her eyes.
I'm tired.
Wei Chi suddenly reached around to the front and said, You are not. When you sleep, your breathing isn't like that. Yu Zhi. Knowing he couldn't avoid it, Yu Zhi had to honestly say, I don't want to. Wei Chi's breathing grew heavier.
Why?
I just don't want to. They had only been newly married for a few days, and she didn't want to do such things. Wei Chi's actions grew more intense, and he exhaled warm breath. Fine, then let's stick to the usual. I have a new request. No lights out tonight. Yu Zhi. You have to agree to one thing. He bit her ear gently. Yu Zhi bit her lip. Compared to before, this seemed easier to accept. She closed her eyes and silently agreed. Wei Chi seemed a bit more excited. No lights out, no lights out. Yu Zhi kept her eyes tightly closed. Her cheeks looked as if she was drunk, blushing with 2 red patches. Her dark, thick eyelashes curled like 2 small fans. Wei Chi was above her, his deep, dark eyes firmly locking onto her face. His mind flickered between the sweet, crunchy peaches from the mountains and the bright red begonia flowers. Yu, open your eyes. Wei Chi gently tried to wake her while leaning in to kiss her eyelids. But no matter what he said, Yu Zhi refused to open her eyes. The man above her seemed to be deliberately teasing her, making a small effort. Yu Zhi let out a soft hum, but still kept her eyes closed. Suddenly, Wei Chi reached out and gently pinched her tender lips. His tone became a little coaxing. Really not opening your eyes?
No.
Then, I won't take you up the mountain to gather chestnuts tomorrow. Autumn is here. The chestnuts will be ripe, and maybe we'll see some squirrels. Between going up the mountain to pick chestnuts and letting the man succeed, Yu Zhi still chose to refuse with dignity. She snorted softly. I don't care about chestnuts. Wei Chi suddenly straightened up. All right, that's what you said. I won't make you open your eyes anymore. Before Yu Zhi could understand what he meant, her small hand couldn't help but clutch the bedclothes tightly. A romantic scene filled the room. The next day, Yu Zhi failed to wake up early. Today, she needed to prepare for the pig farm, while Wei Chi left full of energy to go out. Yu Zhi was actually awake and heard him leave, but She deliberately kept her eyes closed and ignored him. Before leaving, Wei Chi tucked her in, but she intentionally pulled the blanket away. She didn't want to pay attention to him, at least not today. After getting up and tidying herself, Yu Zhi went to the yard. Today she didn't have classes, but she had to give the 3 children a test. The test was on the classical Chinese text they had learned before. De Lang, Yao Yao, and the others were very nervous, sitting quietly in a row. Yu Zhi checked each one, first asking them to recite, and then to write from memory. They each went in one by one, while the little ones outside looked nervously. The inkstone was not part of the test. It sat quietly beside Yu Zhi. Yao Yao kept glancing at the inkstone nervously while reciting. Yu Zhi's inkstone was tightly pressed with her lips, trying not to look at her pitiful eyes. All right, that's enough. After checking, all 3 children let out a sigh of relief. Third Aunt Wei. Yu Zhi wasn't too strict and smiled.
You all did very well.
Yao Yao was the best, so she gets 3 candies. The others, De Lang and Erlang, get 2 candies each. The children immediately cheered. Thank you, third aunt. Go play now. No classes this afternoon.
Yay.
The children ran to the shade of the trees to play with pearls, while Yu Zhi went to the kitchen. Lu's pickled vegetables were almost ready, just waiting for 10 to 15 days. Third sister-in-law, is Wei Chi's wine placed here? Lu Shi quickly pointed to a spot. Here it is. Why didn't he give it to you directly? Yu Zhi didn't really want to answer. I brewed the medicinal wine today. Lu Shi nodded.
Oh.
She looked at Yu Zhi with some curiosity. At first, she thought the two were arguing, but upon closer look, it didn't seem so. When mentioning the third brother, his wife's cheeks were still rosy, not looking angry. Yu Zhi didn't expect Wei Chi to bring back the herbs and wine directly, but brewing it wasn't hard. She spent the whole morning brewing a jar. After finishing, Lu Shi had already prepared lunch. Third sister-in-law, I'm going to deliver the food. Are you at home? Lu Shi had put on a medicated patch, and her back injury was almost healed, so she felt a bit embarrassed to ask Yu Zhi to deliver the food. Yu Zhi actually wanted to go out, but she felt some back pain today. So she nodded and replied, okay, take care on the way, second sister-in-law. After Lu Shi left, Yu Zhi ate lunch with the 4 little ones, then went back to her room to organize her medical books. She had planned to read for a while and then rest in the afternoon, but after sitting for a bit, she suddenly felt stomach pain. She was stunned for a moment, then realized this familiar feeling and quickly got up to check. Sure enough, her period had started. Yu Zhi was a bit surprised. She was physically weak, and her period was never regular. She had suffered a lot during the escape, which made her even more depleted. But she had only been nourishing herself for a short time, and she was already recovering. Could it be that the last tonic really worked? She hurried to the bathhouse, but halfway there, she suddenly realized she didn't have her period flow with her. Because she had completely forgotten about it and hadn't prepared anything. Feeling helpless, she called out, second sister-in-law, are you there? Lu Shi heard her call faintly in the yard and hurried over. After learning what was going on, she smiled and said, go inside first. I'll get it for you. Yu Zhi's cheeks flushed. Okay. Thank you, second sister-in-law. She waited in the bathhouse for a while, then Lu Shi brought everything she needed. Yu Zhi took some time to tidy up in the bathhouse before coming out, carrying a few pieces of dirty clothes. She thought for a moment and decided to put all the dirty clothes in a basket to wash in the afternoon. Then she returned to her room. Her blood and energy were weak, so it was normal for her to feel a bit uncomfortable on the first day. Yu Zhi curled up on the bed and quickly fell into a listless sleep. The little ones played outside, and Lu Shi didn't let them disturb her. Today, Wei Chi went out and was busy like a spinning top, unable to stop. The whole family went to Qingye village to catch a piglet. The butcher who seemed truly ill, there were 2 large, fat pigs inside the yard snorting loudly. He was so sick that he couldn't even hold a pig slaughtering knife. Whose wife, Lu, was very anxious. She said they still needed to deliver the pigs to the meat shop today, and several important customers were waiting. But she couldn't hold the slaughtering knife either. Fortunately, at this moment, Old Wei and Wei Chi arrived. Lu clung to them like a lifeline and quickly asked Wei Chi and Old Wei to help her slaughter a pig. Even just one pig would be good, to handle the urgent matter. Old Wei didn't know how to slaughter pigs. He had never used a knife even when hunting. But Wei Chi was different. A few days ago, he had hunted a big wild boar. Wei Chi knew how to slaughter pigs, but he couldn't do it for free. Luckily, Lu was resourceful. If you help me, I'll pay less for one piglet today.
Wei Chi smiled.
That works, but I can't do it alone. You should find some help. Whose apprentice was young and not yet fully trained, only able to assist. At first, he looked at Wei Chi with some doubt. His master had said that slaughtering pigs wasn't an easy job. It looked simple, but actually bleeding a pig with one cut wasn't so easy. The young apprentice looked strong, but was he skilled enough? Wei Chi ignored him. He just told them to tie up the pig and pull it out. The pig weighed about 300 jin, around 150 kilograms. Once tied, it struggled fiercely. When slaughtering a pig, you must never stand directly behind it. Domestic pigs aren't as fierce as wild boars, but if they get really anxious and kick, they could kick someone a few meters away, break bones, or even cause death. But Wei Chi was different. Even without experience with domestic pigs, he could handle wild boars. After aiming carefully, he made one precise cut. Blood spurted out. The big, white, fat pig immediately calmed down in Wei Chi's hands. The apprentice widened his eyes.
Just like that.
Quick, accurate, and ruthless? His master was sometimes not this swift. Quickly catch the pig blood if you want it, Wei Chi said. Pig blood is valuable. It can't just be left to waste in the dirt. Lu quickly reacted. The blood flowed out in streams, and once the pig was fully drained, it died. They hung it upside down to drain more blood, then proceeded to scald and remove the hair. After everything was done, they could start dividing the pork. It sounds simple, but it's also a physical job. Especially with such a big pig, Lu meant that after killing it, they still needed to cut it up properly. Cutting a pig is exhausting. Even Wei Chi's strength was exhausted after slaughtering a pig, and he was covered in sweat, as if he had been swimming. Despite that, the apprentice was completely convinced. Big brother, are you also a butcher? Wei Chi smiled slightly and put down his knife. I'm a hunter, not a butcher. Wow, that's impressive. He was still recovering from the initial shock of the first cut. His master had said that when someone dies so quickly, it's probably a direct hit to the heart, so the pig feels little pain. But bigger pigs are harder to kill with one cut. Wei Chi was so skilled. Amazing, truly amazing.
Done?
Wei Chi finished and looked at Lu Shi. Lu Shi was also impressed, her eyes shining like she was looking at the pork on the table. She looked at Wei Chi with admiration. Brother Wei, come work at my place? I'll pay you a good wage. Wei Chi smiled and declined. My sister-in-law is joking. I prefer to work for myself. Lu Shi looked a bit disappointed. Of course, if someone is talented, they shouldn't have to rely on others' approval to earn a living. Sai, ever since her husband fell ill, she was worried that their pig slaughtering business might have to stop. And their meat shop's business might suffer too. Seeing her worried face, Wei Chi thought for a moment and said, if it's too much, just send brother Hu to the town to see a doctor. I know one, named Zhao. He's quite good. He's at Tongren Hall in Foda Town. Lu Shi smiled and thanked him. Oh, I'll go see him another day. Wei Chi nodded, and together with his father, he prepared to head home with the piglets. On the way back, Wei Laohan said, slaughtering pigs is tiring. Thanks for your hard work, third brother. It's no problem. A piglet sells for 5 taels. Working for 2 hours earns 5 taels. That's good enough.
Wei Laohan did.
I'll take the piglets to the pig farm. You go wash up. You don't need to come this afternoon. Wei Chi looked down at himself. His clothes were soaked in blood, which was quite frightening.
All right.
He turned and rode his mule home, while Wei Laohan drove the ox cart to the pig farm. The yard was very quiet. When Wei Chi arrived at the gate, Lu Shi was so startled she nearly dropped what she was holding. Third brother.
What happened to you?
She saw Wei Chi covered in blood and thought he had encountered some wild animal in the mountains. Wei Chi hurriedly explained, "I went to slaughter a pig." Lu Shi let out a relieved sigh. Second sister-in-law, where's Yu? Third sister-in-law isn't feeling well and is still sleeping, Lu Shi replied. Wei Chi paused, his brow furrowing immediately. What's wrong with her? Maybe because life has become more stable. Yu Zhi had a dream. In her dreams, she always smells a faint scent of blood, which makes her feel a bit nauseous. She opened her eyes from sleep and realized there were rustling sounds coming from the bathroom. It was probably Wei Chi who had returned. Wei Chi was indeed washing himself. He had slaughtered a pig, and with all the pig blood on him, it was natural that he couldn't go straight back to his room. He grabbed a few buckets of water and headed directly to the bathroom. Earlier, Lu Shi said that Yu Zhi wasn't feeling well. Wei Chi's heart tightened with worry, and he hurried back to check on his wife, moving a bit faster. When he returned, Yu Zhi was already awake. Darling, are you feeling unwell? Wei Chi had heard from Lu Shi that she was on her period, but he didn't understand much about it. He only vaguely knew that women had some uncomfortable days each month, but Yu hadn't experienced it before, so Wei Chi was naturally a bit worried. Yu Zhi didn't answer immediately. Instead, she sniffed and asked, "Did you smell something?" "A blood-like smell." Wei Chi was surprised and scratched his head. "I went pig hunting in Qingye village." "What's wrong, wife? Is the smell very strong?" Yu Zhi paused for a moment, covering her nose. "No wonder. You should wash again. I feel a bit sick." Wei Chi was startled. "I'll go wash again." "Wait a moment." Realizing what was going on, Yu Zhi opened the window to let in fresh air. This time, Wei Chi was more careful and washed thoroughly. After finishing, he even soaked all his clothes in a big basin, planning to carry them outside to the yard. While packing his clothes, Wei Chi saw the ones Yu Zhi had taken off. A quick glance told him what was happening. He thought for a moment, took a basin, soaked it, and then went back. When he returned, Yu Zhi was leaning against the bed, looking tired. "Darling, do you still smell anything?" Wei Chi asked as he sat beside her. Yu Zhi shook her head. "Much better." Wei Chi sat down, feeling guilty. "It's all my fault. I had to slaughter the pig suddenly today. It's okay. I'm a bit sensitive, but it has nothing to do with you." Wei Chi looked at her pale lips, feeling distressed. "Are you feeling very uncomfortable?" That. When Yu Zhi heard his question, she knew he understood. "It's okay. The first day is always a bit tough. I just need to lie down for a while." Wei Chi secretly regretted. Last night he had been a bit too much. When he left in the morning, his wife was still angry with him. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so anxious. Suddenly, Wei Chi reached out and hugged her. "You rest for a bit. I'll cook some brown sugar eggs for you." Yu Zhi wanted to refuse instinctively, but after moving her lips, she couldn't say anything. Last time, Wei Chi cooked brown sugar eggs, and they were really delicious, and they also made me feel warm when I drank them. Wei Chi could tell from her expression that she liked them too, so he smiled and said, "Wait for me, I'll go now." "Hey," Yu Zhi suddenly reached out and grabbed his sleeve. "Maybe we can go tonight instead. It's almost time to eat." "It's still early. Dad needs a long time to settle the piglet." Wei Chi didn't agree and turned to go to the kitchen. Yu Zhi didn't stop him either. "Second sister-in-law, do you still have brown sugar?" Wei Chi casually went to look for it. Lu Shi smiled and said, "Yes, in the cabinet downstairs." She guessed what her third brother was about to do and pointed to the place with a smile, without offering to help. It's strange. Since her third sister-in-law moved in, her third brother has been in the kitchen quite often. That tall guy always seems a bit out of place in the small kitchen. At noon, they ate buns. Lu Shi had already wrapped and steamed them early, so now she had some free time and sat in the yard mending shoes. Wei Chi was busy in the kitchen, making a lot of noise, and a sweet aroma wafted out. This also attracted Yao Yao and the other children. Wei Chi is a good uncle and generous. He straightforwardly made a pot and said, "Let your second aunt serve you. There's enough for everyone." Lu Shi stood up with a smile and went over. Today, the children are also lucky to have their sister-in-law. But I worry they won't eat properly after eating this. Wei Chi said, it's okay, not much left.
Lu Shi agreed, all right.
Thank you, third uncle. Yao Yao quickly thanked him sweetly. They found it amazing. Yesterday they ate third uncle's pancakes, and today they could enjoy his brown sugar eggs. Wei Chi just helped Yu Zhi serve the eggs into the house. Hearing the noise outside, Yu Zhi smiled and said, "You're quite capable." Wei Chi proudly replied, "Your man skills are more than just this." Yu Zhi took the bowl and ignored him. Whenever he praised her, he seemed to think he could do anything. She was too lazy to get off the bed and ate at the table. It was not very proper. Her mother would scold her at home, but now she was more carefree. Yu Zhi leaned against the bed table, drinking her brown sugar eggs one by one. The eggs, cooked with sesame and sugar, were fragrant, soft, and sweet. After drinking, her whole body felt warm. While she ate, Wei Chi watched her from across the table. He had cooked 3 eggs. The last one Yu Zhi couldn't finish. "I don't want any more. Just one more. I'm really full. I won't be able to eat dinner later," Wei Chi had to say. "Then finish the soup, and I'll keep the eggs for myself." Yu Zhi nodded. "Are you feeling better?" "Yes, that feels more comfortable now. I'll go tidy up. You can sleep a bit longer. I'll call you before dinner." "It's fine. I'm feeling better. I'll copy medical books." When mentioning this, Wei Chi frowned, seeming unhappy. Yu Zhi noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" "Wei Chi, I just found out you want to write so much. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have agreed. It's exhausting, and I only get 20 taels." Yu Zhi was surprised. "You think the money is too little?" Wei Chi's brow furrowed even more. "I'm just worried you'll get tired." Yu Zhi smiled slightly. "No one is rushing me, and I haven't promised anything. I can finish whenever I want, and I don't find it tiring. I actually think it's good to have something to do." Wei Chi looked discouraged. "All right, as long as you're happy, anything is fine. By the way, this is what he gave me last time." Wei Chi almost forgot about this. He quickly took out 10 taels of silver, 2 small silver ingots. "Can I have this?" "Wei Chi. Here, take it." He thought for a moment, then turned around and took out a box from the cabinet. "Sorry, I was overwhelmed earlier. From now on, you manage the money. When I need money, just give it to me." Yu Zhi was a bit surprised. Do I need to give some to my mother?" As far as she knew, the Wei family didn't split into separate households, so these funds should be handed over to the family treasury. "Wei Chi, I've given her some already. Mother asked each household to keep some money, so these are for you to spend as you like." Yu Zhi suddenly understood. She thought for a moment and divided the original 10 taels of silver, giving one part away. "This is my contribution. You can give 5 taels to your mother." "Is that enough?" "That's enough. Plenty, really."
Wei Chi smiled.
"You don't have to give anything if you don't want. Our family isn't as good at earning money as you. My wife is amazing, just a little move of her finger, and she earns 10 taels of silver." His words sounded too flattering, and Yu Zhi was too lazy to respond. "All right, I'll take these first. I'll make a proper account book for us tomorrow."
Wei Chi chuckled.
What did his wife say? "For us. It's so good Yu is thinking of our little family." Yu Zhi decided to do it right away. Before dinner, she finished her small account book. Once the account book was done, Yu Zhi started counting the money. To her surprise, Wei Chi's private savings were quite a lot. Should she count it as? She knew Wei Chi hunted to make money, but she didn't expect that, aside from what was handed over to the family treasury, he had saved about 40 or 50 taels. Wei Chi explained, "I don't spend much on unnecessary things. I live simply. Before I married you, I was focused on eating. Most of my earnings went into my stomach. As long as I can eat enough, that's fine. The money naturally gets saved." Yu Zhi understood this logic well. The person only had 2 or 3 sets of clothes, changing them repeatedly, without any particular style. She felt quite happy inside but deliberately asked, "Are you saying that after marrying me, you'll spend more money?" Wei Chi quickly replied, "Isn't it right to spend money on your wife? I earn money to spend on you. If you want to buy jewelry or rouge, just buy them." When he mentioned rouge, Wei Chi couldn't help but keep looking at Yu Zhi. Last time they went to the town, he already knew what Man asked her to buy, but he thought Yu Zhi would also buy something for himself, yet she didn't. He wanted to ask about it, but now, looking at his wife's face, he suddenly felt there was no need. His wife was really beautiful. What was that saying again? What kind of beauty is worth showing off? Wei Chi, who didn't have much education, felt very happy just looking at her. He didn't need to apply any rouge or powder. His wife was the most beautiful. Sweetheart, how do you say that phrase? What kind of beauty is worth showing off? Wei Chi couldn't remember the exact words. When he couldn't recall, he simply asked. Yu Zhi was momentarily stunned but quickly understood what he was asking. She just lifted her eyelids and glanced at him lazily, really not bothered to reply. Wei Chi wasn't upset, just smiled foolishly. After finishing work at the pig farm, Wei Mu and Wei Laohan returned. Lu Shi was in the yard calling everyone to eat. Suddenly, there was talking outside the door. Gu Xinyang had come again. But this time, she didn't come close to the Wei family. She was under a big tree outside, carrying a shoulder pole with a basket on each end, not knowing what was inside. She didn't knock on the door. At first, the Wei family didn't realize she was there, but Wei Mu saw her first and was a bit surprised. Xionyang, why are you here? Gu Xinyang said, Auntie, I'm waiting for you. I have something to tell you. Go ahead, tell me. It's like this. I recently started a tofu stall, planning to sell tofu in the town and at the village entrance. But I might be too busy alone. When I was washing clothes by the river earlier, Sister He and Sister Lu said they wanted to go with me. So I came to ask. Wei Mu was surprised. They said that? Yes, I've wanted to run this stall for a while. They know about it. After she finished speaking, he sure happened to come back and overheard the conversation. She hurried over happily. Xionyang, you really took over that tofu stall? Yes, sister-in-law. I'm just idling around anyway, so I thought I'd find something to do. That's great. How's the business? Gu Xionyang. It's okay, I just started. Over the past few days, I wandered around the village and the town for 2 days. I also went to the market once. It made about 100 or 200 coins in a day. That's so much. Mrs. He was very happy. That adds up to quite a bit in a month. Yes, but it's a bit tiring. I can't do it alone, so I thought of finding a partner to ask. Mother Wei understood this and was about to speak when Mrs. He quickly said, I'll go. I'll go with you. Mother Wei looked at her and asked, Aren't you going to the pig farm? Embarrassed, Mrs. He replied, Mother, I will go to the pig farm too. Can I go every afternoon? Over there, I just need to clean the pigsties and shovel pig manure. I don't need to stay all day. The tofu selling must be in the morning, right? Gu Xionyang nodded. It can be done in the morning. Mrs. He was very excited and turned to look at her mother-in-law with hopeful eyes. However, Mother Wei did not agree immediately. Instead, she said, All right, Xionyang, let's go back and discuss it. We'll give you an answer tomorrow, okay? Gu Xionyang nodded, of course. I'll go now. Good. After Xionyang left, Mrs. He felt a bit strange. Mother, this is such a good thing. Why didn't she agree right away? Mother Wei glanced at her and said, Let's go home and eat first. Mrs. He was confused, but since her mother-in-law spoke, she couldn't say anything. She could only follow her mother-in-law back home. Earlier, Lu Shi didn't know about this conversation. She was quietly cooking in the kitchen. When her mother entered the yard, she smiled and said, Mother, dinner is ready. Today we're having buns. All right. Thank you for your hard work. The whole family went to the main hall, including Yu Zhi and Wei Chi. Once everyone was there, Mother Wei suddenly said, I just met Xionyang at the door. She wants to ask if anyone in our family is willing to go out and sell tofu with her. Third sister-in-law, you go first. What do you think about this? Everyone was surprised. Mrs. He looked at Yu Zhi. She understood now. The reason her mother didn't agree immediately was because she was worried about her third sister-in-law overthinking. That's why she was looking at Yu Zhi with urgency. Third sister-in-law. She probably isn't that petty, right? Yu Zhi paused for a moment.
Wei Chi frowned.
Just as he was about to speak, Yu Zhi lightly said, "It's a good thing." "I have no objection." "Really?" Mother Wei asked again. Yu Zhi smiled, "Really?" Her words were sincere and without hesitation. Mother Wei sighed in relief and then said, "All right, since that's the case, I suggest the second sister-in-law go. What do you all think?" He was originally quite eager, but when he heard the sentence, he suddenly froze. In contrast, Lu was surprised and stunned.
Mom, is it me?
"Yes. Weren't you planning to sell salted vegetables? Since it's all about doing business, why not go together? It's a good chance to practice." Lu was so excited she almost dropped her chopsticks.
But
"Shouldn't Xiaoxiang go to the town more? I was planning to set up a stall at the village entrance." "Then you should go to the town too," Wei Mother said lightly. Lu widened her eyes, and the whole family was surprised, except for he, whose face suddenly looked upset. Wei Man said, "Second sister-in-law is a bit timid. Do you want to go to the town?" Wei Man was speaking the truth. Everyone thought Lu was gentle and weak, with little opinion. After her sister-in-law finished speaking, Lu also looked discouraged.
Mom,
"Can I really do it?" Wei Mother's voice suddenly became serious. "If you think you can, then you can. But if you don't want to, then forget it." Lu looked nervous. She clenched her palms and suddenly made up her mind. "Mom, I want to try." Wei Mother smiled. "All right, then give it a try." After saying that, Wei Mother looked at he, who looked very downcast. Wei Mother sighed to herself. "Let's eat first. After we finish, we can discuss this matter carefully." After dinner, Wei Mother kept the three sisters-in-law behind. Some things could only be discussed between a mother-in-law and her daughter-in-law. Wei Mother first asked about Yu Zhi's opinion on the matter. "Third sister-in-law, what do you think about this?" Yu Zhi said, "It's a good thing, Mother. The tofu stall makes good money, and second sister-in-law wants to do business too. It's a win-win." Wei Mother saw she was genuinely not bothered and then said, "I also think it's a good idea. Originally, second sister-in-law wanted to go out to do business, but I was a bit worried. You're gentle and afraid you might get bullied outside. Now that you're going with Xiaoxiang, I feel more at ease." The second part of her words was naturally directed at Lu. Lu pursed her lips and said, "I understand, Mother. Third sister-in-law, you can go first. I have something else to discuss with them." Yu Zhi nodded. When she left, Yu Zhi suddenly noticed that her eldest sister-in-law's eyes looked a bit red. She paused, thinking about what had just happened at the dinner table. Eldest sister-in-law, does she seem a little upset? Of course, Yu Zhi didn't ask directly. She just turned and left the main room. As she stepped outside, she saw the tall figure waiting for her. "Yu, what did Mom say to you?" Clearly, Wei Chi was initially somewhat opposed to this matter. But since the eldest and second sisters-in-law wanted to go, and Mother also supported them, he couldn't really say much. The only thing he could do was care for his wife. You probably wouldn't think much about it. Yu Zhi, of course, wouldn't either. Rather, she was more annoyed by Wei Chi's fussing over small things. "Why are you standing here? It's kind of scary." Wei Chi was momentarily stunned. "Am I here to pick you up?" Yu Zhi snorted softly, ignoring him, and turned back to her room. In the main hall, Wei's mother looked serious and suddenly turned to He Shi. "Big sister-in-law, if you have anything on your mind, just say it. We're all family. Don't hold on to any grudges overnight." Lu Shi was surprised and looked at her. He Shi pursed her lips and seemed genuinely upset. She said directly, "I was outside with Mother and met Xiaoying. I told her I wanted to go, but Mother didn't agree. I don't understand why Mother wouldn't agree." Lu Shi was stunned. "Earlier, when we were washing clothes together, second sister-in-law didn't have this idea. I told Xiaoying that this stall would definitely make money. That was the plan, from the start. Of course, I didn't mean to compete with second sister-in-law, but I just can't understand. Second sister-in-law, don't hold any grudges either. Whether I go or she goes, it's all for the good of the family. I just want to ask Mother, was it really because second sister-in-law wanted to sell salted vegetables that Mother decided to let her go?" Lu Shi also looked at her mother-in-law. Wei's mother showed no particular change in expression, only saying, "Yes, that's how I planned it." He sure said, "Then I have nothing more to say. Second sister-in-law, your cooking skills are better than mine, so it's only right." Second sister-in-law, what do you think now? Big sister-in-law also wants to go. I just wanted to let you know about this. Lu Shi looked into her mother-in-law's eyes, and he sure also turned to look at her. Lu Shi wanted to speak several times but hesitated. Finally, she said, "Big sister-in-law,
I'm sorry.
when I first said I wanted to sell salted vegetables, I didn't realize Xiaoying also really wanted to sell tofu, so I didn't mean to compete with you. This time, I truly want to go." He sure pursed her lips. "If you want to go, just go. As long as we talk openly, I didn't think much about it." Lu Shi lowered her head and responded softly. Wei's mother said, "All right, then it's settled. Second sister-in-law, you can go ahead and get busy." Okay. Lu Shi's insistence made Wei's mother look somewhat pleased. He sure then said, "Mother, I'll also go get busy now." Wait a moment. He sure paused, looking a bit confused. Mother Wei's expression suddenly became serious. "Do you really think I sent the second daughter-in-law to sell pickled vegetables just because she wanted to do that?" He's stunned. "Mother, you keep saying you're fine now, but is that true? I don't believe it. I just wanted you all to talk openly so we could save face. But I know you still care. Why did she start selling pickled vegetables first? That's such a simple job, yet it's now her responsibility." He is shocked. "If you think it's good to be honest, then I'll tell you. Your second sister-in-law is gentle and has no strong opinions. She's easy to take advantage of. So, you're used to fighting for everything yourself. Over time, you think she's like that, and if she doesn't speak up, you assume she doesn't want something. Take the pig farm matter earlier. Didn't you ask to go with me? I agreed, right? But did you ever think that your second sister-in-law also wanted to go? Did you ask her? These are small things, but still. When Xiaonyang came to visit today, she clearly asked if you two wanted to go. You immediately agreed from outside. You knew your second sister-in-law wanted to sell pickled vegetables. Why didn't you consider her? Why can't you think about the whole family?" He is so shocked he can't speak. "Mother, I didn't think that much." Yes, you didn't think that much. That's just your nature. But today I'm telling you openly, your tendency to fight for everything hurts others. Do you understand? You didn't think much, but you just heard that your second sister-in-law wanted to go. If I hadn't asked around and just agreed with you, wouldn't you have gone with Xiaonyang without thinking? You planned it well, going to sell tofu in the morning, then to the pig farm in the afternoon. You don't have to worry about household chores anymore. It's all your second sister-in-law's responsibility. But she also wants to sell pickled vegetables. What then? Is it because she's not cut out for business, so you decided against it? Oh, so only you can go out and show yourself. But your second sister-in-law can only stay at home feeding chickens, washing clothes, and cooking? He has never heard his mother-in-law speak so harshly before. Tears suddenly fall. Since I've said all this, I'm not afraid of hurting you. You and your older brother are happily married, with one son and one daughter. Your third brother is also married, and the family is together. But what about Luer? Where is my second son? He is shocked and looks up. Mother, don't speak. At the time of conscription, according to age and rank, the eldest son should have gone. Why didn't he go? Because you cried and made a fuss. You and Yao Yao cried so much in front of me that your eyelids swelled. Yao Yao was still young and had a high fever. The second son couldn't bear to see her suffer, so he took the eldest son's place voluntarily. But how old was the second son then? Only 8 months old. 8 months. Were they not pitiful enough? After the second learned to walk and talk, he even called out Dad once. How can you take this for granted? How can you be so indifferent to what happened? Mother Wei's tears fell as she spoke. She pitied her second son, who had voluntarily taken the elder's place and left suddenly. Oh, her second son. Mother Wei spoke with tears in her eyes. He sure didn't expect her mother-in-law to have such deep resentment. She couldn't help but cry and say, Mother, I really didn't mean for the second brother to be like that. I swear with my life. When they drafted us, I was truly overwhelmed. I thought the eldest was already settled, so I felt like the sky was falling. But I really didn't mean to push the second son by crying or making a fuss, Mother. Mother Wei wiped her tears. I know you didn't. That's why I didn't plan to say anything at first, thinking it was better to keep it inside. But you shouldn't have treated the second son's wife like that. You saw her not crying or talking, thinking she wasn't hurt inside? When the second son left, Erlang was still young. Now look at him, so quiet and gentle. Don't you think he misses his father? He sure cried and knelt down, clutching her chest. Mother, I was wrong. I really didn't mean for it to be like that. I owe her an apology. Mother Wei waved her hand. It's fine. If Luer hadn't said she wanted to sell salted vegetables that day, I might have given you the job at Xiaoying's. You're lively and generous, really suited for going outside. But since Luer spoke up, I knew she was also thinking of the second son. I can't favor one over the other. He sure wiped her tears. Mother, you're right. Your personality is too fiery and straightforward. I tolerated the fish stew incident earlier, but these things may seem small, yet if you go too far, they hurt people. Luer has a kind heart, and if this happened in someone else's family, the sisters-in-law could have torn each other apart. That's all I have to say. Think it over carefully when you go back. He sure was still crying as Mother Wei stood up and left the main room. However, Lu did not actually go far just now. The firewood in the kitchen was gone, so she went around to the back of the main hall to fetch more. Unexpectedly, she overheard her mother-in-law defending herself. Lu stood at the door of the firewood shed for a long time, tears falling down her cheeks and soaking her clothes. The conversation between Mother Wei and he in the main hall drifted faintly outside, and the third household, being close to the main house, could hear the crying. Yu Zhi, who had planned to rest after returning to her room, suddenly turned to look at Wei Chi mother and the eldest sister-in-law. Wei Chi shook his head, signaling that everything was fine. Mother knows what she's doing. Yu Zhi was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized, do you know something? Wei Chi was busy making the bed, but didn't reply. Curious, Yu Zhi walked over to him. What's wrong? Do you know something? I think I saw the eldest sister-in-law looking upset earlier when I came out.
Wei Chi sighed.
I can probably guess a little. Guess what? Wei Chi pulled her onto the bed. You rest first. I'll ask my mother in her room and tell you later. Yu Zhi nodded. She didn't know what they were talking about, so she quietly waited in the room. Before long, Wei Chi returned. She didn't get up, just lay in her quilt. But as she turned over, her clear eyes showed some worry. What's wrong? Did something happen? Wei Chi quickly took off his clothes and shoes, then got onto the bed. He reached out his long arm and pulled her into his embrace. The matter between the eldest sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law, both of them probably want to go. Wei Chi slowly explained about Wei Yuanqi going to join the army, even though their mother hadn't mentioned it earlier. Wei Chi could guess it himself. Yu Zhi was hearing about her second brother for the first time, her eyes wide with surprise. So, back then, was second brother substituting for the eldest?
Wei Chi nodded.
Technically, the eldest should have gone, but second brother took the initiative. He left a letter and left. Yu Zhi sighed. That must have hurt second sister-in-law a lot. Wei Chi didn't speak. As the younger brother-in-law, he naturally wouldn't interfere in his sister-in-law's affairs, so he kept silent. Mother is very fair. We don't need to worry. Yu Zhi understood this too. Suddenly, she said, second sister-in-law's personality is a bit like my sister-in-law, too soft. She keeps everything inside and doesn't say anything. That's not good. Wei Chi tilted his head. Your sister-in-law? Yu Zhi nodded. Wei Chi rarely heard her mention her family willingly, so he asked a few more questions. Do you have an older brother? Where is he? Yu Zhi lowered her eyes, her expression suddenly looking sad.
Probably gone now, she replied.
Wei Chi immediately stopped asking and said nothing more. He turned to hold Yu Zhi in his arms and softly said in her ear, It's okay. I will try to find my second brother, and also help you keep an eye on your family. Yu Zhi snuggled into his embrace and nodded.
Okay.
Today, she suddenly noticed another good quality of Wei Chi, his attentiveness. But he also knew how to keep his distance. The next morning, no one mentioned yesterday's matter during breakfast. Wei Lao, probably knowing about it, said nothing. It was Wei Yong, still a simple and honest person, who asked, "Second brother's wife, are you going out to sell salted vegetables today?" Lu smiled. "Not yet, big brother. The pickling isn't ready, at least another 7 or 8 days. Today, Xionyang and I will go sell tofu to help her and get familiar with the place." Wei Yong said, "That's good. Be careful." He Mei said nothing, her thoughts unclear. Wei Mu said, "Since today the second daughter-in-law is going out, I and the eldest daughter-in-law will tidy up the pig farm. Only Man and Little Fish will stay at home. Can you two manage?" Yu Zhi was about to speak, but Wei Chi said, "I'm not going out today." Yu Zhi was surprised. Wei Man smiled. "Third brother, is third sister-in-law still a child?" Wei Chi glared at her. Yu Zhi said, "You go out." Wei Chi looked at her. Her cheeks flushed slightly. "There's nothing urgent at home. Why are you staying? I still need to teach De Wang and the others. You go to your thing." Wei Mu also looked at them and said, "There's food in the stove. You two will eat lunch together. No need to bring food or worry about us. Lock the yard gate." Wei Man and Yu Zhi both agreed. Wei Chi was reluctant, but he really had many things to do today. After breakfast, everyone went their own way. Wei Chi stayed to remind Yu Zhi for a long time before he left with his things. Wei Man came over to Yu Zhi and asked, "Third sister-in-law, I really want to ask you something." "Yes, go ahead." "Do you really think my third brother is annoying?" Yu Zhi was speechless. At the entrance of Hualing village, Lu Shi left early in the morning to meet Xionyang at the village entrance. Before long, Xionyang arrived carrying a shoulder pole. The shoulder pole had 2 large baskets on each side. Lu hurried over to help. "Wow, you're carrying quite a bit. How many pieces do you have here?" Xionyang smiled and said, "Today is the big market day in Fotu town. I thought I'd make a bit more, about 100 pieces. Over 100 pieces. Lu was surprised. "Are you planning to sell them all?" "Yes, sister-in-law. It's not much. I'm sure it will sell well." Xionyang spoke while waving to call a bull cart. The village's carts to the town cost 1 coin per person. After getting on, Lu eagerly paid for the fare. She smiled and said, "My mother said that since you're helping me with business, it's also a way to take care of my family. From now on, our family will cover the cart fare." Xionyang was a bit surprised. "Sister-in-law, you shouldn't say that. I was too busy yesterday and didn't get a chance to tell you. Here's what I think. You also want to sell salted vegetables, right? From now on, we'll sell separately. You buy from me, and I'll make a profit of 1 coin per tofu piece. You sell as much as you want, and we'll each pay for our own transportation costs. Otherwise, it's too complicated." Lu's eyes widened. You mean we sell separately?" "Yes, I definitely don't want you to just help me out. That would interfere with your salted vegetable business. Plus, after we split up, we can grow our businesses more. If we stay together, the customers are the same, and the difference isn't much." Lu suddenly became nervous. That's true. But could she really do it now? Xionyang seemed to notice her nervousness and said, "Lu's sister-in-law, don't worry. Running a business isn't that complicated. If you go with me a couple of times, you'll get the hang of it." Lu nodded nervously. "All right." The bull cart gradually headed towards Fotu town, and the Wei family courtyard in Hualing village became quiet again. Inside, besides a few children, only Wei Man and Yu Zhi remained. Yu Zhi was cheerful and didn't find reading and copying books boring, even if she stayed home all day. But Wei Man, who was restless, loved talking to people, so she pulled Yu Zhi outside to the courtyard, insisting she read and copy while sunbathing. The children were also practicing writing on the stone slab in the yard. Yu Zhi thought for a moment and agreed. She was almost halfway through organizing her second scroll, and letting her ink and brushes dry outside would help her finish faster. Wei Man was threading lines and occasionally looked over. "Third sister-in-law, isn't reading and writing so fun? Why do I always get sleepy when I read?" Yu Zhi smiled. "Everyone has their own hobbies. It's like how you can spin and weave, but I can't. There's no need to force it." Wei Man. Oh, you scholars always speak so elegantly. Yu Zhi paused in the middle of copying and suddenly stopped writing. The weather is nice today. How about I help you make a painting? Wei Man was surprised. A painting? Yes, you sit there and I will draw you. How does that sound? Wei Man excitedly said, Is it like the painters in the city who draw portraits? Third sister-in-law, you can paint too? Yu Zhi smiled and said, Maybe my painting won't be very good. No problem. Well, can you give me the painting when you're done? Of course. Once it's finished, it will be a gift for you. But we don't have any paints at home, so it might just be an ink wash style. Wei Man didn't understand what ink wash style was, but she was happy because she was about to have her first ever painting. She was very excited. Anything is fine. Third sister-in-law, just tell me what to do. I'll listen to you. Yu Zhi smiled gently, getting more interested.
Then.
Wait a moment. I'll get some paper. You just sit there doing what you're doing, and you don't need to do anything else. Doing what she was doing. Wei Man looked down and saw she was spinning thread. Could that look good? Suddenly, she had an idea. She ran into the house and took out a sewing basket. Embroidery would look better than spinning thread, so she decided to do that. When Yu Zhi finished changing the paper and came out, she saw this scene. Wei Man looked a little shy. Third sister-in-law, I'm making my first painting. I want it to look nice. Yu Zhi understood her feelings perfectly. If someone said they wanted her to paint, she would feel the same. She smiled and took a begonia flower from a vase, plucked a bud, and pinned it in Wei Man's hair. Here, this suits you very well. Wei Man's cheeks turned slightly red, and she looked shy. Okay. She sat down as Yu Zhi instructed, adjusted her posture a little, and Yu Zhi started preparing the paper. A few children curiously ran over and gathered nearby to watch. This is what painting is. Third, Aunt can do so many things. At first, Wei Man didn't dare to move and looked a bit stiff. Yu Zhi gently comforted her, It's okay.
Just do what you need to do.
Don't be nervous. Just pretend I'm not here. Oh, okay. Wei Man adjusted herself and then began embroidery calmly. The aunt and niece were both very focused, while the 4 children in the yard looked around curiously. They didn't dare to disturb them, just glancing from time to time at different spots. Suddenly, Wei Dalong's eyes lit up when he saw a figure approaching his home. He quickly ran over alertly and asked, Who are you? The visitor wasn't anyone else, it was Zhou Qing. He should have arrived quite a while ago, but he hasn't come closer. Instead, he just stares blankly at Wei Man, not moving at all. I am looking for Man. Wei Yarao also ran over. You're looking for my little sister-in-law? You'll have to wait. My third aunt is painting for her right now.
Painting. I see.
Zhou Qing's eyes widened, and he stared at Man without blinking. Wei Daliang seemed to think that was wrong and crossed his arms. You're not allowed to look. She's my little sister-in-law. Zhou Qing snapped out of it and apologized, realizing his rudeness. Sorry, I won't look anymore. Wei Man and Yu Zhi, one focused on painting and the other on embroidery, didn't notice the people at the door until Yu Zhi said, All done. Wei Man suddenly seemed to lift a heavy burden and immediately stood up. Finally finished. Let me see. Little sister-in-law, someone is looking for you. Wei Man was surprised and turned her head. Zhou Qing? Yu Zhi also saw the person at the courtyard gate. In a panic, Zhou Qing made a bow. Yu Zhi looked at Wei Man with a smile and said, Go ahead. I need to do a few more touches and wait for the ink to dry. Wei Man nodded and walked over. Zhou Qing, why are you here? Earlier, Zhou Qing was brave when he was looking at people, but now that she was approaching, he became shy again and dared not look at Wei Man. I wanted to ask if you still need tongue oil. The shop just received a new batch. What would I need that for? Wei Man asked confused. After she said that, she suddenly remembered the last time she bought tongue oil from him. She laughed bitterly. I'm not a carpenter. Why would I need so much? I don't need it. Zhou Qing, all right then. Wei Man noticed he looked strange and straightforwardly asked, What exactly do you want? Zhou Qing hesitated, looked into Man-Man's eyes, and finally gathered his courage. Man-Man, I heard your mother is starting to find someone for you. 2 families have even come to propose marriage. If I want to come too, would you agree? Wei Man-Man was stunned. Yu Zhi lowered his head and added a few strokes to the painting, then pressed the paper with a paperweight to let the ink dry. Zhou Qing and Man-Man were still talking at the door. Yu Zhi slightly turned his head and could roughly tell what the young man's intentions were. The cuckoo calls on the river island. A gentle lady. A good match for a noble man. A faint smile appeared on Yu Zhi's lips. Soon, Wei Man-Man returned, her cheeks indeed flushed. What's wrong? Yu Zhi pretended not to know and asked. Wei Man-Man's cheeks felt hot. She wondered who knows what kind of strange mood he's in. Just after Zhou Qing asked that question, Wei Man-Man paused, then Zhou Qing blushed too and quickly added, Of course, I don't expect you to give me an answer right now. I'll have my mother prepare a gift for your family, all according to the rules. Just think about it and reply when you're ready. Wei Man-Man pursed her lips, puzzled about why he came today. Did he specifically want to tell her he also wanted to propose? Her mother hadn't even responded to this matter yet, just said to wait and see. As Wei Man-Man was about to speak, Zhou Qing hesitated again. Man-Man, sorry for bothering you today. I'll go now. Then Zhou Qing turned and hurried away, his back looking like he was fleeing in a hurry. Wei Man-Man stood there for a while before regaining her composure. Her face was still hot, and she felt confused about him. But, because of Zhou Qing's impulsiveness, she also understood his feelings. Yu Zhi didn't expose her, only smiled and asked, Look at this painting. Do you still like it? Wei Man-Man hurried over and was stunned at first glance. Third sister-in-law. Is this me? Yes. Man-Man straightened her eyes and a few children ran over, exclaiming, Wow. So beautiful. Wei Man-Man was afraid they might touch it, so she quickly said, Only look, don't touch. Dalong reached out, but then silently withdrew his hand. Yao Yao said, Third aunt. This really is little sister, and even more beautiful than in real life. After saying that, Yao Yao quickly looked at Wei Man-Man and added, I didn't mean to say you're not pretty. Wei Man-Man didn't mind at all because she thought the same, which is why she asked that question. Is this really her? Yu Zhi smiled and said, It is you. You look so good. If you like it, just keep it. I want to frame it. Wei Man-Man said excitedly. Yu Zhi was a bit surprised, but I haven't colored it. It's just a sketch. Third sister-in-law, I'll ask Dad to buy paints tomorrow. Can you help me color it? Wei Man-Man pleaded softly. This was her first painting. Seeing her so hopeful, Yu Zhi nodded, okay. Wei Man-Man was happy now. Great. I must frame it. The children looked at each other, and then all looked at Wei Man-Man together. I really envy my little sister-in-law. They also wished to have their own portraits. The children didn't dare to ask directly, but Yu Zhi saw through them. She thought for a moment and smiled, saying, If you all study hard and pass the exam by the end of this month, I will draw portraits for you too. How about that? All 3 eyes lit up. Really, third aunt? Of course. Wei Yao Yao was so happy she couldn't contain herself. I'll definitely study hard. Don't worry, third aunt. Yu Zhi smiled and gently patted her head. After lunch, Yu Zhi went back to her room to rest. Over an hour later, Lu Shi returned first. Third sister-in-law. Lu Shi carried a big basket of things. Yu Zhi went out to greet her. Second sister-in-law, you're back so soon? Lu Shi looked happy. Yes, I didn't expect that. There were so many people in town. Everything sold out in less than an hour. I also wandered around the town for a bit. Otherwise, I could have come back even earlier. Yu Zhi smiled. That's good. How did you feel about doing business on your first day? Lu Shi looked radiant. It was great. I used to think it was really hard, but after trying, it doesn't seem so bad. As she spoke, she became a bit emotional. Yu Zhi smiled. That's the way. Starting anything is always hard, but once you begin, it's just normal. You're diligent and capable, so you'll succeed. She reached out to help Lu Shi carry the basket. After learning about the old family stories from Wei Chi that day, she also felt more sympathy for her second sister-in-law. Third sister-in-law, here you go. Lu Shi suddenly pulled out a few sugar figurines as if by magic and called to the children, you guys, come quickly. I bought some for you too.
Wow, wow, wow.
Second aunt bought us sugar figurines. Yu Zhi was a bit surprised and looked at the sugar figurine Lu Shi handed over. She said, I'll pass on this. It's better for the kids to have them. Lu Shi smiled. I earned over 40 coins today. These sugar figurines aren't expensive. I bought one for each of you. Third sister-in-law, you should have some too. And Wei Man was still inside the house admiring her painting. Yao Rao happily took one. I'll go give it to my little sister. She's probably looking at her painting now. Lu Shi was curious. What painting? Yu Zhi smiled. It's nothing. Well, I won't be polite then. Thank you, second sister-in-law. The so-called sugar figurines are made from malt sugar syrup shaped into lively characters, skewered on bamboo sticks. Pretty and tasty. Yen Tai also had some. He looked at the sugar figurines for a while De Lang and the others had already eaten half of theirs. Yen Tai, why aren't you eating? I'm watching, Yen Tai suddenly said. This is the white lady. Yu Zhi turned to look at his younger brother and smiled. I am the weaver girl. De Lang had already eaten half, and only then took it out of his mouth. I forgot what mine was. Yao Yao looked at him with disdain, and then looked at third aunt. Where is the cowherd? The cowherd should be bought by Uncle 3. Yu Zhi was surprised, and his face suddenly turned red. He reached out and poked Yao Yao's head. Young but wise. Wei Chi went pig-killing again today, so he didn't know anything about sugar figurines. When a few people returning from the pig farm came back, they all smelled very bad, including Mrs. He. After arriving home, they found out that Lu had bought sugar figurines, so they all laughed. Let's go wash up first. We'll come later. Wei Man suddenly ran out of the house. Dad. Old Wei was stunned. Moved by his daughter's enthusiasm, he thought to himself that his little daughter wanted to see him. What's wrong, Man? But before Wei Man could reach him, she covered her nose. You smell so bad. Old Wei naturally could smell it too and coughed lightly. What happened?
Dad.
Third sister-in-law drew a picture for me today. You should buy some paint tomorrow.
What? Drawing?
The whole family was surprised for a moment. Wei Chi immediately said, Where is the picture third sister-in-law drew? Let me see. Why should I? Wei Man glared at him. That was drawn by third sister-in-law for me, and it's of me. Why should I show it to you? Wei Chi, because my wife drew it for you, of course I can see it.
You.
Wei Man suddenly looked behind him and smiled proudly. Yu Zhi came out. Wei Chi quickly turned around and grinned at her. Wife, I want to see that drawing. Yu Zhi also smelled the bad odor and covered her nose. No. Wei Chi scratched his head, knowing his own behavior, and didn't go near her. I'll wash up first. When I'm clean, I'll look at it. Yu Zhi didn't say yes or no, and Wei Man turned around and ran into her room. She wouldn't let anyone see her drawing. Wei Man's insistence was useless, because Old Wei also wanted to see. When Dad spoke, Man had no choice but to bring it out. She was very reluctant, and when she took it out, she didn't allow anyone to touch it. But as soon as she finished speaking, Wei Chi jumped over her head and took the drawing, then happily admired it in front of himself. Third brother. Wei Man stomped angrily. Look at him, Dad. Old Wei and Wei's mother both smiled happily. All right, Man, your third brother won't ruin it. This is your third aunt's ink and brush, and your third brother treasures it. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. How could Wei's mother possibly not understand her son? Looking back, everyone saw Wei Chi carefully holding the painting, examining it repeatedly from top to bottom. Old Wei felt a tightness in his chest. He was sure that even when his son caught a big creature, he never showed such an expression. Hey, have you looked enough? Wei Man reached out to take it. Wei Chi turned aside. You're too careless. How do you talk? Wei Man. She turned her head and went to ask Yu Zhi for help. Yu Zhi had been silent since earlier, looking at Wei Chi with some helplessness, but she also saw the expression on Wei Chi's face. Suddenly, She remembered her father. When she first saw her father paint as a child, it was probably the same. Seeing that her third sister-in-law was also lost in thought and not helping her, Wei Man stomped her foot in anger. Finally, Wei's mother spoke. All right. Let the third one bring it out, so we can all enjoy it, then put it away. Maybe tomorrow after we add color and frame it, we can look again? Wei Chi nodded and handed it to the older couple. Very beautiful. Wei Chi rarely praised something. Wei Man puffed out her chest. Yes, I know. Wei Chi. I'm not talking about you, I mean the painting. Wei Man. I'm just good at painting. Wei Chi looked at Yu Zhi. Your third sister-in-law just drew a beautiful picture. The real credit goes to her. Wei Man rolled her eyes and ignored him. Dad, Mom, do I look good? Wei's mother and Wei Laohan naturally didn't understand painting, but they still had the ability to appreciate beauty or ugliness. Yes, you look good. Wei Man felt very proud. This painting is really good. It doesn't look much like you, Man. Wei Man. Yu Zhi smiled and said, Man is like that. I just adjusted the angle a bit. I can only see her when I look at her drawing, otherwise I couldn't have painted it. Wei's mother looked at her daughter and also smiled. Yes, that's the reason. Wei Man was happy then. Dad, buy me some paint tomorrow. Wei Laohan was about to speak, but Wei Chi said, buy it. I'll go buy it for you. Wei Man still held a grudge and didn't appreciate it. She just huffed. Wei Laohan chuckled. Of course I will buy it. But let's eat first.
I'm starving.
Lu came back and went straight to the kitchen to cook. She also wanted to see the painting, but she had been delayed today because she was selling tofu. Now she didn't dare delay dinner. She had to suppress her curiosity first. But as she was busy, he suddenly came in silently and went straight to the stove. What are you doing? I'll help you. Mrs. Lu hesitated for a moment. No need, sister-in-law. Today I should be the one cooking. Anyone can do it. The most important thing is to eat quickly. That was true, so Mrs. Lu had to say, I want to cook a wild vegetable and pork liver soup, stir-fry some water bamboo shoots, and then fry the buns. Mrs. He nodded. Good, I'll fry the buns. The two sisters-in-law worked busy in the kitchen. After saying that, Mrs. He fell silent until mealtime. Suddenly, she said, starting tomorrow, I will prepare lunch in the afternoon. I will come back early from the pig farm. I've already told Mother. Mrs. Lu was a bit surprised. Just as she was about to speak, Mrs. He continued, You can go out and do your business peacefully. It doesn't matter if you earn money. You can prepare breakfast and lunch together, and Mother has agreed. Mrs. Lu lowered her eyes. That's fine. Mrs. He hummed in response. The buns were ready, and she took them out first. Everyone enjoyed this dinner, including Yu Zhi. After eating, Yu Zhi didn't rush back to her room. Instead, she stayed to talk with Wei's mother about the daytime events. Although she didn't tease or mock Wei Man in front of her, since a man came to visit her sister-in-law, she naturally told her mother-in-law. Otherwise, she would feel like an unfit sister-in-law. Wei's mother smiled when she heard this. The Zhou family is quite good, with a solid background. When Huanyang told me earlier, I was wondering why Zhou Qing didn't ask around. Turns out, he has his own plans. Yu Zhi nodded. Then Mother should ask Man and decide later. Good. Thank you for your trouble. Yu Zhi shook her head. After saying this, she was about to leave when Wei's mother suddenly asked, that third daughter-in-law. Yu Zhi stopped. Painting, does it make you tired? Wei's mother asked a little nervously. Yu Zhi smiled. In an instant, she understood her mother-in-law's meaning.
No.
If Wei Chi brings back the paints, I can paint a picture for my parents another day. Wei's mother smiled. Thank you so much, little fish. It's nothing. I'll go back now, Mother. Good. Yu Zhi returned to her room. She was a bit tired today. Her day wasn't over yet. Sitting at the desk to paint and copy books made her somewhat exhausted. While she was talking with her mother-in-law in the main hall, Wei Chi had already finished washing and returned. The man, relaxed and shirtless, stood by the Kong and asked, Did Mother ask you to paint? Yu Zhi was a little surprised but didn't look at him.
Yes.
Did you agree? Yu Zhi slipped off her embroidered shoes and sat on the Kong.
Why not?
It's not a difficult thing. Wei Chi. Why not? You're always copying books and drawing. Doesn't your shoulder ache?
Yu Zhi, I'm not that delicate.
Let me squeeze it. I can tell right away. When shoulders are sore, they tend to be stiff. Wei Chi reached out his big hand while speaking, and Yu Zhi dodged away. No need. I haven't taken a shower yet. Wei Chi, I'm just giving you a shoulder massage, not doing anything else. What does that have to do with bathing? Yu Zhi. She really didn't want to talk to him. She simply didn't want Wei Chi to touch her, but Wei Chi, being tall and strong, easily surrounded her. He gently squeezed her shoulder and could tell it was tense and sore. I told you so. Yu Zhi sighed helplessly. I drew some pictures for Man, and I can't just refuse my parents. I didn't say I'd draw for long, so I'll take my time when I have free moments. Wei Chi looked down, his dark eyes fixed on her. You've worked hard, my wife. I didn't do much, so it's nothing. She didn't need to buy brushes, ink, or paper. Besides, she was a bit out of practice, so practicing wouldn't hurt. Suddenly, Wei Chi sighed. Yu Zhi asked him what was wrong. Wei Chi hugged her and said suddenly, I also want you to draw a picture for me, but I feel bad. Worried you'll get tired. Yu Zhi. Drawing pictures for Man was because Man was pretty, drawing for the kids was because they were cute, and drawing for parents was to leave good memories after many years together. Why would she draw for him? Draw his body, all stiff and exposed?
She wouldn't do that.
When night fell, Wei Chi's only joy was crawling into bed. Beds are so nice, warm, and fragrant. In the past, he only thought mountain life was good. He was always thinking about hunting and digging holes. Running around like a muddy person didn't seem to matter. When he was tired, he'd just fall asleep, not even bothering to wash properly. But now, that wasn't the case. Fish loved cleanliness, and the house was always tidy with a nice floral scent. Wei Chi wasn't that bold, so daily washing became a top priority. Especially recently, after rolling around in the pigsty, he reeked terribly. Even he felt embarrassed. So, during baths, he surprisingly used bath soap. It worked well, just one piece produced lots of foam, and it cleaned off the dirt thoroughly. Wei Chi felt he was becoming a bit more refined. After washing, he couldn't help but look at his wife's bottles and jars. He touched his face and suddenly remembered how his wife had looked at him last night. Was he rough? It seemed a bit coarse. Wei Chi smiled, turned around, and cleaned up the dirty water before heading back to his room. Yu Zhi has already fallen asleep, with a small bump on the bed, which made Wei Chi feel warm inside. When he got on the bed, Yu Zhi opened her eyes. His strong presence made her feel his back pressed firmly against her, impossible to ignore. Honey, are you really not going to draw for me? Wei Chi whispered, reaching his hand downward. Blocked, he felt a little disappointed. Yu Zhi slapped his hand back, without mercy. The crisp sound echoed in the night, adding a hint of flirtation. Wei Chi sighed. A few more days? Yu Zhi helplessly replied, maybe 3 or 4 days. That's not enough. You can't just avoid drawing. You owe me a little reward. Suddenly, Yu Zhi reached out and pinched his face. Let me see what kind of skin you have, so thick? Wei Chi wasn't shy at all. Instead, he chuckled. Not thick, just a bit rough. Honey, I saw all those bottles and jars you have. Do you have anything I can use?
Yu Zhi looked at him with surprise.
The sun is rising from the west? When I kiss you, you always complain. If I just wipe my lips, you might let me kiss you longer.
Yu Zhi.
She glared at him.
This guy still only cares about that.
Wei Chi wanted to do the thing he most desired, but it was impossible now. Still, it didn't stop him from being affectionate. He leaned in and kissed her cheek, then said, The pig farm is almost ready. Do you want to go see it? Yu Zhi trembled slightly, clearly tempted. Really? You'll take me? Yes, tomorrow. And then we'll go pick chestnuts on the mountain. Yu Zhi was surprised again. When she heard about picking chestnuts, she suddenly remembered that night and got angry. Humph, you don't really want to take me. You're just making conditions. Wei Chi was startled.
How could that be?
I planned to take you all along, I've just been busy lately. But last time you said the same thing. After she said that, both of them paused. What did he mean he'd planned to take her all along? Wei Chi realized it late and remembered that night. Feeling exposed, he quickly apologized with a smile. Yu Zhi had already regained her composure. She punched his chest twice, her eyes wide with anger. Wei Chi laughed loudly, holding her hand and bringing it to his mouth to kiss again. It's my fault, honey. Don't be mad. How could I not take you to pick chestnuts? The chestnut trees on the back mountain are ripe now. They're probably falling everywhere. No need to pick, just gather what's already on the ground. Maybe we can even catch a couple of squirrels for you. Yu Zhi's anger melted after a few words from Wei Chi. Maybe she really wanted to go up the mountain to pick chestnuts. I don't want squirrels. I have enough pearls. Are there really many chestnuts? Can I come back to make roasted chestnuts? Wei Chi chuckled twice. You can set up a stall to sell them if you want. Yu Zhi snorted. Then go to sleep quickly. I have to leave tomorrow. But your little days aren't over yet. Is that okay? It's fine. Anyway, everything will be cleaned up the day after tomorrow. As soon as Yu Zhi finished speaking, she suddenly bit her tongue. Oh no, she seems to have revealed something. A mysterious laugh from the man echoed above, and Yu Zhi quickly said, I'm sleepy now. Wei Chi sighed from his chest and suddenly bit her earlobe angrily. Wait until the day after tomorrow. Yu Zhi covered her ears, pretending not to hear. The next morning at breakfast, Old Wei mentioned the pig farm. Wei Chi suddenly said, Today I'll take fish to look around. Wei Man widened her eyes. I want to go too. A few little ones immediately said, Us too.
Wanky.
Old Wei smiled. All right, everyone go. Anyway, everything's ready today. The piglets have arrived. This is our pig farm. It's right for you to go see. Dalong, third aunt. Aren't you having class today? Yu Zhi nodded with a smile. Yes, it's holiday.
Yay.
Wei's mother said. A bunch of little monkeys. Eat more for breakfast, so you have energy. He sure smiled. Mom, I'll make some more pancakes to take as dry food. Second sister-in-law can also take some when she goes out later. Lu sure looked surprised. Then I'll go make some too. Wei's mother nodded. Second sister-in-law, when you go out for business, take some dry food. Spend money when needed. Don't be stingy. The eldest daughter-in-law's idea is good. Later, you two can make pancakes with chives or crown daisies to eat on the way. Okay. Yu Zhi changed into a new outfit made from the new fabric she bought last time. It was light blue with small embroidered flowers, very fresh and elegant. When she came out, Wei Chi's eyes widened. Yu Zhi felt a little shy and said, Is it a bit too light? Maybe I shouldn't wear this so I don't get it dirty? Wei Chi said, No, it looks great. Just wear this. If it gets dirty, wash it. Seeing his wife so happy wearing her new clothes, he couldn't oppose her. Wei's mother also smiled. It looks good. Wear it. When you go to a dirty place, have third brother carry you. Wei Chi chuckled happily. He was looking forward to it. Yu Zhi. It's not that she's vain. It's just that clothes for autumn are limited, so she decided to wear this. Wei Chi saw her wearing new clothes and kept glancing at her head. His gaze was obvious. Yu Zhi couldn't help but touch her hair bun. What's wrong? Wei Chi also couldn't hold back and asked, Wife, why don't you wear the silver hairpin? Put it on, it looks nice. Yu Zhi only then remembered the fishtail silver hairpin. She pursed her lips.
All right.
Wei Chi continued to smile foolishly. Wei Man also wanted to dress up, as if going out for an autumn outing today. Wei's mother looked at them happily, feeling pleased and content. Okay, go out and have fun. Big sister-in-law, also change clothes for Yao Yao. The pig farm is on the outskirts of the village. It's been almost 2 months since Wei Lao Han decided on it. In autumn, the pig farm was completed. At first, the Wei family didn't want to raise too many pigs, only 30. If they can raise them successfully next year, they might consider expanding. The whole family went out. Before leaving, Wei's mother locked the gate tightly. The chickens and ducks were moved to the backyard. The tall wall around Wei's backyard was so high that even thieves couldn't climb over. Should we get a dog? Wei's mother suddenly asked. Wei Man said, We already asked third brother to find one, but he hasn't brought it back yet. Wei Chi said, the one I like hasn't had puppies yet. It should have some next month. I'll pick one for us. Yu Zhi's eyes lit up. Are we going to raise a dog? Wei Chi looked at his wife and smiled. What's wrong? Do you like dogs? Yu Zhi thought for a moment and nodded. Wei Chi was happy. Didn't you say yesterday that a pearl was enough? Yu Zhi was holding her pearl when she suddenly covered its ears. That's a squirrel you're talking about. Those are hard to raise. I don't have much time to think about it. Dogs and cats don't matter. Wei Chi understood. You like cats and dogs too. Yu Zhi casually nodded. She said it casually, but Wei Chi paid close attention. All right, I understand. In autumn, the fields already felt a slight chill. The wild grasses and flowers along the roadside mostly disappeared. Passing by the pond, the loud frogs and cicadas had gone silent. Instead, there were misty mountains and red maple leaves. From Wei's small courtyard, it took about 15 minutes to reach the outskirts. Along the way, many villagers from Hualing village peeked at them, full of envy. Wei's mother and Wei Lao Han led the way, nodding and greeting. Yu Zhi just enjoyed the scenery along the road. Soon, they arrived at the pig farm. Wei's pig farm was quite grand. Unlike typical rural pig pens, it was built with blue bricks, topped with tiles. Each pig was separated by bamboo fences, which was quite a new idea. Old Wei smiled happily, saying, now we don't have to fight over food. It's easier to control the portions, and when cleaning, we can see clearly which pig is sick or has a stomach problem. Wei's mother saw his rosy face and pouted. That's true, but building this pig farm cost over 30 silver coins, not counting the piglets. It makes me so sad. Mrs. He laughed. Next year, when these pigs grow up and are sold, we can make back all the money.
Well,
raising them is one thing, selling them is another. Near the pig farm, there was a small embankment. Wei Chi told Yu Zhi to stand on it and look around. Don't go over there.
Just stand here and watch, he said.
Yu Zhi tiptoed to look, seeing the piglets rooting around in the pen.
I want to go see, she said shyly.
Wei Chi sighed. The pig manure hasn't been cleaned up yet. Are you sure? Yu Zhi looked down at her dress and shoes, feeling a bit disappointed. I wish I had changed into different clothes. Wei Chi smiled. Your clothes are all nice. They look the same. Come on, I'll take you up the mountain. No more pig farm. The beautiful scenery on the mountain suited her better than the pig farm. Yu Zhi wrinkled her delicate nose. Going up the mountain will dirty my shoes too. What's the difference? Wei Chi knelt down in front of her, smiling. Mom said I should carry you. Yu Zhi hesitated. Behind them, there was a rustling and giggling sound. It was Man with a few piglets. When Yu Zhi turned around, everyone looked away. Wei Chi said, don't mind her. Yu Zhi refused. I'll go by myself first. We'll see when we get to the difficult part. Man called from behind. Third sister-in-law, I'm not laughing at you. I was looking over there. You should let third brother carry you. I want someone to carry me up the mountain too, but I can't find anyone. Wei Yong was shoveling pig manure loudly. He said, little sister, wait for me, I'll carry you. Man rolled her eyes. You're too stinky. I'll go by myself. She then led her piglets toward the chestnut forest, and the piglets, including Yantai, kindly didn't bother uncle and auntie. They followed the young ant. Yu Zhi said, Man, come with us. No need. I don't want to bother anyone. See you in the chestnut forest.
Wei Chi smiled. Come up.
Man often runs up the mountain, so don't worry. Yu Zhi was a bit surprised, but seeing everyone walking quickly ahead, she thought for a moment and then leaned on Wei Chi's back. Feeling a little tired, she asked, when are you going to town? Why do you ask? Can you buy me 2 more sets of simple rough cloth clothes and shoes? The same kind as last summer. I can still go to the river and play. Wei Chi smiled. All right, I'll go tomorrow. Wei Chi didn't say much, but he liked to watch you wear pretty dresses. However, if his wife wanted something, he would do it without question. The chestnut forest wasn't too far away, and many villagers occasionally came to pick chestnuts. But Wei Chi took her along a small path. This time, Yu Zhi deeply realized how strong this man was. She had gained some weight while staying at Wei's house these past few months, so she was no longer a fragile skeleton that could fall over at a gust of wind. He carried her effortlessly and walked for 15 minutes up the mountain trail without breaking a sweat. Not even panting. Yu Zhi was stunned, unsure how to express her amazement. Until they reached a particularly steep and rugged part of the trail, Wei Chi's breathing became a little uneven. "Let me down, I can walk a bit myself." Wei Chi smiled, a drop of sweat rolling down his forehead. "Come on, walking this part, you'll sprain your ankle. It's very steep. Hold me tight, and we'll be at the top soon." Yu Zhi's ears turned red. No matter how she listened, his words sounded strange, but she still held his neck tightly. With a few strong pushes, the man rushed up a rocky. Suddenly, the view opened up, and Yu Zhi's eyes widened. There are really so many chestnuts. This part of the chestnut forest was different from the one on the hillside, higher up. Wei Chi took a shortcut and didn't meet anyone along the way, bringing Yu Zhi directly to their destination. Wei Chi set her down, and he was indeed a little out of breath now. Yu Zhi rarely showed him more concern. "Drink some water." Wei Chi happily took the water bottle. He wasn't tired, just nervous. Carrying a wild boar up the mountain was a different feeling. He was really worried about dropping his wife. He tilted his head and took a big sip of water. Suddenly, something gentle touched his cheek. The man paused, turning his head to see Yu softly wiping his sweat with a clean handkerchief. Her cheeks were pink and soft. "Just wipe your own sweat." Wei Chi's eyes shone brightly, smiling happily. "Yu, you're so kind. Thanks for your hard work, wife." Yu Zhi silently looked away. She was only wiping his sweat, but it sounded like she carried him up the mountain. "Third brother, you guys are so fast." Wei Man's voice came from below. She didn't expect her to be here too. Yu Zhi looked at Wei Chi, then turned away.
Wow, wow, wow.
This year's chestnuts are bigger and more plentiful. Big brother dashed into the forest like he was crazy. Yantai looked on with surprise. Yu Zhi understood. Wei Chi must have brought his family here before. This was a private chestnut forest that Wei Chi found for the Wei family. Villagers usually didn't come here. He was a good older brother and a good uncle. Wei Man hadn't gone out for several days. When she finally did, she was so happy she couldn't wait to start collecting chestnuts. The little ones were so excited they had already started playing happily in the woods. Wei Chi smiled and handed the basket to Yu Zhi, saying, "You, go under those few trees and pick some." Yu Zhi was confused and asked, "Why?" Wei Chi replied, "Stupid, those trees grow well. I'll shake them for you. I promise you'll find bigger and better ones than theirs." Yu Zhi hesitated but then followed him. Wei Chi looked very happy and led Yu Zhi to the taller trees. He was quick and climbed up easily. "You, stand back a bit. I'm going to shake the chestnuts now. Don't get hit." Yu Zhi was a little nervous, but obediently stepped back. Wei Chi was very strong. In a few moments, the chestnuts fell from the trees with a loud rustling. Yu Zhi's eyes lit up, and she hurried over to gather them into her small basket. "Wow, look. Third uncle is shaking the chestnut tree. Come quick." Wei Man suddenly turned around and said, "All right, third brother. You're so biased." Everyone gathered around, and Wei Chi smiled happily. There were so many chestnuts that they couldn't pick them all. That was just a joke. "You, over here, you go first." Wei Chi was jumping around the trees like a monkey. Wherever he went, chestnuts rained down like a shower. The others all focused on collecting the fallen chestnuts. No one was idle. They couldn't finish collecting them all. It was impossible to gather everything. Yu Zhi was sweating from picking so much. When she looked closely, she saw there were still many left. Wei Chi jumped down from the tree. "Almost enough. Let's leave some for the animals." At last, Yu Zhi understood what he meant by setting up a stall. They had collected so many chestnuts they could open a shop, but they couldn't carry them all away. Nature's gifts were truly abundant. They also happily gathered inkstone stones, sweating all over. Playing wildly with Daling Yao and the others, Yu Zhi's face was filled with a smile she had never shown before. Wei Chi walked over to Yu Zhi, picked up her basket, and weighed it. That's all? Do you want more? Yu Zhi glanced at Man's basket, which was much emptier than hers. She smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm content.
Let's go over there and rest."
Wei Chi led them through a chestnut forest. The land here looked a bit higher than before. When they stepped out of the woods, Yu Zhi heard the sound of rushing water. A cool mountain breeze blew gently on her face. She looked up and saw a small waterfall. She was amazed instantly. "Third brother, are you really going to fish now?"
she asked.
Wei Chi smiled and said, "Yes, I plan to." He looked at Yu Zhi and said, "Wife, stay here and don't wander around. Man, take care of your third sister-in-law." Wei Man nodded casually. Got it. Yu Zhi realized she was curious and asked him, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to check it out." "Down there?" Yu Zhi was confused. The waterfall was tall, and the water below must be deep. Was he really going down? Wei Man chuckled. "Third sister-in-law. Don't worry about him. My dad said that my third brother is a natural hunter. This mountain is his home. He dares to go into water pools others wouldn't dare to. You don't need to worry." Yu Zhi frowned, but he's still a person. There's always a risk. That water pool is so deep. Wei Chi was touched by his wife's concern. He stepped forward and smiled. "It's okay. I often go there. That's a lively water pool, not too deep. There are lots of fish. I'll catch some, and we can roast them for dinner." Seeing how confident he was, Yu Zhi stopped worrying. "All right, it's okay if you don't catch any fish." Wei Chi laughed loudly and reached out to pinch her cheek. Yu Zhi blushed. When she looked back, Wei Chi was gone. Suddenly, she heard a splash. Wei Man grabbed her arm. "Third sister-in-law, don't stand too close to that side. Come on, let's go peel some chestnuts and eat."
"Peel
Chestnuts? Can you eat raw chestnuts?" Yu Zhi asked. Wei Man paused, then everyone burst into laughter. "Third sister-in-law, you've never eaten raw chestnuts before." The children also started laughing. Yu Zhi was surprised and shook her head gently. "No, I haven't. Auntie, I'll peel some for you. Raw chestnuts are really tasty." Yao volunteered to peel for Yu Zhi. Wei Man also took one. Raw chestnuts are crunchy and sweet, but the shells are hard to peel. Yu Zhi also leaned over to watch. She tried peeling like them. Boys usually don't have patience, but now they sat quietly because the fresh chestnuts really tasted good. They had a light, sweet flavor. Though a bit hard to eat, they were a rare treat for the little ones. "Here." Yao quickly peeled one and handed it to Yu Zhi.
"Thank you, Yao."
Yu Zhi took it happily. "Auntie, is it tasty?" Yu Zhi smiled and nodded. Wei Yao showed a sweet smile. "Then I will keep peeling for you. Yao, you should eat too." The group sat on the hillside, not far from a big waterfall. The sound of water was loud. After eating a few, Yu Zhi couldn't help but look toward the pond. Wei Man noticed and smiled silently. After waiting a while with no movement, Yu Zhi couldn't sit still. He wondered, why hasn't he come up yet? Wei Man chuckled softly. Seeing her worry, she stood up and called down to the pond. "Third brother, come back quickly. Third sister-in-law misses you." Yu Zhi's face instantly turned red. Man, you. Wei Man smiled slyly. "I'm not talking nonsense." Suddenly, there was movement in the pond. Wei Chi's voice came from below. "Coming soon." Yu Zhi blushed even more and turned to sit aside. Wei Man laughed happily. When Wei Chi came up, he was soaked but still dressed properly. He smiled happily, holding a vine with 4 or 5 big fish on it. Those fish were huge, much bigger than the ones in the creek. "Look, wife." Yu Zhi still felt a little hot and glanced casually. A few children ran excitedly over. "Big fish." Wei Man, sensing the mood, went with the children. Wei Chi looked at his wife and then walked over. "What's wrong, fish?" Yu Zhi asked, "Can you hear what's happening above, but you don't say a word?" Wei Chi smiled. "I'm busy catching fish." After saying that, his eyes suddenly looked meaningful. He glanced at his little sister and the children nearby, attracted by the big fish, then withdrew his gaze. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled Yu Zhi behind a large rock taller than a person. "What are you doing?" Wei Chi suddenly leaned in, holding her face, his dark eyes fixed on her flushed face and water-filled lips. His Adam's apple moved up and down. "Forget it, there's still one more." Then he suddenly leaned in and kissed her. "Such a big fish, today's a good harvest. Mom will be very happy." Wei Man, with a few children, was happily busy for a while. When she looked back, she realized her third brother and his wife were gone. Third brother? Third sister-in-law? Her voice called out, and the man, still not fully satisfied, raised his head. Yu Zhi's cheeks were blushing, her eyes shining, and she looked even more delicate and charming when glaring. Wei Chi called out loudly, "I'm changing clothes here. Wait a moment." Wei Man responded without doubt, "Okay." Yu Zhi went to pinch his skin and flesh. Wei Chi let out a soft sound and lowered his voice, saying, "Be gentle. Are you trying to hurt your husband?" When he said this, the man still looked at her lips as if he wasn't satisfied. Yu Zhi kicked him hard again. Yu Zhi first walked out, and Wei Yao looked at him curiously and said, "Third aunt, your face is so red. Why is your mouth a little swollen?" Yu Zhi avoided the question, saying, "I bit my tongue while eating chestnuts earlier." Yao laughed and said, "Third aunt, you're too greedy and ate too fast." Wei Man looked suspiciously toward the stone side. On the way down the mountain, Wei Chi's clothes dried. He came to Yu Zhi and said, "Wife, let me carry you." "No need." Yu Zhi refused to fall for his tricks. The path down was easier and not muddy, so she could walk herself. Wei Chi scratched his head and smiled, staying close behind his wife to catch her if she slipped. Today, the chestnut-picking team had a big harvest, but all the things they collected were on Wei Chi. He easily carried everything without effort, even the pearl was in his basket. Soon, he reached the pig farm gate with his wife, sister, and nephews. Wei Mu and he sure had finished their work too and came over smiling, saying, "Wow, you've got a good harvest." "Yes, third brother caught some big fish too." Wei Mu happily looked at her son and said, "I'm not surprised if third brother catches anything. Let's go home and cook the fish today." Wei Chi said, "I want to eat grilled fish." "Let's grill it." "That works too." The whole family headed home, chatting happily. Wei Yong still needed to work in the fields for a while, and Wei Lao Han was the same. Back home, Lu Shi had just arrived. "Mother, you're back? You came back early today. How's business?" Lu Shi smiled and said, "Pretty much the same as the past few days."
Good.
Third brother caught some fish. "Let's kill one today for grilled fish."
Okay.
Lu Shi quickly went to prepare. The chores in the kitchen had nothing to do with Yu Zhi, so she turned around and went back to her room. Wei Chi followed her into the room and casually took off his clothes. Although she knew he was uncomfortable in his wet clothes, Yu Zhi still wasn't used to seeing him like that and turned her head away, too lazy to look. Wei Chi stared at her and asked, "You, aren't you going to change clothes?" Of course, Yu Zhi needed to change. Change first, then go out. Wei Chi smiled and quickly changed into dry clothes without teasing her anymore. Yu Zhi shooed him out and then slowly walked to the wardrobe to change her clothes. She quietly put the new clothes at the back of the closet. Although they looked nice, she felt it was a bit troublesome to wear them today. The Lu family and He family moved quickly. Making grilled fish was simple. After killing and cleaning the fish, they seasoned it, then skewered the pieces and set up a fire to grill. Since the Wei family never lacked meat and had many tools like wire mesh, it was easy to prepare and season the fish. Today, Wei Chi caught fish almost 2 feet long, which was quite impressive. 3 fish like that were enough for the whole family. There were 2 more fish left. Wei's mother said, "Let's do them tomorrow, or in a couple of days." Lu quickly replied, "Mother, let's wait a few days. The pickled vegetables I made earlier will be ready soon, and I'll use them to stew fish." "Pickled vegetables? You made those too?" Lu smiled. "Yes, I was already fermenting them. I made 2 jars." "All right, you'll be busy making more pickled vegetables then." When winter comes and fresh greens are scarce, those jars of pickled vegetables will be very useful. Wei Chi didn't lift his head. I'll go into the mountains tomorrow to catch mountain chickens, then come back and stew chicken with chestnuts. The whole family's eyes lit up. Yes, they had gathered so many chestnuts today. Of course they wanted to make chestnut stew with chicken. Old Wei chuckled happily. Sure, do as you see fit.
Wei Chi nodded.
I'll also go to town. If the family needs anything, just tell me and I'll buy it. Wei's mother agreed, with a good. After speaking, Wei Chi had already peeled the fish from the meat. He didn't eat any himself and directly placed it on Yu Zhi's plate. The family was surprised. They realized that the usually roughest third brother hadn't taken a single bite today. He was busy removing fish bones for his wife.
Yu Zhi was also surprised.
She turned to look at him. Wei Chi didn't say a word. He simply took a big bite himself. He was always straightforward, never spitting out fish bones. Interestingly, the large piece of meat in his bowl had no fish bones at all. Everyone cleared their throats quietly. No one spoke. Yu Zhi slightly curled her lips. As night fell, Yu Zhi took a hot bath. Even though she hadn't dirted herself, she was used to taking a bath and washing her hair after going out. After finishing, she felt completely comfortable. She looked down and saw her clothes weren't completely dry yet. For some reason, her face turned slightly red. Wei Chi was outside rustling around, working on something for a while. When he came into the room, Yu Zhi had already dried her hair and was asleep. He washed his hands but didn't go straight to the bathroom. Instead, he walked over to her, leaned down, and gently touched her head to check if her hair was dry. Once he confirmed it was dry, he withdrew his hand. Yu Zhi said, "I'm not a kid." Wei Chi smiled and turned to take a shower again. After a long day of fussing around, the whole family should be tired, but he is still full of energy. Actually, he's not the only one looking lively. Yu. Wei Chi's breath, hot like fire, blows near her cheek. Yu Zhi shifts a little. Not yet, maybe in a couple of days. Wei Chi doesn't get discouraged and suddenly says, "I didn't think about it. Today my back and legs are sore from carrying you. Can you help me rub them?" Yu Zhi. Why doesn't she believe him? Really, Wei Chi says seriously. Yu Zhi bites her lip, thinking about how tired he must be after carrying her all day, and how she was happy when he helped remove fish bones tonight. In the end, she softens and agrees. She slowly sits up, and Wei Chi looks a bit excited. Like this? Her hand touches something hard, and she isn't sure if she's just tired and stiff or if he's naturally like that. A little higher. Yu Zhi moves her hand. Here? Up a bit more. Yu Zhi feels confused. Does his thigh hurt? As her hand moves upward, the man's eyes become deep and intense. Finally, her dull senses notice something. It's bulging and steaming hot. Her cheeks flush red, and she quickly wants to pull back. But suddenly, the man reaches out and grabs her hand. Yu, try it. Yu Zhi closes her eyes, her face red, and her cheeks are bitten several times. Please, just try it. It hurts a little. Yu Zhi feels a bit scared. Wei Chi holds her hand, his breath warm. She keeps her eyes tightly closed, her cheeks as red as winter persimmons. Occasionally, she opens her eyes and meets Wei Chi's passionate, desire-filled gaze. How much longer? Her voice is trembling with fatigue and a hint of tears. Wei Chi sighs in relief, finally finished. Yu Zhi is so tired, she wishes she could just fall asleep, while the man looks satisfied, leaning over to kiss her forehead where she's sweating. Wife, you've worked hard. Yu Zhi's eyelids are too lazy to open, and she naturally doesn't want to pay him any attention. The man gets up to tidy up and helps clean her up. Before sleeping, he holds her again and kisses her twice before smiling and turning off the light to sleep. Yu Zhi sleeps so deeply that it feels like day and night have passed. The next morning, when she wakes up, her arms are still painfully sore from yesterday's trip to the chestnut forest, and her legs are a bit sore and swollen. After breakfast, she just wants to go back and rest. Today we rest. No classes. After she says this, the children are so happy they can't stop. Third aunt, you must be too tired. Did you get tired yesterday at the Chestnut Grove? Yu Zhi felt a bit embarrassed. She was tired, but not because of the Chestnut Grove. It's all Wei Chi's fault. He was so good. He went to the town early in the morning again. Today, Yu Zhi finished organizing the second volume of medical books, and she planned to take it to Zhao Linzhong in town. When she returned, she wanted to buy some things for her family. When Yu Zhi woke up, he was gone. She smiled apologetically, saying, "If you have free time, just review your studies." "Okay, we understand, third aunt. You should go rest now." Lu Shi also went out to sell tofu, but today Wei Mu, He Shi, and Man Man were there. They were peeling chestnuts, preparing to make candied roasted chestnuts today. Yu Zhi also wanted to help, but her arm was too weak. Wei Mu noticed and said with a smile, "You've been tired from copying books. Rest now. Your body is weak, and you went up the mountain yesterday. No wonder you're sore and tired." Yu Zhi. Her ears turned red. She didn't want to tell her mother, so she just smiled and replied, "Okay, I'll rest for a bit. Thanks for your trouble, mother and sister-in-law. Go ahead." After returning to her room, Yu Zhi just wanted to lie down. She curled up in bed, feeling lazy and unwilling to move. Soon she fell asleep. Meanwhile, Wei Chi had just arrived at Fo2 town. The first thing he did was head straight to Tong Rintang. Dr. Zhao had been waiting for him for a while. "Brother Wei, I've been waiting for you." Wei Chi saw him and responded with a slight smile. "Are you waiting for me, or for the medical books?" Dr. Zhao chuckled twice. "Isn't it the same thing?"
Haha.
Wei Chi took out the medical book from his pocket, and Dr. Zhao quickly took it. "Thank you. Thank you." Wei Chi said, "I'm just worried about my wife's hard work." "That's natural. I also treasure it. You don't know, that last volume of the medical book helped me a lot. I solved several difficult cases."
Wei Chi nodded.
"If you knew, she'd be very happy." Dr. Zhao settled the bill on the spot, and Wei Chi accepted it. "Any good stuff lately?" Dr. Zhao asked. Wei Chi replied, "No, I haven't gone up the mountain recently. Maybe another day." He looked around. Since he married, he seemed to go into the cave less often. One reason was that his wife was afraid, and the other was that he wanted to stay home more. As the old saying goes, wife and children warm the bed, hee. Thinking of this, Wei Chi suddenly asked, "Do I need to gather some medicinal supplements?" "I'm not in a hurry to have children, but didn't you say she's weak?" Dr. Zhao replied, "She probably hasn't finished drinking it yet. After you finish drinking, bring her to me so I can check her pulse and discuss further." Wei Chi thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, next time." Zhao the doctor nodded as well. "By the way, I heard recently that the town isn't very peaceful. The county officials have come." Wei Chi's expression grew a bit serious. "What happened?" "It's mostly those bandits causing trouble. The past few years were chaotic, and many refugees turned into bandits. Now the court is trying to settle things, and some are doing okay, but others are still living the bandit life, dreaming of better days. I heard a village nearby has been suffering again." Wei Chi's face darkened. "Did anyone get hurt?" "They wouldn't dare. At most they steal grain or livestock." Wei Chi thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, keep me informed if you hear anything." "Sure, no problem." Wei Chi left Tongren Hall. The town of Fohead was still quite peaceful, bustling with lively streets. Wei Chi thought for a moment, then turned around and bought 2 more gin of wine to go to the county office. The town doesn't have its own government office. The county's office is set up in each town, where officials gather temporarily. Most of the time, they patrol around the town. Last time, Wei Chi asked an older official about soldiers returning from the northern frontier. Naturally, he wanted to check the situation again. The official had gone out, and Wei Chi couldn't find him, but he noticed that Ma Er, whom he met in the county seat before, was here too. Ma Er clearly recognized him, and his eyes lit up. "Brother, so you're from Fohead town?" Wei Chi nodded. "And you?" Ma Er smiled. "Came to handle some affairs here, but I didn't expect to meet you. What's up? Why are you here?" "I'm looking for someone." "Who?" Wei Chi couldn't find the man from last time and remembered that Ma Er worked in the county office, so he might know more. He summarized briefly. Ma Er said, "You're asking the right person. I'm here in Fohead Town to count how many local soldiers were recruited back then. Maybe your family member has a chance to come back. Wei Chi's eyes lit up, and he thought for a moment. Are you free? I invite you to have some drinks. Ma-er laughed loudly. Good, let me finish my work first, then we can find a place to drink and chat. Wei Chi agreed. He waited outside for a while, then Ma-er came out. They found a small tavern. Wei Chi generously ordered some braised meat and 2 jugs of wine. Ma-er looked at him and smiled. Brother, you're generous. I won't refuse. What's your surname? Wei Chi, no need to be polite. I have a favor to ask, and I should be the one to do so. Wei Chi filled his friend with wine, and the two began to toast each other. Ma-er was quite straightforward. After a few drinks, he told Wei Chi about the outside situation. The war in the north has ended. But that's only for the Xiongnu. We in Suzhou border the northwest, as you know. Now, it seems the court's princes are preparing for a civil war, so going back home depends on luck.
Wei Chi frowned.
A civil war? Ma-er looked around and lowered his voice. Yes, the eastern palace in the capital, the western king of an in the northwest, and a southern king of Qin. It's chaos, too chaotic. Wei Chi paused silently, then raised his cup and drank. Brother, if you hear anything about soldiers returning home, tell me immediately. My second brother is missing and in danger. Please. Ma-er also raised his cup. No problem, rest assured. By the way, Wei, you're good at hunting. I want to make a deal with you. As Ma-er spoke, Wei Chi knew what he wanted. He smiled slightly. Just say what you need.
Ma-er grinned.
Wolf pelt, can you get it? Wei Chi's face changed. You want that?
Ma-er nodded.
Yes, brother. I won't hide it. I've been an officer for years, but without a strong background, my future's limited. Now I've found a way up, and I want to impress the higher-ups.
Wei Chi understood.
He thought for a moment. Getting wolf pelt might be hard. It's not as simple as foxes or rabbits.
Ma-er nodded.
I know. That's why I'm asking. I know you're capable. If you can help me, you set the price.
And
I'll ask my friends in the county to look into your brother's situation. What's his name again?
Wei Yuan, Wei Chi replied.
Got it, I'll remember. Perhaps because of that, Wei Chi thought for a moment and said, I'll try my best, but I can't force it. Besides that, what else do you need? Ma-er thought for a moment and said happily, last time in town, your 2 little dragons helped me a lot. Snake gall is good stuff.
Wei Chi understood.
All right, I'll find a way to get that for you tomorrow. Ma-er was very happy. Brother Wei, I've made a good friend today. No more talk, cheers. Wei Chi also raised his head and drank in one gulp. After they parted, Wei Chi planned to go around the deep parts of Baoping Mountain on his way back. He couldn't prepare wolf pelt, but since Ma-er wanted snake, he could still find a few caves to explore. With this plan in mind, Wei Chi quickly went shopping. When he left the tavern, his frown was gradually easing. Seeing the colorful flowers that the girl liked, he thought of little Jiao Jiao at home. Only then did Wei Chi feel his heart soften and his expression become gentler. Suddenly, there was a loud banging sound. Several silver coins were spent again, and he bought a basket of goods. Wei Chi was ready to go home. As he passed the town gate, he remembered something. Second sister-in-law was still in town, wasn't she? Wei Chi thought about turning back to look for her, but after a few steps, he decided against it. The mountain road was not convenient, and there was also Guxionian. He focused his mind and quickly walked out of the town, heading into the mountain trail. Yu Zhi had a short nap in the morning and woke up feeling much more energetic. Since she didn't have to go to class, she went to check on the medicinal wine. After Wei Chi bought the herbs from town last time, she had soaked the medicinal wine. It was about time for it to be ready. She remembered the steps her mother used when making the wine. When she opened the jar, she smelled it and knew the method was correct. Wei mother and he sure hadn't gone out today, probably because there was nothing urgent at the pig farm. Now they all gathered around Yu Zhi. Is this the medicinal wine you mentioned before? Yu Zhi smiled and said yes. If you're feeling unwell, you can try it too. My leg has been hurting a bit, especially with the weather changing. How do I use it? Pour a little into your palm, Rub it to generate heat, then massage it in to absorb. Wei mother nodded. I understand. I'll try it tonight. No need for it now. Yu Zhi nodded with a smile. Mother, I'm back. Suddenly, Wei Yang's voice came from outside as they were chatting in the yard. Everyone was surprised. How come you're back? He sure exclaimed happily. Father asked me to go to the Hu family again today, then I came straight back. Has father returned? No, he hasn't. What did you bring back? Pig intestines. Today, third brother isn't here, so I helped slaughter the pig. Lu's wife gave me the intestines. Wei mother was happy. That's great. I'll clean them up and stir-fry them this afternoon. He sure smiled. I'll help too. Cleaning pig intestines and other offal is not easy, but they taste very good. The whole family loved eating it. Wei mother took a pair of pig intestines to the back of the kitchen and asked, haven't they found someone to slaughter the pigs at the Hu family yet? Wei Yong replied, yeah, it's hard to find someone. This is really true. Lu's wife didn't have a son back then, and her son-in-law isn't very capable either. Mother Wei suddenly paused and said, oh, I wonder how your older sister's doing. Yu Zhi turned her head to look at her mother-in-law. Only then did she remember that Wei Chi had a sister named Wei Taodao, who was about 20 years old. She had married 3 years ago, and not nearby. Since then, she rarely came back. As for why Wei Taotao married so far away, Yu Zhi wasn't sure. She had only recently come to the Wei family. Interestingly, after Mother Wei mentioned this, no one responded.
She didn't know why.
He sure changed the subject. Mother, we should add some flour to the water. I'll wash it. Mother Wei agreed. All afternoon, the small Wei family courtyard had a rather unpleasant smell. Yu Zhi didn't dislike it but also didn't like it. After preparing the medicinal wine, she went back to her room. When she was free, she continued organizing medical books for Dr. Zhao and also made some autumn clothes. The reason she was only wearing that skirt that day was because the weather was getting colder. She didn't have many autumn clothes. When she first arrived at the Wei family, Lu Shi had made her a set.
Yu Zhi felt a bit guilty about that.
Now, because she was teaching the family's pets and copying medical books, plus doing some sewing, her days felt quite full. Her younger brother was also getting better. He was outside playing with Yao Yao, De Lang, and Erlang, laughing and making noise. Yu Zhi smiled faintly at the sound. Because of her large pig intestine, Mother Wei steamed some dry rice for dinner. When she lifted the lid, the rice was half-cooked. She used a skimmer to scoop out some of the rice, drained the rice water, and continued steaming in the steamer. Rice water was very good. She skillfully cracked 2 eggs into the boiling rice water, stirring them. The aroma of rice and eggs spread out. Mother Wei poured the egg and rice water into several bowls and called the children over to drink. Thank you, Grandma. Yu Yantai also had a share. Now he spoke more and more clearly. Thank you, Auntie. Mother Wei smiled warmly. Go ahead and drink. As afternoon approached, Wei Chi and Lu Shi still hadn't returned. Wei Chi wasn't surprised. He probably went into the mountains again. But Lu Shi not returning was a bit strange. Mother Wei was worried, but didn't say anything. He sure looked outside several times. Mother, second brother's wife, hasn't come back yet. Should I go to the village entrance and check? Mother Wei paused, feeling relieved. All right, go take a look. He sure agreed, and turned to go outside. Just a few steps away, she suddenly exclaimed happily, Oh, you're back. Lu Shi and Gu Xiuxiang appeared nearby, both looking somewhat tired. Especially Lu's wife looked a bit pale. Older sister-in-law. What's wrong, wife? You seem distracted. Lu's appearance surprised he. Second sister-in-law, what's going on? Xiaonyang glanced at Lu, who smiled and said, It's nothing serious. I accidentally twisted my ankle on the way back. Really? Is it urgent? Should we see a doctor? Lu replied, It's fine, it's fine. We have medicine at home. He helped Lu into the house, and Xiaonyang also took her to the yard. Mother Wei and you came out looking startled. What happened? Mother, it's nothing serious. I just twisted my ankle by accident. You quickly said, I'll go get some medicinal alcohol. The medicinal alcohol was already prepared and useful for treating injuries. After Lu sat down, She looked at Xiaonyang. Xiaonyang, you can go back now. Thanks for your help today. Xiaonyang nodded and turned to leave. Yu soon brought the medicinal alcohol and said, "Second sister-in-law, why don't you go inside? I'll put some medicine on your ankle." "All right, thank you, third sister-in-law." Mother Wei, and he helped Lu into the house. Lu said, "Mother, I'm really fine. You all go ahead." Mother Wei looked at Yu. "Okay, you all can start applying the medicine. I'll go check the kitchen. I think Dad will be back soon. Time to prepare dinner." Lu nodded. Yu helped Lu take off her shoes and socks to apply the medicine. When she and he saw her swollen ankle, they felt a bit worried. This injury looks serious. What exactly happened? Lu hesitated and said, "I really just fell on the way back." Yu looked at Lu, sensing she might be hiding something, but since her older sister-in-law was present, she said nothing. "Older sister-in-law, come help me for a moment." Mother Wei called outside, and he responded immediately. "I'll go out for a bit." Yu agreed. When only the two of them were inside, Yu asked second sister-in-law what really happened. "I see you've had this injury for a while. It wasn't from falling on the way back, was it?" Lu didn't expect Yu to notice. She hesitated, then sighed. "Third sister-in-law, I'll tell you, but you must not tell Mother." "Tell me." Lu hesitated and explained what happened earlier in Foda Town. Yu was very surprised. "You mean you encountered some troublemakers?" "Sure." Lu quickly looked around and said, "It's been taken care of." "Third sister-in-law, please don't spread it around." "What exactly happened?" Yu asked anxiously. Originally, Lu and Xiaonyang sold tofu in the town. Maybe their business was doing fairly well, or perhaps the two young women looked pretty good, so someone gave them the nickname Tofu Beauty. At first, it was probably just a friendly tease, but since the town was full of people, some shameless folks started joking around, occasionally making a few teasing comments. However, if they only spoke, Lu and Xiaonyang wouldn't mind. Unfortunately, today someone crossed the line and started to act aggressively. Xiaonyang couldn't hold back and threw the tofu in her hand at the troublemaker, which annoyed him. Seeing that he might get serious, many people around gathered to watch. Luckily, a kind person stepped in to stop him, and two officers were called to warn the troublemaker, who then backed off. But during the argument, the tofu stall still suffered. Lu was pushing the stall to protect it when she was shoved again, and she twisted her ankle. Yu Zhi frowned deeply and was very angry. "This is just too lawless." "Who is the other person?"
Lu said,
"It's nothing. When you're doing business outside, you always meet some bad people. It's been taken care of." "Third sister-in-law, please don't tell her parents."
"Why not?"
Yu Zhi asked, confused. Lu explained, It's hard enough for me to go out and do business now. I haven't started selling pickled vegetables yet, and I really don't want to give up. If our parents find out, they'll worry." Yu Zhi understood and pursed her lips. "Second sister-in-law, is this business really that important to you?" Lu nodded seriously. "Third sister-in-law, you might not know, but Heir's father. We don't know if he'll come back. So, I need to save more money for Heir. In the future, I want to send him to school."
"But,
Mother." Before Yu Zhi could say more, Heir ran in. Earlier, Dad had been playing shuttlecock with the three children in the backyard. When he heard his mother had returned and twisted her ankle, Heir hurriedly ran inside. Seeing the child, Yu Zhi swallowed her words. Lu held her son and softly said, "Third sister-in-law, I'm really fine."
"Don't worry about me."
"Thank you." Yu Zhi felt a strange ache in her heart. Father, mother. But at that moment, Wei Chi's voice came from outside. He had returned. Yu Zhi had no choice but to say, "Let's eat first, second sister-in-law." She left the courtyard of the second house. Wei Chi saw his wife and strode over. "What's wrong?" Second sister-in-law twisted her ankle. "I put medicine on it." Wei Chi also frowned slightly, but Yu Zhi sniffed and asked, "What does it smell like?" Wei Chi quickly looked at the baskets behind him, which were sealed tightly. He turned sideways to block them and said, "It's nothing, maybe chicken blood. I went up the mountain and caught 3 mountain chickens. Tomorrow, we'll have chestnut stew with chicken. Dinner's ready." Wei Mu's voice called out, and the whole family went to the main hall. Wei Laohan also returned and, upon hearing about Lu's matter, sighed. What should we do? Is the second daughter-in-law's health a bit weak? Maybe we should just forget it and not let her go out. Yu Zhi was still hesitant about whether to speak, but after hearing this, she swallowed her words. Wei Mu asked her, "Are you badly hurt?" Yu Zhi thought for a moment and said, "It's okay, not too serious." Wei Mu nodded, "That's good. I'll go check on her later." Hime said, "I'll bring the second sister-in-law her meal." The whole family sat down to eat. Wei Chi looked very hungry, picked up his bowl, and started eating quickly. The stir-fried pig intestines had no strange smell, cooked with pickled peppers from the sour jar, and tasted especially good. Yu Zhi didn't usually like eating these kinds of offal, but today she took several bites. At the dinner table, they chatted about family matters. After eating, Wei Mu went to find Lu. Yu Zhi and Wei Chi returned to their room. "Wife, I'll go wash first." Yu Zhi had something on her mind, so she didn't ask why he came back so late today, just nodded casually. Wei Chi took 2 large buckets of water to the bathhouse and washed himself from head to toe. The hot water flowed over his firm muscles, and when it reached his calves, there were rings of red marks, as if something had squeezed them. Wei Chi glanced casually and didn't pay much attention. After washing, he went back to his room. "Wife, is there still a strange smell?" Yu Zhi shook her head. Wei Chi walked over and hugged her, asking, "What's wrong, wife? You seem distracted." Yu Zhi hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell Wei Chi about second sister-in-law's matter. She could keep it from her parents, but since she and Wei Chi were married, they should discuss it. Besides, that troublemaker dared to harass second sister-in-law and Xiaoying, just bullying them because they are women. But the Wei family had men too, right? After hearing Yu Zhi's words, Wei Chi thought for a moment and said, "There are still things like this. I'll find out more tomorrow." When his brows furrowed, he looked a bit fierce. Yu Zhi hurriedly said, "You should ask around first. Don't rush to find trouble." Wei Chi looked at her and smiled slightly. "I'll listen to you." Yu Zhi felt relieved and said, "Okay, go to sleep." After washing up, the two of them got into bed. Even though Wei Chi was still thinking about something, there was another matter that made him feel restless. Yu Zhi was about to forget it and was just starting to feel sleepy. When the man's large hand reached out, she realized his intention. "Why are you doing this?" Wei Chi's eyes were dark, and his gaze on her was unexpectedly intense. He silently said 3 words. "Yu Zhi." Wei Chi checked her first, and then let out a sigh of relief. "It's finally over. Yu Zhi." Tonight, there was probably no stopping, even though she was still a little scared. After a month, she seemed to have forgotten. No matter how much time passed, she felt she could never get used to him. Wei Chi also understood this. He tried to comfort the delicate girl in his arms. Wei Chi was always a very patient hunter. Even earlier, he hadn't fully gone in. Their size difference was real, which meant she had to endure him. Every small step forward was good for him. He was never fully satisfied. For Yu Zhi, at first she was afraid, but then she gradually felt another sensation taking over. Her cheeks turned red, and her eyelids looked a bit swollen. It was like a fish drowning in water. When she opened her eyes, she could only see his swaying chest. She didn't want to face him directly, so she turned her head aside. She saw his arm, thicker than her calf. Yu Zhi. She didn't know how long it was before the man got up to tidy up. He carefully cleaned her with a warm cloth, and Wei Chi let out a long breath. "Wife, go to sleep." Yu Zhi was too tired to respond. She closed her eyes and immediately fell asleep. In the second courtyard, Wei's mother was talking with Lu. Wei's mother probably saw Lu's persistence and asked, "Are you still going?" Lu nodded. "Yes, I must go. Mother, today was just an accident. I've already figured out everything about the town. It would be a pity not to go." Wei's mother sighed. "All right, if you want to go, then go. Running a business outside isn't easy. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell the family." Lu's heart skipped a beat, thinking her mother-in-law was criticizing her, but when she saw Wei's mother's calm expression, she realized her mother-in-law probably didn't know. She relaxed. Okay, I understand, mother. There's one more thing. Wei's mother sighed. You're a quiet person. Earlier, your eldest sister-in-law was a bit careless in her actions. I already talked to her about it. I see she's trying to change. We're all family, so sometimes you shouldn't worry. Mother. This time, Lu didn't wait for her to finish speaking and interrupted her. Wei's mother was a bit surprised. I already know. Lu simply said this calmly, and Wei's mother's eyes started to turn red. Okay. She didn't know what else to say, so she just smiled and wiped away her tears. My third brother is also asking about the second brother. There must be good news soon. Lu nodded in response. Actually, she wanted to go out and do business, and there was a reason for that. But she had never spoken about it before. The next day, Wei Chi was going to the town again. Wei's mother was a bit surprised. Why are you going again? Lu was at the dining table, glancing meaningfully at her third sister-in-law. Wei Chi remained calm. I'm going to sell some things. Everyone understood. Yu Zhi then noticed the basket Wei Chi had left in the yard yesterday and asked, What is that?
Wei Chi smiled.
A hedgehog. Old Wei sniffed and said, Hedgehog?
No, I smell a snake.
Yu Zhi didn't ask further and said, When will you be back? Wei Chi looked at her and smiled. I'll try to come back early to keep you company. Yu Zhi.
She didn't mean that.
Wei Chi's reason for going to the town was something only she knew, but neither of the two young spouses said anything. After dinner, Wei's mother still went to the pig farm, while he sure stayed at home. The tofu stall was closed for the day, and Lu was resting her injury. The three sisters-in-law were together, and the yard was quite lively. Yu Zhi didn't fully know about the recent issues between the eldest and second sisters-in-law, but she had a general idea. Seeing that they seemed to be talking more and their relationship was improving, Yu Zhi felt warm inside. It was really good, unlike what she had heard before, where people in the household constantly schemed and fought. Her mother had told her before that conflicts among sisters-in-law happened from time to time. A few days ago, they had used some chestnuts to make candied chestnuts, and today they planned to cook chestnut chicken. Wei Chi had brought back 3 mountain chickens yesterday, all kept at home for their own eating. When she was free, Yu Zhi sat in the yard sunbathing and peeling chestnuts, with the 3 little ones happily carrying poems on their backs. Laughter occasionally floated through the air. Wei Chi rode his mule and quickly arrived at the town again. This time, he didn't go to Tongren Hall but headed straight to the yamen. Ma-er was still there and looked surprised when he saw Wei Chi. Brother Wei? Wei Chi signaled him with his eyes, and Ma-er saw his basket and immediately smiled. I'm going out for a bit. When they reached a quiet place, Wei Chi asked him to check the goods. Ma-er was amazed. Is this a python? Wei Chi nodded. Little python. Actually, the snake was an accident. Yesterday, his target was a small dragon, but it seems the snake also set its sights on the green bamboo leaf. When his prey was snatched away by Wei Chi, the snake became angry and wrapped around him. The snake was still young, but had a big appetite. Wei Chi immediately laughed. You brought this on yourself. He was a big guy and didn't want the snake to swallow him whole. But the snake's constriction was even stronger, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to eat some venomous snakes. Wei Chi's leg still bore some marks. Ma-er saw this and was amazed. Brother, you're really impressive. Give me a price. Ma-er reached into his pocket, but Wei Chi calmly said, Forget it. I'll give you the snake. But I have a favor to ask. Ma-er paused.
What is it?
My second sister-in-law is selling things in town. Yesterday, she was harassed by a troublemaker. Can you find out who it was? Ma-er understood immediately. It's a small matter. I'll ask around for you. Wei Chi nodded. Most of the time, Wei Chi was good-tempered with family, but outside, he had a fierce look when he was not smiling and looked like someone not to be messed with. If anyone dared to bully his family, he wouldn't hold back. With Ma-er's help, the troublemaker was quickly found. He was a gambler named Ding Er Ma. When Wei Chi found him, he was inside a casino, completely drunk and unaware of the time. He was drinking small wine and singing, clearly having a good day. But his good luck ended as soon as he stepped out of the casino. As soon as his feet touched the ground outside, everything went black. A sack was tightly over his head, and he was dragged into a corner. Then fists rained down like rain.
Hey! Hey! Who's hitting me?
Wei Chi's fists weren't gentle rain. After a few punches, Ding Er Ma's shouts grew quieter. Ma Er didn't leave, but watched from the side. He had wanted to help, but seeing Wei Chi, he realized it wasn't his business. Wei Chi put the sack over his head not because he feared revenge, but because it made it easier to strike. Once Ding Er Ma was subdued, Wei Chi kicked him once more. Remember this. Be careful when you go out. Don't provoke people you shouldn't. By then, Ding Er Ma was out of breath and full of regret, begging, Grandpa, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Wei Chi coldly gave him one last kick before letting him go. Meyer stepped forward and patted his shoulder. All right, from now on, I'll give my brothers a heads up and keep an eye out for you. Okay, thanks. After settling this matter, Wei Chi and Ma Er left together. Suddenly, Ma Er remembered something and said, By the way, I heard that yesterday, the eldest son of Sun's family helped your sister-in-law out of trouble. Sun's family? Yes, a big family in Foda town. They also have business in the county seat. Wei Chi remembered a little. I have a faint impression. That's right. I just wanted to tell you, nothing more. All right, I understand. Thanks, brother.
Mayas milit.
No need to be polite. By the way, remember to pay close attention to what I told you.
Wei Chi nodded. Got it.
Because of Ma Er's words, Wei Chi became a bit more interested in Sun's family. Before leaving Foda town, he even went out of his way to visit Sun's house for a look. The Sun residence was quite grand, but Wei Chi only took a quick glance and then left. Yesterday's incident was probably just an accident. In Wei's small courtyard, Mrs. He had already started cooking chicken soup. From the kitchen, the sound of the clay pot steaming and bubbling occasionally reached Wei's ears. When making chicken, it's best to simmer on low heat. The aroma will slowly spread out. The three sisters-in-law were chatting and laughing in the yard when suddenly, Xunyan returned from the village entrance. Lu Shi looked surprised and asked Xunyan, Are you going to sell again with your shoulder pole? Xunyan stopped and smiled. Yes, I can't sit still. Besides, the tofu I didn't sell yesterday will go bad soon. I wandered around but didn't sell much, so I made a trip for nothing. Lu Shi looked worried. Mrs. He asked, How could that be? Business was pretty good, wasn't it? At first, everyone was curious, but later, some said my tofu was a bit coarse. I don't know why. Lu Shi also seemed to understand. I think they're just making trouble. How can you compare the coarseness of tofu? Yu Zhi had been listening nearby, lost in thought. Suddenly, he spoke. Can I see your tofu? The others were a bit stunned, especially Xunyan, who was very surprised.
Sure.
She lifted the cloth covering her basket, and Yu Zhi stepped over and looked inside. He said, I know what's going on now. Xunyan's eyes widened. If I'm not mistaken, you used wood ash to settle the tofu, right? Xunyan's lips moved, surprised.
Yes.
How do you know? Yu Zhi smiled. There are only a few methods for making tofu, either wood ash or salt brine. The young lady admired him and said, Yes, that's right. She thought this method was a secret recipe but didn't expect someone to see through it immediately. Her mood became a bit complicated. Yu Zhi said, There are many impurities in wood ash. I have a way to make it finer and softer. The young lady widened her eyes and asked, Double method. Plaster. Go buy some plaster at the pharmacy. It's white, and when used, the tofu made with it is white and tender, unlike the one made with wood ash. The young lady was very surprised, and the He and Lu ladies were the same. Third sister-in-law.
You really know a lot.
Yu Zhi smiled and said, I read about it in books. Everyone understood. Reading really is useful. The young lady thought for a moment and said, I understand. I'll try it tomorrow.
Thank you. Yu Zhi smiled gently.
You're welcome. When she smiled, her brightness was like spring, and she was especially gentle. The young lady couldn't help but stare. It seemed she understood something and felt much clearer inside. All right, I'm leaving now. Sister Lu, is your foot better? Much better, Lu said with a smile. Maybe I can join you at the market the day after tomorrow. Her pickled vegetables are almost ready. The young lady nodded and then carried her shoulder pole and left. Yu Zhi and the others returned to the yard. Mrs. He said, they say reading is useful. Third sister-in-law, the method you casually mentioned might be a treasure in their eyes. Yu Zhi chuckled softly. I know it's one thing, but doing it is another. That's true. But listening to this, Mrs. He and Lu still felt they must make sure their sons study hard so they can succeed. In the afternoon, the whole family returned home at dusk. The smell of chestnut chicken soup in the kitchen had already spread, making everyone's mouth water. Wei Chi casually threw something into the yard, then went to wash his hands by the water basin. De Lang had also learned quickly. As soon as he returned, he went to his third uncle and told him everything his sister-in-law did today, just like Yao Yao used to do. He was asking for candy, and Wei Chi really bought some today. Share it among yourselves. De Lang's eyes lit up when he saw the candy. Thank you, third uncle. But his sharper eyes caught another bag. What's this? This is for your third aunt.
Dalang understood.
Third uncle is really kind to third aunt. When I get a wife, I'll treat her just as well.
Wei Chi smiled.
You're worried about your wife before your hair even grows. Yu Zhi just happened to come out of the house and heard this, so she paused in her steps. Wei Chi also saw his wife and walked over with a smile. Wife, open your mouth. Yu Zhi, am I a dog? Wei Chi was momentarily surprised and quickly apologized. I bought you some milk candies and wanted to give them to you. Yu Zhi simply walked past him, too lazy to pay attention. Wei Chi was used to this and chuckled as he followed. His delicate, temperamental wife's face changed 800 times a day, but he happily took care of her. Wei Chi had been thinking about the chestnut stew with chicken for several days. Today, he finally got to taste it. The aroma of wild mountain chicken was naturally wonderful, firm meat with a rich flavor. The chicken soup was golden and delicious, and when combined with the soft, sweet chestnuts, Yu Zhi couldn't help but drink 2 big bowls, feeling a bit full. Wei Chi grinned and said, Wife, soak the cake in the soup. It tastes better that way. Wei's mother knew they had cooked chicken today and specially made thin, crispy, fragrant pancakes, perfect for dipping in the chicken soup. Yu Zhi, I'm full. I can't eat anymore. Wei Chi didn't insist, then eat more meat, eat meat. Yu Zhi smiled softly. Wei Chi looked at his wife and couldn't help but think how adorable she was. She was easy to please and never held grudges. He felt very happy inside. After eating and drinking enough, everyone was tired from the day and went back to their rooms to rest. Yu Zhi was about to brush her teeth when Wei Chi stopped her. Aren't you going to have some milk candies? Yu Zhi suddenly remembered what he had just said. She had almost forgotten. Since she remembered, she couldn't help but say, Be careful what you say in front of the children. Wei Chi recalled and realized that the phrase not even a single hair was a bit crude, which made the delicate wife angry. He chuckled. Darren is still young, he doesn't understand that. Yu Zhi glared at him. Wei Chi looked disappointed. All right, I'll be more careful next time. Yu Zhi huffed softly. Kids tend to imitate everything. If you say that, he might remember it. Yes, you're right, I'll change. Yu Zhi's anger subsided, and she reached out. Where are the milk candies? Wei Chi smiled and immediately took a paper-wrapped package from his pocket. Besides the milk candies, I also asked them to get some fruit candies. You can choose and eat whichever you like. Yu Zhi smiled slightly, not wanting to let him feel proud, and only took one piece before going to brush her teeth. After getting into bed, Wei Chi came over to hold his wife. Yu Zhi, aren't you tired? Even normally, he didn't do this every day. That's silly talk. Wei Chi was indifferent. Yu Zhi pulled the blanket and said, I'm tired.
Wanky.
He thought for a moment and said, Don't you want to know if I went to the town today to help second sister-in-law vent her anger?
Yes.
Then just follow me, this once. Yu Zhi. Wei Chi pushed further. Today, I even got hurt trying to help second sister-in-law.
Yu Zhi's face changed.
You fought with someone? Where are you hurt? Wei Chi. My leg.
Look.
Yu Zhi leaned in to check and saw red marks on his lower leg. She frowned. How did that happen? Wei Chi lied with his eyes open. That kid was pretty fierce. He tried to strangle me with a rope. Yu Zhi was shocked. Is there no law anymore? Don't worry, wife. I know a constable. He took care of him thoroughly. Really? Really? After that, he always avoids second sister-in-law. Yu Zhi relaxed and felt reassured. Wei Chi looked at her eagerly. Yu Zhi's heart softened, and she lowered her eyes. Just this once. Wei Chi was overjoyed, a smile almost impossible to hide. Okay, as promised. Yu Zhi closed her eyes. Later that night, another autumn rain fell softly, and the yard was probably covered with fallen leaves. In the room, Yu Zhi was about the same, with many gold beans spilled around. She believed his lies. Yu Zhi swore she would never trust Wei Chi's words again. It was just once, but this time, for some reason, the wait felt especially long. At first, she thought it would only take a tea's time, but then it stretched to 15 minutes, then half an hour. Now, just as it was about to end, her throat felt like it was on fire. Wei Chi helped her up and fed her a big bowl of warm water. Through the window, she could see her reflection. Eyes swollen, hair messy, not at all pretty. When she lay down, she was annoyed and reached out to pinch herself several times, without mercy. She even heard the man take a deep breath. Her mood finally eased a little. She had no dreams all night, and by morning, the light was bright. Starting today, Wei Mu and he sure would take turns going to the pig farm because there was work at home too. Today, Wei Mu went first. She heard that they had built a stove at the pig farm and needed to cook pig feed and shovel pig manure. Quite a bit of work. He sure sorted through the clothes that had been piled up for days and went to the river with Man to wash them. Today, the children would return to school. Lu Sure was in the yard tidying her pickled vegetables. As for the men, they all left early in the morning, each busy with their own tasks. Second sister-in-law, is your foot better? Yu Zhi asked. Mrs. Lu smiled and said, much better now. Thank you. Third sister-in-law. Your medicinal wine really works. Yu Zhi also smiled. If it works, that's good. Keep using it often, and your waist will get better.
Ah.
Are the pickles ready, second sister-in-law? Yes, yes.
I'll scoop some out for you to taste.
Yu Zhi said, eat them at noon. I just had breakfast, and am full. Mrs. Lu also smiled happily. You have such a good appetite. Yu Zhi went to teach the children. Mrs. Lu checked jar after jar. Thank goodness, her pickles and sauerkraut turned out well. Not a single jar wasted money on. Mrs. Lu smiled happily, as if she could see coins and silver calling her. Wei Chi also went out today, but not to the pig farm. He directly went to a few households on the back mountain of Hualing village. Some of these families are Wei Chi's brothers, surnamed Wu. One named Wu Dazhuang, the other Wu Desheng. The brothers are twins, very strong. They had gone to another village to work at a quarry recently, and just returned. Seeing Wei Chi, the brothers were very happy. Long time no see, Brother Wei. It's been a while since your wedding. Wei Chi said, you ran off right after the wedding feast. Do you have the nerve? There's nothing we can do, Brother Wei. We're not as fortunate as your family with big plans. We have to make a living. Wei Chi said, stop talking. The Wu brothers both smiled. Brother Wei, what brings you here today? Are you going up the mountain?
Wei Chi nodded.
I have a big deal. Do you want to join? When they heard it was a business, the Wu brothers naturally became interested and moved closer. Tell us more. Wei Chi didn't hide anything and explained what Ma Er wanted. Wu Dazhuang frowned. Wolves? That means going into the Baoping mountain gorge where there are packs of wolves. Wolves are social animals, and Wei Chi knew that well. It wasn't just one wolf, so he needed help. 100 taels of silver, the other side promised. 100 taels. The Wu brothers immediately became interested. Brother, you're so capable, we'll follow you. If you say go, we'll go. Wei Chi's goal wasn't just money, it was also a way to make connections. He saw that Ma Er was influential in the government office, and he wanted to learn more. Finding his second brother early might only be possible this way. Winter is coming soon. These animals will definitely need to hunt. We should plan carefully. Today, Mrs. Liu opened a jar of sauerkraut. In the afternoon, she planned to stew the remaining 2 fish. They were the long fish Wei Chi caught when he went swimming near the waterfall the other day. Just 1 fish was enough to make a pot of stew. The pickled fish soup tastes fresh and tangy. When Liu's family opened the jar of pickled vegetables, everyone in the family smelled a strong sour aroma and eagerly went to see it. The green mustard turned yellow-green but remained tender, and when 1 piece was cut, it was juicy and plentiful. Yu Zhi looked at it for a while and said, "It's amazing, just smelling it is so fragrant." Liu smiled and said, "Today, I'll cook fish to try, and tomorrow I'll use it to make pickled vegetable boxes. The flavor should be very good." Second sister-in-law, "You'll go to the market again tomorrow?" Liu nodded, "Yes, but it's okay. I have enough time." Yu Zhi was deeply moved by their hard work. While they were opening the jar, he and Wei Man also returned. As soon as they entered the yard, he sniffed and said, "Such a nice smell of pickled vegetables. Did you open the jar?" They carried wooden basins, clearly just finished washing clothes by the river. Liu smiled and said, "Yes, this afternoon I cooked pickled fish. Oh, these days are really good. It's either chicken or fish." He added playfully, "Thanks to third sister-in-law." Yu Zhi blushed and asked, "What does that have to do with me?" "Third brother cares about you, so he's willing to go up the mountain more. Our family used to eat meat and chicken, but never this often. I even heard third brother say he wants to fatten you up. You're too thin now." I even heard third brother say he wants to fatten you up. You're too thin now. Yu Zhi. Seeing Yu Zhi turn red instantly, he laughed and said, "Look at that. Third sister-in-law has a thin skin. If you tease me again, I won't prepare anything for you and Man, Yu Zhi said with a pout. Wei Man's eyes lit up. "You're preparing something for us? What is it?" "Come on, big sister-in-law, don't tease her anymore." He smiled and said, All right, I won't say." "What is it?" She quickly went over to Yu Zhi to apologize. Yu Zhi wasn't really angry. "Here, this is for you and also for second sister-in-law." "What is it?" Wei Man, being impatient, couldn't wait to open it and see. "Is it face cream?" Yu Zhi smiled and said, "Sort of, but not for the face. It's for hands. I often see big sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, and you washing clothes. This hand protector is pretty good." Everyone was happy and surprised. "I knew it." Sometimes in winter, people also use pig fat ointment to protect their hands. But this smells nice and isn't greasy like pig fat ointment. Wei Man said, "Third sister-in-law's gift must be good. Thank you so much." Yu Zhi smiled and said, "It's nothing. I'm glad you like it. They are all sisters-in-law, and she cannot simply do nothing all the time." "I'm glad you like it. They are all sisters-in-law, and she cannot simply do nothing all the time. She can only try to do her part in these small matters." "Hey, third sister-in-law, when did you buy these? Was it last time you went to town?" Yu Zhi nodded. She bought this last time mainly because she needed to copy books. Paper was precious. In ancient times, not only women but also scholars protected their hands. Wei Man suddenly understood. "When are you going next? Isn't it soon?" Talking about this, Yu Zhi looked at the ink. It was indeed time to go see it again. Yu Zhi nodded. "Today, when Wei Chi comes back, I will discuss it with him." At noon, everyone was resting. Yu Yantai suddenly ran to his sister's room, seeming to remember something. Older sister. Yu Zhi was copying medical books and immediately put down her brush. "What is it, Yantai?" Yantai had been doing better each day. Now, sitting in front of Yu Zhi, he looked almost like his old self. "Older sister, I have remembered many things recently." Yu Zhi's fingers tightened around her brush. Then she put it down. "You remembered something? Parents? And big brother?" When her brother asked this, Yu Zhi's face gradually turned pale. She knew she couldn't hide anymore. What was coming was indeed coming. Her expression grew serious. "Yantai, many things in the family are complicated, and you are still young. You may not understand. When we left Jiangnan, I know, the eldest uncle embezzled, and we were stripped of our titles and exiled." Yu Zhi's face changed suddenly. "Yantai, I heard the conversation between Big Brother and Father in the study that day. You think I don't know anything. But sister, does Big Brother's embezzlement have anything to do with us? Did Father also get involved? Yu Zhi pressed her lips. I can't answer that question, but I believe Father didn't, and Big Brother believes so too. Yentai's eyes showed clear disappointment. But that's what people in the capital think. Sister, what happened next? How did we end up like this? Yu Zhi looked out the window, a trace of sadness flashing in her eyes. You had a high fever on the way and lost consciousness. Father and Mother originally wanted to take you to Uncle Chen's house in Suizhou, but when we reached Suzhou, we were attacked by assassins. Father went to distract them, but accidentally fell off a cliff. Mother couldn't bear the and followed. Later, Big Brother was captured by those people. They were going to send him north to build the Great Wall. The task of escorting you to Suizhou fell on me, but... Yentai looked at her sister, tears suddenly falling down his face. Big Brother. Is it gone too? Yu Zhi also cried. I don't know. Yentai saw her sister crying and started to cry as well, and the two of them ended up crying together. Sister, sister. Yentai's words were already choked and broken. So, then you had an accident, and this happened? Yu Zhi nodded, her eyes red. Stay alive, Yentai. Nothing is more important than staying alive. She reached out and wiped her brother's tears. Big Brother and sister-in-law might still be alive. The Great Wall in the borderlands will eventually be finished. Keep trying to live, Yentai. Promise your sister. Tears and snot streamed down Yentai's face. He didn't dare to lift his head, only using his sleeve to wipe his tears. He knew that if it weren't for him, his sister might not have had an accident, wouldn't have ended up in this small village, and wouldn't have married so hastily. His sister. But she was supposed to marry into the capital. The bond between siblings is strong. Yu Zhi wiped her brother's tears. People should look forward. We are already much better. Their father's family and cousin should have already arrived in the northern frontier. What good could exile possibly bring? Many are insulted along the way, and if they reach the north, they might be forced into service or worse. Their family is no longer noble. When the exile order came, they were worse than commoners. They were criminals. Sister is brother-in-law. Doing well? Yu Zhi suddenly saw the flower vase on the windowsill. When she first came to Wei's house, she really thought about dying. But she lacked the courage, and she still cared about Yentai. Her brother was her concern, and there was also this person who always appeared in front of her. And these little spring flowers, blooming one after another. From spring to summer to autumn, they never missed a season. A smile appeared on Yu Zhi's lips. Yes, he's doing well. Wei Chi wandered around the mountain again today, but perhaps because he had hunted so many mountain chickens and rabbits recently, they were all gone. Wei Chi scratched his head. Is this forcing me to hunt bigger game? Wolves can be sold for money, but the best for nourishing his wife is mountain chicken. But today he couldn't find any, so Wei Chi had to leave the mountain. Just as he was about to descend, he caught a glimpse of something near a cliff. Wei Chi stopped in his tracks and walked over. What is this? It seemed that some squirrel or rabbit burrow had exposed a ginseng root. Wei Chi was happy. He used to have no interest in the things in the soil when he went up the mountain, even though he knew there were treasures like lingzhi mushrooms and ginseng deep in the mountains. But as a grown man, he naturally wouldn't dig for wild vegetables like women do, so he had never encountered such things before. But today, it was as if heaven had sent it to him. It was simply handed right in front of him, so he couldn't just ignore it. Wei Chi grinned and pulled out the ginseng. Surprisingly, this ginseng was quite big. He thought about giving it to Zhao the doctor to sell for a good price later. He happily went home. Wife. As soon as Wei Chi entered the yard, he called out for his wife. Yu Zhi was already calming down and copying medical books, so she didn't respond. He Sure and Lu Sure both turned around and said, "Third brother is back." Wei Chi sniffed and asked, "Did we have fish stew today?" "Yes, the same one we brought back before." Wei Chi smiled and said, "All right, I'll go to my room first." Yu Zhi couldn't help but stop writing and looked at him curiously. Usually, Wei Chi would look for her when he came back, but not like today. What's wrong? She asked with curiosity.
Come and see.
Sometimes Wei Chi was really childish, like showing off a treasure, and he brought the ginseng to his wife. Yu Zhi was stunned. Ginseng. Where did it come from? Picked it up. That wasn't false. It wasn't dug out, it was truly picked up. Yu Zhi didn't believe it. How come I didn't find it when I was walking on the road? Wei Chi smiled. If you and I go up the mountain more often, you'll find it too. He told her how he found it, and Yu Zhi was amazed. You really are lucky. Let me see. It was quite a coincidence. Today, she was copying this medical book which talked about the medicinal uses of ginseng. Ginseng is very precious. It greatly boosts energy, calms the mind, and improves intelligence. Sometimes, in emergencies, it can save lives. Wei Chi asked, how much do you think this one is worth if we sell it? Yu Zhi asked, do you want to sell it? Wei Chi replied, you mean you don't want to sell it? But we don't really need it. Yu Zhi looked at the old ginseng, which was at least 20 years old, and felt a bit reluctant. It's not impossible, but if we sell it, we might not get that much. Wei Chi looked at her and thought for a moment. Then, we won't sell it. Yu Zhi hesitated and said, I didn't mean that. If we need money at home, we can sell it. Wei Chi said, we're not short of money. With you here, it's impossible to be short. Yu Zhi pursed her lips and said nothing. She really didn't want to sell it. Such ginseng could truly save lives. Wei Chi said, then keep it. Let's store it properly. Yu Zhi hesitated a little. All right. I'll keep it for now. Since we're not in a hurry for money, let's not sell it yet.
Good.
I'll go with your decision. By the way, wife, let's go to the town tomorrow. You and Yantai should go see it again. Yu Zhi was thinking about this and nodded when he saw her agree. Okay, let's rest early tonight.
Wei Chi responded.
He wasn't really thinking much, but suddenly he noticed her red earlobes and realized something. He smiled and said, don't worry, I never caused trouble for you before going out. Yu Zhi wanted to cover his mouth. Tonight's pickled fish was especially delicious. Yu Zhi even ate half a bowl of rice. The combination of pickled vegetables and fish soup was very appetizing, and the soup with rice was fragrant. After eating too much, she felt a bit uncomfortable and didn't want to sleep right away, so she wandered around her small yard. The yard was just a small patch at the entrance of the third house, with only a water basin used for washing. Wei Chi was tinkering with some wood again. Seeing this, he smiled and said, I'll make you a shuttlecock someday. Yu Zhi's eyes lit up. Really?
Can you do that?
Wei Chi saw her so happy and put down his work. You like it? Just tell me earlier. With so many mountain chickens before, I could have made one for you already. I forgot. All right, I'll catch some more tomorrow. Yu Zhi smiled and then started to spin around. By the way, what exactly are you doing? I saw you busy earlier. Wei Chi rarely had his wife around when working and smiled. I'm making a new basket, a new hat, and a desk.
What?
Yu Zhi doubted if she heard him right. A desk. She was stunned. Why? In a farming family, they didn't have such things. Even Wei Hai, who was studying, didn't have a desk at home. You need to copy books and like drawing. Sitting on the Kong, heated bed, all the time is uncomfortable, Wei Chi said casually. But Yu Zhi didn't know why. Her eyes started to feel a little warm. Since he was making these for her, she decided to make one for her second brother too. Recently, she had been digging wood, but making these was troublesome, so it might take until next month. After Wei Chi finished speaking, he suddenly felt something soft behind him, and a pair of delicate arms wrapped around his waist. The man was momentarily stunned, his eyes showing surprise and tenderness. Don't move. Noticing Wei Chi was about to turn around, Yu Zhi immediately said. Wei Chi didn't move after that. Yu Zhi felt a bit shy about taking the initiative, but today was an exception. She only hugged him and didn't do anything else. Soon she let go. I'm going back to my room. Wei Chi wanted to reach out and hold her, but Yu Zhi slipped away like a fish. Wei Chi looked down at his hand and smiled, then shook his head and continued working. When he was busy, it lasted until almost noon. Because he couldn't do that thing, Wei Chi calmed his mind and, on returning to his room, Yu Zhi was already asleep. He smiled slightly, quickly tidied himself up, then lay beside his wife and held her in his arms. He had a peaceful night without dreams. The next day, Yu Zhi set out for Fotu town for the second time. This time, Wei's mother agreed to let Man go with her. Go together. We need to buy many things this time, thick cloth, cotton, and also cotton shoes. Wei's mother took quite a bit of money, and Wei Man happily accepted it.
Yay!
It's been a long time since I went to town. Wei Chi drove the cart, with Man, Yu Zhi, and the inkstone sitting at the back. The children were still eagerly looking around today, but Lu's wife had already left earlier. Mother, we're leaving, Wei Chi said as he sat in front and whipped the horse. Take it slow. Come back early. Wei's mother waved her hand. The mule cart gradually left Hualing village. Along the way, Wei Man chattered happily, more lively than the last time Yu Zhi went to the city. Girls tend to talk more, so the inkstone and Wei Chi couldn't join in the conversation. Brother-in-law and younger brother exchanged glances and silently sat in front, driving the cart. Wei Chi also noticed that the inkstone was getting better. Although this younger brother-in-law was even smaller than De Wang, he seemed more mature and sensible. Wei Chi stroked his chin, thinking, this isn't good. The kid doesn't look like a kid. He looks too old and serious. Yantai, do you want to go bird hunting? As brother-in-law, Wei Chi couldn't just sit still. Bird hunting? Yu Yantai looked surprised. Yes, sparrows, pigeons, doves, all can be caught. I'll make you a slingshot tomorrow. Yantai pursed his lips. His childhood had never involved bird hunting. Starting at age 3, his father and older brother taught him to read the wise books. He had never experienced rural life before. But he was only 6, so even if he pretended, he couldn't look truly old and serious. If it's okay, I think.
Wei Chi laughed loudly.
Thinking is thinking. What are you talking about, whether you can or not? Tomorrow, your brother-in-law will take you up the mountain. Yantai smiled with pursed lips. Thank you, brother-in-law. Yu Zhi, listening from behind, heard every word clearly and smiled softly. After more than half an hour, the mule cart arrived at Fotu town. The first thing was naturally to go to Tongren Hall. Although there was nothing related to Wei Man, she didn't want to wander alone, so she followed along. Dr. Zhao was in the backyard gathering herbs. When he heard that they had arrived, he was very happy and quickly went outside. Miss Yu, nice to meet you. Yu Zhi slightly bowed, Dr. Zhao. Wei Chi watched from the side, thinking that old Zhao was smiling like a flower, though a dried flower that was too old to be pretty. It hurt his eyes, so he turned away to avoid looking. This time, I am truly lucky to meet you, Miss Yu. Your medical book really helped me a lot. Yu Zhi smiled. Helping you practice medicine and save people is the best. Even if I only save one person. Not just one, many. They praised each other, and Dr. Zhao spoke so enthusiastically that it seemed like the medical book had saved the world. Wei Man couldn't get a word in, so she moved closer to her older brother, but he kept staring ahead, arms crossed, looking impatient, though he didn't want to interrupt his wife. Finally, it was over. Yu Zhi said, the 3rd volume will probably take more time. Today, I came to ask the doctor to look at my younger brother again. All right, I'll take a look. Yuan Tai stepped forward obediently. Doctor, your skills are excellent. My younger brother has improved a lot. Let me check his pulse. Yes, that's true. Open your mouth, I want to check your tongue. Yuan Tai cooperated very well. Wei Man was getting impatient and wandered around the clinic, but Wei Chi remained still. Check my wife too, Wei Chi suddenly said after Yuan Tai finished. Dr. Zhao smiled. Of course. But judging by Miss Yu's complexion, she's already much better. Thank you, doctor. They stayed in the clinic for nearly half an hour consulting and getting medicine. When they came out, the street market was bustling. Wei Man couldn't wait. 3rd sister-in-law, shall we go shopping now? Yu Zhi looked at Wei Chi. Do you still have something to do? Wei Chi. No, you go ahead. Yu Zhi. I want to see 2nd sister-in-law. Lu was still in the town, so Wei Chi was reminded. All right, let's go take a look. Most likely, Lu was at the market in town. The 4 of them headed there together. The market was full of stalls lined up side by side. Yu Zhi didn't expect there to be so many small stalls in Foda town. She was dazzled for a moment. Wei Chi protected his wife and cleared the way. If you see something you like, just buy it. Yu Zhi smiled softly and nodded quietly. Come and see. Pickled vegetables, homemade. There are radish greens, mustard greens, and even whole jars of pickled cabbage. For people were drawn by a clear, lively call for business and couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Wei Man widened her eyes and exclaimed, "It's second sister-in-law." Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that the gentle and shy second sister-in-law at home could be so lively and bold outside. A few of them walked over. Second sister-in-law, is business good? Lu Shi saw them and was surprised for a moment. Why are you here? Wei Chi said, second sister-in-law left very early this morning. I plan to go with her. Our mule cart can't hold all these jars. I have several jars here. I just discussed with the big ox at the village entrance. He'll pull the cart for us every day, 10 coins per trip. He charges the same for a full load of people, and we don't have to wait. Yu Zhi smiled and said, that's a good idea. He'll be happy. If you run a car, it's a steady business for him. Exactly. Come, try some pickled vegetables. Wei Chi was about to refuse, but Yu Zhi smiled and said, all right, I won't be polite. Wei Chi was a bit surprised, then saw his wife pick up a clean chopstick and taste a bit. Very tasty. She even deliberately raised her voice. The people around, already attracted by such a beautiful young lady, now gathered closer. What's so good? Oh, it's pickled vegetables. How much are you selling it for? Young lady, is it really delicious? Wei Chi and Lu Shi suddenly understood and looked gratefully at Yu Zhi. The crowd around the stall quickly grew. Wei Chi pulled his wife gently to prevent her from being bumped. Wei Man said, third sister-in-law is really talented. She'll definitely do well in business. Yu Zhi smiled. I don't have that skill. Miss you. Miss you. Another voice called from behind. Turning around, it was Gu Xionyang, carrying a shoulder pole. Wei Chi's expression slightly changed. Xionyang's eyes were sharp, and she hurried straight to Yu Zhi. Miss you. Thank you so much. Yu Zhi was a bit surprised. Thank me? Yes. Last time, you taught me how to use plaster to make tofu. It works great. Look at my tofu, white and tender. It sells really well. Please accept this. It was clear Xionyang was genuinely happy. She directly handed Yu Zhi a big handful of twisted sugar sticks. Yu Zhi was very surprised. You don't have to. I just said it casually. For you, it was just a casual remark, but I made money. The tofu has sold more in these few days than in 10 days before. Please take it. I'd feel terrible otherwise. Xionyang was eager to hold Yu Zhi's hand and keep talking. Meanwhile, Wei Man chuckled softly. Third brother, look at how much more popular my third sister-in-law is now than you. Wei Chi glared at her. Shut up. He didn't care much about this matter, but he kept staring at his wife's hand. At this moment, Xionyang was holding him passionately, and he hadn't even held her yet. When they entered the town, his wife said he couldn't hold her anymore. Xionyang thanked Yu Zhi for a long time, and Wei Chi couldn't say a word. During this break, Lu's pickled vegetable stall was getting busier and busier. Big sister Lu, are you starting to sell pickled vegetables now? Suddenly, a man's voice came from the side. Both Xionyang and Lu turned to look. Young Master Ding? Wei Chi raised his eyebrows and looked over. A young man in a blue long robe appeared near Lu's stall, smiling as he asked. Yes, I planned to sell pickled vegetables earlier, and we started today, Lu replied with a smile. The man nodded and noticed Wei Chi's gaze. He turned to look at him and exchanged a quick glance. In the next moment, he saw Yu Zhi and Wei Man nearby. When his eyes paused on Yu Zhi, he seemed momentarily stunned, and a look of admiration flashed in his eyes. Who is this? Lu hurriedly explained, this is my family. My third younger brother, his wife, and my little sister-in-law. Third younger brother. This is the young master from the Ding family in town. Wei Chi remembered that Ma Er had told him last time that the first person to help second sister-in-law was from the Ding family. I am Ding Dai. The young man bowed, appearing to be a scholar. Wei Chi nodded. Wei Chi, since they were men, Yu Zhi and Wei Man didn't need to greet him, just nodded slightly. Xianyang and Lu didn't know that Wei Chi already knew about this, so they explained, "Young Master Ding has been very kind to our business." Ding Dai smiled. "Running a business isn't easy, especially for you two women. It's only right." While speaking, he glanced lightly at Yu Zhi. Yu Zhi seemed to sense it, slightly turned aside but didn't look at him. Ding Dai quickly withdrew his gaze. Wei Chi said, "Second sister-in-law, you're busy. I'll take fish and man for a walk first." "All right, take your time." Yu Zhi also said, "Second sister-in-law, let's go shopping first. Otherwise, we can go back together later." Lu looked at the jars around and thought for a moment, then said, "Okay, I'll try to sell as much as I can. If we almost sell out, we'll go back together." "Good." Ding Dai's eyes showed a hint of disappointment when he heard second sister-in-law. After they left, Xianyang handed Ding Dai 2 pieces of tofu, and Lu packed some pickled vegetables. "Thank you again for your help last time. This is a small gift." Ding Dai politely declined, saying, "You already gave me many things last time. Besides, I help you not for these. Just take them." Lu and Xianyang exchanged a helpless smile. "However, Sister Lu, your younger brother looks brave and capable. Do you know where he works in town?" Lu smiled and replied, "Third brother doesn't like staying in town. He's a good hunter." Ding Dai nodded thoughtfully and smiled slightly. After leaving the market, the feeling of being surrounded by people finally disappeared. Wei Man linked arms with Yu Zhi. "Third sister-in-law, that Ding Dai just now looked quite talented. Why does he seem so familiar with second sister-in-law and the others?" Yu Zhi already knew the reason from Wei Chi, but her family didn't know, and she couldn't tell Man now. So she changed the subject. "I'm not sure either. Let's go shopping first." Hearing this, Man became interested. "Yes, let's go to the water powder shop first." Wei Man was interested in these things, but buying heavy cotton cloth and shoes was better saved for later. After finishing, they would buy more practical items. The two went to the same water powder shop as last time, with Wei Chi waiting outside. As winter approached, Yu Zhi was still not very interested in rouge and powder, but she planned to buy some face cream and hand balm like last time. "Do you have unscented face cream?" Yu Zhi asked proactively. "Unscented? Sister-in-law, why would you want that?" Wei Man laughed. Yu Zhi smiled silently. The shopkeeper nodded and said, "Yes, wait a moment, young lady." She handed a large jar to Yu Zhi. These unscented face creams were usually big jars. Yu Zhi opened it and looked. "Yes, I'll take this one." The shopkeeper from the powder shop smiled and said, "I remembered you from last time. This time, we have a batch of blushes that suit you. Want to take a look?" Yu Zhi thought for a moment. Wei Man responded first. Yes, of course. What kind is it?" She handed over a very beautiful and delicate blush, with lovely colors and embossed patterns, but it was quite expensive. "This color really suits you, young lady. We also have matching lip balm," the shopkeeper enthusiastically promoted. Wei Man said, "Indeed, I can't pull off this color. Sister-in-law, you try it." Yu Zhi smiled and said, "But I really don't need it. Maybe next time." "Buy it." Wei Chi suddenly reached out with her big hand, grabbing the box. The 3 women were all surprised. Wei Chi looked down at it and said, "It's pretty. Wrap it up." The shopkeeper's wife immediately smiled and said, All right, I will also wrap that lip balm." "Wrap everything." Yu Zhi quietly said, "Why are you doing this? Go outside." Wei Chi casually replied, "That box looks nice. I'll buy it." Yu Zhi looked at him helplessly and Wei Man laughed. Third brother doesn't understand how pretty the rouge is. He just remembers the box looks good. Wei Chi didn't mind at all and waved his hand to pay. Then they went to a fabric store. As autumn arrived and the weather cooled, they needed to prepare warm clothes early. There were also cotton shoes and quilts, which was a significant expense. Wei Man chose a set of ready-made clothes and a pair of shoes. Yu Zhi did the same. Since the remaining ready-made clothes were too expensive and the weather wasn't very cold yet, they bought a lot of cotton fabric to make their own clothes at home. They were shopping at the biggest fabric store in town, which had many patterns. Man and Yu Zhi were responsible for choosing, while Wei Chi paid the bills. Third sister-in-law, this looks good. Wei Man pointed to a piece of sky blue fabric. It looked very expensive and felt very soft.
This suits you.
Yu Zhi hurriedly said, this color is too light. Forget it. Her blue dress was already put away and not worn often. The color was nice, but she didn't want that kind of color anymore. Miss Wei, you have a good eye. This is brocade from Suzhou. A voice suddenly came from the staircase. Wei Man turned her head and saw Ding Dai was also there.
You're
not just here earlier? Wei Chi squinted and looked over suddenly. This was his instinct. Although he didn't have any ill will toward the Ding family, meeting him now made his guard rise instantly. Miss Wei, this is our Ding family's fabric store, Ding Dai explained with a smile. Wei Man understood. I see, the Ding family really is quite large, she said. This fabric suits you very well, Ding Dai pointed. It's pretty, but a bit expensive, Man said honestly. It's okay. If you like it, I can give you a discount, Ding Dai offered. Wei Man widened her eyes.
Why?
Wei Chi came over and asked no need. How much is it? Ding Dai smiled and looked at Wei Chi, just wanted to make friends with Brother Wei, nothing else. Wei Chi wasn't used to making friends with everyone, and for some reason, even though these were strangers, the first impression Ma Er gave him was straightforward. But Ding Dai, he probably didn't like overly formal people. His smile seemed a bit fake. One price for all. We will buy this fabric at the original price. Wei Chi was about to pay, but Yu Zhi stopped him. I don't want it. Wei Chi. Wife, if you like it, just buy it. I don't like it, Yu Zhi smiled. Suddenly, she leaned close and whispered something to Wei Chi. Wei Chi suddenly understood and smiled too. All right, then I won't buy it. Wei Man looked confused. What are you two whispering about? Nothing, Yu Zhi smiled. Wei Chi waved his hand. Forget this fabric. Shopkeeper Ding, take your time selling it. After saying that, he generously paid the money and took his wife and sister away. When they left the fabric shop, Wei Man asked curiously, why did you decide not to buy it? Yu Zhi, that wasn't Suzhou brocade. He was just talking nonsense. Wei Man suddenly understood. Of course, her third sister-in-law was a genuine Jiangnan person and from a wealthy family. It was easy to tell if the fabric was from Suzhou. Third sister-in-law, you're so clever. Is this fabric shop a bit shady? Not exactly. Business people tend to exaggerate, which is normal. I just think it's too expensive and not worth the price. Wei Chi suddenly said, I think it's a ripoff. We won't buy from them. Let's check other shops. That should be enough. What do you think, Man? Wei Man, I think that's enough. We still have old clothes at home. Wei Chi. All right, let's go eat. I'm starving. By noon, it was definitely mealtime. The four of them agreed. Yu Zhi asked, want to visit second sister-in-law's place? It's on the way. Sure.
As you say.
Coincidentally, as they reached the market entrance, they saw Lu Shi carrying a shoulder pole. Second sister-in-law. It seemed Lu Shi's business was good. She was almost done selling. Seeing them, she was very happy. Third sister-in-law. The family gathered together. Yu Zhi was pleased. Second sister-in-law, your business is really good. Yes, today was lucky. I was just about to come find you. We just finished shopping and are about to eat. Join us. Wei Man, second sister-in-law, I picked out a piece of cotton fabric for you. Do you like it? Lu Shi smiled happily. Yes. You both have good taste. Wei Chi looked around. Let's go to that noodle shop from last time. Okay, it's really tasty. What noodle shop? Which one? Man asked anxiously. Wei Chi clicked his tongue. You'll see once we get there. Wei Man ignored her brother and followed her third sister-in-law. The place is almost here. The noodle shop is doing quite well. We found a seat by the window. I ordered 6 bowls of shredded pork noodles and Wei Chi ate 3 of them alone. This place has pickled vegetables. Second sister-in-law, try some. Lu's eyes brightened. Sure, I'll try others too. Everyone should try some, Yu Zhi said. Wei Chi immediately said, then I'll switch to pickled vegetable noodles. The whole family sat down, chatting happily. Suddenly, Wei Man asked, by the way, second sister-in-law, what's going on with that ding guy? We just visited his shop, and he seems like a notable person. Lu hesitated a bit. It's nothing, just that he's been more attentive to my business. Yu Zhi lowered her eyes without speaking, and Wei Chi said nothing either. A few steaming bowls of noodles were brought to the table. Everyone picked up their chopsticks. Lu carefully tasted her bowl of pickled vegetable noodles. The flavor is quite good. Wei Chi and Wei Man couldn't tell much difference, but Yu Zhi said, I feel second sister-in-law's noodles are a bit more moist. Maybe it's the vegetables. Lu took a few more bites. It does seem a little. Yu Zhi smiled. Yours is better. Really? Third sister-in-law, you're not just comforting me, right? Yu Zhi looked directly at the inkstone. Inkstone, what do you think? A few days ago, Inkstone also ate the family's pickled fish. After thinking for a moment, he said, the family's is better.
See?
Second sister-in-law, Inkstone wouldn't lie. Lu was delighted. Then I'll work harder to improve and grow the business even more. Yes. Second sister-in-law, you can do it. After finishing the hot noodles, everyone felt full and satisfied. Wei Chi suddenly said, second sister-in-law, I have a friend at the yamen. I asked him about second brother earlier. Do you want to go see him together? Lu was surprised but quickly became excited. Yes, of course, let's go.
Wei Chi nodded.
All right, then we'll go again, and after that, we'll head back. Lu didn't seem to expect this at all, and gratefully looked at her brother-in-law several times. When they arrived at the county office, the guards had just finished their shift. Ma-er saw Wei Chi from afar and waved. Perfect timing. I was just thinking of finding you. Wei Chi was pleased. Do you have news? Sort of. Ma-er looked behind Wei Chi at a few people. Wei Chi introduced. This is my second sister-in-law. I asked you to find out about my second brother. Lu was a bit excited.
Ma-er nodded.
Follow me. Ma-er led them to the back. On the way, he explained, a group of people was sent to the north. The roster just arrived, but it's a bit messy and hasn't been sorted yet. You can take a look. All right, that's enough. Wei Chi asked Lu to step forward, and at this moment, the whole family was feeling quite anxious. Let's look together. Yu Zhi asked, second brother, what's his name? Before Wei Chi could answer, Lu became excited and said, Wei Yuan. Her lips trembled slightly as she called out this long unspoken name.
His name is Wei Yuan.
Her eyes turned a little red, and she repeated it again. Yu Zhi was touched and said, all right, second sister-in-law, I remember. Everyone started flipping through the book. Wei Man wasn't very literate, but she still recognized her second brother's name. The records hadn't been bound yet, so they were scattered on the table. Everyone looked carefully and nervously, not daring to miss a single page. Unfortunately, after going through all the records twice, they still couldn't find Wei Yuan's name. Lu's face visibly showed disappointment. Wei Chi also looked a bit disappointed. Yu Zhi said, it's okay, second sister-in-law. Didn't we say this was just the first batch? Wei Chi nodded and said, yes, second sister-in-law. We'll come back another day. Brother Ma will keep an eye out for me. Lu took a deep breath and calmed herself a little. Her mood settled. All right, good. Wei Chi went to stand beside Ma-er and said, brother, if these are missing, please keep an eye out for the later records.
Got it.
There will be more records in a few days. Lu paused for a moment and accepted the situation. It's okay. Having hope means there's still disappointment. It's better than having no hope at all. Yu Zhi didn't know how to comfort her, so he simply held her hand. Wei Chi prepared to leave, and the whole family got onto the mule cart. Hold on tight. We're leaving now. They had bought many things today, including quite a few of Lu's household items. The cart was full. Yu Zhi suddenly asked, by the way, where is Xiaoxiang? How did she go back? Lu smiled and said, recently, a carpenter from Qingye village seems to have taken a liking to Xiaoxiang. He often comes to visit and that person usually takes her back. Man's eyes widened. Really?
Yes.
Lu smiled and said, he's a good person. I think Xiaoxiang is interested too. Man covered her mouth and giggled. Xiaoxiang is moving fast, but Qingye village is a bit far. Lu suddenly looked at her younger sister-in-law. It's not far. The Zhou family is also in Qingye village. Wei Man immediately blushed and looked embarrassed. Yu Zhi couldn't help but chuckle softly. The mule cart moved quickly through the mountains and soon returned to Hualing village. It was just past the Shen hour, not yet time for everyone to go home for dinner, and there were still quite a few people gathered at the village entrance. Wei Chi was driving the cart when they arrived, and the group of villagers who liked to chatter at the entrance came over again. Third brother, hurry up and go quickly. There's no need for Lu and you to speak now, Wei Man urged. She's always been temperamental and stubborn, and she can't stand gossiping in the village. Once she starts talking, she can make up stories about anything. Especially since Man isn't married yet, she's their target. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Zhao Huanyang is also in the crowd, heading straight for the main point. Man, why did you go out today? 2 families came to see you. Wei Man's face changed. What 2 families? What else? They came to propose marriage. Zhao Huanyang chuckled while eating sunflower seeds. You'd better go back and check. Wei Man widened her eyes. Are you talking about those people? Zhao Huanyang said, no, it's another matchmaker from another family. If I had said it, I wouldn't be standing here. They wouldn't come together to visit at the same time either. That's true. You should go back and check. Exactly. Everyone gathered together, laughing. Wei Man felt overwhelmed, so annoying. Wei Chi didn't delay anymore and hurried back by carriage. Sure enough, the yard was lively. He's and Wei's mother were talking and negotiating with people. Wei Man got off the carriage and headed straight to the yard. Wow, so lively. There are guests at home. Wei's mother glanced at her daughter and rolled her eyes helplessly. They're not back yet. You all ask around yourselves. Clearly, Wei's mother was a bit annoyed by today's marriage proposals. It wasn't just one family, but 2 families came directly, talking over each other. It was noisy, and both elders sat awkwardly in the yard, eyeing each other uncomfortably, like sitting on pins and needles. Oh, Man's back. Seeing Wei Man, they immediately stood up, eager to grab her hand. Man, I'm your Aunt Sunday. Do you remember me? I held you when you were little. Wei Man chuckled. I don't remember. That kind of flattery is a bit old-fashioned. Aunt Sun. Another family, surnamed Jiang, also laughed. Man, I'm your Aunt Jiang. We even talked by the river earlier this year. Wei Man. Oh, I don't remember. Aunt Jiang. Both felt awkward. Wei Man smiled and said, please go back now. Next time, if you visit, remember to tell the matchmaker in advance. You came directly today, and my mother can't come down. Neither of you expected to run into each other. It's quite embarrassing, right? Aunt Sun and Aunt Jiang. As for my marriage, I won't consider either family for now. Sun was anxious. The timing isn't right. We can come again next time. Why did you just ignore that? Because I don't like you too, Wei's mother said while drinking tea, almost spitting out her sip. Yu Zhi and Wei Chi had already slipped outside into the yard. Hearing this, they couldn't help but smile. Who I marry isn't just about choosing a husband. I also have to consider my mother-in-law. Please, both of you, leave now. Sun Jiang and Sun's faces immediately changed. Talking so much, isn't it just because you look down on us and prefer wealth? Sun couldn't help but whisper softly. Her voice was very quiet, but the Wei family still heard her. Wei's mother looked upset. What are you saying? Wei Man sneered. Yes, I dislike poverty and love wealth. So what? I don't love other people's riches. I love my own family.
Is that wrong?
My parents love me, my brothers are cared for, and the sisters-in-law are nice. If I marry into your family to serve tea, wash your feet, and cook for you, am I crazy, or are you crazy? The Sun family also has a mother-in-law at the top who has often scolded them, right? Serving her to wash her feet and eat. Everyone in Hualing village knows that. Do I have to say it so bluntly? Sun's face was completely embarrassed. She was so angry she turned and left. Fine, 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 she said. Today I was blind to come here. If I come again, I won't be surnamed Sun. She turned and walked away. Wei Man snorted and then looked at Zhang's mother, who was also feeling uneasy. Well, I'll go now.
Take care, no need to see you off.
The two matchmakers looked at each other, unwilling to stay longer. They hurriedly left like they were escaping. At this point, Wei's small courtyard finally became quiet. So annoying! Wei Man spat as she watched their backs. Isn't Mother annoyed with them? They always like to gossip about our family. Wei's mother stepped forward. They do bother us a bit, but your temper is too wild. You've really offended both matchmakers. Offend them? I don't care. Who's afraid of offending them? Wei Chi came over. If you offend them, so what? What are they going to do? Wei's mother shook her head helplessly. Forget it. I won't bother anymore. You, Hua's wife, are more reliable. I'll ask her later. He sure and Lu sure also smiled. Our village matchmakers are really only her most reliable. She never talks nonsense. Wei Man didn't say much. She tidied herself up and quickly said, Mother, don't talk about them. Look at the clothes and fabric I and third sister picked out. All right, I'll come take a look. Here is the corrected and simplified version of your text. This one is for you, this one is for Dad, and these two are for sister-in-law and second sister-in-law. The rest, big brother, third brother, and fourth younger brother, are still the same as always. At dusk, the smell of cooked food drifted from the Wei family's small yard. Old Wei and Wei Yong had returned home. That evening, they ate sour vegetable buns made by Lu. The filling, with pickled vegetables and noodles, was very fragrant and tasty. The dough was fried until golden and crispy, shaped a bit like large dumplings. The children loved it most. Yu Zhi also liked it. She held one and ate it slowly, taking small bites. At the dinner table, Old Wei learned about what happened between the Sun family and the Jiang family today. He replied casually, I don't like those two families much either. They're always gossiping in the village. I don't want to marry into them. Wei Man agreed. Exactly. Wei's mother sighed, if you don't like them, then I can't do anything about your daughter's marriage. Suddenly, Yu Zhi said, Mom, don't be so pessimistic. Maybe tomorrow the Zhou family will come to visit. Wei Man blushed and looked at Yu Zhi in disbelief. Oh, third aunt, you've started teasing me too. She reached out to tickle Yu Zhi, but Wei Chi quickly tried to stop her. Yu Zhi dodged first, saying, I'm telling the truth. You're just angry and embarrassed. Third brother.
Control your wife.
Wei Chi clicked his tongue. What are you saying? Your third sister-in-law is in charge of me. She's right. Wei Man was speechless. Joking aside, after dinner, Wei's mother seriously kept Man behind. She probably wanted to have a good talk with her daughter. Yu Zhi and Wei Chi went back to their room first. Sweetheart, are you tired? Want a foot bath? Yu Zhi nodded. A little. Going to town was tiring, and she was indeed a bit exhausted. Wei Chi quickly brought hot water, helped her take off her shoes and socks, and gently placed her small, soft feet into the water. I can do it myself. Yu Zhi bit her lip. Don't be shy with your husband. Wei Chi massaged her feet while speaking. Tomorrow, I'll take you to make a shuttlecock and we'll practice your strength again. Yu Zhi squeezed her soft arms. Okay. She really wanted to kick the shuttlecock. Go to sleep first. I need to finish some work. It was too early for Wei Chi to sleep now, but since Yu was tired, he let her rest well. Yu Zhi was indeed tired and didn't refuse. She leaned against her pillow and closed her eyes. As for when Wei Chi went back to his room and rested, Yu Zhi truly didn't know. When she woke up, the room was still dim. She was lying on her side, her face resting against the wall. Yu Zhi liked sleeping this way because it gave her a sense of safety. Of course, part of that safety also came from behind her. She was leaning against the man's chest, feeling the constant warmth and hearing his hot breath near her ear. Yu Zhi snapped back to reality. Wei Chi was still asleep. She glanced out the window. It was still dark outside, probably before dawn. She had gone to bed early yesterday and didn't expect to wake up so soon. Not only did she wake up, but she also felt the urge to go to the bathroom. Yu Zhi moved her leg and realized she was completely wrapped around the man. Her little strength couldn't move his strong thigh at all. After trying for a while, she gave up. She tried to go back to sleep, but she was no longer sleepy, and her stomach was getting worse. Yu Zhi took a deep breath, gathering some strength to struggle and get up. As soon as she moved, Wei Chi opened his eyes instantly. Wife. His voice was a bit deep and groggy with sleep. You sleep yours. Yu Zhi didn't want to disturb him. She just wanted to get off the bed herself. But Wei Chi was very alert and immediately understood what she was trying to do. He smiled and sat up. I'll give you some light. Yu Zhi was about to say she didn't need it, but it was too dark for her to see anything. Wei Chi reached out and turned on the oil lamp on the bedside table. Her eyes adjusted to the light, and she slowly moved to the edge of the bed, slipping on her shoes. Wei Chi was no longer sleepy, resting his head on one hand and watching her back. After a while, Yu Zhi came out. But just as she crossed the bedroom door, she suddenly saw a shadow. Her heart jumped, and she almost tripped over the threshold. But in the next moment, she was caught in a strong embrace. Yu Zhi let out a surprised cry. Her almond-shaped eyes met a pair of dark eyes. Wei Chi had woken up and had been standing at the door for a while. What are you doing? Yu Zhi blushed, and Wei Chi pressed her against the wall. The bathroom is dark. I was worried you might fall, so I came to check. I was also worried you'd feel shy, so I didn't go in. Yu Zhi. I'm not a kid. I wouldn't fall. Maybe not, but you almost tripped just now. He was being stubborn. If he hadn't silently stood there and scared her, she wouldn't have been so startled. Let me go.
No.
Wei Chi was fully alert now. Not only his mind, but also a certain part of his body was very awake. He stretched out his long legs and directly separated Yu Zhi. She leaned against the wall, feeling the rough touch painfully. She opened her eyes in disbelief. Wei Chi, you. In the next moment, his lips suddenly pressed against hers, and she couldn't say a word.
Ugh.
Yu Zhi had no idea what this man was up to again. She had just woken up a little earlier, and somehow she had provoked him again. Of course, she didn't know that for a man who rarely gets to eat meat in a month and was worried she was too tired from going to the town, he had been holding back for several nights. Actually, Wei Chi had just recently calmed down, but now he was overly excited. He was reckless and a bit impatient, his lips and tongue moving quickly to cover her lips, then lingering on her face and earlobes. For a moment, only heavy breathing could be heard in the room. Yu Zhi's small pants fell to the ground, and her mind was a bit confused. Her delicate fingers tightly grasped the man's firm shoulders, but her fingertips felt weak. Let's go back. At least, not here. Wei Chi's Adam's apple bobbed, and he swept her into his arms, quickly heading into the bedroom. The morning breeze was cool. Autumn had truly arrived. Yu Zhi's legs felt weak, and she stared at the wall for a long time, lost in thought. She had hoped to feel more energetic after waking up early today. But unfortunately, she met a troublemaker. It was a wasted early morning, and she had gained nothing but trouble. After returning from the town, life went back to normal. The men went back to work in the fields, and Yu Zhi continued to teach Daliang and the others. She hadn't started lessons for several days, but she was surprised to find that her students hadn't fallen behind. When she asked, she learned that Yen Tai had been secretly teaching them, especially Miao Miao, who was improving incredibly fast. Yu Zhi smiled. That really saves me some trouble. Yen Tai pursed her lips and shyly smiled. Sister can rest now. Is third aunt feeling unwell? But I see her face looks quite healthy, Miao Miao asked innocently. Yu Zhi clenched her teeth, ignoring the discomfort between her legs, and said, just a bit tired from shopping yesterday. The children suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. Wei Man was also at home, busy twisting a bunch of silk threads in the yard. When she saw Yu Zhi, she quickly waved her hand. Third sister-in-law, look at this. Do you think it's pretty? Yu Zhi walked over, a little surprised. Are you making a silk flower? Yes. Silk flowers are one of the accessories young girls like to wear on their heads. They are mainly made with copper wire and silk thread, copper wire shaped into forms, and silk thread for the flower patterns. If made well, each one can sell for quite a bit. I previously learned from my grandmother, but I wasn't very good at it. Recently, the silkworms can be harvested and my mother gave me some. I want to try it out. Do you think third sister-in-law can do it? Yu Zhi smiled and shook her head. I really can't do that. Then can you help me draw a pattern? I want to cut it out of cloth. My drawing definitely won't be as nice as yours. That I can do. Speaking of painting, I bought the paints a long time ago, but I've been busy lately and haven't had time. I plan to paint a picture for my parents someday. Today is the 7th day of August and the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for family reunion, is coming soon. It would be fitting to paint a moon viewing picture then. Third sister-in-law, what are you thinking about? Yu Zhi snapped out of her thoughts and smiled. Nothing much. What flower do you want to draw? I'll help you. Finally, Yu Zhi helped Wei Man draw several different shapes of wood hibiscus. August is the flowering season for wood hibiscus, which blooms until November. Not only are they beautiful, but their colors change over time. White or pink in the morning, deep red at noon, and purple red in the evening. Because of this, they are also called three-change flowers. Choosing this theme allows Wei Man to create flowers in different colors, but all with the same shape, which makes it easier. Wei Man was very pleased. You're the one with ideas. I was thinking of osmanthus or chrysanthemums, but those flowers are too complicated in shape, and I can't do them well. Yu Zhi said, yes, those flowers have many fine filaments, so they are definitely more difficult to make. I'll start with this hibiscus. After I finish, I'll give you a flower. If you like a different flower, I can make that for you later. Yu Zhi was a bit surprised and looked down. Haidang, Chinese flowering crabapple, would be nice. Sure. I like haidang too, but I need to practice slowly. I'll give it to you once I make it. Both sisters-in-law chatted in the yard. By noon, Lu Shi returned. Second sister-in-law, you came back so early today. Yu Zhi and Wei Man were a bit surprised. Lu Shi looked at Yu Zhi and said, yes, I met a big client today. Second sister-in-law, you're amazing. Lu Shi approached Yu Zhi quietly. Third sister-in-law, do you know about the Ding family matter? Is third brother involved? Yu Zhi was a bit stunned and asked what happened. Lu Shi whispered, I saw that little troublemaker again today. He was very polite to me and kept apologizing. I see now. Lu Shi saw Yu Zhi's expression and understood. Third sister-in-law, please thank third brother for me. Yu Zhi smiled slightly. We are all family, sister-in-law. There's no need to be so formal. Lu Shi smiled back. As long as you understand what I mean, that's enough. They exchanged smiles. Next to them, Wei Man scratched her head. What are you two talking about? I can't understand. Thank third brother for what? What's going on? Nothing much. Yu Zhi said kindly. All right, let's make velvet flowers together. Wei Man's hands held silkworm cocoons from this season's silkworms. The village has mulberry trees, and raising silkworms is a tradition. White cocoons were collected in baskets, and he sure smiled happily. Today, we can spin a lot of silk. Yu Zhi walked over, looked at the plump white cocoons, and became interested. How do you spin silk? He sure smiled. First, boil the cocoons, then use the silk reeling device and spindle to unwind the silk. Third sister-in-law, do you want to try? Yu Zhi nodded. A little. Good. We'll do it together later. The three sisters-in-law and the wife of the older brother were busy in the yard. Seeing Lu Shi bring out several large jars, everyone asked curiously, learning that the big order Lu Shi received was from the Ding family. Yu Zhi was curious. Why do they need so much? Lu Shi smiled. Probably to give to someone. They asked me to send the next batch to him first. Yu Zhi responded softly, not very interested. He sure didn't know much about the Ding family and asked a few questions. Wei Man smiled and said, he's a young master, and it seems he's also a scholar. From the Ding family in Fota town, they're quite well off doing fabric and silk business. He sure nodded. They worked until late afternoon. As it got darker, The men gradually went home. Wei Chi went into the mountains again today and came back with muddy legs. He wanted to call someone when he entered the yard, but he saw a group of women sitting outside. He hesitated to speak, then turned and threw the wild chicken into the backyard, taking a detour to the bathhouse. "Hey, third brother is back," he sure called out sharply. Why didn't third brother look for third sister-in-law today? Yeah, that's strange.
Wei Chi.
Yu Zhi's ears turned red, and she stood up. "I'm not talking to you anymore." He sure and Wei Man couldn't help but laugh. It was so fun teasing her. Yu Zhi went back to her room. Soon after, Wei Chi came out of the bathhouse, smiling. "They teased you again?" Yu Zhi rolled her eyes. "Didn't you hear everything?"
Wei Chi grinned.
"I tried to avoid you guys, but my sister-in-law's eyes are too sharp." Yu Zhi didn't want to pay attention to him. Wei Chi stepped forward suddenly and grabbed her. "What's wrong? Are you still upset about this morning?" He had the nerve to mention it. Yu Zhi struggled free. "Stop talking about it. I came in to give you this." She had wanted to give it to him earlier that morning, but she didn't expect him to be so irresponsible. Frustrated, she casually threw it over. Wei Chi was a bit surprised and took it. "What is it?" He opened it and smiled. "Is this face cream?" Yu Zhi, just asking out of curiosity. The man casually scoops him out and said, "Smells good, but it has no scent." Why would a grown man want a scent? Exactly. So Fishy won't suspect me of flirting. He laughed as he wiped his face, just after washing it. Yu Zhi couldn't help but roll her eyes again. She was too annoyed to talk to him, and turned to leave. Suddenly, the man hugged her from behind. Yu Zhi was startled. "Let go. Dinner is almost ready. I'm not doing anything. Just feel it. Does it still feel rough?" Yu Zhi raised her hand and slapped him loudly, half smiling. Not rough, but thick. Wei Chi wasn't angry at all. His eyes sparkled with a brighter smile. "Then I'll use it every day from now on. You can keep feeling it." Yu Zhi turned to walk away. Wei Chi happily followed, staying close. He just loved sticking close to his wife, no matter what others said. Lately, they had grown tired of eating meat, so today at the table there was a rare abundance of greens. A big bowl of cold amaranth salad was very refreshing. Old Wei said, "Raising pigs is pretty tiring. Making pig feed every day isn't easy." Wei's wife clicked her tongue. "We're eating now, stop talking about pig feed." Old Wei chuckled. "I haven't even said that pig grass is green too. Can't you eat it?" Wei's wife glared at him. Wei Yong chuckled. "I asked the butcher yesterday. He said pig feed should be mixed, so tomorrow I'll mix some corn and sorghum." He Mei said, "I'll go help." Wei's wife nodded. "How's the business these days, second sister-in-law?" Lu didn't speak yet, but Wei Man hurriedly said, "Second sister-in-law's business is great. She's got big deals now." "What big deals?" her father and mother asked together. Lu smiled. "It's nothing much. Justing's family ordered 30 jars of vegetables. Not much money." Wei Chi frowned. "The person I saw yesterday?"
Lu, yes.
"What's wrong, second sister-in-law?" "Something about that person doesn't seem right." Wei Chi thought for a moment and said maybe not. But he always had a gut feeling, and he didn't like this person much. Of course, she hadn't done much lately, so Wei Chi wouldn't say such things. After dinner, having finished a day's work, Yu Zhi was about to go back to her room. Third sister-in-law. Wei Man called her, and Yu Zhi thought she was going to talk more about the embroidered flowers, but Wei Man blinked shyly and said, "The painting third aunt gave me last time. When will it be colored?" Yu Zhi widened her eyes.
Sorry.
"I forgot about it." "It's okay, it's fine. I know you've been busy lately. But the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, and I want to have it framed before then." Yu Zhi said, "Give it to me. I can finish coloring it tomorrow."
Great.
"Thank you, third sister-in-law." Yu Zhi took the painting back to her room. Wei Chi asked, "What's wrong? Did Man ask you something?" Yu Zhi honestly replied, "She wants it colored and framed." "Oh, right, I almost forgot about that." Yu Zhi looked at the painting. Wei Man really liked it. It was well preserved. She thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "When will the desk you mentioned be ready?"
Wei Chi smiled. Why?
Are you rushing me because of her? Yu Zhi said, No, it's just that the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. I want to draw a picture for my parents too, but it's hard to choose. So I thought I'd just make a family portrait. Wei Chi was a bit surprised. And what about you?
What?
Isn't it us sitting there and you drawing us?
Yes.
Yu Zhi realized his meaning a moment later and smiled. It's okay, if I don't appear.
Just drawing you all is fine.
Wei Chi looked unhappy. Then, it's not really a family portrait. I don't want to be in it either.
Yu Zhi sighed.
There are so many people, so it can only be a landscape with some figures. The figures won't be as detailed as portraits. If you really want, I can just sketch a few lines and add the details myself. Wei Chi was pleased. Alright, as long as you're in it, it's a real family portrait. Yu Zhi shook her head, but Wei Chi's reminder made her realize. With this, the painting could only be called a mid-autumn moon viewing picture, and it wouldn't be the same as the individual portraits of her parents. She carefully stored the painting away and planned to think about it more another day. At night, compared to the painting, Wei Chi was more worried about something else. But after their foolishness that morning, Yu Zhi wouldn't let him succeed. Wei Chi knew he had missed his chance but refused to give up. The tall figure held her close, rubbing her hair until it was messy, then laid her on the pillow. Her cheeks, flushed with embarrassment, looked as if she had drunk too much wine, beautiful and captivating. Wei Chi looked at her for a long time, then reluctantly kissed her twice.
Sleep now.
Yu Zhi tugged at her quilt, blushing as she curled into bed. Soon, it will be Mid-Autumn Festival. These days, besides her usual chores, Mrs. Wei asked he to find time to make reunion cakes. The festival is an important occasion, and since the family has a new member this year, they want to celebrate well. Before the festival, the whole family plans to go to the town. Lu can send some pickled vegetables, and Mrs. Wei, and he will buy festival supplies. Wei Manman's painting is finally finished, and she is eager to take it to town for framing. This time, Wei Chi will stay home to watch over the house. The children will go with him. Yan Tai wanted to stay home and keep her sister company, but Wei Chi said she should go play with the others, as the older brothers also wanted her to join. Yu Zhi agreed. Now only Wei Chi and she are in the big yard. After her eldest brother left with the mule cart, Wei Chi grinned and looked at his wife. Yu Zhi, why are you looking at me? Aren't you going to help Dad? Wei Chi, Dad is still healthy and strong. He can still do most things. Yu Zhi shook her head. Then you shouldn't stay at home.
Go see him.
It's not right. Wei Chi didn't agree, but I don't feel good leaving you alone at home. Yu Zhi was puzzled. There's nothing to worry about. It's daytime, and there's no way there are ghosts. Wei Chi still refused. Go quickly, and pick some osmanthus flowers on your way back, Yu Zhi ordered. Pearl is also waiting for me. Wei Chi thought for a moment. All right, I'll just take a quick look over there and come back soon. You can't chase me away this afternoon. Yu Zhi nodded. Wei Chi left reluctantly, locking the yard door carefully before leaving. The Wei family's small yard had never been this quiet. Yu Zhi washed her hands and prepared to continue organizing her medical books. Her desk was almost ready. Wei Chi had shown her the rough outline, but it still needed polishing and tongue oil. She would have to wait a bit longer. It was uncomfortable to sit at the small table for a long time. If she had a proper desk, it would be much easier. When Wei Chi mentioned this before, she was truly touched. Of course, she also sometimes found him really annoying. Yu Zhi calmed her mind, hearing only the soft scratching of her brush on paper. Pearl was playing with a ball in the yard and was very well behaved. But after a while, there was a knock at the door outside. Someone was really visiting? Yu Zhi was a bit surprised. She opened the window to look. It was Zhou Qing. As a woman, she naturally wouldn't be rude to outsiders. She called out loudly, "Is it Lord Zhou outside? Looking for Man?" Qing Zhou did not expect there to be no one at home, so he hurriedly asked, "Yes, may I ask?" Today is the big market before the festival. Everyone in the family has gone to the town. Qing Zhou suddenly understood. But he did not leave immediately. Instead, he hesitated. Yu Zhi noticed and stepped outside. Young Master Zhou. Qing Zhou, being a scholar, naturally behaved politely and stood properly outside the door without overstepping. Yu Zhi said, "Do you have urgent matters? I can see you are restless."
Qingzhou replied, "Yes."
Yu Zhi knew that Qingzhou had feelings for Man. Last time he came to see her, the family thought the Zhou family would soon come to propose marriage, but unexpectedly, they did not. Seeing Qingzhou come alone a second time, Yu Zhi felt something was wrong. "Young Master Zhou, if you have feelings for Man, you should know that my mother-in-law already has someone in mind for her. Why haven't you sent a matchmaker? Instead, you keep coming yourself? I must say, this isn't good for Man's reputation." Luckily, this is Hualing Village, not the county or the prefecture. Yu Zhi, who was on good terms with her younger sister-in-law, was willing to say these words. After she finished, Qingzhou's face changed. "Miss Yu, it's not that I am rude. Today, I came specifically to talk about this." "Then tell me?" "I am Man's third sister-in-law and considered a kind of elder." Qingzhou nodded. He took a deep breath and slowly spoke outside Wei's house for a while. Yu Zhi listened quietly with her head lowered, her expression slowly changing from calm to surprised, then to indifferent. "I understand. So you also have your difficulties. But this matter cannot be kept from Man. I will tell her the truth." Qingzhou sighed. After thinking carefully, "I realize it's not good to delay further. So I came to visit. Thank you for your trouble." Yu Zhi nodded, and Qingzhou did not stay any longer. He turned and left. Yu Zhi returned to her room, waited a little longer, then heard hurried footsteps outside.
"Wife."
Yu Zhi smiled helplessly. It had only been less than an hour since this person left. Yu Zhi put down what she was holding and went out to greet him. Wei Chi entered and asked, "Wife, has anyone disturbed you?"
"Yes."
"Who?"
"You."
Yu Zhi was straightforward, and Wei Chi paused for a moment before smiling. "Here, osmanthus flowers, they really bloomed. I picked some from the top of the tree for you." Yu Zhi had casually mentioned wanting him to pick osmanthus, but he actually did it, just a few branches, probably pulling the whole crown of the osmanthus tree. "How is Dad over there?" "Wei Chi, I've already said there's nothing wrong, but you still want me to go. My father even thinks I'm annoying and sent me back." Yu Zhi is a bit doubtful. When Big Brother was here, Father didn't send him away. Now he only sends you. Don't you think about that? What's there to think about? If he finds me annoying, he just leaves. It's that simple. Yu Zhi turns around, worried that her father-in-law might also be concerned about her being alone at home, so he specifically sent Wei Chi to stay with her. Wei Chi says, "Wife, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll cook." Yu Zhi is a little surprised. "Again with the brown sugar eggs? You're underestimating me. You forgot the last time I made those? I can handle it." Yu Zhi purses her lips and doesn't speak. "Go inside first. I have something to talk to you about." Wei Chi feels a bit strange and follows her inside. "What's wrong?" Yu Zhi tells Wei Chi everything that Zhou Qinghua just said, word for word.
Wei Chi listens, frowning silently.
"So you mean Zhou Qing wants to propose, but his mother doesn't agree?"
Yu Zhi nods. "That's something like that."
Mainly, his mother insists there's an arranged marriage, but it's a blind match and Zhou Qing isn't happy about it. He likes Man. Forget it. What arranged marriage? Think you're some noble family? When I was born, there were dozens of families talking about arranged marriages, but it was all just talk. Yu Zhi. After Wei Chi finishes, he secretly regrets whether he said something he shouldn't have. He clears his throat. "What I mean is, these so-called arranged marriages in the countryside are just talk. That person is grown up now. How can it still count? It's probably just that they don't want the marriage. Why should we get involved? Forget it."
Yu Zhi, all right.
Wei Chi observes her, feeling that his wife might be a little upset, so he quickly says, "Wife, are you angry? I was just talking nonsense. There's no real arranged marriage." Yu Zhi, no. She lowers her eyes and says, "I thought this was a serious matter, but after hearing what you said, I think I understand now." Wei Chi, "Yeah, we're just country folks. There aren't many rules. Zhou's family didn't come, so it's fine. In the future, don't let Man see him. I, Wei Chi, have a sister. How could she not get married? Yu Zhi, alright, I understand. Should we ask Man about it? Why ask her? Man probably isn't interested in him either. Otherwise, she would have asked already. Yu Zhi pauses, realizing that Man still seems unaware. She remains silent. Wei Chi saw that his wife was silent and thought he must have said something to upset her earlier. He touched his chin, pondering. Yu Zhi suddenly said, maybe I should tell my mother and mention Man's attitude, since I promised Zhou Qing I would pass along a message. That's fine, Wei Chi replied, staring at his wife without moving.
I'm hungry.
You should cook, Yu Zhi said.
Wei Chi smiled.
All right, wait for me. The tall man squeezed into the kitchen. While he cooked, the woman stayed at home. Hualing Village probably couldn't find another couple like them. But Wei Chi didn't think much of it. Soon, a delicious smell wafted from the kitchen. Yu Zhi sniffed, a little surprised. Yu dinner. Wei Chi carried the food into their house.
Yu Zhi was surprised.
Should we eat in the main hall? No need. We can eat here. We eat in our own room, not just in the main hall, Wei Chi said as he set the bowls and chopsticks. Yu Zhi was intrigued. It was fried rice. A big bowl of hot fried rice, with yellow eggs and green scallions, made her forget to argue with Wei Chi. Do you know how to make fried rice? Wei Chi nodded and handed her a spoon. Try it. Earlier that morning, her sisters had kneaded dough and were awake, but Wei Chi didn't want to make bread. He knew Yu liked rice. In the South, there's plenty of rice. Every time she ate white rice, Yu would eat more. Indeed, Yu Zhi suddenly felt a little hungry. She took the spoon, took a bite, and Wei Chi looked at her with a hopeful expression. How is it? Yu Zhi deliberately stayed silent, took 2 or 3 more bites, then slowly looked up. Wei Chi hadn't moved. She couldn't hold back and smiled. It's very tasty. Wei Chi grinned. Good, then eat more. Yu Zhi looked down, feeling a bit overwhelmed. There was so much. She had cooked a whole pot. If you can't finish it, give it to me, Wei Chi said, sitting cross-legged in front of her. Yu Zhi finally realized she was eating at the bedside table. Oh well, she rarely relaxed. She stretched her legs out comfortably. Wei Chi watched her and smiled. From now on, do whatever feels comfortable at home. If you want to eat in your room, just do it. Yu Zhi didn't say anything, scooping another bite of fried rice. When she was full, she felt the whole pot hadn't decreased much. There was too much. I'm full, she said. Looking at Wei Chi, he reached out and took the rest, finishing it quickly. Wei Chi cleaned up the dishes and went to the kitchen. Yu Zhi got off the bed and stepped outside. Just as she reached the door of the yard, Wei's mother and the others have returned. Mother. Wei Yong parked the car at the door. The whole family has come back. You came back quite early. Wei's mother smiled as she entered. You finished so quickly. Wei Man and Lu Shi also returned. Man was very happy, jumping happily into the yard. Third sister-in-law. I sold all my velvet flowers today. The paintings were also sent for framing, and I can pick them up in 10 days. Congratulations, Man. Your velvet flowers look very nice. I'm sure they'll sell well. Recently, Wei Man made a lot of velvet flowers. She also wanted to try selling them, so she took some to the market today. Surprisingly, they were quite popular. Second sister-in-law's pickles are selling fast too, so we came back early. Come look, we bought so many things today. As Mid-Autumn Festival approached, Wei's mother generously cut a lot of meat, bought plenty of candies and pastries. The reunion cake was the main event. Not only did they plan to eat some themselves, but they also prepared some to give as gifts, so there were many packages. Wei Man pulled Yu Zhi to go see, but suddenly sniffed. Who's frying rice? Wei Chi came out from the kitchen, and everyone looked over. What's wrong? Haven't you eaten? Wei Man smiled. Yes, did third brother fry rice? Is there more? No leftovers. Then can third brother cook another meal? No way. Wei Man. This market trip was quite fruitful. After the whole family packed up their purchases, Wei Laohan also returned home. So many good things. Wei's mother said, yes, but it cost quite a lot.
Wei Laohan gekled.
Money, once earned, should be spent.
No worries.
Wei's mother pouted, not wanting to argue. Dinner was simple, prepared by He Shi and Lu Shi together. Wei Chi and Yu Zhi didn't eat, and Wei's father found it strange. Wei Man quickly caught him and complained about it. Wei Han smiled happily and didn't say anything. After dinner, Yu Zhi took the initiative to find his mother-in-law and told her about what happened during the day. Wei's mother was a bit surprised. I knew Zhou Qing was up to something. She's interesting but kept delaying. Turns out there's a reason. I was also curious about what her mother was thinking. He sure was also present now. Yu Zhi didn't hide anything from her. Wei's mother didn't speak, but he sure smiled. Maybe it's just an excuse. Whose kidnapped marriage is it anyway? Yu Zhi looked at Wei's mother, who replied, yes, if someone wants to arrange a marriage, just take it seriously. If they don't want it, it's just talk. They're so serious because they think that family is more suitable and they want to make this marriage official. Since they didn't choose us, there's no need for us to go along, said the mother-in-law, which also meant a final decision.
Yu Zhi nodded. Then,
should we tell Man? Mom will decide. Tell me what? Man suddenly poked her head in, startling everyone. You're so unpredictable, said Wei Man with a smile as she walked in. How am I unpredictable? It's just that Mom is talking about me behind my back. What's wrong with you? You're always impatient and easily annoyed, said the mother-in-law. Wei Man stopped joking and asked, what are you all talking about? I heard Zhou's family. Yu mother and Yu Zhi exchanged looks. Wei mother said, since you heard, I won't hide it. Zhou Qing came to see your third sister-in-law today. Wei Man widened her eyes. Yu Zhi repeated her words, and Wei Man listened in silence. I thought it was no big deal, whatever they want. I'm not in a rush to get married anyway, she said. Wei mother shook her head at her daughter. You've really been spoiled. You don't even know who might catch your eye. Mrs. He said, my little sister-in-law is straightforward. You can tell that today when she went out to sell felt flowers. Zhou Qing looks dull and not a good match. Talking about selling felt flowers, Wei mother thought for a moment. That's fine. If you want to do it, go ahead. Just give it 2 more years, and I'll choose slowly. If you really like making felt flowers, maybe later you can open a shop after your father's pig farm is stable. Wei Man's eyes lit up. Really? Yes, really.
Thank you, Mom.
You're the best. After the women finished chatting, Yu Zhi went back to her room. Wei Chi asked, did you tell Mom? Yes, she knows, she replied. Okay, then try this. Wei Chi suddenly produced a straw hat and put it directly on Yu Zhi. Yu Zhi was stunned and immediately reached to take it off. Don't rush. Let me look, Wei Chi said. He grabbed her hand and examined her from top to bottom, looking for a while before nodding. It's just right, not too big or small. He still remembered the last time you brought him food, and the big straw, how it was crooked and hanging awkwardly. Yu Zhi's cheeks flushed pink. She took it off and said, it fits.
Keep it.
Just as she put it down, her delicate wrist was suddenly grabbed again. Wei Chi moved closer, his tall figure looming over her. Earlier, he said he was just looking at the hat, but his eyes were not honest. They kept wandering over her face, straightforward and intense. It was obvious he wasn't thinking about good things. However, Yu Zhi really liked this small straw hat. The small, smooth-edged bamboo basket is soft to the touch and gentle on the hand. Thinking about Wei Chi's good qualities, she decided to go with him. On the 15th day of August, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, early in the morning, Wei's mother happily got up. Since it was a holiday, the whole family stayed at home, and Wei Han and Wei Yong also had a rare day off. After breakfast, they planned to take a walk to the fields and pig farm. Wei's mother early on slaughtered 2 chickens, intending to roast them. In the yard, she set up a big fire and placed some fruits and snacks nearby. Yu Zhi came into the yard and was a bit surprised. Did you set everything up so early?
Wei Chi smiled.
My parents knew you were going to paint today, so they prepared everything early. The yard has been swept clean. He directly revealed Wei's mother's thoughts. Wei's mother blushed slightly. You're the one who dares to criticize me. It was you who kept fussing about changing clothes early in the morning.
Wei Chi chuckled.
It's because of the festival, not painting. What's the difference? Mother and son argued playfully, making Yu Zhi laugh softly. She said, Mom looks very pretty in this outfit today. I will definitely paint her well. Wei's mother beamed with happiness, truly very pleased. Wei Laohan also looked very happy. He looked outside the yard and said, Big brother, go see if your second younger brother has returned. Don't worry, Dad. He'll come back today for the festival, probably around noon.
Wei Laohan nodded.
Liu, and he arranged the meal preparations. Wei's mother cut fresh pork and slaughtered a chicken. Today's meal would definitely be rich, with the two sisters-in-law busying around. Wei Chi also went to the backyard. Soon he moved his desk outside. Everyone's eyes lit up. Such a big table. Except for Yu Zhi, the others didn't know what Wei Chi had been busy with lately. They were all surprised. Yu Zhi had seen part of it before, but it was only a semi-finished piece. She didn't expect the final result to be so good. After applying lacquer and tar, the desk looked very textured. Wei Chi asked Wei Yong to help him, and they placed the big desk in the yard. Look, wife, do you like it? You can sit here to paint later. Yu Zhi's mood was beyond simple liking. It was pure surprise. She walked around the desk but hadn't sat down yet. Everyone in the family gathered around. Wow, I knew third brother was busy with something. Turns out he made this big piece. Wei Chi said, I also made a desk for my second younger brother, but it's not painted yet. He should be able to use it next time he comes home.
Wei Laohan nodded.
Third brother is thoughtful. Having a desk is so convenient.
I didn't think of that.
Yu Zhi hurriedly said, Dad, you're busy outside. These are small matters. Wei Chi replied, Wife, try it quickly. Sit down and watch. If you don't sit, someone else might want to sit first. Yu Zhi said, Okay. She sat down and the whole family looked forward to it. How is it? Yu Zhi said, very comfortable, and the height is just right. Wei Chi couldn't hide his pride. Curious, Yu Zhi asked, Did you learn woodworking before? Before Wei Chi could answer, Wei Man interrupted. Third brother not only learned woodworking but also blacksmithing. He can do everything. This time, Wei Chi rarely argued with his sister. He looked at Yu Zhi and said, Woodworking isn't the best, but I think I can make everything you like. Yu Zhi lowered her eyes, blushing. She reached out and touched the large desk. Honestly, she really liked it.